In a humble background, the young man Xiao Bingyi aspired to become the foremost detective in the East from an early age. He stood firmly for justice, advocating for the integrity of gentlemen. After graduating from the Central Police Academy, he fell afoul of the Secret Service, resulting in the withholding of his diploma. Reduced to scavenging on the streets, he organized a band of brothers to sell intelligence, assisting the police in unraveling a spy case involving the Japanese. Driven by a desire for a platform to showcase his detective skills, he fell into the trap set by Colonel Chu Ying of the Secret Service. Within just over 20 days of employment, he successfully solved 4 cases. At the onset of Nanjing's liberation, he resolutely rejected his superior's demands for infiltration and subsequently fell victim to a conspiracy, leading to his re-education under the Military Management Committee. Just as he was vindicated, he was tasked with persuading his former superior, Chu Ying, to surrender. Tragically, shortly after entrusting his sister Xiao, Chu was assassinated by hidden assailants. This served as a pretext for the secret agents to issue a kill order against Xiao. Fleeing back to his hometown, Hengnan Town, Xiao found the ancient enclave shrouded in espionage. Pursued relentlessly, he was abducted by the female agent Lu Hui, only to later discover that she publicly held the position of the town's women's director. Captivated by her beauty, he embarked on a tumultuous romance marked by numerous obstacles. The underground party revealed her identity as the sister of Chu Ying and a spy. Upon learning this, he was determined to restore her reputation and achieve great merit. However, after being captured by the enemy, he discovered her true rank as a major in the Secret Service, leaving him heartbroken. This narrative is filled with diverse cases and innovative investigative techniques that defy convention. Before being pursued by the Secret Service agents, Xiao Bingyi was undergoing labor reform at a prison in Nanjing. He was subjected to military re-education due to accusations of fleeing and soliciting prostitution. During that period, he appeared disheveled and despondent, his tall frame seemingly diminished. His meticulously styled hair had devolved into a scruffy mess, and his once bright eyes now lacked luster. Yet, his stubborn spirit remained unbroken. Each day after labor, he was required to submit a written report of his thoughts to the prison authorities. To expedite the process, he hastily penned several reports with a self-created format and consistent content, merely changing the date to comply. 1. Reporter, Xiao Bingyi, courtesy name, Sir Rin. 2. Gender and date of birth. Male, born on May 17, 1924, in the Republic of China. 3. Educational background. Graduated from the Central Police Academy diploma, withheld due to ideological issues. 4. Marital status. Un mari de fiance en route. 5. Family members and occupations. Father, Xiao Yukai police officer, dismissed by the Japanese. Mother, Yangling housewife and part-time elementary school teacher. 6. Home address, Hengnan Town, outskirts of Nanjing, no number, just ask around. 7. Pre-liberation occupation, police officer at the Nanjing South District Police Station, 152 days, just half a day short. 8. Occupation prior to current job, scavenger, now referred to as sanitation worker. 9. Position before re-education, group leader of police, never got to sit in the detective office. 10. Previous title, King of Garbage in Nanjing, equivalent to a deputy district head in modern terms. The secret agents had issued a kill order against him, perceiving his actions as treasonous. That day marked the 24th day of Nanjing's liberation, May 17, 1949, which also happened to be his 24th birthday. Early in the morning, he was summoned back to what was now the Nanjing South District Public Security Bureau. Zhu Daming, the head of the South District Public Security Bureau, announced in the rain that Xiao's labor re-education had concluded, effectively exonerating him. This meant he might still be retained by the People's Liberation Army. He desperately needed this position, not only to provide for his family and repay debts, but also to realize his lifelong dream of becoming a detective. However, a midday banquet and an afternoon live-fire drill shattered his dreams. He vividly recalled that morning, when a light drizzle fell over the Nanjing area. Eager to return home for his parents' birthday blessings and to reassure them after their long separation, he changed out of his soaked clothes and discovered a note in his pocket. It was an invitation from a missing former head of the South District Police Station, Colonel Chu Ying, to meet at a restaurant. The note's reverse read, "If you cannot attend, please send your parents in your stead." A surge of anger erupted within him. How dare you threaten me with my parents? Suppressing his fury, he went to meet Chu Ying, only to be taken aback by the man's disheveled appearance. The once polished and graceful gentleman now looked unrecognizable, his hair a tangled mess, his face haggard, and his eyes swollen. It seemed clear that Chu had not fared well during the past month. Yet, his piercing gaze remained unchanged, still radiating a menacing light. Chu Ying, appearing almost euphoric as if he had indulged in opium, began to dispense motivational platitudes to Xiao. Xiao Bingyi, seeking solace in alcohol, attempted to evade Chu's demands. Through his hazy perception, he vaguely remembered Chu emphasizing 8 crucial words: ascend the mountain, infiltrate, the choice is yours. The rest faded from his memory, and he forgot how he left the restaurant or returned to his dormitory. In a dreamlike state, he thought he heard a whistle, followed by the sensation of being pulled into a vehicle. He assumed it was a dream and mumbled incoherently, "Don't disturb me, I need to sleep." The jolting of the car jarred him awake, the pain in his head revealing the reality of his situation. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself confronted by Li Xiaoman, the squad leader from the People's Liberation Army who had previously overseen his re-education. "Xiao Bingyi, where's your weapon? How can you participate in such an important military exercise in this state?" Li Xiaoman, who had been running the Military Management Committee since taking over the South District Police Station, had recently been appointed to the new Public Security Bureau, but was not promoted to Deputy Director due to mishandling Xiao's case. He insisted on being addressed as Squad Leader rather than Deputy Director. Dazed and confused, Xiao instinctively reached for his lower back, only to break into a cold sweat upon realizing his weapon was missing. Behind him, his comrade Gung Bicheng stealthily handed him his firearm, whispering, "Brother Xiao, I brought this for you. Don't forget your brother next time you drink." What fully awakened Xiao was Zhu Daming's boisterous voice rallying the troops before the operation. "Comrades, I announce that this is not a drill, but a real operation to capture Chu Ying, who is hiding the Chui Ping Mountain Primary School." Xiao shook his head and rubbed his temples, casting a glance at the 2 rows of 2-story classrooms shrouded in rain and mist. Suddenly, he removed his wide-brimmed hat, sprinting toward the front line like an arrow. Zhu Daming and Li Xiaoman exchanged astonished glances, sharing a smile. "Huh, this guy finally gets it. He's not afraid of death anymore." He was not courageous, rather. He doubted Zhu's earlier claims. As he ran, he reflected on the fact that he had just shared drinks with Chu Ying in the city mere hours ago. How could he be at Chui Ping Mountain now? Before he could ponder further, Zhu Daming's booming voice rang out. "Colonel Chu Ying, listen. The compound is surrounded. Surrender your weapons, and the People's Liberation Army offers leniency to captives." Hiding behind an old locust tree, Xiao, alert as a weasel, observed the activity within the compound. The commanding voice echoed through the empty valley, surrounded by dense forest devoid of human or bird sounds, only the sound of the wind and the gentle patter of rain. Noticing the stillness within the compound, he relaxed. "I told you. How could Chu Ying possibly be here?" Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Oh, how foolish. In a drill, there must be an imaginary enemy. Indeed, Chu Ying was the hypothetical adversary in this live-fire exercise. He chuckled to himself, impressed by the military's ability to make a drill feel like a real operation. Adjusting his hat and humming a fashionable tune, he surveyed the scene ahead. Behind the compound loomed the misty Chui Ping Mountain, with the peak obscured by rain. A winding stone path led up to the majestic Great Buddha Hall, shrouded in white mist, resembling a celestial realm. When he spotted movement on the second floor of the compound, he was taken aback. Ah, the imaginary enemy has appeared. They wouldn't dare to act for real, would they? He lowered his hat to shield his brow, revealing half of his face behind the old locust tree. One eye shone like a searchlight. Bang! A bullet struck the old locust tree before him, nearly eliciting a shout from him. Wait, aren't we just simulating a drill? Why is this real? Then, realizing his folly, he smacked his forehead. Damn it, I must have drunk too much. Who conducts a live-fire drill without it being real? Rubbing his eyes, he pressed his body against the tree, clutching his pounding chest. What startled him was the voice penetrating the wind and rain from within the compound. Little benefactor, how dare you betray me after all I've done for you? If you stick your head out again, they'll shoot you first. His heart raced, and he thought, what imaginary enemy. This is for real. The voice, laced with a Wu dialect, belonged to none other than Chu Ying, the former head of the South District Police Station and a colonel in the Secret Service. His heart raced, and dizziness overcame him. It finally sunk in that Zhu Daming's orders were no fabrication. This was not a drill, but an actual operation to capture Chu Ying. He lamented, "Oh, Director Chu, after I left, did you indulge in more drinks? What brings you to this forsaken place?" The soldiers on the battlefield were exhilarated, having finally encircled the great traitor, and they erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Yet, He appeared as though his soul had departed, his body trembling ever so slightly. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. It dawned upon him that Chu Ying had likely exposed his whereabouts in a desperate bid to meet him. An indescribable sense of guilt welled up within him, swiftly followed by the intention to find a way to preserve the life of his benefactor. However, Chu Ying was as unyielding as a parched earth. How could he ever lower his noble head to surrender? And how could the benefactor possibly safeguard his life? Chapter 002. The Surrender Negotiator. Lieutenant Li Xiaoman expressed his delight to Zhu Daming, who was holding a tin trumpet, saying, "Old Captain, it truly is Chu Ying. It seems sending Xiao Bingyi for re-education was indeed the right choice. He has finally come to understand." Zhu Daming nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, had it not been for his confidential report, we would have struggled to locate him. You should have faith in him by now. Right, Xiaoman, in the interest of secrecy, I didn't reveal the truth during the assembly of the troops. You don't mind, do you? Li Xiaoman smiled and nodded. Old Captain, even without your words, I understood. Your serious demeanor and the mobilization of forces could not have been without reason. I just didn't expect it would be to capture Chu Ying. Please give the order. I assure you, we will apprehend him swiftly. Zhu Daming pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. Have the mortar team provide a show of force first. Concentrate fire on the front row of the building. The sound of gunfire erupted from the second floor. In response, Chu Ying's voice drifted on the wind. Zhu Laohu, our contest has just begun. I have over 20 hostages in my hands. If you dare to enter, you will have to kill them all first. Zhu Daming and Li Xiaoman's expressions changed drastically upon hearing about the hostages. Zhu Daming, feeling agitated, tugged at his collar, removed his military cap, and wiped the sweat and rain from his face. Li Xiaoman, startled by the shout, exclaimed, "The enemy has hostages. We cannot bombard them." He looked around at the sturdy walls surrounding the courtyard. Towering nearly a meter high, with the main gate locked down by enemy machine guns. Anxiously, he said, "Old Captain, Chu Ying is a die-hard member of the Security Bureau. He will never surrender. What should we do?" Zhu Daming waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoman, we must ensure the safety of the hostages. Armed assault won't work. I will take a diplomatic approach. Call Xiao Bingyi over. Li Xiaoman asked in confusion. Old Captain, why summon him? Do you think he can persuade Chu Ying to surrender? That is impossible. Zhu Daming urged. Hurry. He is a top student from the Central Police Academy, and he has a good relationship with Chu Ying. There should be hope. At that moment, Xiao Bingyi was feeling a tumult of emotions. In less than 15 minutes, his feelings had swung from despair to hope. He recognized Chu Ying's voice, filled with sorrow yet tinged with desperation, and felt a pang of sympathy. However, he was also saddened and wronged by Chu Ying's unfounded accusations. Director Chu, why are you fixated on me? If you are exposed, how can you blame me? When have I ever betrayed you? The alcohol he had consumed earlier surged through him, igniting a fire within, compelling him to seek clarity. He needed to clear his name. He would rather face death than live with the stigma of betraying his benefactor. He wanted to declare emphatically, I did not inform on you. Absolutely not. Just as he jumped from the tree, his brother Geng Bichong yanked him back. Xiaogu, he is a sharpshooter. Be careful not to get shot in the head. Geng Bichong was shorter than Xiao Bingyi. His oversized cap barely perched atop his head. During their mission, he had to keep the cap strap fastened. His plump face was too tight for comfort, and his eyes resembled those of a goldfish. From the restaurant across the police station, he could smell freshly cooked pork from hundreds of meters away. Ignoring the danger, Xiao Bingyi struggled and shouted, Don't pull me. I've never endured such injustice in my life. I need to clarify things with him. Geng Bichong pulled him back while urging, Xiaogu, are you trying to throw away your life? Shouting like this is useless. What will the leaders think? Xiao Bingyi panted heavily, glancing at him. So according to you, I should just suffer in silence. I don't even know who is behind this. Even if I jump into the Yangtze River, I want to be cleared of suspicion. Geng Bichong shot him a look, reminding him, Xiaogu, no matter who the informant is, those fools have long wanted to target you. If you don't achieve something soon, your brothers will have to follow you out. Xiao Bingyi was agitated by this. If they want to leave, let them. I'll earn my living with my own skills. Is it fair for them to blame me for informing? Geng Bichong rolled his eyes, continuing to reassure him, Xiaogu, it doesn't matter who is at fault. Don't be afraid, as long as we officially don our uniforms. Director Zhu will not ignore the lives of his comrades. Xiao Bingyi kicked him and cursed, you don't know anything. Director Chu told me that Shanghai is a stronghold for the Nationalist Army's counteroffensive. And American ships have already docked in Muzanka. If the Americans close their eyes and drop a bomb, there will be nothing left. Talking to you is like a blind person lighting a lamp. It is a waste of wax. You just don't understand. He flicked his teeth, dislodging some chives from between them, and muttered, The stir-fried spring chives at noon were quite good. Why are you suddenly mute? Geng Bichong shrugged it off, reminding him again, Xiaogu, don't listen to his nonsense. You know how much a bomb costs. I heard it takes a whole box of silver dollars. Do the Americans really want to spend that much? Rest assured, Director Zhu said Shanghai will soon be liberated. Li Xiaoman's voice called out. Xiao Bingyi, Director Zhu wants you to come over. There's a mission. Xiao Bingyi froze, feeling even more anxious. Director Zhu is giving me a mission? What could it be? He looked around in confusion. It was the 4th month of the lunar calendar. The hills were lush and colorful, and the mountains loomed like shadows in the drizzling rain. The gray sky loomed overhead like a vast dome. He felt his mood mirrored the weather, heavy clouds congesting his heart. Seeing him approach with his head down, Zhu Daming assigned him the task. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, I have a task for you that is both honorable and arduous. You are to represent me and negotiate Chu Ying's surrender. Xiao Bingyi felt a laugh bubbling inside him. How fortuitous. Just as he wished to save his benefactor, the order had come. He suppressed his excitement, feigning reluctance. Director Zhu, I fear I may find it challenging to accomplish such an important task, but what do you mean? Zhu Daming pressed eagerly. If you could provide a platoon, I would be willing to give it a try. He considered that this might be his final opportunity to clarify matters with Chu Ying. Although he felt resentment for the deception, he could not forget the assistance he had received in the past. One must act according to their conscience. He assessed that if a platoon suddenly appeared, it could pressure Chu Ying into surrender, thus repaying the favor for saving his life. If he approached alone, he certainly wouldn't harm him. However, who could guarantee that the little traitor wouldn't tremble at the sight of him standing resolutely? Zhu Daming thought for a moment and nodded. All right, how do you plan to meet him? You're not thinking of going in with a white flag, are you? Xiao Bingyi surveyed the terrain of the courtyard. Deep in thought, Zhu Daming pressed. Xiao Bingyi, do you have a plan to get in? Director Zhu, every creature has its own way. Chickens don't urinate. They all have their own paths. You needn't concern yourself with that. Zhu Daming was taken aback by his response, his face reddening in frustration as he shot him a glare. Controlling his emotions, he softened his tone. Take a small group and tell him that as long as he lays down his arms and does not harm the hostages, everything is negotiable. I will have Li Xiaoman send reinforcements. Still uneasy, he placed a hand on Xiao Bingyi's shoulder, speaking gently. Xiao Bingyi, you must understand. He is the deputy commander of the covert agents and possesses significant information. Ensure your own safety while trying to persuade him. Remember, if negotiations fail, you must prioritize safety and avoid taking his life. Upon hearing that reinforcements were coming, Xiao Bingyi thought they were sending him an entire platoon. The order not to kill Chu Ying was exactly what he desired, filling him with joy. Director Chu, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. He has not forgotten his kindness. As for danger, he no longer needed to worry. The naively Xiaoman, upon hearing gunfire, would jump away like a spring, impossible to restrain. With this thought, he darted toward the eastern wall like a lizard. Chapter 003. Where are your men? As he had anticipated, the terrain of the wall sloped from west to east, and indeed, there was a drainage ditch by the eastern wall. He knew that the walls in the mountains were not built with foundations. He then boasted to his brothers hiding under the tree, Brothers, Xiaogu has secured a platoon from the Liberation Army. Quickly find a shovel and dig away and to hide. An opportunity for merit is here. The brothers hurriedly dug a passage, crawling in, now covered in mud. Xiao Bingyi waited outside for Li Xiaoman and his platoon, but after a long time without sight of them, he prepared to head back to inquire about their whereabouts when Li Xiaoman rushed in. Xiao Bingyi checked to see if there were any soldiers behind him, only to be pushed through the wall by Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman instructed him to hide and approach the building's corner. Then ascend the stairs to rescue the hostages. Xiao Bingyi stood there like a statue, cautiously asking, Li Laozhang, where are your men? At the stairwell, the enemy guards, glancing towards the backyard, suddenly spotted an oddly adorned statue. For a moment, they were taken aback, holding their guns in confusion. Li Xiaoman didn't have time to respond. He shouted for Xiao Bingyi to drop down and leaped, tackling him. As they fell, both sides opened fire. Xiao Bingyi rolled over to see Li Xiaoman's arm bleeding profusely, realizing he had saved him. The grievances he had held against Li Xiaoman for over 20 days vanished in an instant. He helped him up, feeling grateful. Thank you, Li Laozhang, for saving my life. Enough chatter. Hurry up to the second floor to rescue the hostages. Li Xiaoman moved to a concealed spot, binding his wound as he shouted. The gunfire from the backyard signaled the commencement of the full assault. In the front yard, gunfire and cannon fire erupted, and indeed, Li Xiaoman took the lead. Charging forward, he eliminated the guards, calling for the hostages to retreat. The hostages, in a state of panic, crowded the staircase, only to be forced back by the enemy's gunfire. Seeing this, Xiao Bingyi wiped his face, glaring furiously at Li Xiaoman. Where is your platoon, if they don't come soon? My brothers will be sacrificed alongside the hostages. Xiao Bingyi, who said I brought a platoon? Li Xiaoman retorted. Xiao Bingyi, standing his ground, declared, Director Zhu instructed me to take action first, and you would follow with reinforcements. Yes, I have come. Haven't I? Li Xiaoman realized and chuckled softly. Wait, he only sent you for reinforcements. As Li Xiaoman inspected the confiscated firearms, he consoled his comrades, saying, Fear not. There are merely 20 or so agents in the courtyard. and I crave a more thrilling challenge. Quickly, go safeguard the hostages while I guard the staircase. Meanwhile, in the front building, Chu Ying noticed that the hostages in the back had been rescued and led a few men towards the rear. At the staircase, Li Xiaoman shouted curses while tossing several grenades. A few plainclothes officers charging up the stairs fell, retreating in disarray, observing that his comrades had taken the hostages into the central classroom. Xiao Bingyi felt a measure of relief. Next, he intended to approach Chu Ying in the front building to negotiate. Damn it, he thought. I fear this fellow's stubbornness. He noticed someone climbing over the railing in the west corridor and glanced back at the east corridor, where Li Xiaoman was focused on the stairs, unaware of the danger. Feeling compelled to act, he dashed behind a column in the corridor, drew his weapon, and prepared to fire. The click of the trigger echoed. But the chamber had not been loaded. He hastily readied it, and in an instant, the climber leaped into the corridor, rolling to aim his gun at Xiao Bingyi, faced with the ominous barrel of a gun. Xiao Bingyi raised his hands and called out, "Do not shoot. I am the representative for negotiations." Ha. A negotiator, you say? Who are you negotiating with? Chu Ying scoffed. You dare to ambush me, kneel. Realizing it was Chu Ying, Xiao Bingyi managed an awkward smile, kneeling and gently setting down his weapon. He felt both astonished and relieved. Just as he sought him out, Chu Ying had arrived. He sensed that today might favor him, and persuading the other side to surrender could succeed. Get down, Li Xiaoman shouted angrily as he glanced back toward the corridor. As his voice rang out, gunfire erupted. Chu Ying was hit in the arm and took cover behind a pillar, while Li Xiaoman was struck in the shoulder. Moving to the door, he shouted, "Xiao Bingyi, where are your men?" Chu Ying mocked. "Ha, the northerner, your men are all under my command. They want to shoot at their superior. How could you betray me?" Xiao Bingyi pleaded. "Director Chu, even if I were brave enough, I would never sell you out." Chu Ying burped from the alcohol and retorted, "You still deny it. I had always thought highly of you. But it seems you're ungrateful. You claim it was to you, yet why was I surrounded by the communists less than an hour after we spoke?" Xiao Bingyi felt deeply wronged. "Director Chu, I truly did not betray you. You know what kind of person I am." Chu Ying scoffed. "I once believed I understood you, but it appears I was mistaken. I made it clear at noon. If you did not wish to ascend, then lie low. My life is of little consequence, but you have jeopardized the party's significant affairs, and I must represent the party in dealing with you." Xiao Bingyi reminded him, "Director Chu, you are far more astute than I thought. If I truly intended to betray you, would you still have the chance to see me?" Chu Ying paused, contemplating, then nodded slightly, noticing the anger in Chu Ying's expression had softened. Xiao Bingyi seized the moment. "Director Chu, I took the risk to come on behalf of Director Chu to save you. Lay down your arms. This fight has no victor, and the people's government offers leniency." With disdain, Chu Ying replied, "Oh, you have surprised me. You seem to be managing well between the nationalists and communists. You think you are someone significant. Have you weighed your own worth? Enough of this talk. Strip off your uniform and toss it over here." As Xiao Bingyi knelt and began to undress, he asked, "Director Chu, my clothes are soaked and filthy. What use is there for them?" Chu Ying, seeing the People's Liberation Army advancing into the courtyard, urged, "Stop your prattling. Hurry up and undress." Li Xiaoman, witnessing Xiao Bingyi kneeling bare-chested, shouted, "Xiao Bingyi, stand up, you coward." Seeing him remain down, Li Xiaoman, red with rage, turned his weapon toward him and fired a round. He raised his gun to signal a warning while Chu Ying approached the pillar. Questioning, "You claim it was to you. Then tell me, who informed on me? I shall not let them escape justice." Xiao Bingyi rolled his eyes and shook his head. "I am equally perplexed. Director Chu, the courtyard is surrounded. Let us survive first. If you voluntarily lay down your arms, you shall benefit from favorable terms." Chu Ying laughed coldly. "How naive you are. Do you truly believe the communist propaganda? Have you considered why they have seized you? Why would they send you to prison? With your intelligence, how can you not see?" Xiao Bingyi, gathering his clothing, explained, "Director Chu, I was detained to escape, and someone framed me for imprisonment. Now I have cleared my name. Please, lay down your arms, brother. I implore you. If you do not lay down your arms now, it may be too late." Chu Ying, feeling a twinge of emotion, gazed at the overcast sky and asked, "Tell me honestly, can you guarantee I will be retained?" Xiao Bingyi lowered his head, disheartened. Noticing his silence, Chu Ying mocked, at a loss for words. "Are we? I see that you are still dreaming grandly." Xiao Bingyi recalled the influential Zhu Daming, aware that despite being a Navi youth, he viewed him as a class enemy. With Zhu in the picture, he could not rise to prominence. Suddenly filled with confidence, he half-truthfully argued, "Director Chu, I am already on the retention list. Approval will come within days. This meeting with you is to convey the leader's intentions. If you lay down your arms, everything will be negotiable. My relationship with the leadership is exceptionally good. They will surely honor my request. Brother, dear brother, for the sake of family, please lay down your arms. I beseech you." After speaking, he noticed Chu Ying's gaze brightening with familiarity, but his own spirits began to wane. Chapter 004. Who fired the shot? Chu Ying gazed around in confusion, sighing, "It is too late. My family is held hostage in Taiwan, and I bear blood debts to the communists." He glanced at Xiao Bingyi, his tone softening. "I do not believe you would betray me. My shouting is merely to help you remain hidden. The party is in turmoil, and I, Chu Ying, serve but one master. I cannot disregard the party's peril. Loyalty to the party is my vow." Seemingly touched, his voice grew gentler. "You remember when I mentioned my sister at noon, correct?" Xiao Bingyi rolled his eyes, confused. "Director Chu, what of your sister?" Chu Ying displayed disappointment. "I knew you weren't paying attention. A month ago, I sent her a letter, asking her to return to Nanjing to meet you. Unfortunately, she has yet to respond. What a pity. I cannot play matchmaker." Xiao Bingyi, eager to distance himself from the situation, knelt and replied, "Director Chu, why must you force this upon us? Your sister is of noble birth. I am but a commoner, unworthy of her." Seeing his lack of commitment, Chu Ying leaned against the pillar, muttering, "I knew you weren't listening. You shouldn't have drunk so much at noon. My sister and I share the same mother. We lacked familial warmth growing up, and I have always protected her. Rest assured, I will not meddle in your affairs. She is tall and stands out among beautiful women. She is absolutely deserving of you." Finally, he made a heartfelt plea. "If something were to happen to me, please find her in Shanghai. Just tell her it was my wish for you two to be together. You must promise me, little benefit, that you will never harm her or allow her to suffer." Xiao Bingyi was deeply moved, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Director Chu, I know you cannot let go of your sister. Please, it is only your survival that can ensure her protection." Noticing Chu Ying's silence, as if tears filled his eyes, he continued, "The party relies on you, and it cannot be salvaged. You have exerted yourself for the party in your early years. Now you must consider your family. Live for them, I implore you. Your earlier concerns have already been anticipated by the leadership. If you lay down your arms, past grievances will be overlooked." Chu Ying observed his men raising their hands as they descended the stairs, and saw the Liberation Army soldiers surging in. Realizing the inevitable defeat, gazing up at the cloud-covered sky, he lamented, "I understand your principles, little benefit. I have treated you fairly, and I entrust my sister to you. Please tell her I love her." With that, he suddenly raised his gun to his temple, the click echoing. He was out of bullets. He turned to Xiao Bingyi, shouting, "Give me a bullet. I will not hold it against you." Seeing Xiao Bingyi kneeling, head bowed, unmoving, he stepped out from behind the pillar, attempting to grasp the gun concealed in his clothing. By chance, he glanced into the classroom, shocked to see it, and the sound of a gunshot shattered the silence. Glass shattering everywhere. Hearing the gunfire near him, Xiao Bingyi tightened his grip on the wrapped weapon, and a low thud sounded as another shot rang out. He witnessed Chu Ying fall back, shock filling him as he crawled toward him. Bewildered, with terror etched on his face, Chu Ying lay on the ground, mouth agape, eyes wide toward the heavens. He turned to the window, screaming, "Gung Bichong, who fired that shot?" He had laid down his arms. Why was he still shot dead? Silence enveloped the classroom, no one responding. He cast a desolate glance at the lifeless figure, helplessly turning toward Li Xiaoman, who was barely conscious by the door, still managing to point at him with a finger. That gaze unmistakably blamed him for remaining on the ground. Gung Bichong was the last to exit the classroom. He peeked back at Xiao Gu, still slumped in his seat, and paused to offer some words of comfort. "Xiao Gu, killing Chu Ying is a good deed. You shouldn't be so heartbroken over it. The leadership won't be pleased. If anyone tries to hold you accountable, it's merely a matter of class stance. You've already faced enough misfortune. It's time to clear your mind." Xiao Bingyi looked at him in confusion, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. "I just asked you a question. Why didn't you answer? Who fired the gun in the classroom?" "Xiao Gu, there was no gunfire in the classroom. I only heard a shot in the corridor," Gung Bichong replied, then proceeded to check. The revolver was missing a bullet, and the police uniform bore a bullet hole. "Look, Xiao Gu, the uniform has a gunshot wound. You truly killed Director Zhu." Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, realizing the truth of Gung's words, as if struck by a thunderclap. He lamented, "Oh no, I've killed my benefactor." Zhu Daming had just seen off Li Xiaoman. Noticing Xiao Bingyi, shirtless and pale, he approached and kicked him, bellowing, "Xiao Bingyi, Lieutenant Li is gravely injured. Why has anyone gone to his aid?" Xiao Bingyi remained lost in his terror, his eyes glazed over, muttering to himself, "How could it be so precise? It's impossible. How could it be so precise?" Hearing this, Zhu Daming glanced at Zhu Ying's body, a mix of regret and anger washing over him. "Xiao Bingyi, I chose you to negotiate on my behalf to persuade him to surrender. Why did you kill him? Did you disregard my instructions?" It took Xiao Bingyi some time to regain his senses, questioning whether the gun had accidentally discharged. Looking at the bullet wound in the deceased's forehead only deepened his confusion. A revolver never obeyed the will of its user. Why was it so accurate today? He felt dizzy, the mountain scenery blurred by rain, and his heart fogged with uncertainty. Zhu Ying had laid down his weapon only to be shot dead. The mission assigned by Director Zhu remained unfulfilled. A voice seemed to mock him, whispering, "You ungrateful fool. You've killed your benefactor. How will you survive now?" Indeed, how would he survive? Exhausted, he clumsily ascended the stairs, only to lose his balance and tumble down. Unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself lying in the dormitory, several familiar faces swirling before him. A teary voice gently called out, "Xiao Gu, I'm Xiao. The brothers are here to see you." Xiao Bingyi struggled to open his eyes. And upon recognizing his comrades, warmth flooded his heart, tears streaming down to his ears. He exhaled deeply, as if releasing the pent-up regret and anguish within him. His brothers, overjoyed to see him awake, hurriedly brewed tea, patted his back, and tended to him as if he were royalty. As Xiao Bingyi surveyed his little brothers, he wondered how he had returned. Xiao informed him that the Liberation Army had carried him back on a stretcher and then invited. "Xiao Gu, can you still drink? We have a bit of money left." His brothers wanted to share a drink to ease Xiao Ji's distress. Xiao Bingyi, feeling weighed down emotionally and wishing to release his pent-up feelings, nodded in agreement. Xiao and the little brothers cheerfully headed to a small tavern across from the precinct to arrange dinner. Geng Bichong entered with a grim expression, shooting him a glance filled with grievances. "Xiao Gu, I'm not criticizing you, but feeling sorrow over killing a major traitor. Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Bingyi's previously good mood was once again disrupted by Geng's words. "Brother, in life and in work, one must act with conscience. He was my benefactor, and I should repay that kindness, regardless of his identity. If you were in dire straits, would you still care about the identity of the person who saved you?" Geng Bichong grumbled, unconvinced. "You can't interpret it that way. By your logic, if a poisonous snake saved you from drowning, would you still thank it?" Without hesitation, Xiao Bingyi replied, "Of course. Otherwise, how would the tale of the legend of the white snake endure through the ages?" Geng Bichong huffed in frustration. "You're utterly unreasonable. I'm done talking to you. The leadership is quite dissatisfied with your performance. Whether we get retained now hinges on this. We mustn't be careless." Xiao Bingyi stared at Geng Bichong's chubby face. Unable to comprehend, he didn't believe the gun could have misfired and killed Chu Ying, that he firmly believed Chu Ying had died from the shot fired in the classroom. Yet, killing Chu Ying was indeed an act of merit. He longed to achieve merit, but wondered why he couldn't accept it. Convince him. They would need to get him drunk in their group. Alcohol emboldened the timid. With a smile, he said, "Brother, tomorrow at noon, at the small restaurant across the street, I'll treat you all. Make sure to spread the word." Chapter 5. We belong to the same group. Xiao Bingyi entered the small restaurant with mixed emotions, ready to drink the comforting liquor prepared by his little brothers. After settling down, Xiao asked, "Xiao Gu, the major traitor you killed, was he the director who came looking for you in a small car?" Xiao Bingyi was momentarily taken aback, quickly clarifying, "Brothers, you arrived just in time. There are rumors circulating that Xiao Gu not only informed on others, but also killed his benefactor. The one spreading these rumors is quite cunning, hoping to incite trouble for Xiao Gu. Please, let everyone know that Xiao Gu is not an ungrateful person." To his surprise, the brothers present slumped like deflated balloons, their heads hanging low. Xiao, dispirited, mumbled, "I thought the major traitor was truly killed by Xiao Gu. Behind your backs, the brothers have all been praising you as a hero." They felt proud. Who would have guessed it was the case? How disappointing. Sighing, Xiao Bingyi remained silent and shifted the topic. "Xiao, you're here not just to see me, right? Please, share what's on your mind." Xiao nodded. "Xiao Gu, you're right. I brought them here for a significant matter. The government is very concerned about the homeless children post-liberation. Many brothers are returning home to find their families, and some have already registered with the street committee. The ones here wish to enlist in the army to help liberate all of China. However, they are just a tad underage and seek your assistance in this matter." Xiao Bingyi realized this was indeed important. He had wanted to assist them for a long time, but hadn't considered that in this new society, the people's government would not neglect these little brothers. Since they all wanted to enlist, he believed he could help. He also wished to have Xiao as his partner in solving cases. This boy was educated and sought vengeance for his fallen parents. As cups clinked together, a familiar melody played on the air reached his ears. Surprised, he thought, "What, is there someone else in Nanjing who can play this tune?" He quickly rose and scanned the surroundings. But the sound faded away. Realizing it was merely a figment of his imagination, he sat back down, his expression grave. Noticing Xiao Gu's unusual demeanor, the little brothers paused their drinking and silently observed him. Xiao, sensing that Xiao Gu had yet to recover from his sorrow, suggested the others return home while he stayed to comfort Xiao Gu. The two strolled along the street, conversing as they walked. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him, hesitating before speaking. "Can I offer you some advice?" Xiao Bingyi nodded. "Please do. I am open to suggestions." After a moment of silence, Xiao said, "Xiao Gu, I suspect you are still grieving over the death of the major traitor Chu Ying, correct?" Xiao Bingyi silently nodded. "To some extent. After all, he was my benefactor. I wanted to save him, but failed." He also felt sorrow for himself, having always advocated for neutrality. Zhu Ying's death inadvertently entangled him in political strife. Xiao Xiaoqiu's heartfelt words left him speechless. Xiao Gu, I understand your feelings, but I must ask, as a police officer and a detective, what is your purpose? Taken aback by such a question, Xiao Bingyi pondered for a moment before answering, to eliminate evil, promote good, and uphold justice. Xiao Xiaoqiu nodded, following his train of thought. In that case, let me ask you, does Zhu Ying qualify as an evil person? Extending this notion, are the agents of the secret police not evil? This. Xiao Bingyi grasped the intent behind Xiao Xiaoqiu's question. Xiao Xiaoqiu continued, countless underground party members have died at his hands. Based on this alone, he is not worthy of sympathy. Moreover, now that we are liberated, he would continue to oppose the people. He deserves his fate. You must consider that he was responsible for the deaths of my parents. Do you still feel sorrow for him? Xiao Gu, you are now a public security officer, and your identity has shifted. If you continue to harbor these feelings while serving in law enforcement, it will only weigh you down. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, looking at Xiao Xiaoqiu as if seeing a stranger, speechless. Xiao Gu, you are an intelligent man. Some things are not for me to say. You have treated me well, which is why I dare to offer this gentle reminder. You are well aware of a police officer's responsibilities. What constitutes good? What constitutes evil? What is justice? You should understand better than I. Xiao Xiaoqiu had much more to say, but upon seeing Xiao Bingyi's agitated demeanor, he abruptly changed the subject. Xiao Gu, the secretary of the East District Committee has contacted me that he asked if I had any requests and mentioned that the organization hopes I will continue my high school education, which I declined. Xiao Bingyi was astonished. Isn't that a good thing? How could you refuse? Xiao Xiaoqiu explained, I have matured. Not only will I not burden the country, but I also want to contribute to the construction of the new China. This is the wish of my parents. In these past 2 years, I have come to understand many truths. After my parents' incident, it felt as though I grew up overnight. Xiao Bingyi was once again taken aback. Not realizing his ideological maturity was so profound and broad-minded, he nodded in admiration and asked, by the way, have the leaders in the East District found the traitor who betrayed your parents? He asked casually, but he noticed Xiao Xiaoqiu's expression darken at the mention. I do not expect them to. I want to learn from you how to investigate cases during this time. I intend to uncover the reasons behind my parents' arrest and restore their honor. Xiao Bingyi, puzzled, asked, restore their honor? What do you mean? Tears welled in Xiao Xiaoqiu's eyes as he spoke with indignation. The secretary said my parents were arrested due to their own mistakes. In a fit of anger, I struck him with a broom. I had long awaited the words that finally came. And you must wonder if such a statement does not infuriate. Xiao Bingyi was at a loss for words. Feeling a sense of injustice for him that a life has been sacrificed. Even if there is blame to be assigned, such words should not be uttered. How disheartening it is, he silently vowed. Brother, in other matters, Xiao Gu may not be of assistance, but restoring your parents' honor, I shall certainly help. Noticing that Xiao Xiaoqiu was still engulfed in sorrow and anger, he changed the topic. Xiaoqiu, it is imperative that you complete your studies. The new society requires individuals of knowledge and capability. Xiao Gu, I have not neglected my studies these past 2 years. When Lao Bian took me away, I had only a backpack that I gathered all my high school textbooks from the garbage station. By the time I met you, I had already consumed all the high school texts. I believe this is the best way to cherish the memory of my parents. I sought you out at the police academy because I wished to learn from you, to enter the police academy and earn my living through my own abilities. This is the reason I declined the good intentions of the Eastern District leadership. He motioned for Xiao Gu to sit on the stone steps by the street, casting a sly glance at him, cautiously inquiring, Xiao Gu, there is a saying that like attracts like, do you not feel that we belong to the same group? Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, intrigued, and asked, what makes you say that? Xiao Xiaoqiu replied softly, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt this connection that I cannot explain why, but I seem to see my own reflection in you. On the day I was scavenging, you sat there lost in thought before dawn. Your expression, your state, mirrored my own from before, that I could sense your pain and helplessness, and I could guess the journey of your heart. I empathized with your despair when you were rejected by every private detective agency and other professions throughout the city. And there is more. Xiao Bingyi gazed at his kindred spirit, that ethereal soul, asking, what else? Noticing him silent, he urged, why do you leave half your words unspoken? We are of the same ilk. What is there to hold back? Speak plainly. Xiao Xiaoqiu, feeling pleased with his performance, looked up resolutely. Moreover, we share a common dream. That is, that. Xiao Bingyi grew increasingly anxious. Xiaoqiu, what is the matter with you today? Do you intend to drive Xiao Gu to desperation? What is it? Speak quickly. Chapter 006. We share a common dream. Seeing him walk into his trap, Xiao Xiaoqiu finally said earnestly, It is simply that I do not know much about your past. Xiao Bingyi exhaled a sigh of relief, perplexedly asking, what do your dreams have to do with knowing about Xiao Jiyi's past? Xiao appeared embarrassed. I meant no offense that I wanted to say that my grand dream intertwines with your smaller dream. Both are connected to you. Xiao Bingyi was utterly baffled. Xiao, both of your dreams are related to me. The more I listen, the more confused I become. What is the connection? Speak up. Xiao relaxed a little. All right then. I wish to know when you began to have this dream. Xiao Bingyi countered. What dream do I have? First, tell Xiao Gu what your dream is. Xiao shyly confessed. As a child, I had two dreams, to become a bridge engineer and to be a writer. After my parents' incident, I found myself in a new conflict. Xiao Bingyi curiously asked, what conflict? Two dreams, simply choose the one you deem more important. He suggested. Xiao shook his head. It is not easy to choose. I believe both are significant. When I saw your article at the garbage station, I began to admire you. I sought you out at the police academy to inquire about the path to becoming a detective. To seek vengeance for my parents' murderer. Now, these two dreams have evolved. I wish to become both a detective and a writer, which is quite a dilemma. That he paused for a moment before continuing. My father was a bridge engineering professor at Southeast University, and he hoped I would inherit his legacy. My mother taught literature at Nanjing Women's College, and wished for me to pursue a literary career as a writer, but my parents had significant disagreements about what career I should pursue, and they often argued heatedly. Xiao Bingyi burst into laughter. Xiao, you are right. We truly are of the same group, both suffering in our own ways. Your situation is better than mine. Your parents did not pressure you. However, I had no choice. Xiao, this little bull, was led down the path by the old cow. Xiao laughed, revealing his true thoughts. Xiao, to be frank, I originally leaned more towards becoming an engineer. My science was good, but my foundation in literature was lacking. These past 2 years, I have gained new insights about life and wish to express them through writing. After a brief pause, he murmured, I am deeply conflicted. To avenge my parents, I must become a detective. Yet, I cannot suppress the creative urge within me. Xiao Bingyi suggested. Xiao, your thoughts are not contradictory. You can solve cases when busy and write during your leisure time. Just like the great British author Conan Doyle, who solely wrote detective novels, you will surely become China's own Sherlock Holmes. Xiao looked at him, chuckling quietly, then said earnestly, you are right. I will now resolve to become a writer solely focused on detective stories. But there will be difficulties. Xiao Bingyi promptly stated. If you encounter any challenges, speak up. Xiao Gu will certainly do his utmost. Xiao then smiled. With Xiao Ji's attitude, I feel reassured. I wish for my debut work to be a detective story. I have even thought of a title. But, Xiao Bingyi eagerly asked, why are you hesitating again? What is it? Xiao deliberately hesitated. But, I am concerned that it may not succeed. I would invest effort, yet it might not get published. Xiao Bingyi hurriedly encouraged him. Xiao, let me share a saying with you. Efforts do not betray the earnest, and one must not lose heart in the face of adversity. Those with ambition shall ultimately succeed. Xiao shook his head. I do not worry about that. I am concerned that the male protagonist in my book may not pass the test. Xiao Bingyi was perplexed. If you write him with sincerity, what is there to worry about? Why would he not pass? The male protagonist in my book has a slight issue. He knows only how to solve cases but not for whom he is solving them. His understanding is muddled. Xiao Bingyi sensed that he was subtly criticizing him and remained silent for a moment. Then asked clumsily, what is the title of your book? I wish to use you as a prototype. I have thought of 3 titles. One is a play on Ostrovsky's novel, titled How the Detective Was Forged. The second title is Chronicles of a Detective. The third title is The Dream Pursuit of This Person. Ultimately, which one to use will depend on the material. Xiao Bingyi chuckled awkwardly. You wish to base a character on me. How can I be compared to Pavel Korchagin? Chronicles of a Detective? You could solve the cases I have handled. The dream pursuit of this person. What dream am I chasing? Do I even have dreams? Xiao confidently replied. You and Pavel are both heroes. Moreover, you do have dreams. Do you remember the night we drank before you began scavenging? When he nodded, she continued. You were truly heartfelt when intoxicated. That night you repeatedly emphasized that you had always wanted to be the first detective of the East. You said it seemed your dream could not be realized. You concluded by saying you would persistently strive to the end. That one sentence moved me. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, for although he harbored dreams of becoming a detective, he had never shared them with anyone. Could it be that he truly spoke out of turn while intoxicated? Xiao continued. If you were not deeply interested in solving cases, obsessed with the platform for solving crime, you would not have hidden it from your mother to attend the police academy. Observing his indifferent reaction, he added, nor would you have humbly searched for detective agencies throughout the city. Nor would you have worked with the notorious spy Chu Ying. Xiao gazed at him for a moment, earnestly asserting, "That night of drinking, I gained some understanding of you. You appear refined on the outside, yet your heart is rebellious. For the sake of your dreams, you remain steadfast and unyielding to no hardship can deter your faith and determination to achieve your dreams. Xiao Go, in my eyes, you are a contemporary hero, akin to Kwa Fu chasing the sun. Alas, what a pity." Xiao Bingyi recognized that his final lament was a veiled reference to his own foolishness that he declared, "Indeed, I have dreams of becoming a detective. In truth, we both share this aspiration. For both of us, as long as we strive, the title of detective is not merely a dream. However, to be regarded as a detective without having solved many cases might invite ridicule. You should not consider me as a prototype. I am not as noble as you portray, nor am I a hero that I understand your intent. You mean well, and wish to remind Xiao Go." He affectionately patted Xiao's shoulder. "You have given Xiao Go much to ponder. I shall certainly reflect upon it." Xiao retorted, "What more is there to contemplate? Even in liberation, the spies continue their reckless ways, disrupting the stability of people's lives. Can you refrain from intervening? Your name, Bingyi, signifies a commitment to justice. This is easily understood. May I inquire if your name this person is derived from the 3 chapters of Mencius? If it indeed comes from the phrase heaven entrusts great responsibilities to this person, my debut work's theme will be elevated and enriched." Xiao Bingyi did not respond immediately, his expression serious as he gazed at the starry summer night sky. Muttering to himself, "The name this person was ingrained in me by my father from a young age is somewhat laughable. These 2 characters have already become part of my very being." Xiao Bingyi's father, Xiao Kai, hailed from the suburban Hengnan town. Before graduating from high school, he had secretly pledged his life to a female classmate, Lin Kersen, from the same town. After graduating from high school, the Xiao family visited the Lin family to propose marriage. Only to be rejected, the matchmaker inquired about the reason for the delay, to which the response was that Lin's young lady had already been promised to the esteemed Zhou family as son. Zhou Xingye, Master Zhou had urged his son, who was conducting business in Shanghai, to return home for the wedding, which was set to take place in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Kai felt as though lightning had struck him and hurried to find Lin Kersen. Lin Kersen was determined to break free from the constraints of antiquated customs, advocating for love to soar freely. Xiao Kai, however, disapproved, believing such actions amounted to elopement. Despite the Xiao family's humble means, they held steadfast to the teachings of Confucius, valuing morality and propriety above all. While forming a union was indeed a commendable pursuit, it must be conducted with decorum. How could one elope? Conducting oneself with integrity was paramount. Elder Xiao believed that any matrimonial arrangements should involve a thorough discussion among all parties involved. The moment Zhou Xingye departed from Shanghai, he had concocted a myriad of excuses to resist the marriage. However, upon returning home and encountering the ethereal beauty of Lin Kersen, he was instantly captivated. After a night of anguished contemplation, he ultimately decided to heed his father's wishes and marry her that very day. Chapter 007. The rebellious union. The elder meticulously pondered the reasons that would persuade the Lin family. He was convinced that his son would successfully win Lin Kersen's heart. The day of negotiations between the Xiao and Lin families coincided with the day Zhou Xingye made his final decision. Lin Kersen's parents had clearly defined roles. Her father was tasked with dealing with the Xiao family while her mother prepared for the marriage to Zhou Xingye. Xiao Kai stood at the door, his heart ablaze with anticipation, hoping for good news from his father. Instead, he was met with a stormy expression, indicating that he had suffered some indignity. Alas, their family's poverty had led the Lin family to disregard them. A woman from a family so driven by material wealth was not suitable for their son. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Kai understood that his hopes were dashed. He felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. His heart torn asunder. He sought out Lin Kersen, only to be met with a closed door. A servant discreetly informed him that Lin Kersen had initially resisted the marriage with all her might, but ultimately, yielding to her parents' insistence, had agreed to marry Zhou Xingye. Tears welled up in Xiao Yotsai's heart as he clenched his fists tightly. He watched as Zhou Xingye, clad in a bright red robe, made his grand entrance to wed the one he loved, and his heart ached like a knife wound. The deafening sound of firecrackers echoed from the bridge, and in a fit of rage, he left, determined to forge a new path and return in triumph. The Xiao family was deeply troubled by their son's departure, their hearts heavy with worry. They soon fell ill, burdened with grief over their son's marriage. The elder couple passed away, leaving the Xiao family unaware of their son's whereabouts, forcing them to lay them to rest in peace. Xiao Kai wandered through various trades in the county town. Living in destitution, he resorted to begging in Nanjing, becoming a vagrant without need for disguise. To fill his belly and secure a roof over his head, he enrolled in the Nanjing Police Academy. Under the dim light of the night, he studied diligently. Soon, he faced graduation and assignment. Director Mo Kuan of the Eastern District Police Station, upon reviewing the files, immediately recognized the promising Xiao Yukai. He conveyed to Xiao that the Eastern District Police Station was the seat of the Republic's government. A position of great significance. Naturally, the ambitious Xiao Yukai was drawn to this prospect. Through his keen intellect and hard work, he gained a reputation for solving cases over the course of 2 years. Director Mo, a few years his senior and renowned for his appreciation of talent, took a particular interest in him, promoting him to the rank of detective. He felt that this was the opportune moment to honor his parents. Dressed in a police uniform, he believed he could finally return home in glory. Little did he know that his parents had passed away 2 years prior, and in his grief, he ground his teeth in anger. Vowing to settle the score with Zhou Xingya. One day while on patrol, he encountered a group of ruffians bullying a beautiful girl. Without hesitation, he stepped in to rescue her. The girl, Yang Ling, was a local. The only child of a teacher at a normal school, soon to graduate, strikingly beautiful. Though slightly self-conscious about her prominent front teeth, she was instantly enamored by her savior, captivated by his tall stature and handsome features. Upon learning that he had graduated from the police academy adjacent to her school, her joy was palpable. The ancients had proclaimed that fate would bring kindred spirits together, and her dream prince had finally appeared. As their meetings became more frequent, they exchanged glances filled with affection. Following customary marriage protocols, Xiao Yukai was soon to visit the Yang family for an interview. However, Yang Ling's father, a teacher with a past marred by wrongful imprisonment, harbored a deep disdain for police misconduct. Understanding the situation, Yang Ling cautioned Xiao Yukai to avoid wearing his uniform during their meeting and not to reveal his identity as a detective. Instead, claiming he was a recent graduate aspiring for a teaching position. If her father inquired about his profession, he should merely nod in agreement. Xiao Yukai, however, found this notion troubling. What is this talk? He thought. In matters of integrity, one must be honest. How can I be forced into deceit? Lies may conceal the truth temporarily, but they cannot be hidden forever. Once uncovered, how can one face the world? Moreover, he pondered how he could ask for the hand of Yang Ling if he were to appear without a profession, which would tarnish his image as a man. He believed that his position as a detective would demonstrate to her parents that their daughter had made the right choice. When Yang Ling saw him approach in his police uniform, she nearly fainted. Oh, this stubborn man. Why won't he listen to reason? She thought frantically, rushing to him and insisting he change his clothes immediately, or she would have to cancel the interview. Xiao Yukai, defiant, countered, "What's wrong with wearing my uniform?" With an impatient flick of his arm, he pushed Yang Ling aside, striding confidently to meet her father. Yang Ling's parents witnessed this scene from the door and quickly shut it. After a few knocks, she found a note slipped through the crack. Reading it, she collapsed at the threshold. Ling. Your mother and I vehemently oppose your marriage to that police officer. If you still wish to be our daughter, extinguish this flame immediately. In that moment, Xiao Yukai, witnessing the anguish in Yang Ling's tear-filled eyes, began to understand the gravity of the situation. He slapped himself, cursing, "Xiao Yukai, what have you done? You've ruined a good thing." He rushed to apologize to Yang Ling, trying to console her, but all their efforts to gain acceptance met with closed doors. That day, the couple ascended Purple Mountain, beseeching the heavens to bless their union. The heavens seemed to respond. A torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning persisted until dawn. Trapped in a small pavilion, cold and hungry, they huddled together for warmth. As they endured the storm, they felt a profound connection, believing that the unusual weather signified divine presence. That night, as the moon hid shyly behind the clouds, they exchanged dreams at dawn, awakening to a blinding flash of light and a booming thunderclap. Excitedly, Xiao Yukai shared with Yang Ling that he had dreamed of her giving birth to a son. Guided by a glowing white-bearded elder who insisted, "Heaven has entrusted great responsibilities to this child. You must ensure he accomplishes great things." Coincidentally, Yang Ling had also dreamed of the goddess of childbirth declaring, "Your daughter is no ordinary person. She is destined for greatness." As they exchanged their dreams, they concluded that both the white-bearded elder and the goddess represented celestial will. They agreed that regardless of the child's gender, they must fulfill a significant destiny. However, they differed in their interpretations of what that great task could be. Yang Ling asked Xiao Yukai if the elder had specified what great deeds awaited. He strained to recall, but could not. What about the goddess? Did she mention any grand purpose? Their silence hung heavy, leaving them to explore their imaginations. Yang Ling believed that whether male or female, the child should pursue a career in education, fulfilling her father's long-held wish to enlighten the next generation. Xiao Yukai, on the other hand, argued that the elder's personal visitation hinted at extraordinary importance. The child must shoulder a divine mission to protect the populace. They must express gratitude for this opportunity by ensuring the child became a police officer. safeguarding the peace, seeing the determination in his eyes. Yang Ling realized he was resolute. You know, I have defied my parents that if you love me, let our child be the bridge of communication with my grandfather. He will surely forgive us upon learning our legacy continues. Surely, you wouldn't want your child to grow up without grandparents, would you? Xiao Yukai, feeling the weight of her words, nodded, guilt washing over him. Yang Ling, rest assured, your dreams will come true. I am amenable. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. He then teased her. Are you upset about not obtaining your diploma, wanting our son to take over? Yang Ling playfully shoved him out of the pavilion. Fortunately, love bridged their differences. If their child were a daughter, she would inherit her mother's legacy and become a teacher. If a son, he would follow in his father's footsteps, attending the police academy to protect the peace, upon discovering their daughter had made such a momentous decision. Yang Ling's father was enraged, nearly spitting blood. In despair, he resolved to disown her. Yang Ling's mother sought the principal's intervention at the school, striving to salvage their daughter's future. Yet, the principal could do little. The complexities of family matters were beyond his reach. All he could offer was a threat of withholding her diploma. Yang Ling, however, was beyond caring. She had pursued her education to find a good husband, and now she had done so. Whether she received her diploma or not was of little consequence. In a fit of rebellion, she moved her belongings into Xiao Yukai's dormitory, and they shared a bed. When it came time for the wedding, Yang Ling's parents refused to give their blessing. With no fanfare, no congratulations, and no festivities, they were left with only Xiao Yukai's rowdy friends to celebrate. The two were married in a state of melancholy. Less than a year later, they welcomed a son. While Yang Ling was overjoyed at the birth of her son, she felt a profound emptiness at her parents' absence, mourning the fact that she had not borne a daughter, which left her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 008. Fortune hidden in misfortune. Xiao Yukai's feelings were in stark contrast to Yang Ling's. The arrival of a son was a monumental joy for the Xiao family, who had been the sole heirs for generations. He had once heard a fortune teller on the street say that during moments of love, clarity and purity were paramount. The determination of whether one's offspring are wise or foolish is a matter of great import. The couple, in harmony with the celestial omens, chose to spend the night amidst nature. With genuine reverence towards the heavens and the earth, they were assured of the spiritual essence of Mount Zijin and the purity of the skies. In summary, it was evident that their son was no ordinary being. He was filled with exuberance, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary life into the Xiao family. Laughter became his constant companion, echoing through the serene night. He felt as though the spring of life had finally arrived. On the day of his son's full moon celebration, a grand banquet was held. As the saying goes, fortune often lies in misfortune, and misfortune in fortune. Xiao Yukai, in a state of elation from the wine, found himself in a predicament. Colleagues inquired about the preferences of Director Mo Kun, and in a bid to showcase his close ties with the director, he made light of the director's private matters at the banquet. A classmate, along with colleague Gung Jingzhu, discreetly reported the information to the director. Upon learning of Zhao's drunken bravado, Director Mo merely scoffed, his anger restrained. However, Gung Jingzhu, seeing the director's calm, chose to fan the flames. Bringing the matter to the attention of the director's wife, Gung understood the potency of such a smoldering resentment. Consequently, Director Mo's domestic life became tumultuous, and Xiao Yukai was likely to face dire consequences in his career as well. He hid in the shadows, observing the unfolding events, ready to act. Director Mo's father-in-law had connections with high-ranking government officials due to his past involvement in the Tongminghui. This connection had undoubtedly aided Mo's ascent to the directorship. The revelation of infidelity would unleash the fury of his wife, who threatened divorce, insisting on the director's downfall as well. The household descended into chaos. Director Mo, angered, demanded that Xiao Yukai prove the baselessness of the claims, declaring them mere drunken nonsense. Realizing he had offended his superior, an unintentional misstep born of inebriation, Xiao approached the director, trembling, and admitted to his drunken folly, asserting that no such incident had occurred. The director's wife, however, directed her ire at Xiao, insisting that her husband dismiss the slanderous officer as a warning to others. Despite his reluctance to part with such a talented officer, Director Mo knew he had to display his authority. Summoning the entire police force, he announced the disciplinary action. Xiao Yukai, for his slanderous remarks at the banquet, was to be dismissed. Devastated, Xiao gathered his personal belongings from the office, only to be summoned once more by Gung Jingzhu to meet the director. In front of Gung, Director Mo slammed the table and kicked a stool in frustration, raising a teacup as if to hurl it at the incompetent officer. Unfortunately, his aim faltered, and the cup struck Gung Jingzhu on the head, causing him to collapse in a bloody heap. Director Mo, after glaring at him for a moment, ordered that he be taken to the infirmary for treatment. Then, with a sidelong glance at the hapless Xiao, he advised, "Brother, you should return to your hometown police station and preserve your position. Here is a letter of introduction." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling, naturally, had her say, "Drinking like a fool, and now you've lost your mind. Are you envious of others' fortunes?" Xiao Yukai felt immense shame and regret, slapping himself in despair. Given his disposition, had he not been devoted to his beloved career, he would have resigned long ago. He could not bear to part with the vibrant life of his profession. Remembering Director Mo's advice, he resolved to return to his hometown. With matters as they stood, he needed to safeguard his identity as a police officer as long as he remained in a position to solve cases. He could endure anything. After all, who could blame him for speaking out while intoxicated? Even if he returned home in a police uniform, the townsfolk would regard him with newfound respect. Upon reporting back, he discovered that the former director had been reassigned. In his helplessness, he opened the letter, revealing not a letter of introduction but rather an appointment letter. Xiao Yukai was named the new director of the Hungnan Town Police Station. The personnel at the station recognized him as a favored subordinate of the director, and soon, they vied for his favor. One informant discreetly hinted at the reason for his misfortune, asking if he was aware of who had betrayed him. Xiao, caught off guard, shook his head. A police friend suggested he investigate the other attendees at the banquet to uncover the snitch. He had hosted several tables that night, making it difficult to recall who had conspired against him. After returning home and reflecting, he quickly deduced that Geng Jingzhu was the culprit, as they had always competed covertly during their school days. But what good would this knowledge do him now? The event had transpired, and there was no turning back. Besides, Geng's injury from the teacup was likely a deliberate warning from the director. The unexpected turn of events delayed his naming of his son. But now he had ample time to ponder the matter. He believed that naming his son was of utmost importance. The name should remind the child of the great responsibilities bestowed upon him by heaven, embody the aspirations of their ancestors for the family's honor, and reflect his own unfulfilled ambitions and hopes. After days of diligent study, each time he turned a page, he would wash his hands, light incense, bow to his ancestors, and pay homage to the heavens. Inspired by the works of Confucius, he settled upon a name of distinction for his son. Yang Ling, however, was not in agreement. "What, Siren? You want your son to be the laughter of the world? What a ridiculous notion," Xiao Yui clarified. "No, it's not laughing to death, but Xiao Siren. Heaven has bestowed great responsibilities upon this person. As Confucius said." Yang Ling, in anger, retorted, "Who cares who said it? The three characters all sound the same. To others, it will simply sound like laughing to death. Who can tell the difference? No way." Yang Ling, having borne the family line, was resolute. Xiao Yukai had no choice but to continue his search for a name. The only texts he could consult were those of Confucianism and Mencius. The essence of Confucian teachings is rooted in benevolence, loyalty, and justice. Confucius particularly advocated that every individual should uphold a sense of justice, act with fairness, and remain selfless. By diligently pursuing justice and truth, one could achieve inner harmony and societal balance. This resonated deeply with Xiao Yukai. The Xiao family had always adhered to the principle of acting with conscience. Was this not the finest interpretation of Confucian teachings? Since Siren was not acceptable, he decided on being it. He learned from his previous missteps, carefully laying the groundwork with Yang Ling before revealing his choice. "Our son's name is Xiao Bingyi. The name signifies that the son will uphold justice and accomplish great deeds. Do you remember the insights we shared in the pavilion on Mount Zijin? The tumultuous winds and the thunderous roars were all for our son's journey." Though Yang Ling had not graduated from her teaching program, her literary prowess was commendable. Tilting her head, she dissected each character. Bingyi, upholding justice, it seems Confucius had a similar notion. "Well, I suppose I can give old Kong a nod." Xiao Yukai outwardly acquiesced to her wishes while inwardly maintaining that his son was indeed surrounded. He knew he must act swiftly and covertly, engaging in subtle maneuvers, before his son reached school age. Whenever Yang Ling was away, he would surreptitiously impart ideals to his child. He would ask, "Who are you?" The child would respond, "I am your son. You are my dad." Frowning, he would insist, "Wrong. Think again," with wide, curious eyes. The child would ask, "Am I not your son?" With a serious tone, he would press, "I ask you, who are you?" After a moment of contemplation, the child would clap his hands and giggle, "He, I am my mom's son." Furious, he would retort, "I didn't ask whose son you are. I asked, who are you?" The child, as if awakening to a realization, would puff out his chest, "I am Xiao Bingyi." Exasperated, he would close his eyes. "Wrong. I didn't ask your name. I asked, who are you?" The child, with his bright eyes, thought he had finally grasped the question. "I am a man." He would glare at the child until the little one, intimidated, lowered his gaze. "Nonsense. Who doesn't know you are a man? I ask you, who are you?" As he observed the child alternating between prideful glances and bashful silence, a stroke of inspiration struck him. Bingyi, you learn from Dad. Whatever Dad says, you repeat. The child nodded eagerly. Bingyi, you learn from Dad. Whatever Dad says, you repeat. He shook his head. Bingyi, don't learn that one. Learn what I say next. The child nodded again. Bingyi, don't learn that one. Learn what Dad says next. He stared intently at the child, realizing that whatever he said, the child would echo. With a smirk, he declared, I am Siren. The child shook his head emphatically. I am a living person. Chapter 009. A battle for territory between husband and wife. Xiao Kai, with eyes as red as blood, felt on the brink of madness. Why aren't you learning? The child, somewhat frightened, echoed. Why aren't you learning? Xiao Kai, in despair, collapsed onto the ground, covering his face, overwhelmed by feelings of pain, regret, helplessness, and fatigue. The child, witnessing this scene, became genuinely frightened and seized the opportunity to whisper. I am Siren. Xiao Kai, surprised, wiped his face and smiled. Ah, that's more like it. Remember, the one who upholds righteousness is Xiao Bingyi. Seeing his son finally understanding, he pressed on. What is your dream? The child, still confused, asked, What dream? I don't understand. Xiao Kai replied, A dream is what you think about when you sleep. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement. When I sleep, I think about eating sweet cakes from old Guai's shop. Xiao Kai scolded lightly. What a lack of ambition. Only thinking about food. I meant to ask what you want to do when you grow up. The child pondered for a moment, then answered with determination. When I grow up, I will definitely buy a sweet cake and eat my fill. Xiao Kai closed his eyes and shook his head, pulling out a cake to coax the child. Tell me. Besides eating cake, what else do you want to do? The child snatched the cake, took a bite, and replied while chewing, After eating, I will sleep, and when I wake up, I will eat again. Furious, Xiao Kai exclaimed. You little rascal, all you think about is eating. He knew he had to be patient, and after several days of relentless effort, he gradually led his son onto the right path. He remained unconvinced and frequently assisted his son with revision. On this particular day, he posed a question. Bingyi, please listen to the question. Mencia said, Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon this person. What does it mean? The little lantern-eyed boy pondered for a moment and replied. It means that the heavens want to assign significant tasks to your son. Xiao Kai nodded slightly. Yes, that's correct. Remember, the descendants of the Xiao family must achieve great things to honor our ancestors. Oh, understood. The little lantern-eyed boy thought he could conclude the conversation and reached for a pancake. However, Xiao Kai took the pancake in his hand but did not give it to him. The questions grew increasingly profound. Please listen to the next question. Do you know what constitutes a great task? The little lantern-eyed boy scratched his head and uncertainly answered. It seems like being a detective. To be unprecedented and unrivaled. Xiao Kai patted his son's small shoulder. Exactly, you must be unparalleled. At least the greatest detective in the East. Oh, understood. Dad, what is a detective? The little lantern-eyed boy asked in confusion as he received the pancake. Xiao Kai was taken aback by the question and stammered. A detective. A detective is not a thing. It's a person. So, are you and Mom detectives? The little lantern-eyed boy asked earnestly. Xiao Kai, wanting to acknowledge himself as a detective but feeling the need to maintain the standards of being one, replied, Your father is not a detective yet, but will be soon. Oh, Dad, so you and Mom are not even people right now? The little lantern-eyed boy still asked seriously. Xiao Kai felt cornered by his son and prepared to make a swift exit. What are you saying? Your father and mother are indeed people. Oh, understood. My parents are already detectives. I want to be a detective. The little lantern-eyed boy clapped his hands and jumped with joy. Xiao Kai stood there, his heart aching with tears. That day, Xiao Bingyi had just celebrated his 3rd birthday. From then on, an indelible mark of this person was stamped onto his young heart, leading to confusion and mockery from classmates during his primary school years regarding names and identities. The beautiful patriotic overseas Chinese principal, Zhang, returned to her hometown to establish a primary school, aspiring to educate and save the nation by starting with the children. By the time the school opened, Xiao Bingyi was already 10 years old. Compared to his peers, he was well educated and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Yang Ling, disapproving of the old-fashioned private tutors, did not want her son to be left behind. At the same time, to fulfill her husband's wishes, she devoted her energies to her son. When her son was 5, she began his early education at home. Compared to their neighbors, this was considered an early start. She first inquired about her son's interests. Son, what do you plan to do when you grow up? The son succinctly replied, to be a detective. Yang Ling was taken aback and asked, what does a detective do? The son responded, to accomplish great things, make a name for oneself, bring glory to the family, and revitalize the Xiao clan. Yang Ling furrowed her brows. Son, you're still so young. How do you know so much? Who taught you this? The son paused and pouted. This person. Dad. Yang Ling was astonished. This person? Who is that? Oh, don't speak nonsense. She recalled the naming controversy and speculated that her husband harbored ulterior motives. She lamented that Xiao Yukai was not teaching their son properly. He is still so young. Talking about dead people sounds so creepy. Xiao Yukai, engrossed in his book, retorted, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. I only teach him about this person. Why should I talk about the dead? Yang Ling sighed. I know you're unwilling, but you shouldn't harm our son. You know why my parents opposed you. Xiao Yukai, noticing her tears, set down his book and asked for the reason. How many police officers are not corrupt, extorting and bullying the common people? She replied. Xiao Yukai grew displeased and questioned. Are you saying your husband is not a good person? Yang Ling nitpicked his words. I didn't say you. You're one of the few good ones. Xiao Yukai chuckled. Exactly. There are good people among the police. I promise to guide our son on the right path, to be a great person. Seizing the opportunity, he added, those two old folks. Where else could they find such a good son-in-law like me? Yang Ling wiped her tears and retorted, oh, you're the one who picked from the good people. You stole their daughter and still have the gall to say that. Xiao Yukai protested. How can you say that? It was their daughter who recognized that I am the best man in the world and chose to be with me. Yang Ling chuckled, seeing him in good spirits, and took the chance to express her views. Yukai, I want our son to be a teacher, to educate and nurture others, to be an engineer of the human soul. Xiao Yutsai's eyes widened in protest. No way. The men of the Xiao family must accomplish great things. There is no other path but to become a police officer. Yang Ling stood her ground. Xiao Yukai, in other matters, I will defer to you, but our son must be a teacher. Xiao Yukai sensed the impasse and thought, our son is already on the right path. She is unlikely to change her mind. So I might as well concede for now. Sigh, good men shouldn't quarrel with women. What can I do? Being a good man. I will leave our son's education to you. Yang Ling finally smiled. In her delight, she took the initiative to oversee her son's early education and set quantifiable goals. Before he turned 10, he should learn 3,000 characters and reach the mathematical proficiency of a primary school graduate. Xiao Yukai would not easily concede his ground, quickly delineating boundaries. I think it can work. The ideal education of our son belongs to the father. This was a hardship for this person. Each morning he would wake up to recite texts. In the afternoon, he would practice writing. And in the evenings, he would count on his fingers to do arithmetic. He watched enviously as his peers went out to play in the fields. Swimming in the river during summer, catching crickets in autumn, and building snowmen in winter. Even when his little friends ended up with bruises, he couldn't help but swallow his envy. Xiao Yukai, noticing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Internally he muttered, this woman is intentionally raising our son to be a sheltered flower, a delicate scholar. How can someone so fragile accomplish great tasks? In his desperation, he devised a strategy. In front of Yang Ling, he posed a question that she would find hard to refute. With a serious expression, he had his son put down his book and said, Bingyi, you can not only read dead books. To be a teacher, one must have good health. Seeing Yang Ling nod in agreement, he continued, your father was already in fights at your age. At this rate, one slap could send you flying. You must strengthen your body. Yang Ling, feeling guilty, asked, Yukai, you're right. Without good health, nothing can be accomplished. Quickly, tell me how to train. Xiao Yukai responded firmly, little one. Do not lose your nature. I will save time from cleaning guns to teach him physical fitness. During his free time, he can help me clean the guns. Additionally, I plan to pass down the family craft to him playing the eru, so music accompanies his healthy growth, cultivating both literary and martial skills. Before Yang Ling could fully process this, the little lantern-eyed boy jumped with joy. Great. Practicing martial arts, cleaning guns, and playing the eru. This person loves it. Yang Ling skeptically asked her husband, Xiao Yukai, how do I feel like you've already taken the initiative with our son? Xiao Yukai shook his head earnestly. How could that be? The supervision is so strict. Even if I wanted to, there is no opportunity. Chapter 10. Report, I am this person. The son, brimming with enthusiasm, squatted in a horse stance. And the time gradually stretched on. The little stone lock played, leaving Yang Ling dazzled. As the adults went to fetch water from the river with buckets, he carried 2 small wooden buckets to fetch water. In the evenings, he would also learn to play the arrow point. One morning, and Zhang brought her bowl of rice to visit. Yang Ling, are you slaughtering pigs at home tonight? Yang Ling, bewildered, replied, what pigs do we have at home? Slaughtering pigs. Well, that's strange. I hear your pig squealing until midnight every day. Xiao Bingyi understood the sarcasm. Mom, she is complaining that my arrow practice is bothering her. Yang Ling smiled apologetically, and Zhang, don't worry, the pigs will be gone soon, and there will be birds singing again. The neighbor's praise and ridicule only fueled his determination to continue practicing. He would go to the riverbank to play the arrow. By the age of 10, he had developed the habit of practicing every morning and evening, and cleaning guns had become a skill he could disassemble and assemble. Of course, there were also occasional bird songs. Yang Ling fulfilled her contractual obligations, and Principal Zhang's elementary school enrollment had begun. Her son had reached a primary school level. The first session of the primary school admitted only first graders. With nearly 100 applicants of varying ages from the town, the youngest was 7, and the oldest was 13, but except for being slightly taller, Xiao Bingyi did not draw much attention. Zhou Xiaoyu, the daughter of the town's leader, did not want to attend school in Nanjing and insisted on returning to the town for the excitement, dragging along her little brother Zhou Xiaofeng, who had runny yellow mucus from his nose. He naturally followed his sister everywhere. Zhou Xiaoyu enjoyed going to school with Xiao Bingyi, listening to him recount tales from the old Book of Tang and journey to the west after classes. Their homes were situated between the Middle Bridge and the West Bridge, both on the southern side of the street. Zhou Xiaoyu's house was at the foot of the Middle Bridge, about 50 meters south. Their door faced east, and just beyond it was the Middle River. Xiao Bingyi lived between the two bridges. The primary school was located in the north of East Street. Behind the street, Xiao Bingyi had 2 alleys to choose from to get to school. The closer one was the Firewood Alley, going north from the Middle Bridge for 50 meters, and there was another alley across from the tea house on East Street, which he rarely took. He would only sneak there when hungry to buy a sweet pancake from the old man next door. Regardless of the weather, Zhou Xiaoyu would eat well and then wait at the bridgehead with her little brother, carrying her backpack. Xiao Bingyi, due to his male classmates finding him aloof, was not invited to play with them and thus had to settle for Zhou Xiaoyu. He had no objections to going to school with her, but he found her little brother Zhou Xiaofeng quite annoying with his 2 yellow, mucus-like runny noses. He had observed closely how Zhou Xiaofeng would stretch out his nose like 2 eels. And then, with a flick of his tongue, he would lick it, only for it to retreat back into his nostrils with a breath. Ew, that's disgusting, he thought, feeling nauseated at the sight. Zhou Xiaoyu noticed this and often brought a small towel to help her brother wipe his nose. Apologizing, "Sorry, my brother has chronic rhinitis and is receiving treatment in Nanjing." Xiao Bingyi then learned that she had been in the 2nd grade of primary school in Nanjing, but had returned out of curiosity about this person. She sought out Principal Zhang, requesting to sit at the same table as classmate Xiao Bingyi, always eager to assist him. Little did she know that on the very first day, after perusing the textbooks he had received, Xiao Bingyi turned his attention to Journey to the West. In class, whenever questions were posed, it was invariably Zhou Xiaoyu who answered first, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved, despite his numerous attempts to raise his hand. Principal Zhang consistently called on Zhou Xiaoyu. Eventually, he learned that the elementary school courtyard was the ancestral home of the Zhang family, yet the desks where the students leaned were donated by Zhou Xiaoyu's father. He felt utterly helpless and plotted ways to teach her a lesson. Whenever she stood to respond, he scrutinized her intently, noting her fair skin and the fine fuzz visible upon it. Her slender arms resembled delicate lotus roots found at the market. Zhou Xiaoyu, often praised by Principal Zhang, would turn and cast a triumphant glance in his direction. Her sparkling black eyes frequently pierced him, causing him distress. He could no longer bear her triumphant gaze and sought ways to distance her from him. He began writing notes that read, "I am Zhou Xingye's girl," with a younger brother named Huang in NGT, and stealthily affixed them to her back. However, as soon as class ended, her pesky brother Huang in NGT would promptly remove them. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, he devised a more ruthless plan. One day, Zhou Xiaoyu discovered a caterpillar crawling within her desk, and the next day, a frog had taken residence there. Cockroaches and mice found their way into her backpack as well. When Xiao Bingyi saw Zhou Xiaoyu terrified enough to toss her backpack away and leap up, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Unable to contain himself, he hid in a corner and erupted into laughter. Principal Zhang intended to reprimand Xiao Bingyi, but Zhou Xiaoyu objected, having already sensed his antics and prepared to retaliate in kind. Intentionally, she made her younger brother, who had a persistent runny nose, turn around frequently. Much to his annoyance, this ploy proved effective. Whenever Xiao Bingyi glanced at the blackboard, Zhou Xiaoyu would nudge her brother. When Xiao Bingyi caught sight of her classmate Zhou Xiaofeng turning back, he naturally had to take a look as well, only to be met with the sight of a pair of eels peeking out, then swiftly retreating. "Oh dear, how disgusting," he thought, swiftly averting his gaze. Eventually, both parties understood each other's intentions and reached a truce. Zhou Xiaoyu, taking the initiative, invited him to her family's mulberry grove to pilfer some mulberries. The caretaker there was a mute, whose anger was quite intimidating. Both Zhou Xiaoyu and her brother were frightened. Xiao Bingyi, curious and amazed at the prospect of indulging in mulberries, tasted the green ones, which left his teeth aching from the sourness. The 3 of them returned home with their lips stained dark from the berries. Zhou Xiaoyu's mother scolded the steward for allowing the siblings to venture into the grove. "What if they were bitten by a snake?" she exclaimed. The steward, flustered, summoned a mute relative to admonish him. The mute, feeling wronged, expressed that he wouldn't dare act out against the young lady and young master. The steward, acknowledging this, reluctantly indicated that while it was right not to overstep, it was permissible to frighten them a little. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xiaoyu and her companions, the atmosphere at home had shifted. After school, they continued their escapades as usual. While foraging and feasting, they were suddenly startled by the mute, brandishing a stick and vocally scaring them off like wolves. Initially stunned, Zhou Xiaoyu cried out, "Mother," and dashed away. In her haste, she twisted her ankle. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyu in peril, Xiao Bingyi rushed back to rescue her. "Xiao Bingyi, I twisted my ankle and can't you in. It's no use pulling me. Can you carry me? Hurry." Xiao Bingyi, frightened by the peculiar sounds coming from the mute behind them, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. He swiftly lifted Zhou Xiaoyu and slung her over his shoulder, reminiscent of a wolf carrying a goat. And they fled the grove, leaving only a few mulberries in their pockets. They exchanged glances at their inky lips and burst into joyous laughter. From that day forth, they dared not return to the grove. And it was Xiao Bingyi's turn to extend goodwill. He played the error for the siblings, but was astonished to find them asleep together. What more could he offer? Not to worry. He had plenty of lessons to catch up on. His curiosity about catching crickets was piqued, and he resolved to take the siblings along for the adventure. However, Zhou Xiaofeng shook his head in disapproval, stating, "It's not autumn yet. The crickets are still small and can fly, making them difficult to catch." Zhou Xiaoyu introduced her brother, explaining that he had previously played with the steward in the yard. Adept at catching crickets. He could identify their calls, distinguishing between the red and black-headed ones. He even knew that catching crickets required a set of tools, particularly fine iron sand from the cupboard suitable for making a net. Zhou Xiaofeng basked in Xiao Bingyi's admiring gaze and, without further ado, stealthily tore some fine sand from their cupboard. Zhou Xiaoyu also snuck out various jars from home to create a habitat for the crickets. After school, they splashed water by the river, causing the crickets to scatter in all directions. Xiao Bingyi was in charge of capturing them, while Zhou Xiaofeng kept watch and Zhou Xiaoyu stood guard. The pursuit was no simple task. Summer crickets were small, often taking flight, which Zhou Xiaofeng dubbed flying little legs. Xiao Bingyi chased them, drenched in sweat, and in the end, they either succumbed under his weight or slipped into crevices. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaofeng had experience and managed to capture a few. The trio found a secluded spot, facing each other, and reveled in the sight of crickets battling to the death, thoroughly enjoying themselves. When a cricket escaped, they scrambled to catch the runaway, overturning piles of bricks and even rummaging through the latrine. Through their time spent together, they had grown fond of one another, and by the time class resumed, Xiao Bingyi no longer minded Zhou Xiaoyu answering questions first out on this particular day. Principal Zhang gathered students from 3 classes to impart patriotic sentiments to their tender hearts. Xiao Bingyi sensed that Zhou Xiaoyu was about to shine, and he felt an overwhelming envy. Yet, he had no intention of competing for the spotlight. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to relish the thought of giving her the opportunity to shine. Principal Zhang ascended the podium, solemnly asking, "Students, please tell me, who are you?" Having spent so much time with Xiao Bingyi, and after being scolded by her mother the night before for mingling with boys, Zhou Xiaoyu, without a second thought, responded, "Report, I am a woman." Laughter erupted across the playground. Principal Zhang furrowed his brow, sternly reiterating the question, "Students, who are you?" Noticing Zhou Xiaoyu bow her head, Xiao Bingyi realized she had answered incorrectly. He had no choice but to step up and redeem her. With newfound confidence, he raised his hand, declaring, "Report, I am a person." Laughter erupted once more, and the playground was filled with chatter. Students chimed in. "The woman just left, and now we have a dead person." Principal Zhang waved his hand for silence. "Students, please be quiet. I will ask once more. Who are you?" The chorus of students answered in unison. "Report, I am Chinese." It was then that Xiao Bingyi realized that, like Zhou Xiaoyu, he had also made a fool of himself with his first answer. Seeing her wipe away tears deepened his sorrow. The 2 distinguished students had both faced defeat, a humiliation shared. He began to question whether his father's teachings were indeed correct. When his father, Xiao Yukai, learned of the incident, he fell silent for a moment before comforting his son. Old Shang's question was quite lacking in substance. Is there anyone who isn't Chinese? Is it necessary to ask such a question? It's akin to pulling down your trousers to fart, utterly superfluous. From that day on, they became the subjects of ridicule, often teased by their classmates. That afternoon, as school let out, 13-year-old Chang Baobao intercepted the trio, mocking, "Oh, the woman has arrived. Tell me, what is a woman?" Zhou Xiaoyu retorted. "Go home and ask your mother. You'll find out." Having gained no advantage, Chang Baobao turned his attention to Xiao Bingyi. "Big front teeth. What do I see in you? Aside from your big front teeth being funny, there's nothing else amusing about you." Xiao Bingyi felt his pride wounded as Chang Baobao mocked him in front of Zhou Xiaoyu and her brother. Ignoring him, he attempted to leave. However, Chang Baobao, emboldened, grabbed his backpack and wouldn't let him go. Continuing to tease, "Big front teeth, aren't you laughing to death?" Zhou Xiaoyu stepped forward to pull Xiao Bingyi away, but Chang Baobao not only refused to release him but also touched her face. This incited Xiao Bingyi's anger. In the ensuing scuffle, he slapped Chang Baobao. The latter immediately crouched down, clutching his face and crying, Xiao Bingyi presumed he was merely feigning injury and paid him no mind. Upon returning home, Chang Baobao's parents soon came knocking. Yang Ling. Your son has injured my son. What do you propose we do? Yang Ling, smiling, replied, How could that be? Everyone on the street knows my son never fights. Chang's mother pointed at her son's swollen face, saying, That sounds nice, but look at my son's face. It's all swollen. The handprint is as clear as day. Yang Ling, seeing her son's bruised face, asked Xiao Bingyi, Son, did you hit him? Xiao Bingyi, indignant, replied, I didn't hit him. He mocked my big front teeth and wouldn't let go of my backpack. He even touched Zhou Xiaoyu. I only nudged him. Chang's mother scoffed. Look at how small your son is. He thinks he is a hero saving the damsel in distress. A nudge. Can that cause half a face to swell? Yang Ling, displeased with this comment, found it hard to believe her son was capable of such strength and suggested, How about this? To prove my son didn't hit him, let him hit the right side of his face. If it swells, I'll pay for the medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Chang Baobao hurriedly hid behind his father, exclaiming, I'm scared. His hands are heavy. He can't hit me again. Chang's mother, irate, said, Yang Ling, how can you still protect your son like this? Look at the crowd outside. They're scolding you. Your son is a year older. How could he be beaten by him? Your son is barely big enough to tease. Little women. The onlookers urged for legal action against him. Just then, Xiao Yukai returned from work and overheard the commotion. Upon entering and seeing Chang Baobao, he remarked to Yang Ling, regardless of whether it was Bingyi who hit him or not, They've come to our door. Let us settle the medical expenses. Noticing that Chang Baobao's parents were unconvinced, he added, To handle this fairly, I'll involve the police for an investigation. How does that sound? Chang's father, a gambler, feared offending the police chief, especially worried that police involvement might lead to legal repercussions for his son. That's enough. Let's leave it be. Our son isn't exactly innocent either, he urged, trying to de-escalate the situation. Xiao Yukai handed Chang's father a silver dollar, which Chang Baobao snatched eagerly before turning to leave. Little Lantern Eyes, feeling anxious, called out, Chang Baobao, you better come back, or I'll hit you on your left cheek. Yang Ling seized her son and exclaimed, What are you doing? Xiao Bingyi struggled and shouted in anger, I didn't hit him. Why should I give him money? If he doesn't return it, I'll beat him to death. Chang Baobao, trembling with fear, dropped the coins and fled, covering his face as if his life depended on it. Seeing her son in a frenzy, Yang Ling cast a horrified glance at Xiao Yukai and, fuming, demanded, Xiao Yukai, your son has been wronged, and you act as a mediator. How are you managing your responsibilities as the director? Is it fair to your son? Xiao Yukai led his son to the courtyard, smiling as he patted his head, murmuring, How is it unfair? I'm certain he was the one who hit him. Thankfully, it was just a light touch. If he had slapped him, his head would have been askew. Yang Ling stood in shock. Xiao Yukai advised his son to practice for strength and health, at most for self-defense. His face is swollen like this. It must have been more than just a light touch, right? Xiao Bingyi was still furious. Dad, he grabbed my backpack, and I was fine. But when he touched Xiaoyu's face, I lost my temper. Noticing his father's smiling face, he vented, Dad, how can you manage things like this? You can't tell right from wrong and are wronging the good. Xiao Yukai stood up in surprise, exclaiming, Hey, Yang Ling, look at how your son has been led astray by you. How can he speak to his father like this? Yang Ling pulled her son to the front of the hall and tried to reassure him. So, you're saying you hit him because of Xiaoyu, right? She recalled Chang's mother's sarcasm and cautiously asked, Son, you don't like Xiaoyu, do you? Xiao Bingyi, puzzled by his mother's question, nodded. She was bullied, and as her male classmate. How could I remain indifferent? Yang Ling, feeling helpless, glanced at Xiao Yukai, sorrowful that her son was following in his father's footsteps. She advised, Son, you're still young. Don't think about these things yet. He didn't take the money. So you can't hit him again. If you do, the school will expel you. Xiao Bingyi, still brimming with bravado, retorted, If they expel me, so be it. I don't want to go anyway. Xiao Yukai, hearing this, was taken aback. Seeing a reflection of his younger self that he asked Yang Ling to step aside, wanting to guide his son's thoughts. Bingyi, don't speak so harshly. Fighting is wrong. Aside from damaging relationships, if it escalates, you could end up in jail. His eyes narrowed. If I go to jail, then so be it. Didn't you say to uphold justice? You say one thing and do another. Xiao Yukai was astonished, realizing that his son was no longer the obedient lamb, but rather a rebellious calf. Unafraid of anything. Fearless, just like me, full of bravado, he sighed. Yang Ling, standing in the courtyard, scolded, Just like you. He is even more stubborn. The younger generation is more obstinate than the older. Zhou Xiaoyu, having learned that the Chang family had come to complain, hurriedly brought her brother to support Xiao Bingyi. Upon arrival, they found everyone had left and only Xiao Bingyi remained. Xiao Bingyi, are you all right? She inquired. Xiao Yukai recognized Zhou Xiaoyu and her brother, studying her closely. Ah, she resembles Lin Curson from childhood. His eyes softened. You're looking for my son. Is there something you need? He asked, bending slightly, his tone tender. Uncle, it's nothing serious. I heard that Chang Baobao's parents came. And I'm here to testify. Xiao Yukai inquired, what do you wish to prove? I want to prove that Xiao Bingyi is innocent. The one at fault is Chang Baobao. He acted to defend me. Zhou Xiaoyu declared. Xiao Yukai was taken aback, glancing at his son, who was angrily turning his head away. He softly asked, is your mother well? Just then, a voice reminiscent of Lin Curson's chimed in from behind. Yes, it's nice to have someone concerned. Everything is fine. Chapter 12. This boy is no ordinary person. Xiao Yukai recognized the voice as Yang Ling's and quickly reacted, glaring outside. Where were you all this time? Now that they've left, you come to make excuses. He hadn't anticipated that his quick change of expression had frightened Zhou's children. This scene lingered in Zhou Xiaoyu's memory, leaving her with a less than favorable impression of the Xiao family. When Xiao Bingyi was accepted into Nanjing High School, she intended to see him off. However, upon seeing the Xiao family, she turned away. When he was accepted into the police academy, her impulse to express her feelings was also crushed by that impression. Yang Ling watched as Zhou Xiaoyu and her brother fled in dismay, criticizing her husband. He is still just a child. Why get so worked up? He shows no dignity as an elder. Xiao Yukai shook his head, realizing his wife was indeed difficult to deal with. Retreating to their son's room, he noticed Xiao Bingyi neatly writing 8 characters in regular script. After much contemplation, Xiao Bingyi finally established his identity. Surname Xiao. Given name Bingyi, courtesy name, this person. Now everything was in order, and both parents approved after some thought. Xiao Bingyi felt that continuing in school was meaningless and declared something that surprised his parents. Dad, Mom, school is no fun. I want to be attending next semester. Yang Ling, aware of her son's capabilities, considered the idea of him directly entering junior high. Xiao Yukai disagreed, asserting, what junior high? Don't let him miss out on important opportunities. Instead, let our Bingyi go directly to the police academy. Yang Ling chuckled, teasing, your Xiao family has produced a talent. Do you even know if there are 10-year-olds in the police academy? Xiao Yukai retorted. Throughout history, heroes emerge in youth. If you don't believe me, let me try. The couple argued like a tug-of-war, with their son as the referee. Xiao Bingyi glanced at his mother's prominent front teeth, rolling his eyes at his father, and smiled wryly. Dad, Mom, I heard Principal Zhang's school is short on teachers. I want to become a teacher to earn money, or at least be a security guard. Yang Ling looked at her son, excitedly exclaiming, son, that reminds your mother. The school has funds. I'll earn them. Xiao Yukai, fuming at his son's aspiration to become a teacher, knew that his son's mention of being a security guard was an attempt to appease both parents. He scolded, I've raised you for nothing. If anyone has to teach, it should be your mother. Even if you're a security guard, you need to learn skills from your father first. Noticing his son looked a bit wronged, he softened his tone. Bingyi, if you think school is dull, I have a set of old Book of Tang to give you. Seeing Yang Ling's suspicious expression, he smiled and explained, a novel, a literary work. Even teachers need to understand ancient literature. Right? Yang Ling, unwilling to concede, understood her son's self-directed learning ability. She took out teaching materials and set assignments for him. Xiao Yukai, fearing his son might be led astray, sought to solidify his position. He suggested that if his son felt fatigued from studying, he could take a break at the police station. Without peers his age to play with, Xiao Bingyi had no choice but to accompany his father to the police station. The officers at the station, when there was work to be done, were diligent, but when there was none, they engaged in various antics. They would sneak off fishing in the morning, go to the fields for eels in the afternoon, and set fish hooks at night to collect them the next morning. Xiao Bingyi found this exhilarating and became enamored with fishing. He became oblivious to everything around him, especially the thrill of reeling in a catch. A feeling he struggled to articulate. It's simply marvelous. When his parents saw him bringing fish home, they were naturally delighted. The couple felt that their approach to parenting should evolve with the times. The father revised his policies, allowing fishing as long as it didn't interfere with established training. The mother stipulated that his teaching materials must be mastered, but he could have some freedom during his spare time. Xiao Bingyi embraced this new approach, diligently balancing everything. Thus, he meandered through 2 years. Initially, the police officers at the station were courteous, treating him well merely because he was the director's son. However, through 2 years of interactions, they perceived him as a carefree child who played the eru and was rather irresponsible. It was until an embarrassing incident occurred at the station that they realized he was no ordinary boy. In late August of that year, Xiao Yotsai's old classmate, Geng Jingzhu, arrived at the police station to take up the role of deputy director, aiding his son with employment. Xiao Yukai bore no grudge against him for previous complaints and gathered 4 officers for a welcome meeting. To showcase his leadership in front of his old friend, he sought to test the officers on their case-solving knowledge. The 4 officers, eager for the ceremony to conclude so they could drink, appeared lethargic at the mention of learning. Understanding their thoughts, he deliberately prolonged the session. What? How can a policeman not understand his duties and still serve the government, if you can't answer or answer incorrectly? You want to be allowed to drink at noon. After a moment of thought, he suggested, choosing a representative is acceptable. Upon hearing they could elect a representative, the officers quickly nominated the newly appointed deputy director. Geng Jingzhu, flattered by such esteem from his peers, confidently accepted the challenge, believing his education from the police academy would suffice. Xiao Yukai didn't want his brothers to embarrass themselves before Geng Jingzhu. So he posed a simple question: who can name the greatest detective in our country's history, and provide a reason? The officers considered the question easy, with one after another providing answers. Jiang Zia, a willing participant. Zhuge Liang, a strategist. Bao Qi Tian, just and incorruptible. Yu Pinju, loyal to the country. Xiao Yukai frowned at the mixed responses, realizing they were missing the point. He shot an awkward glance at his old classmate. Geng Jingzhu slammed the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The director asked for the greatest detective." One officer inquired, "Deputy Director Geng, who do you think is the best detective?" Geng Jingzhu scoffed, looking disdainfully at the officer. The standard answer is He Taohua from Water Margin. He solved the grand case of retrieving the birthday tribute in 4 days. He is indeed the greatest detective. Xiao Yukai remained non-committal, wanting to offer a hint to everyone. Then, does anyone know who has read the old book of Tang? The responses from the police friends were strikingly uniform. They had only ever tasted crispy candy. Never had they nibbled on the sweet cakes. Xiao Yukai cast a sidelong glance at the representative. Suspecting he had not forgotten the book recommended by the instructor, Geng Jingzhu slammed his hand on the table, adopting a chastising tone. That is not the question at hand. The director did not inquire about crispy cakes, but rather about the old sweet cakes. Xiao Yukai nodded slightly, acknowledging that his old classmate still held some weight in the conversation. One of the police friends retorted, "Deputy Director Geng, what is the distinction between new and old sweet cakes?" Geng Jingzhu hit the table again. "Think. The old sweet cakes have been stored for too long, and during the rainy season, they mold and become inedible." Xiao Yukai stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Little Lantern, seizing the opportunity to perform, mimicked his father's demeanor, feigning maturity. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled over. "Uncles, the question was not about crispy candy or sweet cakes. The answer lies in historical literature. The old refers to the Tang dynasty, and book refers to the book itself. Oh, I see." The police friends awakened from their stupor, nodding in admiration. Geng Jingzhu glanced at the half-grown boy before him, sensing that this child was no ordinary lad. Whose child is this? How does he know so much? Xiao Yukai, with a scolding tone, answered his question. "Bingyi, the adults are in a meeting. You must interrupt." Xiao Bingyi, brimming with defiance, retorted, "Dad, it's not that I want to interrupt. I simply cannot bear to remain silent." Observing that all the uncles were eagerly attentive, as if thirsting for knowledge, he felt an irresistible urge to speak. "Dad, since the uncles are usually busy with their duties and have no time to study, why don't I enlighten them with knowledge about the world's greatest detective?" Xiao Yukai, taken aback by his son's ambition to take on the role of a teacher, was momentarily speechless, fearing his son might embarrass himself. He hastily interjected, "Bingyi, the uncles are fully aware. They're merely joking." However, Xiao Bingyi disregarded his father's words, climbed onto a chair, and gestured animatedly. "Uncles, the old book of Tang was compiled under Zhao Ying during the later Jin dynasty and is counted among the 24 histories. My father's intention is to draw attention to the book's biography of the 39th, which features the detective Di Renjie, who is considered the greatest detective of ancient times. He solved 17,000 cases in a year, averaging 7 cases a day, without a single person crying out for injustice. Chapter 13. The debate at the dinner table. Xiao Yukai felt humiliated in front of his old classmates after being interrupted by his son. Although he appreciated his son's spiritedness, he was frustrated that the little rascal was so eager to play the role of a teacher, rendering his own efforts futile. In irritation, he said, "Bingyi, don't be disrespectful. Go sit down." Xiao Bingyi, feeling slighted, huffed, jumped off the chair, and turned to leave without looking back. Geng Jingzhu, envious of his old classmate's intelligent son, insisted that the boy return to the dining table. Ruffling Xiao Bingyi's hair, he asked, "Child, what grade are you in?" "Uncle, I'm in the 1st grade. I've only completed 1 semester." Geng Jingzhu, misunderstanding, nodded. "Oh, you're in the 1st year of junior high. That's impressive." Xiao Bingyi corrected him. "Excuse me, Uncle, I'm in the 1st grade of elementary school that I've only attended for 1 semester at the local primary school." Geng Jingzhu was taken aback. "Ah? Just 1 semester? Are you joking? Who teaches you?" Xiao Bingyi replied candidly, "The female principal Zhang, who returned from abroad, speaks foreign languages." Geng Jingzhu immediately understood. No wonder. It's an expatriate teaching you. He felt somewhat regretful. Had he known there was a foreign teacher here, he would have enrolled his son in the ancient town school. Uncle, how old is your son? Xiao Bingyi inquired. Geng Jingzhu responded. He is 17 this year. 4 years older than you. He used to follow a 3-3 system in school, which eventually led him to drop out. Xiao Yukai, who had been eating, paused to ask. Old Geng, what is this 3-3 system? Geng Jingzhu chuckled at himself. Damn it. My son took 9 years to reach the 3rd grade. 1 grade every 3 years. Xiao Yukai added. That is not excessive. My son took 3 years just to complete 1 semester. Geng Jingzhu disagreed. If he were as knowledgeable as your son, it would be worth the 10 years. Xiao Yukai praised him. Old Geng, don't be modest. Your son is already working, following in your footsteps. That is quite satisfying. Geng Jingzhu downed his drink, sighed. Old classmate, you don't know. Without schooling, he has gotten into trouble. He blinded a foreign dog eye with a slingshot. One police friend interjected. Blinding a dog isn't really a crime. Geng Jingzhu shook his head, lamenting. That dog was quite valuable. The foreigner demanded compensation for its medical expenses that if I don't pay, they'll arrest the culprit and throw him in jail. Depleting my savings, Xiao Yukai reassured him. Old Geng, money is just a material possession. Your son has suffered any loss. Hey, with his aim, he'd make a good police officer. Geng Jingzhu nodded with a smile. Who can argue with that? I asked my son what he plans to do in the future, and he reminded me of something. Xiao Yukai, curious, asked, what did he remind you of? Geng Jingzhu set down his cup. He said, school is pointless. Why not sell the old house and let your son become a police officer? He could earn it back in a few years. He noticed everyone at the table was taken aback. Then chuckled. If nothing happens, I want to be counting losses. If I don't listen to him, the little rascal will definitely go blind. Another foreign dog if something happens again. Will the foreigner let him off? If he ends up in prison, the old house won't be safe either. He poured himself another drink, downed it, wiped his mouth, and continued. I'll sell the old house. Yous have to buy a bungalow with a yard in the suburbs, and the other half to help my son get into the police department. Looking back now, selling the house was the right decision. Xiao Yukai was astonished. Such a father-son dynamic. Truly, they say families are not alike. And it shows. You've ruined your fortune, yet you say it's for the best. Geng Jingzhu, seeing Xiao Yukai's incredulity, hesitated before laughing. Old Xiao, Director Imo has stepped down. A new director has taken over. Xiao Yukai was taken aback, suddenly realizing the implications. With a new director, his hopes of returning to Nanjing as a detective were dashed. Geng Jingzhu, noticing his silence, asked in surprise, Old Xiao, you didn't know such a significant development. You must be laughing at me for selling the old house, thinking I'm ruining my fortune. Right? Do you know? The Kuomintang and the Communist Party have united. The Japanese have reached Shanghai. If I hadn't sold my old house, it would have been blown up by the Japanese. Xiao Yukai gasped. What? The Japanese have reached Shanghai. What are we to do? Geng Jingzhu took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips, remaining calm. Old Xiao, don't panic. The new director has connections. We've already negotiated with the Japanese. We'll do our jobs and mind our own business. Xiao Yukai disagreed vehemently. Old Geng, the Japanese are invading us. How can that be merely a trivial matter? Damn it. It seems my time as a police officer is coming to an end. Geng Jingzhu urged. Old Xiao, let it be. Even if you want to intervene, you can as ordinary citizens. As long as we receive our salaries, we'll keep working. Xiao Yukai slammed the table, declaring angrily. Geng Jingzhu, we cannot simply go along with whatever is convenient. As Chinese people, we cannot lack dignity. We cannot become slaves to the Japanese. Geng Jingzhu also slammed the table in retort. Xiao Yukai, you have dignity. If you refuse to work, someone else will. Speaking of dignity, we must first fill our stomachs, right? To Xiao Yukai's surprise, all 4 of his subordinates sided with Geng Jingzhu. He felt a profound sadness. After the gathering, he sat alone in his office, heart heavy with sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he took out paper and pen, writing a resignation letter through tears. Leaving the office, he glanced back, reluctant to part. Wiping his tears, he stuffed the letter into the mailbox on his way home. The short distance of less than a mile took him over half an hour to traverse, his legs feeling leaden. After a few steps, he had to sit down to rest. Upon returning home, Yang Ling noticed something was amiss and pressed him about what had happened. Xiao Yukai, choking back tears, shouted. An old classmate came. What could possibly happen? Nothing. Yang Ling saw him fuming, further convinced something was wrong. She went to inquire with Xiao Bingyi. Son, did something happen at your dad's workplace? Xiao Bingyi nodded, letting out a sigh. Mom. Dad argued with his old classmate at the dinner table. Yang Ling, puzzled, asked, Son, what did they argue about? Xiao Bingyi replied. He told Dad that the Japanese have reached Shanghai and urged Dad to continue working. Which made Dad furious. Yang Ling gasped. Son, you came home with your dad, right? No. I saw them arguing and slipped away. Xiao Bingyi, now feeling he should accompany his father home, sensed the gravity of the situation. Yang Ling immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Her husband had likely resigned. She sat in a daze, listening to the loud snores of her husband from the bedroom, silently gazing out the door. She understood that her husband had indeed resigned. While she recognized that his decision was correct and supported his resolve, she pondered how they would manage with 3 mouths to feed and no salary. After a moment of silence, she picked up her bag and set out to find Principal Zhang from the elementary school. After Xiao Yukai woke from his nap, he went to check on his son and found him engrossed in the old book of Tang. His heavy heart felt somewhat eased. With a tender touch, he ruffled his son's hair as one would caress a precious treasure. Bingyi, has your mother asked you anything? He worried that Yang Ling might discover his resignation and feel saddened. He understood her feelings all too well. Resigning meant cutting off their source of income, and he felt guilty about it. Xiao Bingyi, after a moment of silence, asked, Dad, I think the deputy director's point makes sense. Why do you disagree? Nonsense. The Japanese have occupied China. We would all become slaves to a foreign power. Do you wish to be a slave? His father retorted in anger. Xiao Bingyi hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. I just think it's futile for you alone to carry this burden. Knowing that his mother would find out, she sat in the hall with a stern expression for a while before hastily departing. I estimate that she is worried about survival. Xiao Yukai gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, gently shaking his head. He realized that his guidance for his son seemed to lack something essential. Suddenly, he understood Principal Zhang's sincere intentions. Alas, a cultured person is indeed a cultured person. She is right. Bingyi, when you answered Principal Zhang's question about what kind of person you are, you answered incorrectly. The correct answer is a Chinese person. It's solely my fault for neglecting to instill a sense of patriotism in you since you were little. This lesson must be learned promptly. Chapter 014. The bitterness of resignation. Xiao Yukai gently admonished his son. Our country has over 400 million people. If everyone thinks like you, we will ultimately become slaves to our own nation. As the old saying goes, without skin, where can the hair attach? If the nation is lost, the family will also perish. You should understand these principles. As Xiao Bingyi listened to his father's words, a look of worry crossed his face, and he was taken aback. Regretful about his previous statements, he declared, Dad, I understand these principles. I support you. Look, I am already 13. Can I not go to school and earn some money? Why not? My son is exceptionally gifted. He will undoubtedly excel. Yang Ling had returned and answered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yukai would have previously leaped with excitement. But now, facing Yang Ling, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He observed Yang Ling's expression, suspecting that she already knew about his resignation, and thus said, Yang Ling. There is something. He paused for a moment but continued. There is something I did not dare to discuss with you. I have resigned. After speaking, he anxiously stole a glance at her expression. Yang Ling sat there like a statue, motionless, and after a moment, she said with a sigh, If you do not resign, you would not be Xiao Yukai. Xiao Yukai discerned that she was aware and had a forgiving disposition. He sought to cheer her up, vividly describing their son teaching others at the police station, his admiration evident in his tone. Hearing about their son's performance at the police station, Yang Ling indeed felt uplifted and proudly stated, Yukai, I have long seen that our son is destined to impart knowledge and resolve confusion. She understood that her husband smiled outwardly but wept inwardly. She too desired to bring joy to her husband. Yukai, I support your resignation. As a Chinese person, one must possess a minimum of integrity. Do not worry, I have already spoken with Principal Zhang. Tomorrow, I will teach at the school. A slightly lower salary is inconsequential. I agree with our son's idea. Let the two of us go to school and earn money. Shall we? Xiao Youcai's expression darkened as a wave of despair washed over him. Does this woman still harbor dreams of our son becoming a teacher? She truly misunderstands my sentiments. He had come to terms with whether or not to return to Nanjing, to be a detective or a police officer. It no longer mattered. He was determined to cultivate his son into an extraordinary detective. To achieve the title of the greatest detective in the East. In this endeavor, the father and son would work hand in hand, and there would be no doubt of their success. Yang Ling, fetch me a bottle of wine. I wish to break my fast and have a proper talk with our son. Yang Ling reminded him. Yukai, please see if our son can substitute teach. Though he is tall, he is still a bit young. I am uncertain. Xiao Yukai seized upon her last statement, elaborating. Indeed, if you are uncertain about something, do not pursue it. Bring me a bottle of wine so that I may discuss something more certain with our son. Tears flowed silently down Yang Ling's cheeks as she recognized her husband's disappointment and regrets. Yet she still went to fetch the wine. Xiao Yukai poured the wine and called his son over. For the first time, he poured a glass for his son. Bingyi, your father originally served as a detective in the Nanjing police department. Because of you, a single drink led to complications. I cannot return to Nanjing, nor can I be a detective now. Having resigned, you can only stay at home. He choked up as he continued. The Japanese have arrived. We are not living in good times. You must diligently learn your skills. Your father can only rely on you now. I remind you, Being a detective is your responsibility, as well as a calling from heaven. As he spoke, tears rolled down his cheeks, resembling wine spilling from a cup. Trembling, he raised his glass and watched his son drink it in one gulp. This was the first time Xiao Bingyi had seen his father so sorrowful. And he realized his mother was also wiping away tears. In his heart, he made a silent vow. The position of detective belongs to the Xiao family. Who dares to take it away? This sense of duty awakened within him. And later he concealed his intentions from his parents and applied to the police academy. Dad, Mom, the Japanese have reached Shanghai. They will soon come to Nanjing. We must quickly bring grandfather and grandmother over. He suddenly remembered his grandparents in Nanjing and reminded them. Yang Ling was prompted to glance at her husband. Xiao Yukai, of course, understood her meaning, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had already considered this matter. I have already decided. Early tomorrow morning, the whole family will go to Nanjing to bring them back. Upon seeing her husband leave, Yang Ling took out a jade bracelet and other small items. Softly saying to her son, "My son, I thank you for remembering your grandparents. This shows they have not loved you in vain. This is the ancestral jade given to me by your grandmother last New Year. To supplement my dowry. Although it is a bit late, it signifies they have not forgotten us. Someday, it will be passed to your wife. Do you know what your grandparents hope for you the most?" Xiao Bingyi had rarely seen his grandparents. He only visited their home every spring festival for a symbolic New Year-esque greeting. His grandparents never smiled at his parents but secretly adored their grandson. Especially since their little grandson was exceptionally gifted and intelligent. Flattery pleased the elderly couple immensely. Yang Ling, from her father's demeanor and sparse praise, sensed that her father hoped her son would pursue a career in education. And she etched this in her heart. She had already resolved to place her son in an educational position as her greatest life task, hoping to ease her guilty conscience. She noticed that her son could not answer what his grandfather's lifelong wish was and reminded him, "Son, your grandfather believes in educating to save the nation. He hopes you will carry on his legacy by teaching and nurturing." Xiao Bingyi was taken aback. He was troubled by this, often questioning himself. What does this person truly prefer? Solving cases or educating others? Such worries did not last long. As the Japanese occupied the ancient town, he observed the Japanese patrols, who were mostly short, pudgy, with flat noses and short necks. They appeared quite amiable towards children, often giving them candies and posing for photographs. His father cautioned him against being deceived by their facade. "Bingyi, do not be misled by their pretense. They are deliberately putting on a show for the townsfolk. You are tall, hence, avoid going out." His father seldom left the house and would actively avoid encounters with the Japanese, stating, "I wouldn't give them the time of day." However, trouble soon followed. First, Gung Jingzu came to visit his old classmate. The former director, he wanted his old classmate to treat him. Xiao Yukai inquired about the reason, and Gung Jingzu mysteriously replied, "The Japanese commander asked me who the former director was, and I told him. He asked me to persuade you to contribute to the Great East Asian co-prosperity." Xiao Yukai chuckled. "Sorry, we are poor and cannot afford wine. Your current salary must be charity from the Japanese. Right? Old Xiao, you still haven't changed your temper. You insist on being stubborn. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so poor as to not afford wine." He noticed his old classmate's expression darken and waved his hand. Hey, don't get angry. Captain Mu Jing wants to invite you back to the police station and have me be your deputy." Xiao Yukai understood that Gung Jingzu had no choice and intentionally asked him how his family in Nanjing was doing. Hoping to awaken his awareness, Gung Jingzu shook his head, looking quite pleased. "Thank you for your concern. The family is doing well. The little rascal called me and said he is doing quite well." Xiao Yukai, puzzled, asked, "With the Japanese bombing and massacres, your family has not encountered any trouble?" Haha. How could anything happen? The new director had previously given his subordinates the rising sun flag. Once it was put up, nothing happened. Xiao Yukai was alarmed by this revelation and cautioned, "Old Gung, how could you hoist the rising sun flag? That is treasonous behavior." Gung Jingzu shot him a sidelong glance. "Enough. We shall not argue about this. Old Xiao, are you going or not? I need to reply to Captain Mu." Xiao Yukai stood up, turned, and went straight to the back room, leaving Gung Jingzu in the hall. Xiao Bingyi hid in the room. Clearly hearing the conversation outside, he admired his father's integrity and stepped out to join him. The door to the street had always been open, but since the Japanese occupied the ancient town, it remained closed. Seeing the door ajar, he prepared to close it, only to find Gung Jingzu accompanying the Japanese towards their home. "Dad, Deputy Director Gung has come with the Japanese," he called out urgently. "Do not be afraid," Xiao Yukai shouted from the back room. "Quickly go to your room, shut the door. I will handle this." Chapter 015. The upholding of justice. Xiao was in stitches after listening to the amusing tales of Xiao Gu's parents. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Xiao Gu, does your mother support your decision to attend the police academy?" Xiao Bingyi shook his head silently, responding, "I did not dare to tell her when I applied. It was only after I received the acceptance letter that I returned home and informed her my father got drunk that night, and my mother, upon learning of it, did not eat or drink for 3 days and nights. Weeping the whole time, I knew I had hurt her feelings. Xiao was astonished and looked at him, asking, "How was it resolved later?" Xiao Bingyi smiled. She ignored me for a few days, and I quietly assured her that after graduating from the police academy, I would stay on to teach, which finally lifted her spirits. She even asked me to teach the police to be good people and not to oppress the common folk any longer. Xiao hesitated and asked, "Xiaoge, did the Japanese captain come to your house?" Xiao Bingyi shook his head and answered, "He did not enter. He only invited my father to the police station. I am not quite sure what happened afterward." He paused, looking lost. "My father returned and did not sleep a wink with my mother that night. I overheard them. The Japanese were using my mother and me as leverage against him. The next morning, my father came to my room and stared at me for a long while. Finally, he sighed and went to the police station." Xiao was in high spirits. "Xiaoge, I wish to inquire further. You and Xiao were childhood sweethearts. Do you still keep in touch?" Xiao Bingyi shook his head. "I withdrew from school, and she subsequently moved to Nanjing. It wasn't until the year I was admitted to the police academy that I caught a distant glimpse of her. She stood across the street, seemingly wanting to speak to me, but I was too preoccupied to respond. To be honest, we both felt quite awkward at that moment, and it felt as though we had grown apart." Xiao pressed on. "Xiaoge, I've heard that most students from the police academy join the secret service. Why were you unwilling to sign the papers?" Xiao Bingyi appeared to be lost in his memories, murmuring, "To uphold the steadfastness of justice. Moreover, as an enforcer of the law, I must remain impartial and unaffiliated." Xiao pulled out a notebook, eager to know more. "Xiaoge, could you recount the circumstances surrounding your decision to sign? I am genuinely curious." Xiao Bingyi regarded him thoughtfully and nodded. "Very well. For your aspiration to become a writer, I shall provide you with some material." On the last day of June 1948, Xiao Bingyi, shedding his reclusive nature, participated in a graduation gala organized by the police academy. Remarkably, he prepared to perform the air a piece long while distant. He was ecstatic. For the following day, he would receive his diploma and assignment certificate. He even had lunch with a representative from his future workplace, which filled him with unparalleled excitement. Previously, he had merely indicated his ambition to serve at a certain precinct of the Nanjing Police Department. Preparing to embark on his journey as a detective from the grassroots level, after a farewell gathering, he was set to begin his career, earning a salary to support his family. The prospect of solving crimes as a police officer was his lifelong pursuit, and nothing could bring him greater joy. However, when it was his turn to perform, as he sat down to tune his arrow, several plainclothes officers abruptly took him away. He was brought to the director's office, where Song Zhongjian slammed his hand on the table, his tone sharp. "Xiao Bingyi, you have quite a nerve." He pushed a book towards Xiao, exclaiming, "This book was found under your pillow. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Xiao Bingyi, perplexed, leaned forward to see a brand new communist manifesto, which startled him. He replied, "Director Song, I have never seen this book. It does not belong to me. I have no idea who placed it under my pillow." "Are you still not willing to confess?" Song retorted. "Possessing this book constitutes a connection to communism. Fortunately, this matter can still be salvaged, depending on your attitude." Xiao Bingyi had never encountered such literature. He was entirely ignorant of the underground party's activities. Suddenly, he recalled that just the day before, the director had kindly requested he submit 2 applications for joining the organization. He had remained silent, head bowed, which, though not an explicit refusal, implied his reluctance. He surmised that the director was still clinging to their previous conversation. Attempting to frame and coerce him, "What stance should I take, Director Song?" he inquired. The director immediately replied, "Submit the 2 applications from yesterday. If you prefer not to write, here are 2 pre-filled forms. Just sign, and your graduation certificate will be issued, ensuring your wish to serve at the Nanjing Police Department's southern precinct is fulfilled." Song Zhongjian added emphatically, "If you have any other intentions, I assure you they can be realized." "What do you say?" Xiao Bingyi took a deep breath, feeling disdain stir within him. It was disgraceful that a government official would resort to such underhanded tactics to force compliance. "What if I refuse to sign, Director Song?" He retorted defiantly. "Humph. Have you forgotten the significance of the Central Police Academy? It is a cradle for cultivating the nation's elite. How can you avoid pledging loyalty to the government? If you refuse to sign, graduation is a trivial matter. We will have to conduct an investigation into your character. This book could cost you your life." He observed the director's sinister demeanor. Xiao Bingyi felt a surge of anger, blood rushing to his head. "Director Song, I reiterate, the book is not mine. If you force me, I will not sign." Song Zhongjian issued both a threat and a warning. "Xiao Bingyi, do not be obstinate. I advise you to think carefully. Remember, your family is counting on your salary to repay debts." Fuming, Xiao Bingyi turned to leave, only to be ambushed by several individuals who beat him mercilessly. Initially, he managed to defend himself, but ultimately he was left battered and barely conscious, confined in a cell. Each day, he was asked a single question: will you sign? Xiao Bingyi never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Reflecting on his parents' expectations, he felt torn. Should he capitulate? What was the point of holding a grudge against them? Signing would mean immediate employment and a salary. But the thought of the organization that had brought his father to ruin filled him with resentment. How could he face his parents if he signed? Moreover, joining should be a matter of willingness, not coercion. His father's words echoed in his mind. Only by remaining unaffiliated can one uphold justice and law enforcement. His inherent nature of yielding to righteousness ultimately led him to decide that he must steadfastly uphold justice. Upon learning the outcome, Song Zhongjian muttered to himself in disbelief. What has this lad ingested to refuse such a favorable opportunity? Even the mightiest of beings cannot escape the grasp of fate. He was determined to bring Xiao Bingyi to heel. However, an incident occurred that made him reconsider his direct approach. He received a report from the newspaper's censorship department about an article signed by an individual from Jinling, which stated that a top student from the Central Police Academy had been denied graduation and subjected to detention and torture for refusing to join the Secret Service. Such absurdity from a prestigious national institution sent a chill down Song Zhongjian's spine. The censoring agent cautioned that, based on the signature, the letter was likely penned by communists, and though major newspapers had no issue publishing it, there was a fear that smaller papers might disseminate it or distribute leaflets. If word got out to other schools, protests would ensue. Song Zhongjian pondered. If he couldn't even manage a small fry, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities. He feared that the underground party could exploit this to create chaos, especially amidst the backstabbing nature of his colleagues, who would surely seize the opportunity to undermine him. He decided to proceed differently. He instructed everyone aware of the situation to maintain confidentiality and arranged for plainclothes officers to escort Xiao Bingyi out of the academy. As Xiao Bingyi exited the gates of the school, he was quietly reminded by an officer that it was an article signed by a Jinling resident that had saved him. He felt a surge of gratitude towards this unknown benefactor. Realizing that such good-hearted individuals were rare in these times, he was too weary to seek out his savior. His body battered and bruised. He feared that his appearance would worry his parents if they saw him. They might come to visit out of concern. He decided to leave immediately, seeking refuge in a small inn to recuperate while searching for work. As long as he could send money home, his parents would believe everything was fine. Days passed, and he exhausted the last of his meager savings, incurring debts at the inn. When the innkeeper discovered he was out of money, he was unceremoniously thrown out. Xiao, having learned of Xiao Ji's subsequent plight, offered comfort. Xiao Gu, at least the hardships are behind you. Are your grandparents still in Hengnan town? Xiao Bingyi shook his head, fiery anger igniting in his eyes as he recounted the attempts made by his family to persuade his grandparents to leave for Nanjing. The day after he mentioned his grandparents, his family traveled to Nanjing, pleading with the elderly couple to come to Hengnan town. However, the elders remained obstinate, convinced the government would steadfastly defend the capital and that there was no cause for concern. They would cross that bridge when they came to it. When his parents returned, they read the newspapers daily, preparing to travel to Nanjing at a moment's notice should circumstances change. If the elders refused to come, they would resort to abduction. By the end of November that same year, Yang Ling heard rumors in the market that Japanese planes were bombarding Nanjing like swarms of sparrows. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yukai attempted to catch a bus, only to find it had ceased operation. He hurried over the hills towards Nanjing. On the third morning after Yang Ling opened her shop, she found her husband sitting at the door, his face streaked with tears. A sense of dread washed over her, causing her to drop the basin she was holding. Xiao Yukai choked back his words, explaining that several hundred meters surrounding their old home had been razed by bombs. He had laid the elders to rest, comforting her with the words, "Do not grieve, blood debts must be repaid in blood." Upon hearing this, Xiao sighed deeply and reassured him. "Xiao Gu, do not be sorrowful. Your father speaks wisely, blood debts must indeed be repaid." Xiao Bingyi gazed at Xiao, who was diligently recording their conversation, and memories of their first meeting flooded back to him. That evening, after a fruitless job search, Xiao Bingyi returned to the inn, only to discover that his belongings had been tossed onto the street by the innkeeper. He curled up in a corner, feeling a mix of exhaustion, indignation, sadness, and lingering resentment. He despised Song Zhongjian for orchestrating his downfall through deceit, the innkeeper for his lack of compassion, and the Japanese bombers for the destruction of his family. He felt a deep sense of inadequacy as a man. A ragged 15 or 16-year-old boy, wearing a tattered hat and with a dirty face, watched him for a moment before picking up his belongings and returning them. One string of the era had snapped. Xiao Bingyi rubbed his eyes, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother. No need for thanks. I'm Xiao. Were you not studying at the police academy? Why are you staying at an inn?" Xiao Bingyi was at a loss for words, diverting the conversation with feigned surprise. Xiao, how do you know my surname is Xiao?" Xiao smiled calmly. "I remember you. You are an outstanding student from the police academy." I came across your article among the refuse that I felt we had some similarities, so I specifically sought you out at the academy. Unfortunately, I've only seen your photograph at the school exhibition. What's the matter? Haven't you been assigned a position after graduation? After Xiao Bingyi briefly explained his situation, Xiao gasped. Ah, such a strange occurrence. How extraordinary. He regarded Xiao Bingyi with sympathy and added, given the circumstances. If you have nowhere to stay for the time being, you are welcome to stay with me. The warmth of winter and the coolness of summer signal that the air quality is not particularly good. After saying this, he picked up his luggage and departed. Xiao Bingyi felt deeply moved by his enthusiasm, while simultaneously realizing that this individual was bidding farewell to the Hall of Justice he held dear. Uncertain of where he was headed, reluctantly, he walked toward the street, a path he was least inclined to take. He encouraged himself along the way. Upon reaching the air raid shelter with Xiao, a pungent and acrid odor assaulted his senses, causing tears to stream down his face. Observing the entrance, he noted a long strip of straw laid out on the damp ground, with a dozen tattered quilts strewn about haphazardly. He stood there, astonished. Was this truly where he would reside? How could one possibly sleep here? He recalled hearing from his instructor that many had perished in these very shelters during the Japanese assault on Nanjing. Peering inside once more, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and foreboding. He lingered at the entrance, hesitant to step inside. Xiao sensed his trepidation and urged him not to be afraid, explaining that those who had died within were all Chinese. Initially, even the brothers had feared. Wang Laobian from the southern district reassured him, saying that Chinese do not frighten one another. They had all lived there for years without incident, with nowhere else to stay. And seeing that Xiao, much younger than himself, showed no fear, he felt compelled to stay, despite his overwhelming desire to escape this ghastly place. The long night was sleepless, the stench of urine unbearable. Leaving his eyes unable to open, he felt like a dragon departing from a deep pool, a tiger fallen from its lair, or a weary little bird without a branch to alight upon. Yet he was unwilling to succumb. He would strive and struggle. The next morning, with a heart full of apprehension, he went to the last detective agency he had arranged to visit for a response. Having faced rejection several times, each visit felt like a test. More often than not, he was met with disdain and ridicule. Before entering any establishment, he would hesitate outside, mentally preparing himself. Stepping inside could mean facing humiliation. While the polite proprietor might nod and guide him on his way, the impolite ones would scornfully dismiss him, asking where he thought he was going, as if he were trying to take their livelihood. His once overflowing dignity had been thoroughly depleted. Although dignity was important, hunger was a far greater concern. That he felt he was confronting a dilemma akin to Hamlet's, to be or not to be. This was not merely a question for contemplation. It was a matter of life and death. After visiting several agencies, he found a glimmer of hope at this one. That upon meeting the owner, Mr. Zhong, he was taken aback by the man's unexpectedly warm demeanor. Before he could even introduce himself, Mr. Zhong exclaimed in delight, "No need for an introduction. Xiao Bingyi, a top talent from a prestigious institution. Our agency has just received its license and was about to seek you out. Who would have thought we were fated to meet? Your joining us is more than enough. Take a couple of days off, and I will notify you that on his way back." His heart raced with anxiety. And as he approached, he attempted to muster a smile. However, upon entering, he was struck with shock. The newly hung sign of the detective agency lay shattered on the ground. Mr. Zhang was covered in blood, with bruises on his arms and thighs, groaning on the floor. Xiao Bingyi hurried to assist him, inquiring about the situation. Mr. Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "To be frank, someone has instructed the entire Nanjing detective industry not to hire you." I refused to believe it. I had just sent the police away when another group of masked men arrived. They beat and smashed indiscriminately. You have offended no ordinary person. Xiao Bingyi remained silent. But his heart bled. He took Mr. Zhong to the hospital, intending to wait for him to recover before reopening the detective agency together. However, the following conversation left him feeling that his hopes of running a detective agency had been dashed. Chapter 17. A closed industry of dignity. Propped up on his sickbed, Mr. Zhong studied Xiao Bingyi for a moment before asking, "Xiao Bingyi, do you enjoy literature? Do you read any books or journals?" Preoccupied with thoughts of his future, Xiao Bingyi was uninterested in such an irrelevant question and replied dismissively, "I enjoy poetry, especially Su Jima's Farewell Again, Cambridge and Lin Huin's You Are the April Day of the World." Mr. Zhong, with a kind smile, inquired, "What about works by foreign authors? Do you understand foreign languages and have you read any original texts?" Xiao Bingyi faltered, "Well, I've read some works by Shakespeare." Like Hamlet, he had no desire to continue the conversation. He could not fathom why Mr. Zhong was asking such trivial questions at this moment. Noticing his hesitation and lack of energy, Mr. Zhong shook his head in resignation. "At this rate, I will need to stay in bed for at least a month. You're naturally suited to be a detective. It's truly a pity. Someone named Song has put in a word. Your prospects in the detective industry are bleak. Have you considered exploring other fields?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Bingyi asked what other fields he had in mind. Mr. Zhang suggested, as a top graduate from a police academy, fluent in 3 languages, you could find opportunities in translation. As many foreign institutions have agencies here. He further advised, since you enjoy poetry, let me recite a piece of prose poetry for you. Listen closely. Mr. Zhang softly recited the prose poem, concluding with, "This is the world-renowned piece, the seagull. I hope you can face the storm bravely, like the seagull." Xiao Bingyi nodded, remembering only the beginning and the end of the prose, particularly the final line, which ignited a surge of enthusiasm within him. Concerned, he asked, "Mr. Zhang, where is your home? Should I notify your family?" Mr. Zhang paused, smiling sadly. "My family is not in Nanjing. I can take care of myself. Go ahead and try, but do not mention that you know me." Xiao Bingyi found Mr. Zhang's evasive responses puzzling, thinking to himself, what's the big deal about knowing someone? Nevertheless, he proceeded to the country embassy, where the staff conversed with him in English, expressing satisfaction and instructing him to return in 2 days. 2 days later, accompanied by Xiao, he returned to the embassy. To his dismay, the same staff member dismissed him with several NOs and then presented an official letter. Without needing to read it, he knew that Director Song's influence had extended its reach. It seemed unnecessary to pursue opportunities with other countries' agencies. Overwhelmed with a sense of suffocation, his vision darkened. Xiao quickly supported him, advising, "Don't be disheartened. Xiao good, if the east is dim, perhaps the west will shine." The Japanese War Criminal Office at Xingzhongmen and the Management Office of the Japanese Expatriate Concentration Camp may need translators. It's worth a shot. The two made their way to Xingzhongmen in search of fortune. Upon hearing the name Xiao Bingyi, the reception staff waved their hands repeatedly, explaining, "We do need Japanese translators. But you are not qualified. We just received notice." Xiao Bingyi had not anticipated that Director Song would not let him off the hook so easily. On the way back, he felt utterly defeated, as if he had just endured a severe illness. In the following days, Xiao did his utmost to comfort him. The younger brothers, fearing he might take a drastic step, followed him day and night as he frequented the banks of the Yangtze River. He also climbed Purple Mountain, standing atop it, gazing at the azure sky, searching among the cotton-like clouds for a piece that belonged to him. He could not comprehend why Song Zhongjian would oppose an ordinary person who sought no quarrel. To be or not to be? He repeatedly questioned himself. In truth, there was no need for further inquiry. His empty stomach had already voiced a resounding response. To survive, he must find work. If he could not penetrate the upper echelons of society, he would have to venture into the lower classes. Song Zhongjian, you control everything. Surely you cannot govern the lower classes as well? A week later, he finally found a position in a middle ground occupation, teaching foreign languages to the son of a nationalist officer, and even received half a month's salary in advance. He resolved to rent a place, intending to assist his friend Xiao, who had stood by him during his hardships, by relocating him. However, the very next day, the landlady politely dismissed him, refusing to return his advance salary. Director Song had already discussed his promising future with her husband. Just as he began one job, he lost it. Inspired by his experience in tutoring, he decided to try his luck in schools. Even temporary teaching would suffice. He found a secondary school and mustered the courage to walk in. Upon entering, he collided with a female teacher, causing her books and assignments to scatter across the floor. Noticing her displeasure, he apologized. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Let me help you pick them up." He crouched down and observed that the teacher's high heels were nearly 2 inches long. As he handed the books back to her, he caught sight of her beauty. The teacher, appearing aloof, cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes glimmering momentarily. Xiao Bingyi watched her walk away, noting a slight tilt to her right side, suggesting an injury to her right leg. He noticed that after taking a few steps, she looked back at him, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Inside, Principal Zhang had already taken notice of him and nodded politely. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback by the attention and, after a moment of hesitation, explained his purpose. Principal Zhang scrutinized him and inquired, "From your accent, you wouldn't happen to be from Hongnan Town, would you?" Xiao Bingyi was astonished, sensing that Principal Zhang might indeed be his fellow townsman. Could it be that Principal Zhang is also from Hongnan Town? He thought, noting that the accent didn't quite match. He excitedly countered with a question. Seeing his response, Principal Zhang nodded, inviting him to sit down and pouring him a glass of water. My hometown is Hongnan Town. My ancestors went to Nanjing. I have 3 siblings. My elder brother is in Shanghai, and my elder sister returned from Nanjing to establish a school. I returned to the country 8 years ago. Instantly, Xiao Bingyi recalled Principal Zhang from Hongnan Town Primary School and exclaimed, "Principal Zhang, is your elder sister the principal at Hongnan Town Primary School?" "Indeed. My elder brother is in business for the country, while I and my elder sister are in education for the nation. My elder sister has devoted her life to the field of education. She rarely contacts us. The younger generation of the Zhang family is mostly overseas. My children have gone to Nanjing with my elder brother's daughter. Principal Zhang replied, taking a sip of water and observing him. Young fellow from the same town, you must be a descendant of the Xiao family from the town, right? If you wish to teach. You've come to the right place. What do you intend to teach? Xiao Bingyi grew increasingly excited, stating that he could teach various subjects at the secondary level that if there were any doubts, he could be trialed first. The principal immediately smiled and introduced, our school is indeed in need of teachers. Several well-liked instructors have recently been taken away by the police. Xiao Bingyi quickly seized the opportunity, saying, Principal, I can teach an extra subject, or even several. Just then, someone outside called for the principal to take a phone call. The principal smiled apologetically and said, you can teach English, right? Lao Zhang. Come here. I have found an assistant for you. You two talk first. I need to take a phone call. Lao Zhang shot a glance filled with disdain at Xiao Bingyi, causing a shiver of anxiety to course through him. In recent times, he had encountered an abundance of unfriendly gazes, yet none had been as piercing as this one. Lao Zhang approached, ignoring him completely, and began speaking in English. Xiao Bingyi realized he was being tested and responded in kind. After 10 minutes of conversation, the atmosphere began to ease. Lao Zhang nodded in appreciation and asked where he had graduated from. Shanghai, Nanjing, or perhaps abroad? Xiao Bingyi had no choice but to answer truthfully, prompting Lao Zhang to rise in astonishment. What? You are a graduate of the Central Police Academy. What are you doing here? The surprise on Lao Zhang's face sent Xiao Bingyi into a spiral of anxiety, casting a shadow of failure over him. He felt caught in a dilemma. Nodding would not suffice, and not nodding would be equally inadequate. However, Lao Zhang became animated, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Young man, you have arrived just in time. My assistant has been apprehended. I welcome you to join me. Upon seeing the principal enter, Lao Zhang hurriedly exclaimed, Lao Zhang, the person you introduced is quite impressive. His English skills are substantial. He is the one. Principal Zhang had been standing outside for some time, and as he entered, his expression was clouded with displeasure, even indignation. Anxiety surged once more within Xiao Bingyi. He had a gut feeling that when misfortune strikes, one might choke on plain water. Principal Zhang had returned from a phone call, and his demeanor was off. Could it be? He sat down and scrutinized the young man before him, sighing heavily and shaking his head. Young man, your luck is unfortunate. I just received a notification from the Education Bureau. No institution is permitted to hire you. Alas. Xiao Bingyi stood frozen for a considerable time, finally processing the news. He soon realized he was being followed. Otherwise, how could the call have arrived so promptly? Chapter 018. The embarrassment on the streets. As Xiao Bingyi walked home, he pondered the bleak employment prospects that had been shut off. What about physical labor? He recalled seeing people carrying heavy burlap sacks by the riverside. He prided himself on his strength, capable of hefting over 100 pounds with one hand. Naturally, he was also curious about the extent of Song Zhongjin's influence. To prove a point and shake off the clutches of Director Song, he decided to try his hand at carrying burlap sacks at the dock. He gritted his teeth and endured for 3 days, earning only a few dimes. Before being dismissed by the foreman, he was informed that the dock owner had already been drinking the fine tea of Director Song. The dock owner, now acting as a facilitator, said, Young man, you are quite fortunate. They care about you. I assure you, if you return to school and sign a few papers, your graduation certificate will be issued immediately, and you will be assigned to a good job. Seeing Xiao Bingyi remain silent, the dock owner spoke earnestly. If you don't recognize heaven, you will have food. If you don't recognize people, you will go hungry. You should return. They are waiting for you to admit your mistakes. He represented the state, suggesting that lowering one's noble head just a little could elevate one above others. In this world, who could one possibly resist, facing the surging waters of the Yangtze River? Xiao Bingyi's heart twisted in anguish, tears welling up. He thought bitterly of Song Zhongjin, questioning why he relentlessly pressured him. The more pressure he felt, the more he resisted. Despite his resentment, the reality was stark. Living in poverty was one thing, but being unable to fill his belly was a grave matter. Exhausted and cornered, he felt ashamed to return home to face his parents, contemplating whether to concoct a story to ask for money. But how could he broach the subject? His father had lost his job, and they depended solely on his mother's meager salary from substitute teaching. The debts from his high school tuition and living expenses remained unpaid. He had hoped to repay them with his salary after graduating from the police academy and to support them. Little did he expect to find himself in such dire straits. As he wrestled with the idea of asking for money from home, Qiao Xiaoqiu's advice shifted his perspective. Qiao Xiaoqiu suggested that his father had once said, those who care will be burdened. Those who don't care will be indifferent. The most helpless situation in life is when one's aspirations do not align with reality. Xiao Bingyi found himself in this predicament. It seemed that whatever job he sought, Song would be scheming behind the scenes. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, first testing their will and laboring their bodies. Those who achieve great things must endure hardship. Xiao Bingyi, you are that individual. You must first suffer before you can accomplish great things. The garbage king Lao Bian in the southern district was not a bad option. He had a modest reputation in the garbage trade. Collecting garbage together could sustain him. Song had control over many things, but not over garbage collection. Lao Bian would not listen to him, having been trained by his father since childhood. The concept of perseverance was ingrained in Xiao Bingyi's very bones. Xiao's offhand remark awakened his dormant resolve. He believed that enduring hardship was acceptable, but he feared that his parents would discover the truth. The pride of the Xiao family, attending a prestigious institution, reduced to collecting garbage. How could he face his hometown? The entire street would laugh at him. Furthermore, he could not bear to show his face to anyone. Frustrated yet determined, he continued searching for work, only to be thwarted each time for the same reasons. That he faced a dilemma. He was unfit for work within the system and equally unfit outside of it. His capabilities in intellectual labor were insufficient, and physical labor proved no better. He went to the riverside, shouting at the rushing waters, "What kind of society is this?" He gazed up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly, yet his heart was engulfed in darkness. Despair enveloped him. On a sweltering evening, he and Xiao drank in a bomb shelter, shirtless, through hazy, drunken eyes. He noticed Xiao wearing a half-copper coin strung on a dragon boat festival string around his neck. "Xiao, why do you wear a half-copper coin? Does it have any significance?" he inquired. Xiao glanced at the half-coin on his chest, explaining, "This coin is from the Song dynasty, a Xiaoxi Yuanbao from the southern Song. The other half is with my father. I once asked him about it, but he didn't explain. I don't know its meaning. Perhaps he hopes that I will earn money in the future." The two sang and drank until they were both thoroughly intoxicated. As dawn broke, he stared at the tools Xiao had prepared, his mind in turmoil. Finally, he sighed and took to the streets. Life, like a dream, is not a dream, but too real. Life, like water, is not merely water, for it is filled with more bitterness than sweetness, along with countless sorrows and helplessness. Collecting garbage felt akin to being exposed and scrutinized by others. A tall young man, standing over 6 feet, found it impossible to maintain his dignity. On a scorching day, wearing a mask, his thin face was obscured except for his lantern-like eyes as he traversed the bustling streets. After a week, the weight on his heart began to lift. He reflected, "The hardest part is the beginning. What I was once ashamed to do is no longer daunting once started. I neither steal nor rob. Every profession has its place. Even Emperor Zhu too once donned a monk's robe to survive." He realized that he too faced struggles in Nanjing. What if he collected garbage? He had formally accepted the burdens placed upon him by fate, beginning to temper his resolve and labor his body. He chuckled, for there were no acquaintances in the city. Friends were unaware, and his parents were oblivious. Once he overcame this hurdle, a new world would await him. Old Lu also lamented that after traversing mountains and rivers, one might find a new village amidst the shadows of despair. With this thought, his mindset gradually became more open. However, just as he began to adapt, he encountered an unexpected embarrassment. Summer in Nanjing felt like a furnace, and the heat was unbearable. Wearing a tattered hat and a large mask, he struggled against the sweltering weather. As he felt faint, he attempted to remove his mask. To his dismay, he inhaled deeply, only to realize the gravity of the situation. Standing nearby was a girl with an umbrella, staring intently at him. His heart raced. Is that not Zhou Xiaoyu from just outside my door? He recalled his mother mentioning that Zhou's daughter had enrolled at the Nanjing Women's College that year. How could he have forgotten her? How could he let her know of his current predicament? This was not merely a matter of pride, but also of self-respect. He pulled down his hat and covered his face with the mask. Turning away, Zhou Xiaoyu had been watching him for some time, struggling to accept what she witnessed. Xiao Bingyi, a distinguished student from the Central Police Academy, had once garnered attention for his impressive grades. Ranking among the top 3, his father had confidently proclaimed that with such a background, he could secure a promising future. On the day he received his acceptance letter, neighbors rejoiced and townsfolk praised him. She could not suppress her feelings, standing across the street, intently watching him, hoping he would notice her and exchange a few words. Yet, he merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, offering no intention of conversation. For his aloofness, she had secretly shed tears. Neighbors often used him as an example for their children. How could the proud young man, with his radiant smile, be reduced to scavenging for garbage? Yet, the tall young man collecting trash before her was undoubtedly him. What could have transpired? She resolved to uncover the truth and, if it truly was him, to offer assistance. She followed him for several blocks, but ultimately lost sight of him. Chapter 019. Encountering Boss Zhang again. Evading pursuit was an art form for Xiao Bingyi. He managed to shake off Zhou Xiaoyu, retreating to a shadowy corner, clutching his racing heart, emotions tumultuous. Memories of his youth flooded back, and he gazed skyward, tears brimming in his eyes. The scorching sun felt like a fiery furnace to his heart. He understood the historical grievances between the Zhou and Xiao families. Zhou Xiaoyu would undoubtedly inform her father of this encounter. There is no wall that does not leak information. The Xiao family's reputation in the ancient town was in tatters, and his parents would likely be too ashamed to step outside. They might even come to Nanjing to investigate further. And that would lead to irreparable consequences. Fearing she might return, he feigned illness for several days, avoiding the streets. Eventually, he concocted a rigid excuse. Should he encounter her again, or his parents, he would claim it was merely an internship, collecting garbage for the sake of gaining social experience. A grassroots immersion into life. Zhou Xiaoyu did not appear again, nor did his parents come looking for him, allowing his anxious heart to settle. Xiao, sensing the situation, recalled his own past struggles and felt a deep empathy. After a long silence, he sought out the garbage king Lao Bian, requesting to join him in collecting garbage, suggesting that Xiao Bingyi take on the managerial role. Lao Bian, having heard the introduction from Xiao, greatly admired Xiao Bingyi's integrity. Due to the declining health of the king, an additional executive position should be established. Xiao will continue to serve as the housekeeper. Xiao Bingyi, a university student, possesses considerable knowledge and should be appointed as the advisor. Upon learning of the situation, Xiao Bingyi was filled with emotions. In his lifetime, he had very few close friends. During his times of hardship, encountering friends like Lao Bian and Xiao was indeed fortuitous. To all the gentlemen, this person will remember you for life. Only after becoming a full-time cadre did he realize the challenges of managing a poor household. The meager income from collecting garbage barely kept everyone from starving. Particularly concerning was Lao Bian's inability to afford medical treatment. Minor ailments had developed into serious conditions over time. He felt compelled to find a way to ensure that his younger brothers were well-fed and warmly clothed. This was both a matter of conscience and the duty of an advisor. Regrettably, despite his intense focus and mental exertion, he felt no clarity. His heart was filled with anxiety, repeatedly questioning himself. Are you not the one bestowed with a great responsibility? How can you fail to accomplish such a trivial task? You have no face to call yourself that. Hurry and demonstrate your capabilities to save your comrades. Without taking the front lines, the awkward alarm has been lifted. Dressed neatly, one can walk the streets without revealing one's status. He regained at least a semblance of dignity, and his courage grew. That afternoon, as he strolled through the city, he heard weeping from the first floor of a nearby building. Approaching, he realized it was the sound of a eru being played, and he paused to listen. To his astonishment, that could evoke such sorrow. What an extraordinary feat. Peering through the window, he saw a young student playing. He discovered he was in the practice room of the National Central University. By a stroke of fate, the following afternoon at the same hour, he returned to that location to listen again. He found this piece to be a celestial melody, as if it belonged to the heavens. Eventually, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired about the name of the piece. The student smiled and shook his head, explaining that he did not know its title either. He had learned it from a blind street performer during a trip to Wuxi. Upon learning that he too enjoyed playing and was a graduate of the Central Police Academy, he generously copied a score for him. A year later, when Xiao Bingyi heard the piece on the radio, he finally learned it was called Reflections of the Moon on the Urquan Spring. From then on, his younger brothers often gathered around Brother Xiao to listen to him play this piece. Initially filled with laughter, by the end of the performance, they were all moved to tears. One day, while he hummed the tune, wandering the streets, he noticed a pair of lantern-like eyes attentively observing passers-by. He realized that what Boss Zhong had said held some truth. Having had little social interaction growing up, he lacked the foundational skills of understanding human psychology. It was imperative that he seize this invaluable opportunity to observe and reflect more deeply, while also appreciating the beauty of women. Of course, he had another crucial task, to seek out potential avenues for financial gain. Are you not Xiao Bingyi? A man stopped him on the street to ask. Recognizing Boss Zhong, he feigned nonchalance, saying, Yes, I know you. Aren't you? Boss Zhong insisted. You still do not recognize me. My surname is Zhong, Zhongrong. Xiao Bingyi had no choice but to feign recognition, awkwardly smiling, feeling both embarrassed and amused, but he noticed a scar on Zhong's face. Cautiously, he inquired about it. With a sorrowful smile, Zhong explained, This is the best way to protect myself. He then recounted his recent troubles, mentioning his visit to the police station seeking resolution. The police, under duress, had reluctantly settled, compensating him for medical expenses. He elucidated further. They were executing Director Song's orders, coercing women into prostitution. Xiao Bingyi understood the reason and repeatedly expressed his apologies, lamenting that the innocent often suffer from the misdeeds of others. Zhong's casual remarks sparked an epiphany in Xiao Bingyi. Sitting together at a roadside tea shop, Zhong inquired about Xiao Bingyi's current occupation and whether he was still pursuing his profession. Xiao Bingyi found it difficult to speak. Sipping his tea in silence, burdened by shame as he poured out his woes, Zhongrong could hardly believe that such a brilliant talent had fallen to the depths of collecting garbage. Staring at him for several minutes, with a sigh, he remarked, This world stifles talent. You are among the top graduates of the nation's police academy. Your insights into criminal psychology are particularly unique, and I wholeheartedly agree with your viewpoint. The pinnacle of solving crimes lies in a profound understanding of criminal psychology, reading minds to solve cases. You may not know me well, but I firmly believe that once you understand my situation, you will be grateful to have met me. Listening to Zhong Zhengrong's words, Xiao Bingyi felt a pang of pain in his heart, struggling to hold back tears of frustration. If only Song Zhongjian had spared him. He could have pursued a career as a professional detective alongside Zhong Zhengrong, realizing his dream of becoming a great investigator. Yet, in life, there are no if-only scenarios. He expressed that his connection with Boss Zhong was tenuous, and that humanity's pursuit of life was merely to survive. He was only striving to live freely, and whether he could find light and meaning in life remained to be seen. Zhong Zhengrong sighed again, stating that simply existing does not encompass the entirety of life. One must continually evolve. Life will either change you, or you will change your life. Everyone holds a vision of their own beautiful spring in their hearts. However, to attain this spring, one must confront various life challenges and bravely face the storms to embrace the light. Suddenly, Xiao Bingyi felt that Zhong Zhengrong resembled a life mentored. He smiled wryly at the encouragement. Shaking his head, he did not require encouragement now. He urgently needed to discover financial opportunities and attempted to leave. However, Zhong stopped him, as if directing him towards a promising path. He tentatively asked, "Would you consider changing your environment? Perhaps I can offer you a glimpse of the most beautiful spring in this world. If you're interested, take a few days off, and we can meet again for a lengthy discussion. That I must remind you that your social experience is lacking. The outside world holds complexities you may not be aware of. Human psychology, especially in these tumultuous times, is particularly intricate. I reiterate, while collecting garbage may seem dismal, it is a valuable life experience and an opportunity for growth. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Start by observing others through their eyes." Zhong Zhengrong had genuine intentions to assist him, taking a sip of tea as he suggested, "Let us first collaborate discreetly. I will be in the open while you work behind the scenes on cases for me. This way, you will earn income without abandoning your profession. We can work together and accumulate experience. What do you think?" Chapter 20. The Densher alumni. It was indeed a moment of enlightenment for Xiao Bingyi. "All right, I have many young boys here. I will organize them to provide clues according to your requirements. You only need to pay a small information fee." He envisioned the dawn of success and felt a surge of confidence. His journey as a detective would commence from this point. Zhong Zhengrong added, "Those young boys are all from difficult backgrounds. Treat them kindly and protect them. When you come to see me, alter your appearance a bit." After hearing this, Xiao Bingyi nodded, thinking Zhong was concerned about being recognized by Director Song, not realizing he was missing an excellent opportunity. Opportunities in life sometimes lie close at hand, dependent solely on one's awareness and grasp of them. Zhong Zhengrong's thought-provoking words left Xiao Bingyi with questions. However, he was solely focused on establishing a source of income and was eager to return for discussions, leaving no time for lengthy conversations. Had he lingered a bit longer to inquire further, pursuing the truth, Zhong would have revealed his genuine intentions. Thus, he would have circumvented numerous obstacles in life, and perhaps the arrival of his own beautiful spring would have been hastened. Upon returning, he immediately discussed with Qiu Xiaoqiu, and they quickly agreed to approach Lao Bian. Lao Bian was wholeheartedly supportive and urged Qiu Xiaoqiu to cooperate fully, while also cautioning that the clues provided should not involve the underground party. Xiao Bingyi nodded in commitment, organizing over 10 individuals to learn the relevant skills. That he explained techniques such as surveillance, disguise, and tracking, while also drawing parallels. Why not leverage the police officers as a resource? That was an unseen treasure trove. He then instructed everyone to purchase a newspaper daily. First, to observe society and gather information. Second, to keep an eye on the police officers. However, monitoring the officers was no simple matter. After 2 years at the police academy, he should have made quite a few acquaintances, but he had focused solely on his studies and neglected to forge friendships. Racking his brain, he struggled to think of someone to approach. One day, while perusing the newspaper, he finally stumbled upon a breakthrough. A detective named Yu Desui at the Eastern District Police Station had received considerable criticism from the public regarding his handling of cases. This individual had been quite active during his time at the police academy. He vaguely recalled that you had left the school in his second year. Should he go or not? This dilemma involved issues of pride and dignity. Evaluating his own self-worth, he pondered how much dignity and pride remained. What dignity could he possibly have left? His pride had long since vanished. Even if a shred remained, survival demanded that he take a chance. Though they were not well acquainted, the situation was undeniably awkward. Yet, who among us wishes to grovel when pushed to the brink? With a tumult of emotions, he visited Yu Deshui's home that evening. Going empty-handed, Qiu Xiaoqiu had advised him that politeness is never misplaced when seeking assistance. Should he not bring a small gift, Perhaps a couple of bottles of wine and a pack of cigarettes. Xiao Bingyi, with an air of detachment, shook his head vigorously, believing that showing up with gifts would be akin to an insult. Upon arriving at Yu Dishui's residence, he found Yu exuding an air of superiority. Leaving him unsure of where to place his hands, observing Yu's wife with a disapproving expression, he realized Xiao's advice had been sound. He should have brought a token of goodwill. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward. He was caught in a bind. Uncertain whether to stand or sit, did he wish to convey his purpose, but found it difficult to articulate. In his heart, he sensed that this visit might be in vain. Thinking of his younger brothers struggling on the brink of despair, especially Lao Bian who could not afford medical care, he steeled himself, mustering his courage to warmly call out, "Alumni, greetings. I am your junior." Xiao Bingyi to his surprise, Yu Deshui stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, his expression peculiar. The hostess mirrored his astonishment. Xiao Bingyi's heart sank. He regretted coming. Wishing he had heeded Xiao's advice and brought a gift. He never anticipated that his simple greeting of alumni would usher in fortune. Yu Deshui was not a student of the Central Police Academy. Finally, he became a staff member at the Police Academy. To be precise, he was one of the agents in the secret bureau of the Academy, covertly monitoring the activities of the Communist Party within its walls. Director Song had set his sights on Xiao Bingyi, which was a testament to his diligence. He observed that society held a particular admiration for students of the Police Academy, especially among the fairer sex. As these students entered and exited the academy gates, they often encountered young women who admired them from afar, filled with envy. When tasked by Director Song, he took the opportunity to request a complete student uniform, complete with the school emblem and a student ID. Henceforth, he traversed the campus gates clutching a copy of the school publication, hoping to serendipitously cross paths with a beautiful girl. Ultimately, he leveraged this disguise to deceive and win over a lovely fiancée. It was only after she examined the student ID that they secured their marriage certificate. After their wedding, domestic life unfolded, and it was then that his wife discovered the police academy offered little in terms of financial gain. Insisting he find work at the police station. In desperation, he approached Director Song, who understood his motives for graduation and subsequently assigned him to the Eastern District Police Station. The Eastern District was a significant hub for various central departments, making a position there quite prestigious. His beautiful wife began to flaunt her status. However, as the saying goes, no secret remains hidden forever. It wasn't long before the rumors reached his wife, who learned that her husband was not a graduate of the Central Police Academy. Feeling deceived, she erupted in anger upon returning home. He presented her with the student ID he had shown her countless times to prove his claims. Yet, she remained unconvinced, insisting on seeing the diploma. He was left with no choice but to continue the charade, claiming that the diplomas of outstanding students were stored in national archives, managed by the state, leaving it to her discretion whether to believe him. Seeing her skepticism persist, he retrieved the school journal, flipping to an article by Xiao Bingyi, pointing it out. "Look here, this individual, Xiao Bingyi, is as exceptional as I am, and he too has not received his diploma. His placement was less favorable than mine, ultimately relegated to a less desirable post, where he cannot even wear a uniform, reduced to rummaging through refuse." Noticing his wife's lingering doubt, he waved dismissively. Fine. If you don't believe me, I'll arrange for him to visit our home one day. You can ask him directly whether he possesses a diploma, but remember, do not insult him by inquiring why he is scavenging." Though he spoke confidently, he had no expectation that the proud Xiao Bingyi would come forward to validate his story. Yet, when Xiao Bingyi referred to him as a fellow alumnus, he was taken aback. Filled with elation, what a fortuitous turn of events! The genuine police academy student, Xiao Bingyi, had come to his aid, providing a solution to his predicament. His heart swelled with joy, yet an undercurrent of guilt coursed through him. The very book resting beneath Xiao Bingyi's pillow was a product of his own machinations, a subtle signal to his subordinates to engage in underhanded dealings. Observing the once prominent figure now reduced to such a state because of his actions stirred a sense of compassion within him. As Xiao Bingyi continued to refer to him as a fellow alumnus, he cast a glance at his wife, who remained oblivious, and assumed the role of a senior with enthusiasm. "Xiao Bingyi, my dear fellow, I am well aware of your capabilities. Your academic performance matches mine, and your articles frequently grace the school publications. As your senior, I have always kept an eye on you. Come, please take a seat." He noted with satisfaction as his wife left, convinced by his facade, while he discreetly listened to Xiao Bingyi's intentions, softly advising him. "My junior, what are you thinking? Relying on selling information? How much can you possibly earn? Can you sustain your little troop that way? As I see it, why not assist your senior in resolving some of the complex unresolved cases at the police department? This could yield substantial rewards." Casting a glance towards the figure of his wife in the bedroom, he continued in a low voice. "There exists a particularly challenging case in the Eastern District that has the police department in a bind. and your senior is deeply entangled in it. If you can crack this case, the rewards could sustain your little troop for years. However, any collaboration between us must remain discreet, for reasons I need not elaborate. Chapter 021. I rise, you prosper. Xiao Bingyi, having heard his words, nodded in gratitude, likely influenced by Director Song's intentions. The following morning, he arrived punctually at the tea house. This time, he was more astute. Insisting on paying for the tea, Yu Desui dismissed the gesture, signaling him not to pretend to be affluent. I insist, but let me caution you. If your sister-in-law inquires about your diploma, simply say it is stored in the archives. Xiao Bingyi was puzzled by this advice, interpreting it positively, perhaps believing it was a matter of maintaining appearances. As Yu Desui scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was listening, he produced a copy of the Nanjing Daily. Directing Xiao Bingyi's attention to a report on the second page, the article detailed a poisoning incident that occurred on August 15, 1946, in a residential area of the Eastern District. The victim, Lin Xiao, a 32-year-old private practitioner, succumbed to arsenic poisoning just outside his home. Officer Yu Desui, upon investigation, uncovered that the deceased had visited the Chunlai tea house shortly before his death, where he had a heated argument with a middle-aged man. Witnesses at the tea house confirmed that he had been inside for less than 5 minutes, had not consumed any beverages, nor had any physical altercation occurred. Through careful observation, Officer Yu noted that the deceased's 27-year-old wife, who also served as his nurse, displayed a remarkable indifference to her husband's demise, continuing to meet with another man during this time. This led to the inference that the case bore similarities to the tragic tale of Pan Jinlian and Wu Daolong, suggesting that she had taken a lover, and her husband had discovered their infidelity, resulting in his murder. Currently in custody, Zhou Xiaoting, the wife, adamantly refused to confess, pleading with the police to verify her alibi. Neighbors described the couple as having a strong bond, treating each other with respect. Citizens reported that Zhou Xiaoting was exceptionally kind, offering free consultations to the less fortunate and even providing them with vegetables. Therefore, it was inconceivable that she could be likened to Pan Jinlian, nor could the deceased be compared to Wu Daolong. The husband had long displayed signs of despondency, indicating a potential for suicide. After Yu Desui finished reading, he cleared his throat, frustrated by the introduction. Damn it, I've exerted immense effort only to be met with disdain. I had hoped to extract a confession from Zhou Xiaoting through rigorous interrogation, but she remains tight-lipped. It seems someone has leaked this information. The news has made headlines, and I was berated by my superiors for inciting public outrage. We must release Zhou Xiaoting without charge. Having just joined the police station, Xiao Bingyi found himself embroiled in such a disheartening situation. The only recourse was to offer a reward for the capture of the true culprit. This case had been stagnant for over a year, with no one daring to touch it. However, Xiao Bingyi was steadfast in his belief that with his skills, his junior could unravel the mystery. Assist your senior in uncovering the truth. Together we can advance our careers. It would be mutually beneficial, if you agree. Future cases will be yours to solve. Xiao Bingyi's eyes nearly bulged with excitement upon hearing about the reward of $500. He was so elated that he nearly fainted. The prospect of earning such a sum from what appeared to be a mundane murder case was astonishing. Had it not been for the timely suggestion from Boss Zhang, he would have never considered such a lucrative opportunity. Yu Desui was right. Solving a few of these unresolved cases would have money pouring in, allowing his fellow comrades to live comfortably without scavenging for scraps. He resolved that upon receiving his first reward, he would send $10 back to his parents to dissuade them from coming to Nanjing. If Zhou Xiaoyu kept her mouth shut, he believed his parents would fork over the cash, thereby proving their son was employed in the city. Boss Zhang, you represent my second mentor in life. Thanks to your guidance, I am poised for prosperity. Junior, are you listening? What do you think? Yu Desui noted Xiao Bingyi's unblinking stare and prompted. Senior, it's all set. I'll arrange everything upon my return. Xiao Bingyi swiftly picked up the file and dashed off. He meticulously studied the case, calling upon Qiu Xiaoqiu and several key associates to discuss his analysis. He dispatched his team to gather intelligence. Soon, new developments emerged, revealing that this was not an ordinary murder case. Qiu Xiaoqiu reported, Brother Xiao, dockworkers have been circulating rumors that the deceased might have been Japanese. It seems someone accused him of being a war criminal. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, contemplating the implications, and decided to take the matter into his own hands. He arranged another meeting with Yu Desui, requesting his assistance in verifying whether any charges had been levied against Lin Xiao. Not only did Yu Desui visit the police department, but he also went to the courthouse. The outcome revealed that no formal charges had been filed against Lin Xiao. Xiao Bingyi further inquired about any unprocessed cases, and Yu Desui, eager to advance his career, diligently checked with 2 more departments. Indeed, there was an unprocessed case involving allegations against Lin Xiao as a Japanese war criminal, which had not been accepted due to lack of evidence. Xiao Bingyi discovered the accuser's name, Jiang Haitao. He instructed Qiu Xiaoqiu to verify his address. Qiu Xiaoqiu uncovered that Jiang Haitao was a middle-aged, Single dock worker with a penchant for alcohol, Xiao Bingyi sensed a turning point in the case, albeit a complicated one that required further investigation. He invited Jiang Haitao for a cup of Bailuo Chun tea. Seeking to understand why he had identified Lin Xiao as a war criminal and if he had any evidence to support his claim, Jiang Haitao, visibly agitated, vehemently asserted that Lin Xiao was actually named Xiaolin Hauer, a notorious perpetrator of the Nanjing massacre on the morning of December 8, 1937. I witnessed him, a second lieutenant, lead soldiers to slaughter my entire family of 6 that I narrowly escaped by hiding in the rafters. I only caught a glimpse of him, but his face is etched in my memory, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. Brother, my life henceforth is dedicated to avenging my family. Can you fathom the torment of being unable to settle this score? Xiao Bingyi nodded in empathy, though he harbored concerns about the accuracy of Jiang Haitao's recognition after 8 years. But can you be sure you remember correctly? After all that time, Jiang Haitao's resentment was palpable. That fleeting glance is indelibly imprinted in my mind. His loathsome visage has haunted my dreams time and again. If you don't believe me, I can sketch it for you. I just need paper and a pencil, and I will draw the birthmark on his ear. Xiao Bingyi took out the photograph for verification, and to his surprise, it matched closely. At this point, he had already conjectured what Jiang Haitao was about to do next. Well, you've avenged your grievances. You can rest easy now, he ventured cautiously. Jiang Haitao, upon hearing this, fixed him with a cold glare and retorted with a sneer, "Are you mocking me, or do you have ulterior motives? Let me tell you, I had arranged to meet Lin Xiao at the tea house, hoping he would turn himself into the authorities. He was quite arrogant, cursing me before turning on his heel. Little did I know, he died before he could reach home. Ha! What poetic justice!" Xiao Bingyi gazed at him and asked, "I sympathize with your situation. To be frank, did you poison him in the tea?" Jiang Haitao glared at him for a long moment, cursing, "What kind of detective are you? A fool. Go ask at the tea house if he had any tea." With that, he glared for a while longer, stamped his foot, and left in a huff, muttering about officials protecting their own. Xiao Bingyi observed his demeanor and sensed he was not the murderer. He instructed Qiu Xiaoqiu to verify further. Qiu Xiaoqiu reported back that neighbors and dock workers who knew him confirmed that his family of 6 indeed perished in the Great Massacre of 1937. He had been seeking vengeance ever since. It turned out he had abstained from alcohol previously, but after being unable to get results, he resorted to heavy drinking. The brothers at the docks all knew of his deep-seated desire for revenge. After Lin Xiao's death, his mood had considerably improved. Xiao Bingyi could understand Jiang Haitao's immense hatred. Anyone in his position would react similarly. Why you we pressed for updates on the investigation. Xiao Bingyi provided a factual account. Jiang Haitao had a motive but lacked evidence of murder, necessitating further investigation. We and the other detectives were growing impatient. In a moment of desperation, he committed a foolish act. Chapter 022. Investigate her ancestry. Upon hearing Xiao Bingyi's words, we concluded that it was highly likely Jiang Haitao was the perpetrator and promptly reported it. Jiang Haitao was arrested immediately, and we joyfully presented a reward. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback. Upon learning of Jiang Haitao's arrest, he quickly asserted, arresting someone without clarifying the case could lead to a miscarriage of justice. There is still no evidence to prove he is the murderer. Without evidence, one cannot make an arrest. We cautioned him not to be overly pedantic. Close enough is good enough. Continue the interrogation. Evidence will surely follow. With the prospect of promotion to detective looming, we accepted the reward and decided to cease further actions, suggesting they take his group of young subordinates out for a celebratory meal. However, Xiao Bingyi could not relent, for human lives were at stake, given the circumstances. He implored his fellow alumni not to force confessions through coercion or resort to executions. To conclude the case without clarity would only result in an injustice. His senior would need to report again, and the detective's approval would need to be rescinded. Seeing that his words had struck a chord, we, concerned about a negative portrayal in the press, had to exhibit a degree of patience. That night, Xiao Bingyi trained Qiu Xiaoqiu and a few of his younger associates in some Japanese phrases. The following morning, Qiu Xiaoqiu and several young men went a beg outside the home of Xiaoting. Xiaoting, with a warm demeanor, handed out buns, but outside, a beggar snatched a bun from a small child, kicking and cursing, "You little brat, trying to steal food from me. I'll kick you to death, you little Japanese." The small beggar, pitifully crying, clutched his head and wailed, "Wu, okayasan, mom, obasan, aunt, Wu." Xiaoting paused for a moment, then rushed outside, snatching the bun back and, with tears in her eyes, comforted the small beggar softly, "Kawaii sa, so pitiful. Anata wa nansai di suka, how old are you?" Upon hearing Qiu Xiaoqiu's description, Xiao Bingyi reported back to It appeared Xiaoting might be Japanese. They should investigate her ancestry. We dismissed his concerns, arguing that Japanese had been promoting indoctrination in northeast China for over a decade. and it was entirely normal for locals to know a few phrases in Japanese. Suspecting her Japanese identity based solely on a few words seemed far-fetched. Xiao Bingyi insisted that Lin Xiao's death had other implications, suggesting the case might fall under espionage. ISNT officer, you more than just a mere detective. Please reconsider. Yu Desui, intrigued by his words, gritted his teeth and decided to travel to northeast China to investigate further, leading to unexpected discoveries. He joyfully presented a photograph to Xiao Bingyi, revealing that there were no records of Zhuoxiaoting in northeast China, and the address provided did not correspond to anyone. This realization led him to trust Xiao Bingyi's judgment. Given the difficulty of the journey, he took the photograph to a prisoner of war camp. A prisoner confirmed that he was from the same hometown as her, stating she lived in Hokkaido. Her name was not Zhuoxiaoting but Sato Rihiko, a medical student of high caliber. Yu Desui believed the information to be credible and handed Xiao Bingyi a pack of cigarettes. Just as he was preparing to return, another prisoner stopped him. This prisoner, in a state of agitation, produced a photograph of their hometown and declared he wanted to expose something. He pointed to another woman in a kimono, declaring that Kojima Eiko, involved in espionage. The massacre at Lijiaten was orchestrated by her and her superior. She later eloped with him. Officer, do you have any fine cigars? I'll trade you a box of South American cigars for the photograph. Xiao Bingyi took the photograph, scrutinizing it closely. The woman pointed out was indeed striking, her eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. He picked up a magnifying glass for a better look, but the photograph was small and somewhat blurred. Yu Desui asked if he could act on this information. Xiao Bingyi felt they still lacked evidence. Those from the TACO, Japanese Special Hire Police, were not to be underestimated. Without sufficient proof, prying open her lips would be challenging. Arresting her without solid evidence would only lead to complications. It was best to continue gathering irrefutable evidence before proceeding. However, Yu Desui was impatient and once again covertly captured Zhuoxiaoting. Presenting the evidence from the prisoner, he believed he could finally conclude the case. Yet, Zhuoxiaoting rebutted each claim, emphasizing that the woman in the photograph was her identical twin sister and demanding a direct confrontation. The interrogation reached a stalemate. Yu Desui, feeling cornered, sought counsel from his junior at a tea house. Based on the information Yu Desui provided, Xiao Bingyi, since the case was growing more intricate, he requested assistance in obtaining an access permit to the archives. Then visited the Japanese internment camp at Xinghongmen. There, he discreetly investigated a clinic and discovered arsenic. He also found a South American-made pistol and noted the clinic was equipped with a high-powered microscope and numerous glassware, suggesting Lin Xiao was not only treating ailments but also engaged in pathological research. Cursing under his breath, he thought to himself, this is quite the conundrum. When he next met Yu Desui, he was well prepared. Yu Desui pondered over the interrogation outline he had provided and was now confident for the reinterrogation of Zhuoxiaoting. He fixed her with a stern gaze and ultimately declared, the true culprit behind this case is Zhuoxiaoting. And it is not a crime of passion. The background is quite profound. Seeing her still vehemently deny the allegations, he threw down 5 hard-hitting points. First, Zhuoxiaoting's identity as a Japanese national had been unequivocally confirmed. Based solely on this, she should be repatriated. Second, both she and her husband were Japanese. They did not qualify for the government policy allowing prisoners of war to marry local residents and obtain Chinese nationality. Third, here is a photograph of your compatriots. The woman on the left is undoubtedly a TACO agent, isn't she? She has confessed you do not have a twin sister. Investigating your blood debts will not be difficult, as several of your compatriot prisoners are eagerly waiting for their rewards. Fourth, Miss Sato, you may not be aware, but your identity has been exposed. There have already been arrests of Japanese individuals linked to a secret organization with Yakuza-like characteristics. Unfortunately, someone has informed us that you and Lin Xiao were members of this group. Officer, you have always been compassionate and lenient. With the war now over, I do not wish to create further conflict. Nor do I intend to pursue your other crimes. Simply confess to killing your husband, and I will let the matter rest. I can even advocate for leniency on your behalf. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been someone else, it would be a different story. Fifth, should you choose not to confess, that is acceptable as well. I will not back down until I have uncovered the truth, for the sake of my reputation. You understand what it means to persist. It means I will set aside all else and pursue you relentlessly until the matter is resolved. Strangely, it was uncertain which of the 5 points struck a nerve. She stared at Yu Desui for a moment before finally admitting to killing her husband. The reasoning, however, was not as complex as Officer Yu had imagined. Lin Xiao had betrayed her love. It was intolerable. Finally, Zhuoxiaoting posed 2 questions. First, you mentioned I and Lin Xiao were members of some organization. Tell me, what organization is that? Second, was the beggar who stole buns from in front of my house part of your trap? Officer Yu, to the first question, Yu Desui merely recited the official line. Xiao Bingyi remained vague, so he naturally could not provide a clear answer. However, He was also not evasive, saying he would keep that information confidential for now. He later inquired of Xiao Bingyi about the secret organization. Xiao Bingyi casually suggested it could be either the World Emperor Society or the National Protection Alliance, hinting at the Japanese attempt to regain power. A matter already reported in the news. Yu Desui, typically not one to be modest, took a moment to reflect on her second question and credited his junior, Xiao Bingyi, for the information. Zhua Xiaoting let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Ah, so that is it. How detestable." Yu Desui honored his word, running around to secure leniency for her. The government officials, wishing to exemplify a spirit of reconciliation, deemed Zhua Xiaoting to have eliminated a threat to society and recommended her for commendation. Upon her release, they even invited journalists, framing the act as a positive step towards Sino-Japanese friendship. The outcome brought joy to all parties involved. That Yu Desui was promoted to detective at the police station, and he advanced to the rank of major within the organization. Chapter 023. A fortunate encounter. Xiao Bingyi was quite surprised by Zhua Xiaoting's immediate confession. He asked Yu Desui whether the murderer had detailed the method and tools used in the crime. How did she administer the arsenic that killed Lin Shower? Where was the physical evidence? He felt there were still many unanswered questions. Yu Desui, basking in the glow of his apparent success, smiled dismissively, leaving Xiao Bingyi with a sense of regret over the hasty conclusion of the case. His intuition told him the case had deeper implications, but he could not articulate them at the moment. He wanted to persuade his senior to continue the investigation. Upon hearing Xiao Bingyi's insistence, Yu Desui clasped his hands in a gesture of desperation, wishing he could kneel down and plead. No, absolutely not. My dear brother, you have no idea how much effort I put into resolving this. We cannot afford any complications. I am content with my promotion to detective. Continuing this investigation could jeopardize even that. You have a family to support, and I will cover the living expenses for your little monkeys in this case. Xiao Bingyi realized that he had misunderstood the situation and decided to abandon his pursuit. However, he did not anticipate that this case would leave him with future troubles. He generously presented his entire bonus to Old Bien, expressing his gratitude for the support he had received. Old Bien, overwhelmed by the sight of the 5 thick rolls of silver coins wrapped in brown paper, wept with joy. Brother, you have saved us all. Now I have the means to afford my medical treatment. The heavens have sent me a great advisor. Thank you. When he heard that the advisor needed 10 big coins, he handed over one of the rolls. Xiao Bingyi accepted only 10 coins, returning the rest. Eager to remit the funds at the post office. In times of hardship, money is often the root of despair. With newfound wealth, Xiao Bingyi felt invigorated and brimming with ideas, actively assisting Old Bien in strategizing. They rented a well-ventilated house that provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. While it was an improvement over their previous living conditions in an air-raid shelter, it still offered stability, ensuring no one went hungry. When they gathered together, the atmosphere was vibrant, reminiscent of Sun Wukong returning to Flower Fruit Mountain. Yet, tranquility was short-lived, as new troubles soon arose. The notorious figure known as Rolling Meat sought to take advantage of Old Bien's serious illness, attempting to seize control of the garbage territory in the southern district. Taking advantage of Xiao Bingyi and Xiao Xiaoqiu's absence, he confronted Old Bien, demanding that he relinquish his territory. Old Bien refused and was brutally beaten, ultimately succumbing to the combined effects of anger and illness shortly thereafter. The brothers were filled with righteous indignation, and Xiao Bingyi and Xiao Xiaoqiu felt a profound sense of guilt. They vowed to avenge Old Bien and restore their honor. Xiao Bingyi and Xiao Xiaoqiu sought out Rolling Meat, donning sunglasses to project an image of authority akin to that of gang leaders. However, Rolling Meat dismissed them entirely, first confiscating their sunglasses and then delivering a punch to the leader. Xiao Bingyi was left dazed and shocked by the lack of civility in their so-called negotiations. After spitting blood and urging Xiao Xiaoqiu to step back, he bravely faced Rolling Meat's next attack. With a swift maneuver, he overpowered Rolling Meat, binding his hands behind his back, employing tactics reminiscent of a police officer apprehending a thief. The situation quickly turned in their favor, as Rolling Meat, realizing the odds were against him, declared, "Forget the Southern Territory. I'll hand the Western Territory over to Brother Xiao." Although he made this concession, dissent brewed within his ranks. He slammed a knife onto the table, cursing, "You don't know what you're talking about." With his moves, he is definitely an undercover cop. Engaging with him will only lead to disaster. We should leave the Western District and head to the Eastern District to carve out our territory. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaoqiu and the other brothers finally understood they had encountered a guardian. They unanimously elected Xiao Bingyi as the new king of garbage, eager to follow him. Xiao Bingyi absorbed the Western District's territory and welcomed over 20 individuals into his fold. This was just the beginning. He also recruited a dozen young street urchins, establishing a group called the Paris Commune, which soon became the southwestern power in the garbage trade of Nanjing. Xiao Bingyi did not view this as a divine appointment to rule over the garbage realm. Rather, he aspired to become the foremost detective in the East. He instructed Xiao Xiaoqiu to assemble a network of over 20 individuals to form an underground intelligence organization for the Paris Commune. Proposing Xiao as its leader, this network would monitor and gather information on potential wrongdoers. His strategy was straightforward: to cultivate resources broadly while reaping modest rewards. He envisioned promotions and greater wealth. Inviting a junior colleague to a tea house to enjoy some by Luo Chun tea. He laid out a file on the table, mentioning a lingering case concerning a communist underground party, seeking his assistance. If we capture the underground operative codenamed Firebird, I will reward you with 10 rolls of silver coins. What do you say? It was then that Xiao Bingyi learned of Yudesui's involvement with the Security Bureau. After watching him for a while, he inwardly cursed, "No matter how much money you have, I want to cooperate." Furthermore, on his first day as an advisor, old Bien had made it abundantly clear, the underground party was a party of the impoverished, and any matters concerning their safety must be protected, not reported. Considering that you had lowered himself to this role for the sake of his brother's survival, Xiao Bingyi resolved not to sever ties and decided to keep the Firebird case file. Upon reviewing the Firebird materials, he recalled seeing a wanted notice for Firebird at the archives, which offered a reward of 10,000 silver coins. Good heavens, Yudishui's greed knows no bounds. Indeed, for the case of Zhua shouting, the reward was 2,000 silver coins, yet Yudesui had only allocated Xiao Bingyi a mere quarter of that. The impoverished Xiao Bingyi, nonetheless, expressed heartfelt gratitude. He believed that the affairs of the Security Bureau were intertwined with factional struggles, contrary to his original intentions, and thus he could not participate. Moreover, Xiao Xiaoqiu, the head of the intelligence network, would not agree to it either. Consequently, they began to avoid Yudesui, while the prospect of large sums of money had vanished. Smaller opportunities remained. The younger brothers grew increasingly interested, each finding ways to sell information. After several months, they had managed to save up enough for living expenses. With the arrival of autumn, they provided each member with a set of cotton clothing. Living conditions improved correspondingly, and the younger brothers were occasionally able to bring home hens for stewing. One day, Mr. Zhang, the owner of a detective agency, visited. Naturally, they went to a restaurant and shared some drinks. After a couple of toasts, Xiao Bingyi inquired about the purpose of his visit. Mr. Zhang, seemingly joking, replied, "We've spoken before, and I've been eager to have a detailed discussion with you. I know you yearn for the beautiful days of April in this world. I am here to offer you a taste of the most beautiful April day." He then grew serious, stating, "Your Paris Commune is thriving. In China, there exists an even larger Paris Commune." Just as he was about to elaborate further, a stylish American Jeep pulled up outside the restaurant. A well-dressed man stepped out of the driver's seat. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mr. Zhang stood up and gestured to Xiao Bingyi, "I have urgent matters to attend to. If they ask about us, just say we don't know each other." Xiao Bingyi was puzzled by his words, wanting to inquire further, but the stranger had already taken the seat opposite Mr. Zhang. "Excuse me, are you a little cheap?" he inquired. "I am Chu Ying, the chief of the Southern District Police Department." Upon hearing this introduction, Xiao Bingyi realized he had encountered a benefactor. He had always believed that he was destined for a great mission, to become a legendary detective and fulfill his dream. Now, with the assistance of this benefactor, he felt compelled to follow. He could not forget the night before he departed, when countless individuals knelt in supplication, begging the king not to leave and urging him not to join the oppressive regime. If he left, the Paris Commune would disband, and rolling meat would undoubtedly return, plunging the brothers back into poverty. With tears in his eyes, Xiao Bingyi assured them, "I will never become a tyrant. If I become a police officer, it will be for the sake of my brothers." Rolling Meat would not dare to underestimate them. He appointed Xiao Xiaoqiu as his successor to the throne of the southwestern king, predicting that with Xiao Bingyi's backing, the Paris Commune would flourish. He would assist his brothers in gradually escaping their hardships. However, the deeply aggrieved Xiao Xiaoqiu led the opposition, declaring that no matter how impoverished they were, they would not accept charity from the oppressors. The Paris Commune had just begun its journey, and they urged Xiao Bingyi to at least stay for another year. The brothers voiced their concerns, recounting Xiao Xiaoqiu's tragic background. In Chapter 024, Xiao Xiaoqiu's parents were members of the underground party in the Eastern District. When he was in his first year of high school, his parents were arrested by agents of the Security Bureau, tortured, and ultimately killed. The agents sought to eliminate any remnants of the Communist Party. Fortunately, former King Old Bien and the brothers had come to his rescue in time. After hearing this, Xiao Bingyi finally understood why Xiao Xiaoqiu had been tight-lipped about his past. A wave of pain washed over him as he recalled the vile visage of Director Song. While he held no political bias, he detested the agents who wreaked havoc upon the innocent. Unable to convince Xiao Xiaoqiu, he could only try to explain. Becoming a police officer does not equate to joining the tyrants. There is a clear distinction between the two. He swore an oath. "I, Xiao Bingyi, will never become a tyrant or an agent. If ever I lose my mind and become an agent, May the heavens strike me down with lightning and let me die a miserable death. That evening, when the brothers learned of Xiao Bingyi's intention to join the police force, tears streamed down their faces as they knelt in farewell, witnessing the scene. Chu Ying sighed deeply. He took Xiao Bingyi for a cleansing bath before treating him to a lavish meal at a high-end restaurant, where they indulged in fine wine and coffee. The experience left him feeling as if he were ascending to great heights. Curious about the evening's expenses, Xiao Bingyi was taken aback to learn it exceeded a year's worth of living expenses. He marveled at Chu Ying's generosity, asking, "Why are you treating me so well?" Chu Ying, unable to contain his excitement, replied, "I am well aware that you desperately lacks the ability to solve this case. Under my questioning, I discovered that you are the true solver of this mystery. Brother, you have endured hardships, and now you shall enjoy the fruits of your labor. You are a talent, and talents deserve to live this way. I want you to adjust to this new life." When Xiao Bingyi heard Yu Shui's name, he fixed his gaze on Chu Ying, asking a principled question that if the answer was affirmative, he would refuse. "Director Chu, are you an agent of the Security Bureau?" Chu Ying laughed awkwardly, avoiding a direct answer. "Why do you ask such a strange question?" Xiao Bingyi responded seriously, "I want to know if you are an agent." "I will not follow you." Upon hearing this, Chu Ying was taken aback, recalling his mentor's warning, and he cleverly replied, "Haha, do you think all police officers are agents of the Security Bureau? If that were the case, it would be a problem." Xiao Bingyi did not linger on the implications of Chu Ying's response, feeling more relaxed. He was convinced that Chu Ying was not, nor did he wish for him to be. It was only natural to think that such a courteous and amiable gentleman could not possibly be a covert agent. Having endured hardships, a small act of kindness or warmth from others would instill a lifelong sense of gratitude. Xiao Bingyi felt the same. Reflecting on the serendipity of meeting such a benefactor, he secretly vowed to repay his kindness. He was filled with excitement. The heavens had finally allowed him to escape the kingdom of despair and step into a realm where he could showcase his talents. From that moment on, he would soar as high as the birds and swim freely in the vast oceans, delving into the labyrinth of investigations, dispelling the mists of mystery, and revealing the ugly truths. Allowing the wicked to be exposed to the light of day. Heavenly skies, you have finally opened your eyes. Earth, you have awakened at last. A detective from Huaxia is about to make a grand debut. This person has finally returned to the depths of the dragon's lair. Now, he can swagger back home in glory and meet his parents. Xiao paused his pen and said, "Brother Xiao, although I was involved in some of the events after our meeting, my understanding is not comprehensive. Could you please elaborate on your experiences after starting work at the police station? It would save me from frequently seeking you out in the future." Xiao Bingyi nodded silently, gazing at the starry night sky, his thoughts drifting back to his first day at the police station. He joyfully reported to the Southern District Police Station. Everything seemed so delightful. The enthusiastic reception from Chu Ying further convinced him that his good days had begun. Little did he know, the path he had chosen would not be as smooth as he had envisioned. On the very day he reported to the Southern District Police Station, he faced an unexpected setback, nearly leaving with his bag in hand. Chu Ying had not forgotten his mentor's advice and intended to temper his stubbornness first, instructing the deputy, Fan Zheng, to take him to the first team. The first team consisted of 5 members, led by Geng Bichong. Despite being merely a team leader, he dreamed of becoming a detective. Who wouldn't he want to advance in their career? At the police station, apart from Fan Zheng, he had the closest relationship with Director Chu. Even if he couldn't solve a case, he could still assert his authority and live in comfort. Watching Fan Zheng guide the newcomer inside, he quickly inquired about the newcomer's background. Fan Zheng, fully aware of Geng's temperament, embellished the details intentionally to provoke him. "Team leader Geng, you may not know yet, but this is Xiao Bingyi, a top student from the police academy. Director Chu has been looking for him for half a year. Director Chu treasures him greatly and is even considering promoting him to detective. Let him get acquainted with everyone first, lest someone remains unaware of the situation." Geng Bichong's vision darkened upon hearing this. "Damn it. So he's here to compete for my position as detective. He will have to get through me first." He commanded the newcomer to stand at attention and ordered the team secretary, Pan Xing, to give him a lesson. Pan Xing explained, "In this vast world, our team leader Geng is the utmost authority. Beyond the police regulations, you must also serve the team leader well. Every newcomer must endure a trial to establish their standing. Of course, maintaining a good attitude is essential. Everyone understands that. Furthermore, you must take care of the dormitory sanitation and show respect to the team leader. If team leader Geng is pleased, all will be well." Upon his first sight of Geng Bichong, Xiao Bingyi felt an uneasy sensation. In his mind, he imagined Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. Seeing him flaunt his authority, he was unwilling to listen. With his arms crossed and head held high, he regarded Geng with disdain. Geng Bichong, enraged by this insolence, slammed the table and leaped up to slap him. This slap ignited Xiao Bingyi's fury, and he immediately glared with fiery eyes, raising his foot to send Geng sprawling. The self-proclaimed emperor of the dirt spat curses, "You ignorant fool, how dare you disturb my domain? Brothers, teach him a lesson," seeing the other four advancing towards him. Xiao Bingyi could no longer endure the provocation. With a few swift punches and kicks, he brought them all down. Grabbing his belongings, he departed, casually slapping Zhu Beiji on his way out. The others scrambled to help Gung straighten up. The sentry barred his exit, reporting to Chu Ying. Upon hearing the report, Chu Ying instructed Fan Zheng to reprimand Gung Bichong while he comforted Xiao Bingyi, saying, "Dear student, it's not worth your anger. He's just a petty street thug. Your arrival is timely. I've arranged your accommodation in the back alley of Wanfeng Building. Hurry and bring your parents here to see if they are satisfied. Here's the key. You'll be living next door to me." A good person must have a bad counterpart. After giving you a slap, they offer you a sweet treat. Chu Ying's strategy with Xiao Bingyi proved effective. Xiao Bingyi felt the sweetness of the treat as he received the key to his property and personally inspected it. The small house with a garden was very satisfactory, especially since living next to his superior could affirm his identity. The only drawback was its proximity to the brothel, but entering and exiting was easy from the alley. He would never have guessed that Chu Ying had ulterior motives in encouraging him to bring his parents to Nanjing. Aware of Xiao Bingyi's filial piety, Chu Ying intended to use it to bind him. And at a critical moment, to leverage this bond, dressed in police uniform, Xiao Bingyi returned home in glory. Upon hearing that their son had joined the police force, his parents chided him for not mentioning it sooner. If they had known earlier, they would have prepared a feast. Xiao Yukai was overjoyed, feeling that he had finally reached the end of his hardships. He urged Yang Ling to go grocery shopping. Eager to share a drink with his son, during the meal, he pounded the table, lifted his cup, and recited a line from Li Tai Bai, "Bring in the wine. In life, one must indulge in joy." He listened to his son's grievances and advised, "The police system is like this. In life, there are gains and losses. Nothing is perfect. To achieve great things, one must endure and be patient. When you can no longer bear it, endure again. One must conceal their brilliance and not be overly arrogant. Avoid being ostentatious. Be humble, and in time, even the humble may rise to greatness. Every officer has gone through this. Bingyi, from now on, your primary task is to reclaim the position of detective for me." Chapter 025. Accepting the challenge, Xiao Bingyi had always regarded the words of his first mentor as sacred. He chose to endure everything. To his superiors, he humbly referred to himself as a petty person. As long as his parents were content, what was the harm in him suffering a little? Having picked up the pieces, what could possibly challenge him? Didn't T-Boss Zhong say that either life changes a person, or a person changes life? When faced with injustices, he learned to suppress his anger and gradually adapted. Gung Bichong, feeling he was no match for Xiao Bingyi, refrained from further insolence. A week later, Chu Ying inquired with Fan Zheng about Xiao Bingyi's progress. Fan Zheng reported, "This kid started off with a temperament like a bull, but now he understands the rules. The director has completely won him over. Truly remarkable. Proud of his cleverness." Chu Ying prepared to test Xiao Bingyi by assigning him a challenging case before he could officially become a detective. Should he successfully solve it, he would rightfully claim the coveted detective position that others had long coveted. He summoned Xiao Bingyi to his office, presenting him with a case file for review. As Xiao Bingyi flipped through the pages, he discovered that one file contained 4 cases. Realizing this was a test from his benefactor to see if he was truly worthy of the title, he inquired, "Director Chu, what does it mean for me to review these files?" Chu Ying, observing his calm demeanor while reviewing the documents, replied, "Dear student, these are several criminal cases that occurred 6 months ago. If left unresolved, they will become cold cases. No one has been able to make progress on them. Take them back and examine them. Feel free to express any demands. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Focus solely on breaking through. If you solve these cases, you will be promoted to the detective's office. Get to work. I have faith in you." Xiao Bingyi was so excited he nearly jumped up. Feeling a rush of emotions, when fortune smiles upon a person, nothing can stand in their way. Standing in the right place, even a pig can soar. It seemed that his struggles were finally yielding rewards, and fortune was turning in his favor. "Dad, I will soon reclaim the position of detective for you." Noticing Chu Ying watching him, he nodded silently, leaving with a sense of joy and the case files in hand. Upon reviewing the materials related to the 4 cases, he noted that they occurred in close succession. The first was a kidnapping and murder case that took place on September 12, 1948. The victim was manager's son from the East China International Grain and Oil Trading Company. After paying a ransom of 20,000 silver dollars, the victim was released unharmed. The second case involved a gang rape that occurred on October 7, 1948. The victim was a 28-year-old shop owner from the South District's Rishin grocery store, with the crime occurring near the Japanese internment camp. The third case was a murder. The victim was manager's son, who met a tragic end in a hotel room on October 17, 1948, during a meeting. The fourth case was a robbery and murder that took place on October 24, 1948, at Rishin grocery store, where the store owner Shang Jinshun was killed. He discovered that the first and third cases involved the same victim, while the second and fourth cases were linked to Rishin grocery store. Thus, the 4 cases could be consolidated into 2 investigations. Even with his utmost concentration, he estimated it would take over a month to resolve them. He sought the team leader's assistance, hoping to be exempted from the daily sanitation duties. Upon hearing that the director had directly assigned him the task, Gung Bichong realized Fan Zheng had spoken the truth. Hearing his request, he scoffed, "I don't care about assignments from above. Our team rules cannot be broken." Xiao Bingyi chose to endure and asked if he could have someone assist him in the investigation. Gung Bichong scoffed again, countering, "Who doesn't TF tasks? Figure it out on your own." Xiao Bingyi bore with it, completing his sanitation duties in the morning, then pondering his tasks. He decided to start with Rishin grocery store. Investigating the shop owner's wife, Ingzi, who had been raped near the internment camp. He went to the management office of the internment camp to gather information. The reception staff had poor hearing but sharp eyes. After listening to Xiao Bingyi's inquiries, he muttered to himself in surprise that, "Oh, are you asking about the woman named Ingzi who was assaulted earlier? Sorry, she's not a Japanese national. She seems to be from the northeast. Speaking a heavy dialect. What impression do I have of her? Well, she's very pretty and sweet-tongued. Those eyes could capture anyone's soul. When she smiles, every man's heart melts. You just want to hold her close." "What? You're asking where she lives? I think she stays at a crossroad in the South District. What does she come here for? What else could she do? She comes by every few days to deliver goods. She specializes in doing business for Japanese wives. You wouldn't believe it, but they all dress like monsters, like a white-boned demon. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The little man, often referred to as the one in charge, glanced around and cursed. "Have you all lost your minds? Drinking horse urine and spouting nonsense? Do not forget why we are here." He gestured for his 2 younger brothers to accompany him outside. Once outside, he instructed them to return and not come back. This matter would be handled by Brother Xiao. He promptly called Chu Ying to discuss the arrest strategy. Chapter 027, a heart-wrenching tale of revenge. Before long, a few individuals trickled into the lamb noodle shop, clamoring for dishes and drinks. The 6 remaining men fell silent, exchanging suspicious glances. The little man tilted his head, and the 6 stood up to leave. However, they were immediately apprehended by an inside job. The little man was the first to enter the interrogation room. Xiao Bingyi recounted the tragic story of the massacre in Lijiaten by the Japanese. The little man, filled with emotion, demanded, "If you knew all this, why did you still arrest us?" "Bah, traitors." Xiao Bingyi smiled and replied, "There is no need to jump to conclusions. Let us first discuss your situation. Clarifying this may lead to leniency." The first question posed was whether the boss they killed was a Japanese section chief. The little man retorted, "What business is it of yours? You have the Japanese to deal with. Why flaunt your bravado here? I will say nothing." Xiao Bingyi separated the 6 men for individual interrogations, ultimately unraveling the truth. This was indeed a heart-wrenching tale of revenge. The slightly taller little man was named Li Shibin, a former squad leader in a puppet army in northeast China. On a certain day in November 1944, he learned that a Japanese squad, accompanied by a city detachment, had ventured into his village. Lijiaten, puzzled by their unusual activity, he inquired further and discovered that the Japanese had received intelligence stating that anti-Japanese elements were gathering in Lijiaten, prompting a raid to capture them all. He relayed this information to his 9 comrades, who all clamored to return home to save their families. Li Shibin believed that the Japanese were merely targeting the anti-Japanese activists and that his fellow villagers were not in danger. Later, he invited the Japanese squad leader for drinks to glean more information. Enraged, the squad leader revealed the grim reality. The Japanese forces had not captured any anti-Japanese activists and were instead ambushed. The intelligence officer was furious and ordered a retaliatory attack on the village. The total of 108 villagers, men, women, and children, were brutally slaughtered. The village chief was disemboweled, and all the men were machine-gunned down. The women were subjected to inhumane treatment before being killed. The squad leader relished recounting how his squad had exploited 5 women from the village chief's household until they were exhausted before casting them aside. Li Shibin realized that the squad leader was referring to his own family, and despair engulfed him. His elder sister was 17, and his younger sister was merely 11. Suppressing his rage, he inquired about the source of the intelligence. The squad leader, glancing around furtively, whispered, "Li Sang, I must stress that this must remain confidential." Upon receiving a nod, he continued, "Kojima Eiko is an intelligence officer for the Special High Command Point 6 months ago. She infiltrated the village disguised as a refugee. This time, she provided intelligence that led the Japanese forces into a trap set by the anti-Japanese activists, resulting in the loss of over 20 soldiers. Li Shibin's heart bled, and his blood boiled with fury. He glared at the squad leader, wishing he could stab him right then, and there he held his breath and gritted his teeth as he listened to the end of the story. Finally, he made a pact with the squad leader. Tomorrow night, I shall treat your squad to drinks, and I will bring the finest wine. The squad leader, inebriated, nodded in agreement. Repeating a few affirmative phrases, Sherban's heart twisted in pain. Feeling incapable of facing his comrades, he ran into the woods and wept bitterly. His 9 fellow villagers, upon hearing his account, blamed him entirely. He was at a loss for words, but ultimately shared his plan for revenge. The following evening, the Japanese squad leader arrived with several soldiers to drink. Halfway through their revelry, Xiao observed that his comrades had seized the soldiers' weapons and shouted, "You little devils, blood for blood. We will send you to hell." He stabbed the squad leader, and his brothers sprang into action, ensuring that not a single Japanese soldier escaped. Yet this was not enough to quench their thirst for vengeance. Each man dealt multiple blows until the corpses were unrecognizable. They severed the heads and displayed them in the streets as a warning. Under the cover of night, they vanished. In front of the 6 men. Xiao Bingyi meticulously recounted the background of the village massacre. Tears streamed down the faces of the 6, some sobbing uncontrollably. Once emotions settled, Xiao Bingyi turned to Xiao and remarked, "I suspect you have not ceased your pursuit of vengeance for even a moment over the past few years. Could you share the conditions for leniency?" Xiao glanced at the others before responding, "I am open to discussions, but we demand the capture of Kojima Eiko. Let us each take a stab at her to relieve our pent-up hatred. The decision to kill was mine alone, and I request the release of my 5 brothers." Xiao Bingyi promised that he would take responsibility for the case and would consider their request. Xiao then recounted the events of the night they left the county seat, leading his distraught comrades to seek revenge against the 2 main perpetrators of the Lijiaten massacre, the Japanese Special High Command officer and Kojima Eiko. He knew Kojima Eiko well, having seen her at home a few months earlier, introduced by his elder sister, who had mentioned her as a refugee staying in the village. His instincts warned him that she was not to be underestimated, prompting him to alert his father. His father, with a sly smile, had advised him not to report back to the county seat, unaware that his father was a government official and had long known her true identity as a Japanese spy. When he returned to the county seat, he refrained from reporting, only to find that the entire village had fallen victim to her treachery. Upon arriving in the city, the 10 men split into 2 groups, tirelessly searching for the 2 targets day and night. One day, while wandering the streets, he spotted Kojima Eiko entering a fabric store. He followed her to the Japanese garrison, only to see her leave with a male officer shortly thereafter. The man was a lieutenant colonel, and their camaraderie was evident as they entered a CAF. He memorized their faces. As they departed, he overheard Kojima Eiko sweetly say, "Colonel, I've risked my life to gather intelligence. You cannot blame me." Xiao was certain that they were the targets he sought. He returned to formulate a meticulous plan to capture them and exact his revenge. One day, the Special High Command officer came to a tavern alone. Unable to contain their fury, his comrades opened fire. The gunfire alerted the Japanese patrol, and the shooter did not have the chance to fire again. The Special High Command officer was only wounded in the arm. The operation failed, and they quickly retreated from the city, returning to the village to mourn their losses. The once thriving village now lay in ruins, igniting their righteous indignation. That night, they stealthily returned to the city, waiting for another opportunity. One day, they spotted Kojima Eiko preparing to leave the city on a tricycle. The brothers fired several shots, but none found their mark. In the ensuing chaos, Kojima Eiko captured one of their brothers, who, before taking his own life by biting his tongue, revealed the reason behind their pursuit of her and the Special High Command officer. From that moment on, the Japanese became wary, and they found themselves with no further chances to act. To survive, the 9 men turned to banditry, yet they never ceased their quest for vengeance. Time passed, and suddenly they heard news. The Special High Command officer and Kojima Eiko had gone missing, and the Japanese were searching for them. Xiao and his brothers were left in despair, feeling lost and helpless. They drowned their sorrows in alcohol by day and wept into their handkerchiefs by night. They were determined to locate the 2, vowing that blood must be repaid with blood. They sought out a local trader in the city to inquire about their whereabouts. The trader could not provide much information, only that the 2 had left suddenly for unknown reasons. He recounted how a Japanese colonel had been furious upon learning of their escape, exclaiming, "Baka, cowards. Do you think running to Shanghai will keep you safe?" Xiao, realizing the captured trader was aware of this information, released him. Chapter 028. The difficult pursuit of justice. Upon returning to the mountains, Xiao gathered his comrades to discuss their next steps. Surprisingly, they all agreed on a plan: to kidnap a wealthy individual and demand a ransom to fund their journey to Shanghai. Xiao meticulously organized the operation, ensuring a smooth execution for 5,000 silver dollars. Thus, the 9 men set forth on their path of vengeance towards the south, embarking in early August of 1945. Upon arriving in Shanghai, they found that the war had ended. fearing that the perpetrators would be repatriated. They divided into two groups, one to the prisoner of war camp and the other to various Japanese expatriate internment camps in Shanghai. After searching in vain, they split up to stake out the train station, docks, and airport, but to no avail that a year slipped by without a trace. Li Sherbin pondered whether the two might have been sent back to northeast China by the local government. They divided into two major groups again, one returning to their hometowns to gather information, while the other traveled along the Yangtze River, methodically searching each city until they reached Wuhu. They agreed that the two groups would reconvene every 10 days to share any findings before taking further action. The group that returned to northeast China did not bring good news, but they did carry a troubling report. The wealthy man they had kidnapped years earlier had returned, now serving as the county magistrate. Learning that the bandits had abducted his father, he contacted his brother, who was a captain in the Nationalist Army, to hunt down the bandits and identify the 10 kidnappers. The bandits proclaimed their innocence. Sharing their tragic story, notices were posted throughout the county, offering a bounty for the capture of Li Sherbin and his 9 comrades. When the 9 men reunited in Nanjing, they could not help but feel disheartened. Their small unit's finances were in dire straits, leaving them unable to pay rent or even share a drink. Faced with adversity, they all simultaneously considered returning to their old profession, kidnapping. They quickly reached a consensus. Li Sherbin cautioned, Nanjing is the capital, and the law enforcement is relatively stringent that we must be cautious, extremely cautious. Since we are already on the wanted list, our actions must be especially discreet. From this moment on, we shall no longer call each other by name. Do not refer to me as brotherly. Call me the boss. The rest will follow in order of age. When the landlord came to collect the rent, they had no choice but to hide indoors. The landlord knocked loudly at the door, demanding, Little Northeast, stop pretending to be dead. The boss opened the door and asked, Who is Little Northeast? The landlord's demeanor softened slightly as he smiled, attempting to ingratiate himself. Who else could it be? Your Northeast dialect is quite charming. By the way, have you prepared the rent? When will it be paid? The boss quickly noticed a flaw in their plan. Their accents gave them away. However, the southern dialect was sharp and difficult to imitate. The 9 brothers engaged in an extensive discussion. Unable to reach a consensus, the second brother suggested, let us simply disregard it. We are from northeast China, and we are the Northeast Tigers. All 8 brothers agreed, for who could deny the prowess of the Northeast Tiger? However, the eldest brother was not in favor. He contended that the Northeast Tiger carried a provocative air, which could incite caution. He believed Little Northeast sounded more approachable. After a moment of silence, all nodded in agreement. Thus, Little Northeast was settled upon, referring both to the eldest brother and to their unit's name. Moreover, the eldest brother was indeed the soul of their organization. As the spiritual leader, he devised a battle plan, dividing them into 2 major groups. One group was designated as the combat team, responsible for locating and executing 2 treacherous individuals. The other, known as the logistics team, would handle fundraising and arrange for sustenance and other necessities. The eldest brother appointed himself as the leader of the combat team, while the second brother, experienced in military accounting, took charge of the logistics team. He emphasized the necessity of separating the 2 teams' living arrangements to prevent the police from capturing them all at once. If one group was apprehended, the other would need to devise a means of rescue. The immediate task of the logistics team was to procure funds, perhaps by treating the landlord to drinks daily. Thus, Little Northeast was set to make a significant stir in the capital. The logistics team quickly identified a target. The second brother reported, the Huadong International Grain and Oil Trading Company was thriving. Manager's son, who bore the surname Sun, frequently visited a hotel in the southern district to drink with a man. The plan was to abduct both of them. One fateful day, Manager's son visited the small hotel again. The logistics team sprang into action, but one man managed to escape. Terrified, Manager's son cowered behind the door. Clutching his head, the second brother demanded a ransom of $100,000. If the ransom were not paid within 2 days, they would execute him. Manager's son sighed in despair, explaining that he was merely an employee and could not access a penny without the chairman's approval. After some haggling, the ransom was ultimately reduced to $20,000. The logistics team obtained the funds and honored their word, confining Manager's son to a room before departing. Suddenly, Little Northeast was invigorated. They paid the rent and went to a restaurant to enjoy drinks. A few days later, the group gathered again at the restaurant when the cries of a newsboy echoed through the street. Buy a paper. Buy a paper. The manager of Huadong International Grain and Oil Trading Company has been murdered. The cup in the hand of Little Northeast clattered to the ground as they immediately turned their attention to the second brother. He repeatedly asserted, we collected the ransom and did not kill anyone. Both the 8th and 9th brothers can attest to this. The 9th brother purchased a newspaper, confirming the newsboy's proclamation, complete with a photograph as evidence. The eldest brother admonished, I have repeatedly stressed that our pursuit of funds was solely for the purpose of completing our mission. We were not instructed to commit murder. Such actions jeopardize our objectives. We can no longer gather for drinks. We must remain vigilant. Following the old methods, the combat team began their investigation at the Japanese internment camp management office. On his way back, the eldest brother brushed past a woman. Initially, he paid her no mind, but after taking a few steps, he realized something was amiss and began to follow her. After traversing the city a couple of times, the woman, known as Little Islandingzi, disappeared from sight. Little Northeast adjusted their strategy, deploying the combat team in the vicinity of the management office. 3 days later, Little Islandingzi was doomed. Upon her exit from the management office, she was seized by 6 men and dragged into the woods. After venting their frustrations, they interrogated her about the whereabouts of the chief of the Special High Command. Little Islandingzi remained tight-lipped, pleading only for death. The third brother proposed to execute her, but the eldest brother disagreed, opting instead to spare her life. His rationale was to keep her alive until they could locate the chief of the Special High Command, using her as bait to lure him out. However, after days of surveillance, they found no evidence of her meeting with any men. The eldest brother ventured to the management office to inquire about Little Islandingzi's purpose there. The staff, attracted by the weight of the dollars, disclosed that she was the proprietress of a grocery store in the southern district, peddling Japanese goods. Without much effort, the combat team located the grocery store, which indeed belonged to the chief of the Special High Command. 2 nights later, a tragedy unfolded at the grocery store. The eldest brother's gaze fixated once again on Little Islandingzi, but she had vanished. At this point, Li Sherbin, the eldest brother, turned to Xiao Bingyi and asked, "I have shared all I needed to. Can you fulfill my request?" Xiao Bingyi, burdened with sorrow, listened to the tale of Little Northeast's quest for revenge. Experiencing both shock and delight, he admired their relentless pursuit of justice while feeling astonished by the accidental revelation of the kidnapping's truth. As Li Sherbin posed another question, silence enveloped the room. After a moment's reflection, he realized that releasing his brothers was non-negotiable. Furthermore, the demand for them to execute Little Islandingzi was out of the question. The crux of the matter centered on whether the kidnapped individual had been involved in a second crime. That he posed the pivotal question. You claimed there was no execution. Why, after a few days? Was he killed? Did you not abduct him again, failing to collect the ransom, and then execute him? Where are your 3 brothers residing? The eldest brother glared fiercely, declaring, "I see you lack manhood. You deceived me into speaking. Yet now you refuse to acknowledge it. You wish to apprehend my brothers. Bah. Do not expect me to speak further." Chapter 29. The killers both go missing. Xiao Bingyi realized that continuing the interrogation would yield poor results, so he shifted his focus to Little Islandingzi. However, she had already disappeared. Anxious, he conferred with Qiao Xiaoqiu, seeking assistance. Without hesitation, Qiao Xiaoqiu pledged to do her utmost to help the brothers escape. As long as she remains in Nanjing. Even if she were a bird, she could not fly far. Eventually, Little Islandingzi was apprehended, and Xiao Bingyi personally conducted the interrogation. He began, "Your compatriot, Sada Riko, may have returned to her homeland. If you wish to return, you must confess the crimes you have committed against the Chinese people." Little Islandingzi's sorrowful expression spoke volumes. "If you can capture me, you must already know my circumstances. What more is there to say?" Xiao Bingyi pressed, "Let us begin with the gruesome incident at Li Jiatuan." After a moment of silence, Little Islandingzi queried, "If I speak, can you guarantee my return to my homeland?" Learning from the interrogation of Little Northeast, Xiao Bingyi shook his head, "Not necessarily, but speaking is far better than remaining silent." Little Islandingzi gazed at him for a moment, sighed. "For me, it no longer matters whether I speak. If I must, then I shall. Will you release me if I do?" Xiao Bingyi considered that since she could not escape, perhaps allowing her to go free to track the perpetrators might yield results. He nodded in agreement. Upon seeing his assent, Little Islandingzi pondered for a moment before beginning her tale. She had arrived in northeast China in 1933 with her father at the tender age of 12. At 16, she returned home to undergo special agent training, graduating and returning to the Northeast shortly thereafter. Just days after her return, her father took her to a hometown association meeting, where she met Sada Riko, a girl a year her junior. Soon after, her father left her in the Northeast for field training. Having come to China at such a young age, she quickly learned the language. In 4 years, she became fluent in the local dialect, which later became her asset, allowing her to frequently masquerade as a Chinese person. 6 months prior to the massacre at Li Jiatuan, she had attained the rank of lieutenant. In the vicinity of Li Jiatuan, anti-Japanese elements frequently appeared. The local garrison requested the Special High Command to dispatch intelligence personnel for support. Consequently, the Special High Command sent Little Islandingzi to report to the stationed office. Upon meeting Chief Inoue Shunjin, he was instantly captivated. Under the pretense of introducing the situation, he took her to a restaurant for drinks and drugged her. When she awoke, she found herself violated and threatened to inform her father. She confided in her father, only to be reprimanded. Inoue is from an illustrious imperial family. Your submission to him is a matter of pride for the island family. She swallowed her indignation and asked if Inoue was married. Inoue, with a pained expression, recounted that mere months after their wedding, he had been sent to China to fight. He had heard that his wife willingly enlisted in a comfort women unit and went to Southeast Asia, where she contracted a disease and died in a comfort station. Little Island Ingzi was taken aback, her sympathy for him growing in the city. She lived a secluded life, entangled with Inoue day and night until his deployment. She followed the same strategy, disguising herself as a distressed woman on her way to Li Jiaten. Li Shibin's father was the village chief, covertly serving as an intelligence officer for the military. He motivated his son to join the puppet army under the guise of providing for the family, while discreetly gathering intelligence. Over the years, he gleaned valuable information from his son's inadvertent disclosures. With her professional acumen, Little Island Ingzi had targeted the village chief's household. One day, she discovered that the chief was not home and inquired with his eldest daughter. The daughter revealed that their father had gone to another village and would return the next day with a group of businessmen. She surmised that it was likely an anti-Japanese gathering with potential for significant action. That night, she returned to the city to report, which led to the Japanese military and local authorities jointly descending upon Li Jiaten. Little Island Ingzi had not anticipated that Inoue would fail to capture the anti-Japanese elements and instead fall into an ambush, later blaming her for inaccurate intelligence that he feigned a retreat only to execute a counterattack. Ruthlessly slaughtering the villagers, the soldiers, particularly, committed heinous acts against the village women, leaving her horrified. She held Inoue responsible, believing him to be a perverse fiend. Such cruelty would inevitably bring about retribution. Shortly thereafter, a military garrison in the county met with a massacre. From the squad leader down to the soldiers, all found dead by stabbing. She suddenly recalled that the village chief's son held the rank of platoon leader in the county's security team. Upon reaching the scene, she found several severed heads, their eyes wide open, as if pleading for justice. Analyzing the brutal methods, she concluded that it was an act of revenge by the village chief's son. Inquiring further within the security team, she was astounded to discover that 10 men from Li Jiaten served in the same platoon, that on the night of the incident, they had all gone missing. After returning to the city, she was restless, surmising that the 10 men were likely in search of vengeance. Indeed, Inoue Shunjin was later ambushed in a tavern. To eliminate the threat, they sought to flush out the Avengers. She boldly took a rickshaw to make her presence known. Regrettably, the 10 men were exceptionally elusive. They only managed to capture one, who subsequently committed suicide. Realizing their intentions, both she and Inoue Shunjin lived in constant trepidation. Inoue Shunjin's father had once been summoned by the emperor and was gifted a bottle of wine, a token of immense family pride. The entire clan regarded it as an honored relic. Akin to how the Chinese revere their deities. In gratitude for the emperor's favor, he rallied dozens of family members to join the fight. Inoue Shunjin's wife, belonging to such a family, felt immense pressure and enlisted in the army's comfort women unit. Heading to Southeast Asia. At the time, the entire family believed she was simply visiting to comfort the wounded. However, Inoue Shunjin was well aware of the truth. Upon learning of it, he almost fainted from shock. He was consumed by rage and deeply humiliated. He buried his pain within, drowning his sorrows in alcohol each day. When intoxicated with anger, he would curse, "Baka, how many sons did you bring back? What family do you belong to?" This sparked a change in his thoughts. He yearned to preserve the pure lineage of the Inoue family for the sake of his honorable ancestry. Upon meeting Eiko Kojima and learning that she was still a virgin, he became genuinely enamored. He had once firmly believed in the Empire's inevitable victory, but the convenient information from the taco section gradually unveiled the grim reality of the war. The situation was increasingly unfavorable. With the Imperial Navy in dire straits and Allied aircraft bombarding the homeland, of the 3 brothers, 2 had already perished. The eldest had died at Nanjing Pass, while the youngest had joined the Kamikaze Corps, never to return. At home, aside from his father and himself, there was a group of women, and the death of his beloved weighed heavily on him. Men fought valiantly on the battlefield, while women were defiled by other men. What kind of world was this? Just then, he received a notification that the headquarters would send investigators the next day to look into the ambush of the Imperial Army at Lijiakin, and someone must take responsibility. Upon reading the telegram, the 2 lovers exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. The long-buried anger within him began to simmer. He resolved to stake everything on this decision. He felt it was his duty to ensure the continuation of the Inoue family. He implored Eiko Kojima to accompany him to Shanghai to seek a way back to their homeland. The situation was perilous. Once the investigators arrived, one of them would surely bear the blame. If they did not flee now, they might never have the chance again. Eiko bit her lip in contemplation, wanting to discuss it with her father first. Inoue pulled her into an embrace, reassuring her. "Eiko, this matter must remain between us. Our forebears have gone mad. If you consult anyone, before dawn, Even if we don't commit seppuku, we will face military justice. The Empire cannot win this war. We both carry blood debts. If we do not leave now, those seeking vengeance will not spare us. She believed her lover's analysis was sound. If they were defeated and captured, the vengeful spirits of Legiacan would not forgive her. Furthermore, the 9 vengeful ghosts were lurking, waiting to claim their due. The two worked tirelessly until late into the night, quietly vanishing. In Chapter 30, the case within a case is solved. Eiko and Inoue first traveled to Shanghai, where she secured a boat ticket through her fellow villager, Satoritsu Ko.By chance. She discovered a wanted notice in her teacher's office. Upon returning, she analyzed it with Inoue, who deemed her sister's reliability questionable. Doubting his assessment, she decided to test the waters at the dock. Disguised among the returning citizens, she covertly swapped her ticket with an injured man. However, when it was time for the injured man to show his ticket, he was immediately apprehended by the lurking military police. The shock of this revelation was profound. She cursed Sata for betraying their hometown ties and setting her up for disaster. The two fled to Nanjing by boat under cover of night, bribing officials to alter their identities. Inoue became Shun, while Eiko simply retained her name. They opened a small grocery store and lived peacefully for a time, enjoying their modest life. Eiko began promoting Japanese goods at the management office, only to be unexpectedly seized by 6 men and dragged into the woods. The men took turns assaulting her, cursing as they did. From their taunts, she realized their motivations went beyond mere lust. They sought revenge. Throughout the ordeal, she remained silent, waiting for the moment they would end her suffering with a knife. However, to her astonishment, the 6 men eventually left, grumbling and adjusting their trousers. She initially intended to inform Inoue but hesitated, questioning why they had spared her. She could not go. Their leniency likely meant they were looking for Inoue. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to notify him. Without him, what was the point of living? She scribbled a note and sent a beggar to deliver it. She then quickly concealed herself. Days later, she received the devastating news from the newspaper. The Rising Sun grocery had been robbed, and the owner had been fatally stabbed. Overwhelmed by despair, her heart was consumed with hatred and fury. She vowed to avenge her lover and reclaim her dignity. No longer would she hide. She armed herself with a silenced pistol and set out to track down the 6 men. To her shock, upon returning home, she found her lover seated at the table, calmly sipping tea. She thought she had encountered a ghost, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed him. With astonishment, she exclaimed, "Inoue-kun, you're alive. Who was the deceased at the grocery store?" Inoue, filled with pride, replied, "Upon receiving your note, I suspected something was amiss at the shop. I discreetly approached an old beggar, offering him money and clothes to watch over the store while I was away for supplies. The deceased was he. Eiko, we cannot linger here. We must move quickly." Eiko noticed bloodstains on his sleeves and gasped, "Inoue-kun, have you fought someone?" Inoue smugly inquired if she remembered the recent kidnapping case in the southern district. After she nodded, he indignantly continued, "I had been secretly negotiating a deal with the kidnapped manager Sunday. That day, we were supposed to meet at a small inn, but he was seized by several men. Had I not escaped quickly, I would have met the same fate. What kind of business were you discussing? Was he involved in grocery trading as well?" Eiko asked, puzzled. Inoue replied with a hint of melancholy. "His company regularly transported grain ships to the United States. I was negotiating a smuggling deal with him. We had initially settled on $10,000 each, but he intended to shift the ransom onto me. He insisted on the chairman's approval for any agreement." "How outrageous. I could simply represent you and take him out myself," Eiko suggested. She reasoned that the men who had kidnapped him could very well be pursuing them. Disrupting their financial flow would force them into retreat, thus ensuring their safety. Inoue lamented, "In hindsight, I regret that decision. I should not have taken another life, as it only increases our risk of exposure. I heard that a brilliant detective has arrived at the police station, capable of foreseeing events. We should relocate. No," Eiko insisted. "I must seek vengeance and eliminate those scoundrels." "Eiko, heed my words. It is not worth engaging in a struggle with these country bumpkins. I have had my fill of this life of hiding." Xiao Bingyi had been counting the days, and with some anxiety, he received more troubling news. Eiko Kojima had been released, and the man tracking her had vanished after being knocked unconscious by her. Xiao contemplated that even if the follow-up report did not pursue further, her absence would prevent the case from being closed. Moreover, there was still a murder case unresolved. In the office, he was pacing restlessly when he received a phone call from Xiao, her voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Xiao, I'm at the dock. My brother spotted Eiko Kojima with a man by the riverside." After confirming the location, Xiao jumped into his jeep and sped towards the riverbank. Eiko and the man were swiftly apprehended. To his astonishment, Inoue Shun had survived and had even resolved the case concerning Manager Sun's murder. Thus, he returned the files originally entrusted to him by Chu Ying, unaltered, while adding a new investigative file along with the case summary. Chu Ying was overjoyed, gazing at the talented officer standing in his office, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. Just as I expected. Resolving 4 pending cases in 23 days. What a remarkable detective you are. I will promptly apply for your reward. You will receive $30,000 tomorrow. Congratulations and prosper. Xiao Bingyi declined the reward, stating that if he received it, he would give it all to the chief. Chu Ying regarded him with admiration and sighed. Ah, my dear little benefactor. How I regret not meeting you sooner. If only the party state had recognized your exceptional talents earlier. Let us do this. I will claim $2,000 in your name. And you can distribute 500 to everyone to maintain harmony. After some consideration, Xiao proposed that he would take 500, leaving 100 to support his parents, while the remaining 400 would go to informants, with the rest as rewards for other assisting officers. Agreed. Agreed. Chu Ying exclaimed, I will allocate the property I promised you through the department. I am now in charge. The remaining reward will serve as your home purchase fund. After a period, I will provide you with the deed. Chu Ying felt that he could not allow Zhao's humility to lead to his own disadvantage. He needed to appear generous in front of Xiao Bingyi to maintain emotional control over him. Xiao took the $500, giving 50 to his parents. To foster goodwill, he handed another 50 to team leader Geng Bichong. Geng stared blankly at the money for a moment, pondering, could be a fool? Xiao then directly sent the remaining $400 to Qiu Xiaoqiu, who was naturally overjoyed. The only way the younger brothers could celebrate was by treating everyone to a meal at a restaurant. They reveled in joy, and Xiao Bingyi was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. The young brothers had fashioned a rattan chair into a makeshift sled and hoisted the drunken Xiao onto it, forming a long line to escort him to the police station. Along the way, they shouted proudly, make way, the detective is coming. The entire police station received bonuses and naturally regarded him as a cash cow. Witnessing such a comical and grand spectacle, everyone gathered at the entrance to watch. Only Geng Bichong, feeling disgruntled, left for Wanfeng Lu to indulge himself. Upon awakening, Xiao Bingyi was informed by his police friends about the raucous welcome he had received, and he felt quite embarrassed. He reflected that this commotion contradicted his father's teachings about discretion and humility. The following day, life returned to normal, and he could calmly engage in these activities, content to continue this way. Chu Ying, furious about Geng Bichong's indiscretions regarding his beloved, sought out Xiao Bingyi. Seizing the opportunity to confront him, he called for Geng Bichong and demanded to know why he allowed Xiao to carry out menial tasks. Geng, with a sycophantic smile, explained that no one had instructed Xiao to perform those duties. He merely wished to learn from his brothers. In Chapter 31, what kind of brothers are these? Chu Ying could no longer contain his anger and slapped Geng, sending him sprawling. He approached, kicking and cursing. You've grown bolder. Haven to you? How dare you bully my people? I'll kick you to death, you little rascal. Xiao, believing Chu was defending him, hurried to interject. Director Chu. The little ones willingly do this work. If you kick the team leader again, I will leave immediately. Chu Ying glared at him, still unsatisfied. Tailgater, why do I hit you? You should understand in your heart. Solving cases is of no use, and you dare to stir up trouble? Small benefits, you are the team leader. Tailgater, roll up your bedding and leave. Xiao Bingyi looked at Geng Bichong's pitiful appearance and felt a twinge of compassion. He then expressed that he needed an experienced partner. Only then did Chu Ying depart in a huff, cursing under his breath. Xiao Bingyi sighed with relief and reached out to pull Geng Bichong. What followed took him by surprise. Geng Bichong knelt down on the spot, and the 4 brothers beside him knelt down in unison, clasping their fists and weeping. Brother Xiao, please allow me to pay my respects. Xiao Bingyi was astonished. Team leader Geng, you are 4 years older than me. How can you call me brother? It should be the younger calling the elder. Geng Bichong, with an expression of utmost sincerity. Lamented, Brother Xiao, in the underworld, brothers are not ranked by age. Team leader, I have long wanted to quit, but have struggled with no one to take over. If I continue, I will only receive a fixed salary, with no bonuses. My brothers are suffering, and we only blame ourselves for our lack of ability. Director Chu values you, and everyone follows you. There is surely a bright future ahead. Xiao Bingyi was thrilled to have gained a few brothers and invited the team members for a meal at a restaurant. To save some money, he intended to order the dishes himself but was restrained by his brothers. Brother Xiao, please sit tight. Such trivial matters cannot trouble you. Team leader Geng is experienced in ordering. He knows how to get the best deals. As each dish was served, his heart tightened. Out of courtesy, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. He initially thought the meal wouldn't cost much but was taken aback when Geng Bichong ordered seasonal dishes, including rare seafood from the Yangtze River. Although a table full of delicacies was acceptable, what pained him the most were the several bottles of fine liquor. One bottle could equal a whole table of dishes. He felt a pang of anguish, his face nearly faltering. He could only hope to spare a few bottles of wine. He smiled and said, considering we have to work in the afternoon, let us only drink 2 bottles at noon. We'll find a time to drink more in the evening. Geng Bichong smirked inwardly but outwardly agreed. As Xiao Bingyi opened the second bottle and poured out the liquor, some received more while others less, as those capable should work harder. When he felt it was about right, he stood up and said, "Thank you, brothers, for your esteem. Let us toast to a great reunion." Everyone rose to toast, only to find Gung Bichong sitting there, staring at the host. Looking again, he realized Gung's cup was already empty. Xiao Bingyi's heart sank. How can we celebrate without wine? Glancing at the 2 unopened bottles, he anxiously shouted, "Open the wine." He watched in despair as the remaining 2 bottles were downed entirely, feeling as if his heart was bleeding profusely. Damn it. Aside from that one lavish dinner with Chu Ying, I've never attended a proper banquet. He calculated in his mind that this meal would cost at least $3, and it was a significant loss. Fortunately, Pan Xing timely called the boss and instructed, "Boss, today is team leader Zhao's treat. Be considerate and give us a discount." This eased his mind slightly, estimating he could save $1. With $2 in hand, he thought he could at least make a decent impression. In the afternoon, as he prepared to work, the boss was already waiting at the door. Xiao Bingyi pulled out $2 to hand over, but the boss did not take it and instead handed him the bill. When he saw the meal cost, he was left speechless. 6 people consumed 16 bottles of white liquor and 6 bottles of foreign wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 20 pounds of crabs from Shirjiu Lake, totaling $20. He was dumbfounded, wondering who drank so much. The table had only seen 4 bottles of liquor consumed. It was not crab season. Where did the crabs come from? He suspected the boss had miscalculated and stammered. "Is there a mistake?" The restaurant owner, seeing his confusion, quietly explained, "For lunch, with liquor, it only costs $3. Team leader Gung instructed that the new team leader has great capabilities and insists on helping his brothers settle their previous debts." Xiao Bingyi realized he had become the unwitting scapegoat, not to mention $20, even $5 would be hard to come by, considering the words he had spoken and the water he had spilled. He decided a true leader must act like one. He had to pay for the meal. He negotiated with the boss to delay payment for 2 days and settle it in person. It was a bitter pill to swallow, as he lamented over the loss of money. Remembering the white dollars, the more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Previously, when he had a small drink with Qiu Xiaoqiu and a few brothers, it hadn't cost $1. He felt resentment growing in him, thinking, "What are these people taking me for? What kind of brothers are these?" He regretted not having kept the $50. Otherwise, paying for the meal would have been more than sufficient. He could have held on and sought further opportunities. He couldn't understand why these people were so ungrateful. His 5-man team had received $10 from their previous rewards, yet they were so miserly. As he pondered this, Pan Xing discreetly hinted that the 4 brothers wanted to take turns treating Xiao Bingyi. The team leader did not agree, intentionally challenging the leader as authority. Upon learning the truth, Xiao Bingyi felt somewhat relieved. He realized Director Chu was absolutely right. It was not worth it to be angry with such people. He was still secretly invited by Pan Xing and the other 4 brothers to drink. After a round of drinks, the relationships between Xiao Bingyi and the 4 grew amicable, and he began to shake off the feeling of having suffered a loss, seeing his brothers laughing and joking at the table. He too felt joy. However, not all the brothers were pleased. Zhu Beiji, Gung Bichong, grew increasingly envious. Xiao Bingyi only sensed his displeasure, oblivious to the other underlying issues. He was busy sending back the $50 to Hangnan Town. Xiao Yukai went to the post office to retrieve the dollars, carrying the money bag, and told everyone he met, "Alas, my son is busy with work. He has had time to send back the dollars." Yang Ling looked at the gleaming dollars, overjoyed. She planned to settle years of debts all at once. Counting the remaining dollars, she sighed, "Goodness, this is just my salary for 2 years, and I still have some left." Xiao Yukai cast a proud glance at her, mockingly saying, "I've long awaited this day. I let my son become a policeman, and you weren't pleased. Let me tell you, it won't be long before my son earns back a house." Returning to Nanjing is just around the corner. Yang Ling was now convinced if he can solve a case and earn so much in rewards, then my son must indeed have talent. She hurried to tidy herself up. Eager to go shopping for groceries, Xiao Yukai began to feel balanced. My son has helped me earn back my money. It seems the position of detective is not far from my grasp. He started walking with his back straight and chest out. That evening, after drinking, he asked Yang Ling to write a letter to their son, stating the money had been received and praising him profusely. Xiao Bingyi, receiving such accolades from his parents, felt a wave of joy. The hardships he had endured seemed worthwhile. Returning to the police station, he noticed everyone was very courteous, which made him happy. However, he observed that Gung Bichong wore a long face, giving off an unfriendly vibe. Speaking of Gung Bichong, his situation was not easy either. He had endured 8 years in the police station, in the year of the victory of the anti-Japanese war. Due to Chu Ying's connections, he was spared from the traitor charge. The new officials received 2 gold bars from Gung Bichong, promising him the position of detective. However, due to Chu Ying's strong influence, he was only granted the position of team leader, a favor to the officials. Although he did not obtain the detective position, he had at least tasted the benefits of being an officer. This time, Losing the title of team leader left him genuinely dissatisfied. Spending $20 on Xiao Bingyi did not quell his anger, seeing the host in high spirits in the banquet atmosphere lively. His heart was cold, recalling the events of the past few days, which filled him with resentment. Pan Xing called out to Xiao Bingyi with a sweetness that was lacking when he called Gung Bichong, which only added to his bitterness. Just this alone made him unwilling to continue supporting the money tree. The brothers in the group immediately came to serve Xiao Bingyi, pouring water for him to wash his face, and even competing to pour water for him to wash his feet. Breakfast items like fried dough sticks and soy milk were all delivered to him. The little vendors on the street, who used to greet him with bows, now ignored him. This spurred him to make a decisive move, one that involved women. Originally, he had sworn to elope with the maid of the Wanfeng Lu, Xiao Chui, but upon hearing he was no longer the team leader, her attitude changed. She demanded he pay for her ransom. Otherwise, they would not even meet. He felt insulted, as if he had gone from being a local emperor to a mere peasant. His anger flared, and he could no longer tolerate it. He had neither the habit of self-reflection nor did he realize the issue lay within himself. He could only blame everything on Xiao Bingyi's arrival. He continued to call him Brother Xiao on the surface, but secretly sought to find fault with him, looking for ways to drive him away. Yes, he merely wanted to expel him, and nothing more. This, heaven could attest to his kindness and integrity. Heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. He finally seized an opportune moment. Chapter 32. You have committed a capital crime. On this day, Xiao brought several brothers to report case leads to Brother Xiao. Naturally, Brother Xiao would treat them to a meal at a small restaurant. The gathering of brothers called for a little drink. As the drinking progressed, Xiao recalled the suffering of his parents and was overwhelmed with grief. Tears welled up as he cursed himself for being unable to avenge them. Gung Bichong, overhearing the restaurant staff, gave the waiter $1. The next day, he reported, in the southern district, Officer Xiao Bingyi is sheltering the remnants of the Communist Party, namely the Chiu family. This is indeed a collaboration with the Communists. He was not ignorant of the fact that collaboration with the Communists was a capital offense. He had pondered this overnight before deciding to report. However, he estimated that Chu Ying, being fond of Brother Xiao, would not be so ruthless and would certainly allow him to redeem himself. If Brother Xiao could not become the team leader, then who could? Without my support, who would dare to take on the role? Of course, he was not foolish enough to send the report with the left hand and a postal stamp from the Eastern District. Chu Ying never imagined he would find a hot potato after all his efforts. He had suspected the authenticity of the report. An investigation into the informant yielded no results, leaving him in a difficult position. He knew that cases involving communists had to be reported to the Security Bureau. To bury a talented officer based solely on an unverifiable report left him feeling reluctant. He still hoped the talented officer could assist him in significant matters and pursue great endeavors. Yet he worried he might truly be collaborating with the communists. The officer was the one he had recruited. If he were indeed a collaborator, there would be no way to extricate himself from the situation. After expressing his concerns to his master, Song Zhongjian firmly refuted, "Impossible. This little rascal is so tender he could be squeezed for water. If he were a communist, would I expend such considerable effort on him? You may handle it as you see fit." Hearing his master's resolute words, Chu Ying felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, he remained cautious, fearful that a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. He assessed that the issue was manageable and ultimately devised a plan advantageous to himself, to have the case handled by the East District Police Department. This was his compromise. The rationale was solid. The case was indeed a follow-up on the East District communist matter, and continuing the investigation by the East District Police would facilitate its conclusion. The identity of the informant remained elusive, hence treated as anonymous, and the authenticity of the allegations was yet to be verified. He proposed that Detective Yu Desui and Major Guakaikai of the Secret Service partake in the proceedings. This approach had an additional benefit. The newly appointed Director Chen of the East District Police was astute. With him at the forefront, Chu could maintain an appearance of innocence in the face of minor advantages. Major Yu was his subordinate, and his involvement would demonstrate that Chu had not acted out of favoritism. He was also maneuvering for promotion, making him easier to control. His ultimate objective was to retain some maneuverability should things go awry. Director Chen was indeed clever, having secretly communicated with the underground party. Given the precarious state of the party and nation. An internal investigation revealed no connections between anyone and Xiao Bingyi, not even on the periphery. However, they recognized this individual as upright and perceptive, a talent essential for constructing a new China. Naturally, they requested Director Chen's discreet attention, upon learning he was to assist the East District Police in solving the case. Xiao Bingyi was eager to comply. When the East District's vehicle arrived to collect him, he finished his last sip of soy milk, stuffed half a youtiao in his mouth, and mumbled to his brothers that he would be back shortly. Wakaikai, who was there to fetch him, could hardly contain his excitement. Just after leaving the police station, he couldn't wait to slap the handcuffs on him. Xiao Bingyi, taken aback, exclaimed, "What is this nonsense?" Guo laughed heartily. Brother, you finally committed a sensational crime. Thank you. I was counting on you to rise in rank and wealth. Director Chen cordially invited him to enjoy some Biluakan tea, saying, Xiao Bingyi, I must be frank with you. If this involves theft, I can protect you. However, if it's a capital crime, there are those who wish for your death, and others who want to save you. I am caught in a dilemma. If I fail, neither side will be pleased. Please cooperate so we can weather this storm together. There are no outsiders here. Speak the truth. Where is the son of the Qiu family hiding? As long as you tell the truth, I assure you I will look out for you. Upon seeing Yu Desui enter with a notebook, the atmosphere shifted. Xiao Bingyi, you truly have audacity. You dare to associate with communists. The East District communist case has long been resolved. You popping up here puts me in a bind. Realizing he had fallen into a trap upon seeing Yu Desui, Xiao Bingyi contemplated fleeing. But it was too late. He soon discovered that Director Chen was unaware of the specifics and insisted that nothing had occurred, claiming he was being falsely accused. After a lengthy inquiry with no results, Director Chen allowed Yu Desui to continue the questioning. He was already aware of Yu Desui's other identity. Seeing Yu Desui take over, Xiao Bingyi understood that his situation was dire. However, he was mistaken. Remembering their previous collaboration that had brought them both fame and fortune, Yu Desui hoped to persuade the detective to assist him in cracking the Hunyao case. Observing the bewildered younger scholar before him, he shook his head, already harboring intentions of leniency. But leniency would not preclude punishment. He would still receive a lashing, and the tiger bench would serve as a reminder. As for the branding iron, since his friend Boss Zhang had already intervened, they would assess the situation further. The interrogation was loud but ultimately ineffective. Director Chen stood outside the torture chamber, unable to hear the cries of pain. He encouraged Xiao Bingyi to shout louder. The higher, the better. Yu Desui feigned exhaustion, slumping in a corner. Director Chen estimated that both sides had satisfied their obligations and prepared to conclude the proceedings. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bingyi was once again confronted by misfortune. The former East District Director Shin Fuzhong, who had recently been promoted to a high-ranking position in the police department, was also under Chu Ying's command. He had successfully cracked the East District communist case, earning himself a double blessing. He was now a lieutenant colonel and had been reassigned as a director in the police department. Upon receiving a confidential tip from Guo Kaikai that the East District Police had arrested someone who knew the whereabouts of the Qiu family's remnants, he hurried back to catch up on the developments. During the war, he had been part of the military intelligence stationed in Shanghai, but was captured due to betrayal. The Japanese had gouged out his left eye. And for appearances' sake, he had a prosthetic eye fitted. After being rescued by his classmate Chu Ying, he settled in Nanjing. A year prior, he had apprehended 7 or 8 members of the East District Underground Party due to treachery. He aimed to expand his victories further, but the Qiu couple proved too resilient. Thus, he sought to leverage their family. Upon reviewing the files, he realized there had been a minor oversight on the day of the operation. The couple had a sole surviving son, Qiu Zhong, who had slipped through the net. He understood that capturing him would compel the couple to speak. However, it was too late to mend the fence after the sheep had been lost. Xiao Bingyi was aware that the Qiu Zhong they sought was none other than Qiu Xiaoqiu. On the day of the incident, the former garbage king of the South District, Lao Bian, who had once been favored by the Qiu couple, had sent his men to retrieve Qiu Zhong from school. Qiu Xiaoqiu was a dear friend during troubled times, a veritable benefactor. How could he hand him over to this band of ruthless men? Seeing that the tiger bench had failed to extract a confession, the one-eyed man assessed Xiao Bingyi's long, slender legs and signaled to Guo to add 2 more blocks. Guo Kaikai, who had previously attended a police department briefing with Xiao Bingyi, found him overly boastful and added another block. Xiao Bingyi's slender legs had become a bow ready to shoot a great eagle, the pain piercing to the core, his cries heart-wrenching. His only thought was that he could not betray the heavens' efforts. If he could endure this trial, he would achieve great things. The one-eyed man was remarkably patient, instructing Guo to showcase the full array of Secret Service torture devices. As Xiao Bingyi suffered immensely, he glared fiercely at Guo Kaikai, gritting his teeth, vowing that if he survived this, he would settle the score with him. Guo Kaikai was unperturbed. Hey, you still think you'll get out? Then confess. Confess your mother. I am innocent. His stubbornness surged. He refused to admit guilt and demanded that the informant confront him in person. Chapter 33. Choosing forgiveness. Upon hearing Xiao Bingyi's demands, Chu Ying realized the case was veering towards the expected conclusion. He intentionally directed Yu Desui to investigate Zhang Shi, which naturally yielded no results. Finally, before both directors, he shook his head. There is no one by this name in the East District. It may be an alias. Damn it, isn't this anonymous? Who dares to toy with me? Chu Ying fumed. Investigate. Detective Yu, continue to search for this little red rascal. Director Chen, ever cunning, refrained from revealing his intentions and sought Detective Yu Deshui's opinion. Yu Desui, understanding his superior's motives, rambled on before ultimately suggesting, Director Chu, Director Chen, I believe this case is entirely fabricated. I have dealt with Xiao Bingyi. He could not possibly conspire with the communists and may have been set up. It is also plausible that the communists instigated this, causing the party to lose a talented individual. He should be released immediately and treated with utmost care. The two directors seized the opportunity to praise him for his impartiality and instructed him to relay their case conclusion to directorship. Xiao Bingyi was hastily sent to the hospital, where the diagnosis revealed no major injuries, only damage to his calf muscles, which might leave lasting effects. Upon learning the results, Xiao Bingyi harbored deep resentment towards Shen Fuzhong and Guo Kaikai for their roles in his suffering. He questioned why such an astute person had fallen into a trap, feeling embarrassed at the thought of others learning of his predicament. Leaning on crutches, he returned to the police station, packed his belongings, and confronted Chu Ying, demanding to know what had transpired. Chu Ying, anticipating Xiao Bingyi's inquiries upon hearing of his discharge, felt a pang of anxiety as he entered with his bag, knowing his intent. The cunning Chu placed the informant's letter on the table, adopting an expression of guilt for being unable to protect his brother. Before stepping away to make tea, Xiao Bingyi noticed the letter on the table. Observing Chu Ying preoccupied with brewing tea, he tilted his head to read it, and, though the handwriting was crooked, he quickly deduced its author. Only this person would know of the connection between Xiao and himself. In a fit of rage, he cursed inwardly, "You dog! I have been so humble before you. Why do you still wish to harm me? I wish I could tear you to pieces." Chu Ying, noticing that Xiao Bingyi had finished the letter, brought over the tea and sat down, taking his hand to lament, "My dear classmate, I wonder which little rascal is so malicious as to falsely accuse you of collusion. This is a capital offense. When asked why I risk my neck to plead for you, I tell them it is because you came to the police station for my sake. How could I stand by and watch my brother suffer? The pain you endure strikes at my heart. I know this person aims to harm me, and you are merely suffering in my stead. You have come with your belongings. Allow me the chance to make amends. Lest I carry this regret for life." He opened a drawer and handed over the property deed. "This is the deed. How about it? Are you satisfied with the residence? If not, we can find another. Tomorrow, I will drive to fetch your parents to Nanjing. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me." Xiao Bingyi was deeply moved by his words, his anger dissipating. After chatting for a while, both men found themselves embracing in tears. That day, Xiao Bingyi hurriedly drove his American Jeep back to Hengnan town to bring his parents to Nanjing. Naturally, his parents were delighted, hastily packing their belongings and locking the door. Neighbor Aunt Zhang, upon learning of the situation, displayed her reluctance to part. Yang Ling shed a few tears with her, and as they bid farewell, she said, "Aunt Zhang, we too are reluctant to leave, but our son cannot care for himself. Perhaps he will return soon." Xiao Yukai stood with his hands crossed behind his back, gazing around. Whenever he spotted someone familiar, he would wave from afar, "Goodbye, Lao Li. My son is taking us to Nanjing. Make sure to stop by when you go to Nanjing. I heard he lives next to his superior. Oh, isn't that Lao's son? Alas, what can be done?" The son, demonstrating filial piety, insisted on taking us to Nanjing for a respite. "Farewell. Oh, Yang Ling, let us be on our way. Our son's vehicle awaits at the bridge. We must not keep him anxious. He is quite busy." Yang Ling murmured aside, "Is it truly necessary for you to flaunt your wealth? Flowers do not bloom forever, nor do people remain in favor indefinitely. Life is too complex to explain. You should allow your son an avenue for retreat." Xiao Yukai, intentionally raising his voice, retorted, "You know nothing. My son has graduated from the police academy. He will undoubtedly rise to prominence." Xiao Bingyi, waiting in the car, was blissfully unaware of the dispute between his parents. Were he to know, he would surely advise his father to remain low-key. Once everything was settled at home, he would go to work. Noticing Pan Xing waiting at the door, seemingly with something to say, he paused. Pan Xing discreetly revealed that one night he had seen Geng Bichong bend over his desk, writing with his left hand. It was likely his doing. Xiao Bingyi's anger had waned. He recalled his father's teachings. One must learn to forgive, not for others, but for oneself. Forgiveness is not about forgetting but about choosing to let go. It liberates one from suffering and paves the way for a brighter future. He remembered Geng Bichong's pitiful state after being beaten by Chu Ying and realized that all this turmoil stemmed from his own arrival. It was only natural for someone to seek revenge after losing their position. Such feelings were understandable. Perhaps it was also fate that Geng Bichong faced this calamity. He instructed Pan Xing, "We are all brothers in this group. Let this matter end here and remain confidential. If Director Chu were to discover it, Geng Bichong could be severely punished or sent home. It's enough. Navigating through these times as a public servant is not easy." He mused that surviving this misfortune could lead to future blessings. Geng Bichong would surely fulfill a significant destiny in time. However, fate had a cruel sense of humor in store for him. Amidst this farce, one could not overlook Zhu Beiji's antics. Geng Bichong, witnessing Xiao Yukai's vivacity, regretted not being present that day. Had he been there, he would have surely tracked down Xiao's residence. Otherwise, with both witness and evidence at hand, even Xiaogu could not extricate himself from the predicament. Of course, his so-called regret was merely a fleeting thought. His true intention was to drive Xiaogu away and reclaim his status in the underworld. Compelling him to comply, solve cases diligently, and let the profits flow, while he reaped the rewards. He had no desire to endanger Xiaogu's life. He could swear on the ancestral spirits of the Geng family regarding this. Chu Ying was investigating the informant within their ranks, and Geng Bichong suspected that the astute Xiaogu was already aware and was deliberately trying to ingratiate himself. I have long sensed that Xiaogu is no ordinary man. Surviving this calamity must surely lead to future fortunes. He boasted to the others in the group. I relinquished my position as leader for him, but he cannot hold it for long. He is favored. There are greater promotions in store for him. I, Geng Bichong, shall follow him closely from now on. Xiao Bingyi, upon hearing this, merely smiled, dismissing it. However, the subsequent events brought him considerable distress. To placate and win him over, Chu Ying arranged for him to have a private room within the police station. This move struck at the heart of Xiao Bingyi's reclusive nature. Before he could revel in this arrangement, Geng Bichong moved his bed into the room, claiming he needed to be close to Xiaogu. We cannot be separated even for a moment during investigations, even in the restroom. We must protect each other. Xiao Bingyi found himself devoid of any personal space, often exclaiming in annoyance that Geng Bichong was like a pesky shadow. The other brothers found this characterization amusing, and the nickname Shadow soon became widely recognized. In Chapter 34, Fortune Lies in Misfortune, Misfortune Lies in Fortune, Geng Bichong was indifferent to the nickname. It was not coined by Xiaogu. Rather, it stemmed from director Chu's Shanghai accent, which made Geng Bichong sound like Shadow. Moreover, the phonetic similarity did not help. It was a pity that his father had not considered the implications of his name. This only served to validate that he was closely following Xiaogu. He had realized why Chu Ying held Xiaogu in such high regard. He was resolute and extraordinary. His years of stagnation and promotion were due to not aligning himself with the right person. He had spent a significant amount of money with little to show for it. This time, he resolved not to be ignorant and dedicated himself to following Xiaogu, with Xiaogu's connections with Chu Ying. His promotion was inevitable. With the leader's position vacant, he would rely on Xiaogu to speak favorably on his behalf. His awareness heightened, his spirit elevated. He firmly decided to be part of Xiaogu's journey through the underworld. Soon, news surfaced that Xiaogu was to be promoted to inspector. He was taken aback. His earlier claims of Xiaogu's imminent promotion had merely been casual remarks. To think it would happen so swiftly. He was elated, having not slept well for several nights in anticipation. With Xiaogu's elevation to inspector, he would regain his position as group leader. He paced restlessly in his room, musing, Pan Xing. Just wait. Once I reclaim my position, everything will revert to the old ways, and no longer will my breakfast consist of just 2 fried dough sticks and 2 cups of soybean milk. I shall demand 4 of each from those ungrateful lot. During this period, Xiao Bingyi was agitated by the secretly altered conclusions regarding the suburban fire case, which had incited a media frenzy. However, upon hearing the news of his promotion to inspector, his mood improved slightly. He felt that enduring the recent grievances was worth it. When Chu Ying called for him, he washed up, preparing to accept the esteemed inspector appointment. Chu Ying, aware of his discomfort regarding the newspaper scandal, announced his promotion. Inspector, do not thank me. This is the trust of the party and the state. You must have faith in me. We shall work together from now on. He gestured for Xiao Bingyi to sit, poured him a cup of tea, and handed it over, saying, You are my brother. I trust you. The current political climate is grim. Be mentally prepared. If necessary, we may have to take to the mountains for guerrilla warfare. Xiao Bingyi, listening to his words, felt his smile freeze. His heart sank as he pondered, Damn it, I've fallen for his tricks. This dog likely has ties with the secret police. Why else would he suggest going up into the mountains for guerrilla tactics? The prospect Chu Ying painted was not what he desired. He aspired to be an inspector who solves cases, upholding justice and realizing his dreams of being a detective. Chu Ying seemed to perceive his thoughts and chose not to conceal his identity any longer. Inspector, when the People's Liberation Army arrives, do you think they will spare you, a favored figure of the secret police? If they don't kill you, they will certainly imprison you for life. I know you enjoy firearms. Take the opportunity to go to the mountains and practice shooting. Whether it be guerrilla warfare or espionage, your intellect will be essential. You must learn to protect yourself and survive for the party and the state. Xiao Bingyi inwardly lamented, feeling a sense of impending doom. Just as things seemed to be looking up, calamity struck again. Out of obligation and to evade Chu Ying, he spent a few days in the mountains. Without diligent effort, he found himself hitting targets effortlessly. When Chu Ying inquired about his shooting practice, he claimed to be suffering from a psychological barrier, his hands trembling uncontrollably when holding a gun. He pondered deeply and realized that the person he had viewed as a mentor, Chu Ying, had deceived him. Those days felt as if he were gravely ill, lost in a daze. Ultimately, he steeled himself and resolved to part ways with his mentor. Opting to avoid him for a few days, whenever Chu Ying was in the office, he would investigate cases. When Chu Ying left, he would sit in the office, lost in thought. He eventually concluded that upon hearing the cannon fire across the river, he would hide and wait until the People's Liberation Army entered the city before deciding his next move. Yet, fate had other plans. Xiao Bingyi's demeanor and actions did not escape the observant Geng Bichou, who quietly warned him that there were those in the police station secretly inciting rebellion. To flee is less prudent than to blend in with the uprising, Geng Bichou suggested. Xiao Bingyi did not voice his agreement, but found himself in concordance with Geng Bichou's idea. He surmised that if he aligned himself with the uprising, and the People's Liberation Army truly advanced, he could live with integrity and would not face repercussions. His greatest concern was being unexpectedly abducted by Chu Ying and taken to the mountains without preparation. Upon hearing that Fan Zheng had taken sick leave, he too requested a sick leave and entered the city. Little did he know that this decision would save his life. To demonstrate that he would not flee, he deliberately left behind several cherished books, signaling to Geng Bichou that he would not abandon his post. On the very next day, the Southern District Police Station was engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Chu Ying, learning of the brewing rebellion within the station, was heartbroken and enraged. He took a cunning approach, deviating from the norm. On the morning of April 21, he tied a red silk ribbon around his arm and gathered his officers at home. With a sullen expression, he cast a reproachful gaze at those below. He chastised them for preparing for rebellion without informing him. Did they not regard him, Chu Ying, as someone who yearned for a brighter future? This was outrageous. This was a betrayal of trust. It broke his heart. He had long been in secret contact with the underground party, afraid that too many voices would leak intelligence, hence the silence. According to the underground party, the timing for rebellion was ripe. He solemnly declared, "Today, now, we shall rise." Following his impassioned rallying cry, he proclaimed that those who recognized the situation should join him. Of course, everyone had their own ambitions, and he would not force anyone. Those willing to follow him into rebellion should tie on the red silk ribbon. Those unwilling need not explain themselves and should return to their quarters immediately. His previously arranged followers rushed forward to tie on the ribbons, shouting slogans, their spirits ignited. Several individuals secretly preparing for the uprising were both surprised and relieved, lamenting their caution and wishing they had informed Director Chu to take the lead. They were moved to tears, eager to shake hands with Comrade Chu Ying. The number of individuals donning the red ribbons grew, with the conspirators further inciting the crowd, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Chu Ying had originally believed that only a few restless souls would wish to rebel. However, as he witnessed the ribbons being snatched up, he was left dumbfounded and profoundly disappointed, watching the ribbon bearers. His heart ached. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. With a cold gesture, he signaled for the hidden machine guns and submachine guns to unleash their deadly fire. Among the uprising S-Corps members, only Fan Zheng, who had been ill, escaped the massacre. The remaining 6 were shot dead, along with innocent souls who had no desire for rebellion but were caught in the crossfire due to their ties to Director Chu. Several bodies lay sprawled across the blood-soaked playground. Unbeknownst to Xiao Bingyi, the police station was embroiled in a gruesome massacre. He was jolted awake by the sounds of cannon fire during the night. His father, after a moment of contemplation, discerned that the chaos was emanating from the direction of Jiangpu. The 3 members of the family swiftly convened a meeting to discuss their next steps. The parents advocated for an immediate return to their hometown of Hengnan Town. Xiao Bingyi hesitated, contemplating the idea of first sending his parents away while he remained behind to observe the situation. The reasons behind his reluctance eluded him. Perhaps it was a sense of unwillingness to abandon the hard-won position he held, or perhaps he was still clinging to his dreams of being a detective. Upon perceiving his son's stammering revelation of the truth, his parents realized he had been cornered by his superiors, further solidifying their resolve to return home, and they promptly began packing, faced with his parents' unwavering determination. Xiao Bingyi had no choice but to acquiesce. Out of caution, he peered through the crack of the door to the street outside. The dim streetlights flickered erratically, fluctuating in brightness with the cannon fire. On the corner, 2 beggars dozed off facing the alley, occasionally yawning and glancing toward the entrance. In an instant, he comprehended that Chu Ying had dispatched individuals to surveil them, making it exceedingly difficult for the family to escape. Chapter 035. A failed escape. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Xiao Bingyi explained to his parents the gravity of their predicament. They were visibly anxious and inquired about what they should do. He took a moment to think calmly and whispered a few suggestions to his father. Stepping out of the alley, he noticed the 2 beggars had indeed become alert. "Bingyi, it's the dead of night. Where are you going?" His father, Xiao Yukai, called out loudly from the door. "Dad, I'm heading to the police station to take on some extra work. Please remind Mom that I'll treat you both to wontons at 8 in the morning." His intention in going to the police station was to secretly retrieve the few books left in his dormitory. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness as he quietly entered, groping around until he was startled by a voice demanding to know who was there. Upon switching on the light, he was met with the vacant gaze of Gung Bichong, who was leaning against his bed, and it dawned on him that something had gone awry at the police station. After listening to Gung Bichong's account, he clutched his pounding chest, silently grateful to have avoided a disaster. Had he been present when Chu Ying instigated the rebellion, he would undoubtedly have been compelled to don the red silk armband. In such human affairs, regardless of one's willingness, some semblance of obligation must be honored. He studied Gung Bichong, puzzled as to how he had been prepared to join the uprising yet managed to escape this calamity. Brother, didn't you also wish to join the rebellion? Why are you still alive? Gung Bichong reflected. Damn, the affairs of this world are truly inexplicable. My ability to turn misfortune into good fortune this time is thanks to Lu Xiaofeng. She has been relentlessly pursuing debts, forcing me into a state of constant anxiety. When I heard the whistle for assembly and saw Chu Ying's grim demeanor on the platform, I suspected he was going to create trouble for Lu Xiaofeng. Since liberation is imminent, I had no intention of serving any longer. I scaled the wall and slipped away. Indeed, Gung Bichong boasted, he ordered several brothers from our group to search for me. How could I dare return? My brothers couldn't persuade me to go back. Thus, our group narrowly escaped calamity. It must be my ancestors' virtue and my extraordinary luck that allowed me to survive. Noticing Xiao Bingyi picking up a few books from the table, Gung Bichong guessed he intended to flee. He rallied the group members, urging them to convince Xiao to not abandon his brothers. They believed that those who survive great trials are destined for future blessings. Although their time together was brief, the brothers understood one truth. It is wise to follow capable individuals. Only by following Xiao Bingyi could they hope for a prosperous future. If Xiao were to abandon them, what would become of those who survived the ordeal? Xiao, please save us, your brothers. Xiao Bingyi, known for his humility rather than pride, felt flattered by Gung Bichong's unabashed praise, which filled him with warmth. He could not help but offer words of comfort. And when discussing their shared sentiments, tears welled in his eyes. Just as the brothers formed a tight-knit group, Fan Zheng arrived with a team of undercover agents claiming to be the Liberation Army. Surrounding the courtyard, Xiao Bingyi was taken aback as he observed Fan Zheng leading a group of 30 to 40 individuals, none of whom were clad in military uniforms, suspecting yet again that this was one of Chu Ying's tricks. After all, Fan Zheng was merely Chu Ying's unofficial aide. What right did he have to summon the Liberation Army? If they were indeed the Liberation Army, why were they not in uniform? It was a ruse. A deceptive trick that had become stale from overuse. Surely, no one would fall for such a ploy. He feared being forcibly taken away and dreaded the prospect of another bloody lesson. History's lessons are worth heeding. Upon hearing the assembly whistle, he attempted to follow Gung Bichong's successful escape route, only to be seized by the ever-watchful Zhu Beiji. Xiao, if you leave, what will I do? The Liberation Army has surrounded the police station. You won't have time to escape. Xiao Bingyi scoffed. Brother, have you lost your wits? Think a little. Why would Fan Zheng be able to bring the Liberation Army here? He had been on sick leave. Lying in the dormitory, did he think the Liberation Army would come to visit him? Let me ask you this. If they are the Liberation Army, why are they not in uniform? You know who Fan Zheng is. Don't you? Just because he claims something, do you take it at face value? Let me tell you, this is Director Chu, fearing a loose end, using the same old tricks again. Brother, you can't go wrong by listening to Xiao. Hurry and leave. Gung Bichong was taken aback, stunned into silence. He thumped his chest, exclaiming, goodness, that was close. I really was a fool. Indeed, it made perfect sense. Who could guarantee that this was not yet another trap devised by Chu Ying? He felt an overwhelming admiration for Xiao, wishing he could kneel in gratitude for saving his life. Xiao, I, Gung Bichong, am as foolish as can be. Yesterday, Lu Xiaofeng saved my life, and today, you have saved me again. I will never forget your great kindness. Hurry, climb over the wall on my shoulders. Once you're up, don't forget to pull me up. Seeing that Gung Bichong had come to his senses, Xiao Bingyi chose not to say more. He leapt up onto the wall, accepting the books Gung Bichong handed him while reaching out to pull his brother up. Stop, come down. What are you doing? An undercover sentry spotted them and barked an order. Gung Bichong reacted quickly, trembling at the sentry's dark gun barrel, and shouted to Xiao, come down quickly. You can't go. If you don't come down, the sentry will shoot. The two were escorted to the playground where a young undercover agent stood imposingly across from them. Upon seeing them brought over, he inquired of the sentry what was happening. The sentry reported truthfully. Report to squad leader Li. A tall undercover agent was scaling the wall, and a short, stout police officer prevented him. Squad leader Li turned to Gung Bichong and asked, who is he? And what was he doing scaling the wall? Gung Bichong saluted and replied, Sir, his name is Xiao Bingyi. He wants to. Oh, what does he wish to do? The young undercover agent, referred to as squad leader Li, questioned suspiciously. He is our group leader, recently promoted to detective. He wants to. Gung Bichong contemplated how to explain. I understand now. The detective wishes to escape. Lock him up. You return to your unit. The young undercover agent commanded. All personnel, heighten vigilance, fortify defenses, and prepare for a counterattack from the enemy. At this moment, Xiao Bingyi still believed it to be one of Chu Ying's ploys. He sat in the isolation room, calm on the surface. Yet turmoil brewed within. Gung Bichong, you fool, how can you not see such an obvious trap? Alas, brother Xiao cannot assist you now. I can only bid you farewell from this isolation room. He held his breath, waiting for the sounds of gunfire signaling the massacre in the playground. As dawn broke, he heard no gunfire. The sky was bright, and still, there was silence. What is going on? He peered through the iron gate at the playground. Upon seeing the undercover agents all dressed in Liberation Army uniforms, with Gung Bichong and the others lined up, he stood there for a moment, inwardly lamenting. Damn it, this time, my cleverness has backfired. Oh dear, life's journey is often marred by a single misstep, leading to a plunge into the abyss. He inwardly cursed Gung Bichong. If it weren't for your incessant meddling, I would have fled by now. But now, I'm caught. Would the Liberation Army ever allow an escaping detective to go free? Recalling his status as a detective, he felt frustrated with Gung Bichong. Gung Bichong, I hadn't even entered the detective's office. Yet you had to reveal my identity. Alas, you've truly brought me to ruin. Gung Bichong not only jeopardized him, but also assisted him. During his visit, he had discreetly slipped him a book, suggesting that the naive youth would brighten at the sight of someone reading it. When the leaders of the Military Management Committee arrive, pretend to be engrossed in the book, leave them with the impression of aspiring towards enlightenment, supporting the revolution, and actively transforming. Xiao Bingyi, ungrateful for his kindness, sighed inwardly. Over the past year, I have encountered countless obstacles. The path of life is fraught with sharp turns. Now I have changed employers. This meal is no longer on the table, and what of my dreams of being a detective? They are finished. He could not fathom why the naive youth placed such importance on this particular book. Picking it up, he found it was the Communist Manifesto. Instantly, he was reminded of the same book that Song Zhongjian had shown him. Feeling melancholic for a moment, curiosity compelled him to open the front page. And he was immediately captivated by the opening lines. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this specter. He eagerly continued reading, so engrossed that he failed to notice when Zhu Daming, the head of the reconnaissance department of the city military management committee, entered. Perhaps it was destiny's design, as the heavens sent him a benefactor akin to an elder brother. At this moment, Zhu Daming, serving as both the head of the reconnaissance department and the director of the military management committee at the South District Police Station, was accompanying Lu Jia, the director of the city military management committee, for an inspection at the South District Police Station. Upon hearing from Li Xiaoman about a detective attempting to escape, he became intrigued to discover who this detective was and what prompted his desire to flee. Chapter 036, Inadequate Reformation. Zhu Daming approached the isolation room and was met with a young man, nearly of similar height to his own, who was deeply engrossed in his reading. So absorbed was he that he didn't even notice Zhu's entrance. A testament to his concentration, after observing him for a moment, Zhu concluded that he was a scholarly figure, exuding an air of superiority reminiscent of a young tutor from his own school days. The tutor had also been tall and slender, and at that moment, Zhu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Curious about the book he was reading, he leaned in closer to discover it was the Communist Manifesto. A surge of delight washed over him. Noticing several other books with their covers wrapped, he picked one up and flipped through it, finding it to be the Old Book of Tang. Sensing that this young man was exceptional, possessing a wealth of knowledge, he inquired with genuine concern, "What is your name? Why do you wish to escape?" Xiao Bingyi then noticed the tall leader before him. Seeing his amiable expression, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied, "Reporting to you, sir, my surname is Xiao, and my given name is Bingyi. I uphold justice." He felt compelled to clarify, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. Sir, I have a habit of reading while perched on the wall." Afraid to doze off, forcing myself to continue. For reasons unknown, he found himself telling a lie for the first time, and soon his face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes darting nervously. Zhu Daming found it amusing that this bookish fellow could not even lie properly. After posing a few more questions, he instructed him to report to the study class. Xiao Bingyi, still anxious, entered the study class, where a fervent atmosphere of reflection and denunciation prevailed. He diligently studied the policies of the People's Liberation Army, convinced that his humble beginnings as a displaced person scavenging for scraps placed him firmly among the oppressed proletariat. Moreover, having joined the police force not long ago, he believed himself to be a man of conscience, having never committed any immoral deeds, nor did he carry the blood debts that the military held in such high regard. No one could possibly find fault with him. Of course, he had no desire to expose others. Despite being aware of various petty crimes committed by his comrades, including their escapades in brothels in these times, it was better to avoid trouble. Everyone had their own fate, and causing harm to others was not the behavior of a gentleman. Everyone struggled. They were all unfortunate brothers. Besides, if one person fell into misfortune, the entire family would suffer. It was better for all if everyone was well on this day. The Military Management Committee of the Nanjing City South District Police Station was formally established. Zhu Daming temporarily assumed the role of director, with Li Xiaoman as the deputy director. Fan Zheng was promoted and led the charge in exposing 3 spies. Xiao Bingyi was surprised to see Rolling Knife Meat among them and curiously asked him when he had joined the secret police. Rolling Knife Meat recognized Xiao as brother Xiao and felt relieved to see his judgment had been sound. He pleaded with Xiao to prove he was not a spy, claiming that the other 2 were his brothers who had stolen and robbed but had never engaged in espionage. Damn it, who among those treacherous dogs is secretly harming us? Xiao Bingyi was astonished. He was further shocked to learn that, including Geng Bichong, 4 of his comrades had overnight transformed into actively reformed individuals. During a meeting led by Deputy Director Li Xiaoman, everyone was urged to learn from them. The 4 took to the stage, their slogans resounding, their declarations firm. Among them, one expressed their ideological progress by digging up the past sins of those around them, including who had accepted bribes and who had committed indecent acts against respectable women. Xiao Bingyi inwardly scorned these opportunists, scoffing at their attempts to denounce others, particularly as he observed Geng Bichong scurrying around with Li Xiaoman, which only deepened his discontent. He couldn't help but reflect that these actions were devoid of integrity. Fortunately, he had nothing to fear from exposure, allowing him to remain on the sidelines. However, he soon realized his previous judgment had once again been flawed as he keenly sensed that his own situation was precarious. Although Li Xiaoman had spared him, the look in his eyes was increasingly menacing, as if viewing a class enemy. Li Xiaoman approached the police force with a sense of ownership, reminiscent of a country boy entering the city. Ever mindful of the admonitions about sugar-coated bullets, he harbored an instinctive wariness towards everything urban, particularly concerned that among the retained personnel, there might be undercover spies. That he received numerous anonymous tip-offs, most concerning trivial matters without any substantiating evidence, and thus set them aside for the time being. To facilitate coordination, he temporarily organized the personnel according to their original police station groups, planning to display the list of changed group leaders publicly. Unbeknownst to him, upon the announcement of the group leader list, he received a tip-off the following day that piqued his interest greatly. A renowned informant, Zheng Shi, reported that Xiao Bingyi was a trusted aide of the infamous spy, Chu Ying. Holding the rank of inspector, this individual had been handpicked by the notorious Chu Ying before the army's arrival and had prepared to enter the mountain for guerrilla warfare on the day the army arrived. Had it not been for Comrade Geng Bichong's selfless intervention, he would have certainly hidden away in the mountains, opposing the people. There was also the possibility that he was a high-ranking undercover agent left behind by Chu Ying. Otherwise, how could he have evaded the massacre at the police station, and why was Chu Ying so intent on finding him, treating him with such kindness? The letter concluded by emphasizing that Geng Bichong, who was in the same group, had originally been the group leader of the police station, that he had been removed for refusing to carry out the treacherous orders of the spy, and had suffered persecution as a result. This comrade had endured great hardships in the old society. Although he had been in the police force for many years, he had always yearned for revolution and possessed rich experience in handling cases. The revolutionary masses strongly demanded that the police force no longer be controlled by those vile and untrustworthy figures. There was an urgent need to restore the original integrity and reclaim the ground for those who had genuinely reformed. Zheng's denunciation of Xiao Bingyi aimed to save him, as he hailed from the common people and had a fundamentally good nature, merely misled by Chu Ying and unable to discern right from wrong. It was hoped that under the powerful political and ideological influence of the army, along with the assistance of Comrade Geng Bichong, he would undoubtedly reform. Li Xiaoman, with an elevated class consciousness, was filled with righteous indignation upon reading the denunciation letter. His vigilance towards Xiao Bingyi intensified, coupled with a growing hatred, and he was determined to strip him of his group leader position. However, Director Zhu was too busy to sit down and deliberate over the matter. Xiao Bingyi, sensing the unfriendly gaze of Li Xiaoman, felt a surge of anxiety. Whether or not he retained his title as group leader was inconsequential. What he truly cared about was whether he could remain in the force to solve cases, as this was his life as pursuit. Were it not for this hope, fleeing would have posed no difficulty for him. Li Xiaoman laid out his accusations one by one, leaving Xiao Bingyi stunned as if facing the end of the world. He vaguely felt that the contents of the denunciation were closely related to Geng Bichong and silently lamented. My father said, live among good neighbors, associate with good companions. Why did I have to encounter him? Geng Bichong, why did you secretly harm me? What benefit could you possibly gain from my misfortune? In that moment, he felt a mix of anger and pity towards Geng Bichong. who had claimed to be a good brother. He was acutely aware of Geng Bicheng's vulnerabilities, estimating that he would not dare to confront him. He also insisted on confronting the informant directly. This posed a dilemma for Li Xiaoman, as the denunciation letters were all anonymous. Leaving no way to locate Zheng Sherd, he consulted Fan Zheng in secret, who confirmed that while Chu Ying had indeed favored Xiao Bingyi, he had also secretly undermined him. There were facts to support this, but they were not as severe as described in the denunciation letter. Li Xiaoman inquired. On the day of Chu Ying's massacre, you were spared due to your welcoming of the Liberation Army. Why was Xiao Bingyi able to escape as well? Fan Zheng smiled and replied, Chu Ying is a complex character. He has never shown a favorable face to those he looks down upon. In his eyes, both he and Xiao Bingyi have their merits. Each holds potential value for him. When I requested leave due to illness, it was granted on the spot that I checked Xiao Bingyi's leave as well. It was also for health reasons, so there shouldn't be any issues. Thanks to the smooth progress of the police force's entry, Li Xiaoman garnered the appreciation of the leadership and was poised for promotion. Upon learning of the situation, he felt increasingly grateful to Fan Zheng. Trusting in his words, he naturally chose to believe him. After a wave of suspicion, the first to be designated as a successfully reformed model was Xiao Bingyi. However, due to mutual mistrust and accusations, the three men found themselves in disarray. Geng Bicheng managed to escape scrutiny, thanks to Xiao Bingyi's silence, becoming the only successful reformed model in the sub-bureau. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingyi, due to his lack of participation, was branded as not having met the Reformation standards. Fortunately, with the intervention of the new authority Zhu Daming, this label was not recorded in his file. Gritting his teeth in determination, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for retention. Chapter 37. The prostitution incident. Just as Xiao Bingyi had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, he found himself inexplicably embroiled in a prostitution scandal. What was more serious, this time it was not an anonymous denunciation but rather the accuser coming directly to confront him. Lu Xiaofeng, the performer from Wanfeng Lu who claimed to sell art, not her body, suddenly appeared at the study class, tearfully urging the officer to compel Detective Xiao to settle his romantic debts. Xiao Bingyi was brought to the office, where Lu Xiaofeng unexpectedly embraced him, angrily declaring, "You heartless scoundrel, you took my virtue and now want to deny your responsibility?" She continued, "If you refuse to redeem me, I demand the promised compensation of 100 silver dollars. If you do not pay up today, I shall not leave." Xiao Bingyi instinctively pushed her away, bewildered, thinking he had never even been to Wanfeng Lu just a month prior. He had walked past it with Geng Bicheng, who seemed to be avoiding her. Surely, she must have mistaken him for someone else. As he spoke, Lu Xiaofeng scoffed. "You little cheat, trying to avoid your debts, are you? I recognize you even if your bones turn to ash." Xiao Bingyi's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Was she out of her mind? A glance at Li Xiaoman's furious, contorted face filled him with urgency and frustration. Stammering, he exclaimed, You. Li Xiaoman, noticing that Xiao Bingyi's demeanor did not seem feigned, asked Lu Xiaofeng. "Miss, you must be mistaken, right?" Lu Xiaofeng, wiping her eyes, replied sorrowfully, "Oh, sir, how could I be mistaken? This pretty boy led me astray, promising to redeem me, only to take advantage and then disappear." She sniffled and continued, "Thank goodness the army is here to advocate for us, the oppressed and exploited sisters. If you do not believe me, you may check for the birthmark on his right buttock." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingyi quickly covered his backside. This instinctive action was, without a doubt, a clear admission of guilt. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoman pulled him aside and forcibly pulled down his trousers, revealing the truth. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that Xiao Bingyi's desire to flee was not solely to escape to the mountains, but also to avoid the repercussions of his romantic entanglements. With both witnesses and evidence firmly against him, he had no choice but to believe it. Li Xiaoman advised the distressed sister to return home, assuring her that he would handle this scoundrel who refused to repay his debts. In that moment, Li Xiaoman was filled with righteous indignation, determined to hold Xiao Bingyi accountable for both old and new debts. Xiao Bingyi, still grappling with his trousers, observed her swaying hips, moving in a rhythm that momentarily left him dazed. As she glanced back and blew him a kiss, he felt a surge of desire to chase after her. A quick look at Li Xiaoman revealed a cold expression, with piercing eyes that offered no warmth. He felt a tumult of anxiety within, sensing that disaster loomed. As Geng Bicheng watched Li Xiaoman depart, he timidly approached to offer his apologies. "Brother Xiao, I am truly sorry. It's all due to our brotherhood. That time when she stopped me to collect a debt for her sister, Xiao Tsui, I was merely trying to help. In a bid to extricate myself, I mentioned you. I never expected that she would dare to seek you out." Xiao Bingyi kicked him lightly and scolded, "Did you really tell her about the birthmark on my backside?" Geng Bicheng defensively replied, "No, why would I mention such a thing? It seems she has taken a fancy to you." Brother Xiao, your charm is truly boundless. Xiao Bingyi kicked him again, exclaiming, What charm? You scoundrel, you incurred a debt of flirtation, and now you expect me to repay it by seeking you out. This naive fool must truly believe I owe her something. You have made my life a living hell. Tell me, why on earth did you mention the birthmark? If you don't, I'll make you regret it. Geng Bichong, perplexed, responded, Brother Xiao, you don't have a birthmark on your face. Do you? Where is it? Let me see. Realizing Xiao Bingyi was pointing to his rear, he exclaimed in surprise, I had no idea you had a birthmark there. How could I possibly explain that to her? Is it possible she caught a glimpse of it inadvertently? Xiao Bingyi raised his hand, preparing to slap him, but reconsidered he needed Zhu Beiji to clarify matters urgently. Grabbing him by the ear, he exclaimed in exasperation, You fool, why haven't you gone to explain things to that naive girl? Geng Bichong, grinning with his lantern-like eyes wide, revealed his front teeth in a grin that seemed ready to devour him. Are you going or not? Oh, be gentle, Geng Bichong cried. Covering his ear, he agreed to go, yet hesitated to disclose the truth to Li Xiaoman. Deputy Director Li, my brother Xiao, is a man of honor. Even if he were to visit Wan Fenglu, he would settle any debts on the spot. He would never leave any flirtatious obligations behind. This woman previously had a close relationship with Chu Ying. I suspect she is a spy, deliberately slandering and entrapping revolutionary comrades, disturbing our ranks. Li Xiaoman scrutinized Geng Bichong with suspicion, countering his claim by asking if he had ever been to Wan Fenglu. Geng Bichong's heart raced, fearing his own visit to a brothel had been uncovered. He quickly inquired if she had gathered any evidence. Upon seeing her shake her head, he concluded that the naive girl still lacked the facts, and thus spoke with conviction. Deputy Director Li, I, Geng Bichong, hail from a proletarian background. In the old society, I could barely afford a meal. How could I possibly have money to visit such places? Seeing his demeanor satisfied her, Li Xiaoman patted his shoulder, saying, Very well. Geng Bichong, you must understand that the issues between Xiao Bingyi and Chu Ying remain unresolved. You cannot allow the old society's brotherhood to cloud your judgment. Speak the truth to me. Did he or did he not go to Wan Fenglu? If he did, that alone would suffice for me to remove him as group leader. Hearing this, Geng Bichong felt a glimmer of hope for reinstatement as group leader and deliberately remained ambiguous. Fanning the flames, Deputy Director Li, is this matter truly so critical? With his charming demeanor, who can guarantee whether he win or not? Ultimately, I cannot fathom why. If he hasn't been, would a prostitute know about his birthmark? Li Xiaoman found his argument compelling. She could not allow this single miscreant to ruin the entire pot. Not only did she aim to oust his position as leader, but she also intended to expel him from the police force entirely. Geng Bichong was startled. If Brother Xiao were to be removed, he would find himself incapable of solving cases and would suffer humiliation. That he pleaded, Deputy Director Li, please forgive the transgressions of a bygone era. I will assist you in reforming him. What do you say? This matter is non-negotiable. I will report it immediately. Li Xiaoman replied, her demeanor furious, as she sought out Zhu Daming. Zhu Daming was preparing to attend a 2-week training course when he heard her report and shook his head. He, with an air of superiority, dismissed the notion of Xiao Bingyi visiting a brothel. He stated, Xiaoman, this matter involves the party's policy on retained personnel. We must investigate thoroughly before reaching a conclusion. Do you have any witnesses? Yes, Geng Bichong is a witness. He just pleaded on his behalf. The prostitute even knew the details of his birthmark, Li Xiaoman asserted, seemingly with solid evidence. Zhu Daming glanced at the clock. Very well. The City Military Management Committee is organizing an urban management study session. This matter cannot be rushed. I will handle it upon my return. Xiao Bingyi, under the impression that Lu Xiaofeng was urgently seeking a debt, had fallen prey to Geng Bichong's deceits. As long as Geng Bichong explained matters clearly to the naive girl, he believed there would be no repercussions. However, he found it perplexing that she knew about his birthmark. Could it be that during a bath, Geng Bichong had caught a glimpse and disclosed it to her? Just as he was about to inquire further, he was unexpectedly detained by Li Xiaoman. Once inside, he realized that Zhu Beiji not only failed to clarify matters but had, in fact, exacerbated his situation. He could not comprehend why Geng Bichong, who was equally implicated, would undermine him. He had grown acutely aware that Li Xiaoman's ultimate goal was to expel class enemies from the police force. This realization saddened him. In order to be retained, he had been reminding himself to suppress his temper and show utmost respect to his superiors, speaking and acting with the utmost caution. Yet, he continued to be embroiled in calamity. Just as he wallowed in despair, Li Xiaoman, under the guise of her deputy director position, approached with a stern declaration. Xiao Bingyi has a history of misconduct from the old society, has resisted transformation, and is suspected of being a spy. Effective immediately, he is to participate in labor education, with the group leadership temporarily assumed by Comrade Gung Bichong. Only then did Xiao Bingyi realize that Gung Bichong had played a clever game to become the group leader. He attempted to defend himself, but Li Xiaoman shot him a sidelong glance and huffed before departing. He could not fathom how someone like Li Xiaoman, lacking analytical ability, could exist in a revolutionary organization. Why was it that those with capabilities struggled to gain recognition, while those without talent flaunted their power? Was this truly the new society? It shouldn't be this way. As he continued to stew in resentment, 2 soldiers escorted him to the labor reformation site. He cautiously slept against the wall, but old 3 approached and kicked him aside. He shifted to another spot, only to be pushed out again by old 4, who claimed, "This is my spot." Noticing an empty cot across the way, he decided to lay his bedding there. Little Northeast coughed, and the others pounced on him, delivering a beating. Xiao Bingyi endured without retaliating, sustaining bruises and swelling. Half awake and half asleep against the wall, time passed unmeasured, and in a haze, he heard rustling beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck with fear. 6 men were staring at him in the moonlight, like wolves contemplating their prey. Startled, he scrambled up, glancing fearfully at Little Northeast standing at the foot of his bed. Ever since entering prison, Little Northeast had harbored intense hatred for Xiao Bingyi, resenting him for failing to fulfill his promises. He had initially planned to settle the score outside, but unexpectedly, he too had ended up inside. Given their collective crime, regulations dictated they should be separated. However, when Old 2 visited, following Old 1's instructions, they bribed the guards to allow them to be housed together. The 6 of them strutted about, having driven 4 others out of the originally 10-man cell. Although incarcerated, they were not subjected to the prison's meals, as the guards would procure delicacies from the streets for them. Yet, they remained unsatisfied. Old 2 even visited the warden's home to ensure their comforts were attended to. The guards brought in well-fed chickens, geese, and ducks, and the kitchen was ordered to prepare special meals for them. Each day they feasted twice and enjoyed small quantities of alcohol. Breakfast included milk, and if they desired wontons, the guards were obliged to fetch them. The admission of new inmates was at Little Northeast's discretion. Those with money would enter first, only to be expelled after consuming their fill. As the People's Liberation Army took control of the prison, many guards remained, maintaining connections with the inmates. Cases of contraband alcohol being smuggled in by the box were rampant. The 6 indulged in drunken antics, and during their outdoor time, they would lash out at any unfortunate soul, including guards, particularly those who had grievances against the warden. Ren Guetsu, frustrated at being stuck in prison, received intel from a guard who had been beaten by Little Northeast that it was reported that Little Northeast had become a tyrant, even daring to strike guards. Ren Guetsu resolved to confront Little Northeast personally. Upon learning of the situation, the other guards hurriedly warned Little Northeast. Unaware of Ren's formidable nature, he scoffed, eagerly awaiting the encounter to embarrass Ren. However, Ren opted for a more subtle approach, initially discussing ideological reform with Little Northeast. When Little Northeast entered, he disregarded the presence of a soldier, casually sitting down and propping his legs up, asking, "What do you want?" "Can I have some peace?" Ren, incensed by the disrespect, barked, "Stand at attention." Reacting instinctively, Little Northeast jumped to attention and blurted, "Hello, Commander." Ren's expression turned cold, filled with disdain. "You scoundrel. Are you still dreaming of being a traitor? The Japanese have been gone for years." It dawned on Little Northeast that he had erred, and feeling the intensity of Ren's glare, he stammered, "Commander, what do you want?" "I need to sleep." Ren smirked. "You really aren't awake, are you? Fine. I'll arrange for you to continue sleeping." He ordered the bamboo stools in the room to be tied together, using one to choke Little Northeast while cuffing his hands to the other. With a triumphant look, Ren said, "Sleep well. The prison conditions aren't great, but make do. Continue dreaming your traitorous dreams. If you fall, that's a violation." Little Northeast erupted in anger. "I protest. This is a legal punishment. A violation of government regulations. I will report you." Ren laughed. "Report me? Go ahead. I could use a reason. You claim I'm punishing you, but who can prove it?" Casting a glance at him, he noticed Little Northeast's wide-eyed stare. Ren warned, "From the moment I arrived, I've had my eye on you. I can't comprehend how someone like you emerged from the Northeast. Do you still think you're in your so-called Manchukuo? This isn't the old society anymore. I will ensure you and your ilk are subdued. And let me remind you, I'm aware that some in the prison have been dragged into your schemes. Your sins are mounting. Based on your current behavior, I will first handle you according to the management regulations and then transfer your case to court for further charges." Little Northeast glared at him, exuding an aura of revenge for when he would eventually be released. In Chapter 39, amidst the tumult of prison life, Ren Guatsu leisurely sipped tea and set down his cup, picking up a newspaper. By the way, I should inform you that several guards have been suspended for reflection. Your brothers are currently reporting you. Little Northeast lay on the bamboo stool, immobilized, his back aching. He gritted his teeth in endurance. When mealtime arrived, he could no longer hold back and politely asked, "Comrade, may I eat?" Ren nodded. "Of course. I've heard you enjoy special meals that I'll have them prepare one for you." Two soldiers brought in lunch. Presenting a tray with a food box and 2 large bowls, Ren opened the box and began to devour the food ravenously, filling the room with the aroma of stir-fried vegetables and pork. Little Northeast struggled and asked, "Commander, can I sit up to eat?" Ren set down his chopsticks. "What do you need to get up for? You're a privileged guest now. You can eat and sleep here." He lifted a bowl of spicy soup, pinched Little Northeast's nose, and poured it down his throat. "How does it feel to be served? I'm responsible for your ideological work, dedicated to your service. Have some soup to soothe your throat." Little Northeast coughed violently, tears streaming down his face as the soup spilled down his neck. Attempting to shout, he was silenced by a mouthful of steamed buns. Ren chuckled. "Don't get too excited. There is no need for thanks. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard you like to drink a bit of horse urine with your meals. I've prepared that for you." No, I can't drink that." Little Northeast struggled, but after another fit of coughing, he gasped, trying to force a smile but only managing a grimace. "Director, I know I was wrong. You're my ancestor. I submit to you. I will abide by the government's rules and seek special treatment." Ren suppressed a laugh and nodded. "It seems your mindset has improved. I hope your actions will follow suit. Bring me the list of guards involved in smuggling items. How many times has each one done it? What were they smuggling? Where did the money come from? Be specific. Promise to comply with prison management going forward." All right. I'll write it down when I get back to my cell. No, write it down right here, right now." Ultimately, Ren obtained evidence against 3 guards involved in smuggling food. The details were shocking. Little Northeast's accomplices outside would send bribes to these guards during holidays. For every box of contraband brought into the prison, 2 boxes were kept for themselves. If a chicken was smuggled in, the guards would retain 2. Ren's astonishment, Little Northeast and his cohorts even indulged in opium, with the guards hiding their pipes. This was unacceptable. Through mutual accusations, it became clear that most of the retained personnel had engaged in similar activities to some degree. Ren felt helpless. The law could not be enforced against many. With limited manpower, he had no choice but to focus on strengthening education for now. He had heard of Xiao Bingyi's history as an old police officer and intended to place him in cell No. 6 to observe whether Little Northeast had truly changed. Little Northeast, still simmering with anger, was thrilled to see Xiao Bingyi, the very officer who had captured him, arrived. He gleefully thought of beating him, dragging him by the hair off the bed. "Officer Xiao, look who has come to visit. Do you remember us? Are you here to be an undercover informant? Let him eat a piece of excrement." Xiao Bingyi, having endured a beating without retaliating, clung to a flicker of hope for retention. Yet, the pent-up rage was on the verge of exploding. Seeing Little Northeast's continued arrogance, he thought, "I'm already here. What is there to fear? If I don't teach him a lesson, how will I survive in the future?" He returned to the edge of the bed, rolled his eyes, yawned, and stretched, resembling a waking tiger. "Brothers, it's fate that we gather here. Let us be friends. When I get out, I might still advocate for you." Before he could finish speaking, a slap landed on his head. Old 3 cursed. "Who is your brother? We're all in this mess together, and you still have the gall to talk back. Brothers, let us break this bastard bones." Old 6, go take a dump." Xiao Bingyi turned to Old 3, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, he shouted, "Try hitting me again." Old 3 raised his hand once more, but Xiao Bingyi caught it mid-air. Old 3 struggled to break free, but Xiao Bingyi twisted his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Old 4 charged in, only to be caught as well, his arms entangled. With a sickening crack, Old 4 fell, clutching his arm. Old 5 lunged forward, but Xiao Bingyi sent him spinning with a swift strike, causing him to clutch his head in disarray. The remaining men hesitated, watching their leader. Xiao Bingyi stood tall, arms crossed. "I've already shown restraint. If you have any more tricks, let us see them. I need to sleep." His words were a clear provocation. Little Northeast drew a dagger, quietly commanding, "Hold him down. I'll cut his tendons and make him eat excrement." Old 6, hurry up. Seeing that they were truly joining forces against him, Xiao Bingyi unleashed a flurry of kicks, knocking several down. Angrily, he declared, "I've never seen such cowardice, so many against one, without a lesson. You would not know how many eyes the king of horses possesses." He forgets his own situation, acting as if he were the police capturing criminals, using both hands and feet to strike. 5 individuals lie on the ground, timidly retreating, while only the young Northeaster sits on the bed, his face darkened, motionless. Seeing him still, Xiao Bingyi is about to sit down to rest when he suddenly feels a gust of wind behind him. Before he can turn around, he finds himself on the ground. The 5 men rush forward, pinning him down. The young northeaster draws his knife and jumps off the bed, threatening, "I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life lying in bed." "Old Six, are you ready?" Outside the door, Ringgwitsu, feigning ignorance, calls out loudly, "Who is on duty here? There is such a commotion in cell number 6. Why is no one handling it?" The young northeaster quickly hides his knife under the bed and, as he holds down Xiao Bingyi, hastily returns to his own bunk. The guards swarm in, and amid a chorus of shouts for everyone to crouch down, Ringgwitsu enters the cell. He glares at the young northeaster for a moment before putting on freshly issued white gloves, beckoning the young northeaster to follow him outside. Xiao Bingyi is forcibly made to crouch down, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Suddenly, he hears a loud thumping sound from outside, and the young northeaster returns, bruised and battered. Then the remaining individuals exit one by one, followed by more dull thuds as they re-enter the cell. Ringgwitsu, panting, removes his gloves and stands outside the door, coldly observing Xiao Bingyi. Xiao Bingyi understands that the others have been severely beaten, and he realizes he is next in line. He quickly contemplates a dilemma. Should he fight back or not? A soldier may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. If he strikes, he is prepared to face the consequences. Ringgwitsu, no longer looking at him, surveys the others and remarks, "Young northeaster, what kind of man are you? Deceiving me with double talk." "Guards, separate these scoundrels and confine them." As Ringgwitsu watches the 6 men being escorted away by the soldiers, he casts a disdainful glance at Xiao Bingyi before huffing and exiting. Crouching there, Xiao Bingyi feels a deep sense of humiliation, especially when he notices Ringgwitsu's scornful gaze directed at him, sensing the disdain and contempt emanating from him. Though he has not been punished, the humiliation of being forced to crouch and subjected to Ringgwitsu's condescending glare feels more damaging to his pride than a beating would. He can almost hear the sound of his heart bleeding within. Later, when working alongside Ringgwitsu, he often recalls this humiliating episode. Chapter 40. Why does this individual suffer so much? Xiao Bingyi's brawl in prison led to severe repercussions. Upon entering the prison, acquaintances among the police heard of his plight and assured him, "Do not fear. Things will eventually be clarified. Rest assured, I will speak to other friends in the force. During labor, you can take it easy with a shovel." After the fight, he was reassigned. This time, he could no longer avoid hard labor and was directly assigned to the transport team. Transport team is a euphemism. In reality, it meant hauling excrement. The procedure involved a group going into the city to collect excrement and dump it into a cesspit, while another group would deliver it to the fields. Xiao Bingyi belonged to the latter group, still feeling that his police friends had secretly assisted him. Otherwise, being escorted by the army to haul excrement would be even more disgraceful than collecting garbage. Initially, he looked down on the 2 small buckets, but after filling both, he weighed them and found them manageable, forgetting that he had never trained his shoulders for such a task. Hauling excrement is both physically demanding and requires skill. Those who know how to do it can switch shoulders. Those who do not can only use one. He would struggle to carry a load over 3 miles to the fields, stopping countless times. And even then, he felt exhausted. With the yoke on his shoulders, he gritted his teeth going uphill and trembled down the slope. Moreover, he bore an old injury from the previous society by the time he completed 1 round trip. Others had already made their second. His legs could barely move, shaking violently by midday. He had fallen behind others by several trips. The cornmeal buns and watery soup brought for lunch did not appeal to him. His shoulder burned with pain, and he could barely touch it. In the afternoon, he attempted to switch shoulders but ended up tearing the skin on his swollen right shoulder, causing blood to seep through and stick to his clothing, which he could not peel off. He had no choice but to use his left shoulder, taking a few steps and stopping. Noticing that others had already completed their 3rd trip, he grew anxious and decided to carry 1 bucket in each hand to hurry. After several trips, his arms could hardly bend, beginning to tremble, and he felt he might collapse. Seeing no one around, he slumped down to rest. He gazed at the setting sun, feeling much like himself, weary, dejected, resentful, and despondent. The evening glow cast a cooling light on the various houses scattered at the foot of the mountain and along the slope. The slanting rays shimmered with a hazy yellow light. For a moment, he felt a longing for home, a sense of peace and tranquility. In this twilight, a thought struck him: to live in the countryside, finding a secluded, thatched cottage, bringing his parents along, cultivating a few acres of land, fetching water, growing vegetables, and raising chickens. In front of the cottage, there would be a large tree where his mother could mend clothes under its shade. The father and son could share tea, play chess, and chat leisurely. The family would enjoy the tranquility of rural life, witnessing the sunrise and sunset. Ideally, there would be a pond nearby where he could fish with his father. As he wandered in this daydream, he remained unaware of the ghostly figure approaching silently. The sharp gaze of Captain Chin from the transport team pierced through him like a needle. Seeing him resting there, he scolded, "Xiao Bingyi, you think you can slack off in my team? I warn you, in my territory, you had better behave. Do you really not know the rules here? You are even worse than a thug or a scoundrel, truly ignorant. Xiao Bingyi, perplexed, thought he knew the rules by heart. Why was he being yelled at? He was seething with indignation and retorted, Captain Shin, you should know my identity. Be careful when you return home tonight. You know who treats me well. Are you referring to Chu Ying? Don't get your hopes up. You know who has been taking care of you in this predicament. Hurry up and get back to work. Xiao Bingyi had vented his frustration, attracting more scrutiny from Captain Shin. You like to carry things, right? Captain Shin ordered someone else to load the buckets for him, ensuring they were filled with heavy excrement. Xiao Bingyi gritted his teeth and endured a full day of labor. Barely able to eat or drink, collapsing into bed as soon as he finished. Just then, a shadow quietly approached the iron door. Xiao Bingyi looked up to see rolling knife meat. Brother Xiao, ever since I got to know you, I have always yielded to you. You know why? Because I know you are an undercover policeman that I thought you could help your brothers in crucial times. But you, on the contrary, couldn't even prove yourself, leaving your brothers disheartened. You should know, Captain Shin has been dealt with. You are ungrateful, and I cannot be unjust. If you encounter difficulties, just say the word. Xiao Bingyi was astonished at how he could leave the cell at night. Suspecting he had bribed a guard, he did not wish to lose face, also knowing that Captain Shin was no good. Although he understood that money could move mountains, he refused to give in. Rolling knife meat could handle them, but it was merely with cash. Captain Shin, remember that people are watching your actions. You are far too bold. In his days, a low voice came. Little benefits. Chu Ying is now a major general. He is the deputy commander of the anti-communist National Salvation Army in the Nanjing area. He has heard of your situation and regrets not taking you with him. He has asked me to consult you. If you are willing to join him, we can leave immediately. Xiao Bingyi finally came to his senses. Hearing the voice and seeing the figure, it resembled Captain Shin. He ignored him. Little benefits. Do not think the organization will abandon you. Also, do not think you can survive here. It is normal for someone to die here. Drowning in a cesspit or being ruled a suicide for fear of punishment is entirely plausible. You had better be aware. For the sake of his dream of becoming a detective, Xiao Bingyi gritted his teeth and persisted. A week passed, and the conclusion remained resistance to reform. Upon learning the result, he felt utterly disheartened and hopeless. At this rate, being retained was out of the question. That he waited for the day he would be released without charges, to return home and seek the idyllic life he envisioned in the evening glow. Yes, he firmly believed he acted according to his conscience, never engaging in disgraceful acts. His release was merely a matter of time. There were plenty of thatched cottages in the countryside, even if the pond was a little farther away. It wouldn't matter. He could walk a few more steps and exercise. But the thought of leaving a beloved career and distancing himself from his dream of becoming a detective felt like having his spine pulled out. Losing his very soul. Night, he tossed and turned, beginning to doubt his father's teachings. His father had once said that regardless of the dynasty, one could thrive if skilled. He thought he possessed talent. Why then did he face obstacles everywhere? Did heaven intend to test his resolve and work his body? Very well, let the suffering that should befall him in this lifetime come all at once. Let the storm come even fiercer. During the sleepless night, he gazed at the bright moon outside. Feeling self-pitied, a line of poetry came to mind. I intended to direct my heart toward the bright moon. Yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. He felt this verse captured his true feelings and circumstances. With the melancholic grandeur of the Great Wall remote, he played a tune on the Eru, whose name he did not know, yet it moved him to tears. It sounded like a lament, a mixture of sorrow and anger. That moment, he finally understood the song's lament for life and its yearning for brightness and ideals. He swayed, drawing forth the struggles and resilient spirit of one who has endured hardships in old China. As he played and reflected, he realized that his experiences and character mirrored that of the song's composer. He felt the piece was written for him, a true reflection of his trials and tribulations. That a man may shed tears, but they are seldom seen unless truly heartbroken. As the piece came to an end, he was already choking on tears. His greatest distress did not lie in the labor he could not bear, but rather in receiving the same treatment as the spies, thugs, and scoundrels he had once sent away. Indeed, worse, as he was now being bullied by them. His pride had suffered an irreparable blow. He could not fathom why, after liberation, his police friends were thriving. Once a rather mediocre figure, Fan Zheng, who didn't even need to attend a training class, was unexpectedly the first to receive a military uniform and became a police officer. Why does this individual, once so full of promise, find himself in such a dismal state when life plunges one into a trough? It is all too natural to blame fate and others. Reflecting on Xiao's farewell advice, he regretted not possessing foresight, for had he heeded the counsel to endure just a few months, he could have been rescued from the rubbish heap by the People's Liberation Army, thus avoiding all this turmoil. After all, They are the epitome of true proletariat. Perhaps he could have even befriended the fiery youth. Just as he thought of Cao Cao arrived. Xiao, hearing the news, came with a few companions to see him. He hadn't anticipated that this friend, forged in hardship, would bring him renewed hope. Chapter 041. Heartfelt sorrow. The two remained silent for a moment upon meeting. Xiao, wiping his eyes, sighed softly. Xiao, I never supported your decision to join the police station. In hindsight, it was my mistake. I should have firmly dissuaded you. You've only been there a few months, and everything has changed dramatically. I suspect heaven is still testing you, forcing you to endure hardship and toil. Given the situation, there's no point in dwelling on it now. I'll go to the East District Committee immediately to find a way to help you. Xiao Bingyi was concerned about the risk of being recognized by spies lurking in the shadows. Xiao, you must not reveal yourself for now. The spy Shin Fuzhong wants to eliminate any threats. You cannot expose my identity. If I cannot remain a police officer, I will take you to the countryside, away from the city. Only if I can continue in the force and capture those responsible for your parents' deaths can I make my appearance legitimate. After a moment of sadness, Xiao asked Xiao if he had any final requests. At that moment, Xiao Bingyi longed to send a message to the influential individual who had helped him gain entry into the training class, someone whose wisdom and fairness he greatly admired. If this person were aware of his plight, perhaps they would extend their fairness further. He recalled his father's words, in times of trouble, do not seek help from others. For those who laugh at your misfortune are far more numerous than those who will truly assist you. Overcoming difficulties must rely on oneself. The descendants of the Xiao family ought to possess dignity. Thus, he replied, Xiao, seeking help from anyone will be futile. Perhaps heaven particularly favors such a person. Before leaving, Xiao dropped a parting remark. Xiao, I know who to seek now that I have always listened to you. But this time, you have no say. In times of adversity, the warmth of friendship becomes palpable. Watching Xiao's departing figure filled him with profound sorrow. One day, Xiao Bingyi unexpectedly spotted an elderly man standing by the field. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his father, peering anxiously from the roadside. His heart tightened, and he quickly crouched down, observing his father's every movement. Terrified of being discovered. As he watched his father leave in disappointment, tears of grievance welled in his eyes. He silently vowed, Father, do not be sad or worried. Your son is not that fragile. I am this person, and I still have great things to accomplish. Should I fail in my endeavors, I will return home to teach and farm. Ensuring your comfort in old age. It dawned on him that in times of hardship, true concern comes only from devoted friends like Xiao, as well as the worries and care of family. The thought of his parents brought forth an uncontrollable flood of tears. What happened next confirmed his father's words as truth. Aside from Xiao, who came to offer consolation, there was no sign of any other so-called friends. You should have come to comfort me during this time. It would have been far more useful than your usual empty words. Do you not feel even a twinge of guilt for abandoning me? Is it so difficult to express a little concern? If you did not come, then do not. But if you do, it only stirs my anger. However, those who should have come did not, while those who ought not to appeared one after another. Fan Zheng arrived, exuding an air of triumph, speaking like a seasoned revolutionary. Spouting new jargon about the new democratic society and the revolution as a means to liberate all of China. He declared that those like him would be subjected to proletarian dictatorship and urged him to consider which side he truly stood on. Choices in life are paramount. At critical moments, one must take the right step. If one does not align with the revolution, they would be trampled underfoot. Xiao Bingyi listened to his words, witnessing his facade of enthusiasm, and nearly choked on his own blood. He truly could not discern which side he belonged to, or if he belonged to either. He only knew that he wanted to solve cases, earn a living, and act with integrity. Thus, he looked disdainfully at Fan Zheng. What pretentiousness is this? You do nothing of significance, merely tending to a few pigeons. And now you preach about making the right choices. The only genuine act you've done is guide the Liberation Army. I suppose fate has favored you more than me. Before he could vent his frustration, Go Kai arrived with a group of comrades to mock him, ridiculing his ambition. They reminded him of an old Chinese saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. They advised him to focus on labor and reform his non-proletarian mindset. Brother, you seem so serious, yet you've made a petty mistake. How was your experience with women? Engaging in such behavior is a matter of conduct. Own up, and do not act stubbornly. If you ignore the elders' advice, you will suffer the consequences. Hearing their ridicule, Xiao Bingyi felt a surge of defiance. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, retorting, you know nothing. In the South District, participating in labor is the best way to secure a permanent position. You are all aware of your own actions. I genuinely worry that one day, someone may turn against you and report your misdeeds. As the conversation progressed, a dull pain began to throb in his legs. He shot a glare at Go Kai and cursed, you will face justice for your crimes against women. This is a matter of public interest. I will take it upon myself to hold you accountable. He lifted a bucket of filth and hurled it, missing his target but dousing Go Kakai in excrement instead, watching the police comrades flee in disarray. He felt a fleeting sense of relief, soon followed by confusion. He could not comprehend why no one had come to confront Go Kakai, who had captured Xiao's parents and several others before the liberation. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to heart-wrenching grief, releasing a cry filled with despair that echoed through the clouds above, shaking them as if to reflect his turmoil. Raising his tear-stained eyes to the heavens, he lamented, "Heaven, how long must I endure such a life?" Silence reigned, the earth remained still. Only the vast fields, the blooming rapeseed flowers, and the verdant wheat and pea sprouts swayed as if in sympathy, offering some solace. An American convertible arrived at the construction site, and the driver, a military officer named Xiao Dong, waved to Xiao Bingyi. Anxiously, he approached. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Dong. What brings you here? Am I to be released?" Xiao Dong, with a stern expression, replied, "Re-education prisoner, why ask so many questions? Surely, you know what you've done." Unsettled by the label of re-education prisoner, Xiao Bingyi demanded, "What have I done? Clarify this. I will not go with you unless you explain." Xiao Dong shook his head. "It seems that without a full escort, you won't budge. Very well, I'll summon 2 soldiers to escort you." Xiao Bingyi, desperate, pleaded, "Xiao Dong, we share a good relationship. Can't you give me a hint?" Xiao Dong, still maintaining his cold demeanor, started the vehicle and remarked, "I'm taking you to the guillotine. I hope you're not afraid of death." "What? Are they going to execute me? That can't be true." "Who made this decision? Does Director Zhu know?" he questioned, shaking his head in disbelief. "If Director Zhu were aware, would I be here?" Xiao Dong responded. "He notified Deputy Director Li to have me bring you. Deputy Director Li will personally escort you." Xiao Bingyi felt a wave of panic wash over him, choking on his emotions. He became faint, clutching the side of the vehicle for support. Xiao Dong noticed his weakness and sighed. Dragging him into the car. "Coward," he muttered, "stop pretending to be dead and sit properly." Chapter 042. A noble benefactor's assistants. Seeing Xiao Bingyi slumped in the passenger seat, still looking defeated, Xiao Dong muttered, "Xiao Bingyi, look at you. So timid. Can't even take a joke. Tisk. Director Zhu is looking for you for something good. He then recounted Zhu Daming's instructions in a jumbled manner. Only then did Xiao Bingyi realize that indeed the influential figure had intervened, likely due to Xiao's efforts. His heart soared with joy. Such exhilaration could only be comprehended by those who had endured suffering and faced despair. Unbeknownst to him, while Zhu Daming was studying in the city, he had met Zhang Zhengrong, who had come to give a lecture at the urban management training class. Zhang inquired about Xiao Bingyi among the retained personnel at the South District Police Station as Military Management Committee. Upon receiving confirmation, he briefly outlined Xiao Bingyi's background. Zhu Daming was astonished by the information and felt gratified by his own deductions. He informed Zhang Zhengrong that he had always sensed Xiao Bingyi was extraordinary, though he had not anticipated the extent of his capabilities. "Rest assured, we will act according to Deputy Minister Zhong's wishes." At that moment, Zhang Zhengrong held the position of Deputy Minister of the Municipal Social Affairs Department. With nearly 20 years of underground work experience, he was also tasked by Udeswi to coordinate with Xiao Bingyi, representing the underground party codenamed Firebird. Just before the liberation of Nanjing, he had gone to Jiangbei and returned to Nanjing with the Jinling Brigade. On the night of his arrival, he had been shot by spies and was sent to Jiangbei to recuperate, returning to Nanjing to teach while still injured. He listened to Zhu Daming's declaration and smiled, saying, "I may have introduced him casually, but let me provide you with a more detailed account of his situation." He gestured for Zhu Daming to sit on a stone bench and began his introduction. The Central Police Academy of the Kuomintang was established to cultivate future officers with modern sensibilities, and the admission criteria were exceedingly stringent. To gain acceptance was to be among the elite. Just how rigorous were these standards? The academy, located in cities such as Nanjing, Hankou, Beiping, Xi'an, and Hangzhou, attracted a wide array of applicants, totaling 981 individuals. Among them, the competition was fiercest in Nanjing, where 661 candidates vied for a mere 63 spots. Such intensity speaks for itself. He secured his place in the program with the third highest score. Each semester, students were required to take over 30 courses, encompassing foreign languages from Japan, the UK, and Russia, Chinese political philosophy, various branches of law, modern international issues, police practice, criminal psychology, and crime studies, among others. After a brief pause, Zhang Zhengrong continued, "I discovered his remarkable qualities almost by chance. One day, while purchasing fried dough sticks. The usual packaging was made of lotus leaves, but mine came wrapped in paper, which turned out to be the Academy's journal. It contained insights from Xiao Bingyi, complete with a recommendation from his instructor. That moment marked the beginning of my interest in him." Zhu Daming expressed his doubts candidly. "To be honest, I still question his refusal to join the confidential bureau. In that societal atmosphere, which student wouldn't desire to rise in rank and fortune, to bring glory to their family? He was aware that joining the bureau was a shortcut. Why did he decline? Zhang Zhengrong paused, sighed, and continued with his introduction. Investigations revealed that he grew up under the protective wings of his parents, viewing his father as a life mentor, treating his father's words as sacrosanct. He attended only one semester of elementary school before directly entering high school. Gaining admission to the Central Police Academy was a significant achievement. He had read numerous ancient texts, with Mencius' 3 chapters having a profound impact on him. He likened himself to someone bestowed with a great mission by heaven, destined to become a divine detective of Huaxia. Zhang Zhengrong smiled. I suspect this has much to do with his father's early influence on him. Following the victory in the War of Resistance, his father was reported as a traitor and imprisoned by the military police, where he endured torture. The family's wealth was exhausted, and he emerged from captivity barely alive. This incident left deep scars on his tender psyche. One can only imagine the disdain he felt towards the military police agents who tormented his father. His situation mirrors the revolutionary struggle you are engaged in. If the traitorous landlords had not falsely accused your father, would you have taken up arms and joined the revolution? He noticed Zhu Daming's awkward smile and continued his introduction. The townsfolk regarded him as a well-behaved child, amiable in demeanor. He possessed both pride and insecurity. From a young age, he excelled academically, which led others to perceive him as arrogant. Classmates mocked his prominent front teeth, causing him embarrassment. Gradually, he closed the windows of his soul, becoming reclusive, stubborn, and inflexible, with few close friends and limited social experience. Particularly regarding politics, he lacked understanding of the world beyond his expertise and was oblivious to the intricacies of social relationships. Noticing Zhu Daming's exasperated expression, he paused and said, "Let me provide an example to illustrate the kind of person he is." When the acceptance letter from the police academy arrived, the town mayor considered it an honor for the community and hosted a banquet to celebrate. As everyone raised their glasses in a toast, he initially stood in a daze before abruptly turning away, choking back tears. When his parents later inquired about his behavior, he explained that he felt overwhelmed by the presence of so many people and found it more exhausting than the exam itself. Zhu Daming chuckled, and Zhang Zhengrong joined in the laughter. He continued, "That night, I intended to visit him to persuade him to go to Jianbei, but I unexpectedly encountered Chu Ying. To avoid raising his suspicions, I had to retreat. Unfortunately, he was deceived by Chu Ying into the police station. Within days, he was interrogated by the Eastern District Police Station on charges of communist affiliation. Initially, I feared that my contact with him had been exposed. Under the guise of friendship, I sought out Detective Yu Desui from the Eastern District Police Station, who was also a major in the confidential bureau. He had previously tricked Xiao Bingyi into assisting him in capturing the underground party member known by the codename Firebird. Little did he know that I was the very person he sought to apprehend." Zhang Zhengrong smiled with a sense of satisfaction, his demeanor becoming serious. "Comrade Zhu Daming, please trust me. He is a person of great potential, destined to be a pillar of the nation. I am eager to meet him. But at present, I am preoccupied with searching for my beloved and son, and I cannot spare the time. Please convey my regards to him." Zhu Daming, puzzled, asked, "Vice Minister Zhong, you are not from the same hometown and have had limited contact. Why do you know so much about him and hold him in such high regard?" Zhang Zhengrong seemed to recall something from long ago. Odatio, pay attention to him. One must understand him. My investigations revealed that he gradually became a standout over 2 academic years, achieving first place in all subjects. I heard that his father had served as a police officer during the Japanese occupation, so I visited his hometown to learn more. Fortunately, his father bore no blood debts and even rescued anti-Japanese patriots. This solidified my determination to guide him onto the path of revolution and prepare him as a talent for the new China. Upon reaching this point, he sighed deeply. Sometimes, I reflect on how Xiao Bingyi's situation foreshadowed the inevitable downfall of the Kuomintang. Chu Ying, as a member of the Confidential Bureau, represented a refreshing current, hoping to utilize talented individuals to turn the tide. Little did he realize that the party he championed was rotten to the core. Zhang Zhengrong abruptly inquired, "What is Xiao Bingyi currently engaged in? I must forewarn you, if you do not trust him, I will assign him to be my assistant." Zhu Daming readily replied, "He is currently attending a training course for retained personnel and will report back to you as part of the first batch." He then asked, "Vice Minister Zhang, what is the situation regarding your search for your beloved? Is your son not with you?" Zhang Zhengrong's expression darkened as he replied somberly, "Both my beloved and I are involved in underground work. When we were reassigned, I entrusted our son to the Shanghai Underground Party. Subsequently, my beloved and I were separated to carry out different missions, and it has been over a decade since we last saw each other. The organization has had no news of her in recent years, and for both personal and professional reasons, I must find her as soon as possible. After parting ways with Zhang Zhengrong, Zhu Daming intended to arrange for Xiao Bingyi to attend a training session and meet Zhang Zhengrong. Just then, Qiu Xiaoqiu arrived with news, and he was taken aback to learn that Li Xiaoman had sent Xiao Bingyi for labor education. Zhu Daming speculated that something must have transpired with Xiao Bingyi after his departure. Or perhaps Li Xiaoman had discovered concrete evidence against him. He clicked his tongue in dismay, muttering, "Such a significant matter. Xiaoman should have informed me." Chapter 043. Endless regret. Zhu Daming resolved that, regardless of what had occurred, he needed to clarify the situation before proceeding. Though Li Xiaoman acted somewhat recklessly, he would not have acted without substantial grounds in such a grave matter. Perhaps he had indeed acquired irrefutable evidence. He contacted Li Xiaoman to inquire why Xiao Bingyi was sent for labor education, asking, "Did I not leave with clear instructions?" Li Xiaoman hesitated, offering a vague explanation, stating that the case against Xiao Bingyi was complex and that he needed to be detained. Just as Zhu Daming hung up the phone, he received a notification from his superiors instructing Xiao Bingyi to report immediately to the Municipal Military Control Commission for a case analysis meeting. He promptly informed Li Xiaoman to retrieve Xiao Bingyi at once, as he had an important task that required his personal involvement. Li Xiaoman, feeling indignant, retorted, "Without Xiao Bingyi's presence, won't we face trouble?" He suggested that Geng Bichong could take over the task instead. Upon seeing driver Xiaodong arriving with Geng Bichong, Zhu Daming understood the situation. He expressed his frustration. Scaring Geng Bichong away, he decided to have Xiaodong deliver a letter of introduction to bring Xiao Bingyi to the police station's Military Control Commission, asking Deputy Director Li to escort him. Concerned about Xiao Bingyi's stubborn temperament, he worried that he might refuse to come. He also feared that Xiao Bingyi, being clever, might attempt to flee in the absence of clear information. He briefly recounted his conversation with Zhang Zhengrong to Xiaodong, instructing him to reassure Xiao Bingyi. Knowing the circumstances, Xiaodong, due to their good rapport, planned to intimidate him a bit. This led to the recent scene where Xiao Bingyi, upon receiving fragmented information from Xiaodong, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow, he reminisced about his encounters with Zhang Boss. Filled with regret and self-reproach, he recalled how Zhang Boss's demeanor contrasted sharply with that of the other detective agency owners, and the philosophical discussions they had shared in tea houses about the meaning of life, along with the promise of a beautiful April day. That he reflected on the prose he had recited. If it weren't for Zhang Boss's awakening, how could he have found his path to success? Each word and event confirmed that Zhang Boss was an extraordinary individual, yet he remained oblivious to it. Zhang Boss had truly gone to great lengths to assist him in secret. No wonder he said he would be grateful to know him. He truly felt fortunate. Remembering the time when Chu Ying found him at the restaurant, he had sensed that Zhang Boss was about to reveal his identity, only to be interrupted by Chu Ying. Had Chu Ying not arrived, Zhang Boss would surely have unveiled his true self and guided him on the right path. He further realized that encounter in the restaurant was indeed a pivotal moment in his life. The opportunity was thwarted by Chu Ying's intrusion, causing him to miss a crucial chance, just one step away. A slight deviation could lead to a vast distance astray. He lamented how this astute and sensitive individual had missed such a golden opportunity. Good fortune had repeatedly slipped through his fingers. He even contemplated that had Zhang Boss truly persuaded him to go to Jiangbei that night, even if he would have ultimately declined, he respected Zhang Boss. Since he was part of the underground party, any mobilization would certainly involve an introduction, and his promise of a beautiful April day would symbolize the hope of liberation. Wouldn't it be the very April day he longed for in his heart? Surely, he would have at least agreed to take a look. Once he saw it, wouldn't that be enough? With such thoughts, an inexhaustible sense of regret welled within him. He chastised himself for his own foolishness, lamenting that he had not conversed more with Zhang Boss. Several opportunities slipped by, and otherwise, the life of this individual would not have been so fraught with hardship, nor would he have endured such torment. He felt a sense of relief for himself. Time and again, he had been urged to apprehend the underground operative codenamed Firebird, but he had wisely declined. Had he not, the consequences would have been dire. "Boss Zhang, that was a close call. You should have informed me of the situation sooner," he murmured to himself. Xiaodong, observing his nonsensical mutterings, reminded him to sit properly as they were about to arrive. Xiao Bingyi straightened up, gazing ahead, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts and emotions. The vehicle sped along, trees whirling past in a blurred eye in the distance. The majestic mountains rose and fell like frozen waves. A breathtaking panorama. Before him, the rows of wheat seedlings swayed in the spring breeze, as if welcoming a hero's triumphant return. The wildflowers by the roadside appeared charmingly vibrant. He envisioned a future as beautiful as these blossoms, his heart racing with excitement. Although he frequently drove an American Jeep, the exhilaration he felt today was unmatched. Oh heavens, could it be that fortune is finally smiling upon me, allowing me to escape the burdens of anxiety and toil? He mused. Director Zhu, You are indeed a true benefactor in my life. I sense that you are unlike the naive youth. You are composed, wise, and truly discerning. After 24 years, he experienced such joy and elation for the first time. Boss Zhong, you have gifted me with the most beautiful April day. He declared with gratitude, I will repay this kindness. I shall offer you a splendid April day in return. From now on, I shall heed your guidance. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the police station's military management committee that a sentry discreetly informed him of Geng Bicheng's embarrassment. What did Geng Bicheng do to embarrass himself? Xiao Bingyi inquired. Fan Zhang, the acting deputy director of the police station's military management committee office, mocked him. Ever since you left, Geng Bicheng has become increasingly zealous when the higher-ups assign tasks. Deputy Director Li considered him first. There is a significant mission this time, and Deputy Director Li has entrusted it to him. He forgot his own surname and reported to the city bureau before he even entered the meeting room. He was scolded by Director Zhu and is now hiding in his dormitory, too ashamed to face anyone. Your recall is surely for executing this mission. Go to the city bureau with Deputy Director Li to report to Director Zhu. He was taken by the stern-faced Li Xiaoman to meet Zhu Daming at the city military management committee. Upon seeing Geng Bicheng's disheveled appearance, Zhu Daming covered his nose, cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaoman, and frowned at him for a long moment. He provocatively asked, Xiao Bingyi, while I was away, were you at home repairing the toilet? Noticing his silence, he continued, there has been a murder case in the East District, and the city military management committee has summoned personnel from various police stations for a consultation, specifically naming you to attend. You will represent the South District Police Station's military management committee. This is an excellent opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. Seize it. Despite his complaints, Xiao Bingyi couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at the unexpected news. He thought to himself, attending the city bureau's consultation indicates that I still have prospects. Following this will surely be my grand return as a detective. It seemed his father's words held truth. Having the ability is meaningless without the opportunity to showcase it. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he was determined to make an impression on those from the other districts. They had visited the construction site under the guise of concern, but he would ensure they received their comeuppance. He needed to project an air of confidence, demonstrating that he, Xiao Bingyi, earned his keep through merit, not merely through the favor of others. To validate his own prophetic thoughts, he hesitantly requested, Director Zhu, I have a humble request. Please do not reprimand me if it is inappropriate. Xiao Bingyi, do not refer to yourself as humble, Zhu Daming replied. If you have any issues, speak freely. As long as it is reasonable, I will certainly accommodate you. Chapter 44. A moment of pride. Xiao Bingyi glanced at the naive youth and stammered, I would like to borrow your military uniform for a moment. My clothes are quite dirty, and I fear it may affect the image of the police station's military management committee. I wish to represent the police station well at the city military management committee. I hope this is acceptable. Zhu Daming readily removed his uniform, solemnly handing it over. Xiao Bingyi, you must pay attention to your image. This uniform is relatively new. I've only worn it twice. This time, you must showcase your true abilities and bring honor to the South District Police Station's military management committee. Understood. Xiao Bingyi stood tall, saluting with enthusiasm. As Li Xiaoman donned the military uniform, he deliberately shot Xiao Bingyi a glance before leaving. Wearing the uniform felt splendid. As he walked through the corridor, the female soldiers cast him admiring glances, and he felt transformed, akin to a humble chicken becoming a phoenix. He marveled silently, who knew wearing a military uniform could be so advantageous. To him, this uniform was the most exquisite attire in the world. Incomparable to the suit he had hesitated to wear. He shed the submissive demeanor he had adopted at the police station, walking with his head held high as he strolled through several departments. In the telecommunications room, he became serious, observing and commenting, outdated, exceedingly outdated. The telecommunications chief mistook him for an expert sent by the higher-ups and inquired, What do you mean by outdated? Satisfied with the title of expert, Xiao Bingyi feigned a sigh. Alas, I had no idea our military communications equipment was so antiquated. Compared to the Security Bureau, it is like comparing heaven and earth. The Security Bureau uses American-imported devices, while your equipment resembles products from the 1930s. The telecommunications chief, finally meeting a kindred spirit, lamented, Isn't that the truth? When I tell others, they don't comprehend. This equipment is actually among the better ones. May I ask, which unit are you from? I forgot to introduce myself. I am here to attend the case analysis expert meeting. He glanced at his watch, feigning surprise. Oh dear, time is flying. I must head to the meeting. Xiao Bingyi inherited his family's mannerisms. His grandfather's catchphrase, What a bother, was passed down through his father. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling his father, as he strolled toward the meeting room. Glancing through the window, he saw several individuals inside whispering to one another. He adjusted his uniform's hem and pulled down the brim of his cap, just as he was about to enter. He overheard their discussion. Brothers, I've heard that little convenience from the South District is also attending the meeting. Let's ask him if he has improved. Yes, let us inquire if he still dares to pursue women. Is there still bourgeois thinking in his mind? They recounted how he had been sent to a construction site by a prostitute and had returned utterly exhausted. I truly worry about whether I will even recognize him when we meet. Director Chu's strategy was cunning. Without effort, he had sent into prison to teach him a lesson. Captain Chen told me he would eventually push him into a latrine to drown him, leaving him to stink. Brothers, I cannot comprehend. If they accuse him of solicitation, a mere identification from a prostitute suffices. That I suspect he may have indeed succumbed to temptation. Xiao Bingyi, irritated, closed his eyes, shook his head, and clenched his teeth, preparing to give them a lesson. The chatter continued. This guy, in his quest for a woman's favor, has neglected the greater picture. Serves him right. Go Kai seemed to sniff the stench of excrement again. Gritting his teeth, this person is utterly ignorant of social niceties. Ultimately, he will end up scavenging for scraps. How amusing. On his first day in uniform, he went to the market with a basket to buy groceries. What audacity. Indeed, the vegetable sellers offer delivery. What a shameless young man. Go Kai continued to berate. I can see he isn't mentally sound. He failed his shooting test and cannot obtain his diploma as per regulations. Director Song wanted to assist him by suggesting he sign his application for joining the organization to receive his diploma, but he would rather forego it than sign. What do you think? Is he mentally ill? What's so strange about that? Let us not forget Director Song's infamous ox theory. He wants he do what he doesn't he wanna. You can't pull him back, stubborn as an ox. As the voices grew louder and more unabashed, Xiao Bingyi felt a pang of discomfort. He estimated that the leaders would soon arrive and could no longer tolerate their slanderous remarks. Lowering his head, hands clasped behind his back, he cleared his throat and entered the meeting room. Salute. Go Kai, spotting the military official, shouted first. The others hurriedly straightened up, saluting in unison. Good day, Commander. Greetings, fellow comrades. Do not stand on ceremony. At ease, he laughed heartily, his laughter filled with pride, mockery, and resentment, reveling in the moment. Who told you to kick me while I was down? I shall take my revenge on you wretched fools. The comrades, seeing little convenience, were furious and humiliated. Go Kai seized the moment. Little convenience. What qualification do you have to accept our salute? And you haven't returned the gesture. The others chimed in. Little convenience. Have you taken advantage of the situation again? You still alive? Xiao Bingyi, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted. What? Do you wish for my demise? My death would not benefit you in the slightest. Seeing him in full military regalia, their envy ignited. Little convenience. You shamelessly donned a stolen uniform and dare to attend this meeting. Are you courting death? You are perhaps the first in the city to don the uniform of the People's Liberation Army. Aren't you? However, that's not quite right. Just yesterday, I saw Fan Zheng at the police station without any military attire. Or could he have acquired such a uniform? Ah, it is not a new military outfit. It must surely be something he scavenged. What do you think? What punishment should be meted out for hoarding military attire? Xiao Bingyi merely wished to observe those few individuals, their envious glances betraying their disdain. He feigned an air of helplessness. I implore you, must one sulk and claim the grapes are sour simply because they cannot be had? Who has accused me of pilfering my military uniform? Allow me to clarify. We are now under a people's government, and false accusations are punishable by law. Which scoundrel dares to assert that I found my uniform on the street? Please, go ahead and find another set for me to see. I had long stated that in the Southern District, one must actively participate in labor to gain formal recognition. Yet, you all chose not to believe me. Frankly, I have no desire to wear this uniform to meetings. I worry that upon donning it, how will you bear to look upon me? Is that not so? Yet, the leaders insist I am a talent and compel me to wear it, threatening confinement should I refuse. With no choice but to preserve my livelihood, I acquiesced. Go Kai had not forgotten the time he doused me in filth, spitefully remarking, You little opportunist, do not presume to take advantage and then act all prim. You are merely experiencing a moment of clarity before your demise. The consultation concluded, and you are to return to the worksite. Be cautious. I might have my brothers push you into the cesspit. Xiao Bingyi, with a stern countenance, retorted. Go Kai, before the liberation, how many heinous acts did you commit beyond the violation of innocent women? Do not believe you can hide your misdeeds. The ghosts know them all. Did the Chiu couple among the communists not perish at your hands? A mere whisper from me will have you toiling in the cesspool. I could easily have my men toss you into the latrine, drowning you in your own filth. Observing the expressions of the other officers, Xiao Bingyi seemed to lament. This man is utterly inhuman. That I harbor no grievances against him. Yet he seeks to ruin me, him, why aching legs bear testament to his malice. I suspect he is an undercover agent. Go Kaikai's face turned ashen, his stance wavering as he leaned against the table. You little opportunist. Do not slander me. I act under orders that I have already confided to the Military Management Committee. If you continue to be reckless, I will expose your father as a traitor or an undercover agent. Had it not been for someone interceding last time, I would have sent your father to his grave long ago. Chapter 045. This is a murder case. Xiao Bingyi, observing Go Kaisai's unsteady posture, realized his words had struck a nerve, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Mentioning his father, who had long evaded justice, only served to unearth the buried anguish within him. Yet, recognizing the presence of the Military Management Committee, he understood the need for restraint. He glared at the repugnant Go Kaikai, memories of his oppressive past flooding back. Considering the implications of his position, he suppressed his emotions and affected a nonchalant demeanor, addressing the others. I, Xiao Bingyi, conduct my affairs with integrity. My character should be well known to you all. The whispers behind my back. They are merely the envious firing at the prominent bird. I truly regret my capabilities that incite such jealousy. A glance at his fellow officers revealed their bloodshot eyes and quivering lips, speechless in their anger. Yet, he sought further provocation, asserting, let me tell you, the uniform was issued by the leadership, and I have worn it on 2 occasions. Alas, possessing talent is not always a blessing. It invites envy. I am truly distressed. Failure to progress is simply unacceptable. Witnessing their despondence, Xiao Bingyi relished the moment, while Go Kaikai coughed violently, his complexion turning purple, unable to stand upright. Approaching, Xiao Bingyi inquired, Go Group Leader, you aren't about to cough up blood, are you? In response, Go Kaikai erupted into another fit of coughs. Xiao Bingyi then turned to the others, who had all turned ashen, before sighing deeply, as if exhaling the toxic feelings within him. He approached Go Kaikai slowly, a smile on his face, and unexpectedly slapped him, stunning everyone present. He pointed at Go Kaikai, whose head had tilted askew, and exclaimed, what crime has my father committed to deserve such torment from you? Go Kaikai, infuriated, retorted, your father served as a police chief under the Japanese. Does that not make him a traitor? The records indicate that your father was promoted to inspector by the notorious Imokuin, who has since ascended to a position of power in Taiwan. Consider this, you little opportunist. Your father may well be a high-ranking infiltrator left behind by Imokuin. Xiao Bingyi stood there, trembling and at a loss for words. Director Long of the Political Security Department at the city's Military Management Committee addressed the meeting. The deceased is former Director Chun of the East District Police Station, found dead on his sofa around midnight last night. There are no gunshot wounds or stab marks, and the scene bears no traces of blood. Residues in his mouth and stomach are non-toxic. Blood tests reveal trace amounts of an unidentified toxin. With no signs of damage to the veins or arteries, the East District Military Management Committee promptly secured the scene and conducted an initial investigation, yielding inconsistent conclusions. Some believe it to be a suicide, while others suspect foul play. I asked the experts to accompany me to the scene of the incident. On the way, Xiao Bingyi requested a bathroom break. The other criminal investigation experts proceeded to the deceased's residence for a renewed examination. Noticing that the investigation was nearing its conclusion without sight of Xiao Bingyi, Director Long sent someone to locate him. Xiao Bingyi was crouching by a trash bin under a nearby tree. Lost in thought, hearing the call, he returned to the interior. On the coffee table in the living room sat a half-empty bottle of red wine, with a single glass containing a small amount of wine. A white outline marked where the deceased had slumped on the sofa, suggesting he had fallen sideways while seated. The windows were all secured. He inspected the bedroom briefly before returning to the living room to examine the cotton rug. The group finished their investigation and proceeded to the morgue to examine the body. Xiao Bingyi again requested a bathroom break and, as he departed, pulled a package from his bag and handed it to Director Long, requesting the wine bottle and glass from the coffee table be taken for testing. Upon reaching the morgue, only Director Long awaited him. The deceased's face was stiff, his eyes half open. Xiao Bingyi attempted to close his eyes with a gentle touch, but upon retracting his hand, the eyes returned to their original state. The others had already returned to the meeting room at the Military Management Committee, and Director Long, unable to urge him, stood patiently outside. Xiao Bingyi had examined from the feet to the neck, finding no needle marks, and then proceeded to check the head. The deceased, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, had been neatly groomed. After inspecting both sides and finding no abnormalities, he stared blankly for a moment, lifting the deceased's head and picking up a magnifying glass. Upon entering the meeting room, he found the experts deeply engaged in debate. Go Kaikai insisted on a suicide conclusion, arguing that the presence of only one glass on the coffee table suggested the deceased may have consumed alcohol, leading to a myocardial infarction. Xiao Bingyi squinted as he listened for a while. then jotted down a few notes. He fell silent again, appearing as though he were merely a passive observer. Finally, Director Long invited Officer Xiao from the Southern District Police Station to share his insights. Yet, Xiao Bingyi remained unmoved, his eyes squinting as though he were asleep. Observing his demeanor, the others cursed him inwardly. Questioning his audacity to act aloof before the leaders, the fellow officer could not restrain himself, reminding him that Director Long sought his opinion. Only then did Xiao Bingyi lift his eyelids, adopting the demeanor of an expert. Director, I am not in a position to express my views just yet. I am feeling unwell and wish to request leave. Here is my leave application. He rose to hand it over. Director Long regarded him with a curious expression, glancing at the application, only to realize it was his diagnostic conclusion. The meeting was adjourned. Xiao Bingyi's diagnostic conclusion stated, homicide. This is a meticulously orchestrated murder. The deceased's face was rigid, and his eyes had not even fully closed, indicating instantaneous death, likely due to nerve paralysis. The deceased was caught unawares at the moment of death, presumably while engaging intimately with a woman, who may have injected a micronerve toxin through a ring into the back of his brain. There are two possibilities, a crime of passion or a targeted assassination. I lean towards the latter. We can narrow down the suspects to those matching specific criteria. A female teacher under the age of 25. Standing no taller than 5 feet 5 inches and weighing no more than 175 pounds, possibly with an injury to her right leg. The murderer likely had an ambiguous relationship with the deceased and may have traveled to the United States or participated in Sino-American cooperative training programs. Director Long had long heard of Xiao Bingyi's reputation as a detective and readily accepted his judgment. Following his analytical lead, the case quickly progressed. The perpetrator was identified as a female teacher from a school in the East District, named Tang Xiana, who was an agent for the Security Bureau. The deceased had previously had an ambiguous relationship with her. By the time of her arrest, she had already fled and was placed on the wanted list. Director Long approached Xiao Bingyi, earnestly seeking his insights on the case. Xiao Bingyi feigned humility, saying, Director, it is not that I possess any extraordinary abilities. As the saying goes, a person's deeds leave a mark. Just as a passing goose leaves a sound, and the wind leaves traces, where there is human involvement, there are always clues. Detective work is about uncovering the truth through these traces. This case could be solved thanks to the insights you provided. I merely built upon your foundation, untangling the threads with a bit of analysis. Director Long, puzzled, asked, I did not provide you with any answers. Why do you say that? Xiao Bingyi smiled as he clarified. Director Long, you presented the case background, and I summarized it into 4 key points. The first and third points indicate that the deceased did not commit suicide. The second point suggests that the deceased was completely unguarded against the perpetrator. Considering that his family was absent from Nanjing, it is highly likely that the assailant was a young woman. The fourth point suggests that the woman arrived with a toxin. The third point is ruled out oral toxins, necessitating a search for other breakthroughs. Director Long, intrigued, inquired, you concluded that the teacher was the perpetrator. What led you to that determination? Xiao Bingyi explained, I took leave twice, and upon my arrival, I examined the 5 trash bins surrounding the deceased's residence. Within a trash bin 300 meters behind the house, I discovered a package wrapped in newspaper. Inside the package was a wine glass, carefully wrapped in a woman's white glove. The wrapping paper was a newspaper, specifically the inaugural issue of the city's educational publication Post-Liberation. A diagram of an irregular trapezoidal section, drawn in red ink, accompanies a formula for its area, appearing as if hastily jotted down during a moment of contemplation. As you are aware, subsequent analysis revealed that the 2 glasses of red wine originated from the same bottle. An inspection of the residence uncovered subtle, small holes in the carpet, with the right side shallow and the left side deeper. During a second leave of absence, I examined the vicinity around the trash bin. At a turning point, I discovered the murderer had taken a shortcut. The dirt path bore the imprint of high-heeled shoes, also shallow on the right and deeper on the left. The assailant must be taller than 1.65 meters for the small holes to be conspicuous. As for the ring concealing a drug syringe and a neurotoxic substance, these are essential tools for an American female agent. A light prick can induce death within 10 seconds due to paralysis of the brain's nerves, a fact known to all graduates of police academies. Reflecting on the deceased, who actively sought contact with rebels during the liberation period, it is evident that despite their failures, they had become a target for elimination by enemy agents, particularly given their proficiency in martial arts, making them difficult to approach. Only a woman could accomplish this, suggesting the involvement of an experienced female agent. Chapter 046. You helped me in my despair. Chief Long expressed his admiration and sought clarification on several queries, to which Xiao Bingyi responded diligently. In conclusion, Chief Long remarked, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, I have heard of your exceptional academic record at the Central National Police Academy. I emerged from the battlefield. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. I also wish to organize a training session and invite you to lecture. After making this suggestion, he glanced at Zhu Daming, advocating for the cancellation of a labor education decision against him, suggesting instead that he be encouraged and commended. Otherwise, he would recommend to Director Liu that he be transferred to the Political Security Department of the Municipal Military Management Committee. Zhu Daming naturally had no objections, publicly praising Xiao Bingyi for bringing honor to the precinct and encouraging him to continue working diligently and achieving new successes. The intricacies of human emotions are enigmatic, often challenging to articulate. One can only encapsulate them within the concept of fate. From the moment Zhu Daming laid eyes on Xiao Bingyi in the confinement room, he felt an inexplicable kinship, having read several of his books. His impression deepened. With only a few years of private tutoring, he harbored great respect for learned individuals. Furthermore, after being introduced to him by Zhang Zhengrong, he was filled with confidence regarding Xiao Bingyi's potential for reform. He was simultaneously skeptical of Li Xiaoman's fervent recommendation of Geng Bichong, finding him unimpressive. The man's corpulent visage and bulging eyes reminded him of a traitorous landlord from his village. Naturally, he also dismissed Li Xiaoman's high regard for Fan Zheng, seeing him as nothing more than a street thug. Zhu Daming was soon to convene a meeting for the precinct's group leaders to commend group leader Xiao Bingyi for his contributions to the Military Management Committee of the police station, inviting him to share his insights. Li Xiaoman felt uneasy, having just dismissed group leader Xiao Bingyi, and had yet to report this to Director Zhu. He hurriedly whispered to Geng Bichong, urging him to summon Xiao to the meeting. Geng Bichong, appearing somewhat dazed, inquired, Deputy Director Li, if he attends the meeting, what should I do? You should call him. If he declines, then that's even better. Just say he is unwilling to participate, Li Xiaoman replied, genuinely wishing to prevent Xiao Bingyi's attendance. Geng Bichong reluctantly sought out Xiao Bingyi, finding him reading by the bedside. He quietly murmured, Brother Xiao, Deputy Director Li requests your presence at the meeting. Will you go? Xiao Bingyi was already aware that a meeting for leaders was underway. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoman wanted him to attend, he quickly grasped the situation. Observing the awkwardness of Geng Bichong, he felt a mix of resentment and sympathy. His father once told him that one's kindness could change the course of another's life. Kindness not only warms others but also oneself. By treating the world with kindness, one can garner even more beauty in return. Hence, he tossed aside his book and laid down to sleep, saying, Brother, I am unwell. Please attend in my stead. Thank you. Geng Bichong sighed in relief, but soon turned back as he exited. Brother Xiao, Director Zhu wants you to share your insights during the meeting. It would be inappropriate for me to take your place. Feigning surprise, Xiao Bingyi retorted, what could possibly be inappropriate? We are brothers, and you know me too well. I, Xiao Bingyi, love the party, the people, and my work as a police officer. I am devoted to contributing to the construction of a new China. Willing to sacrifice my life for the safety of the populace, learning from the People's Liberation Army, and shedding blood if necessary. These are my heartfelt words, which you are well aware of. He pondered for a moment before adding, in summary, my shortcomings stem from excessive humility that I do not wish to boast, you know. Therefore, this time, I ask you to take the stage personally. Use your eloquence to extol my virtues. I have no objections. Geng Bichong finally felt reassured and brightened, saying, Brother Xiao, rest assured, my talent lies in boasting. Even the Japanese devils admire my skills. Assisting you in this regard will be a piece of cake. Just listen for the applause in the meeting room. Xiao Bingyi, concerned that he might exaggerate, cautioned, I trust your abilities, but do not overdo it. It would be quite embarrassing if you went too far. After a moment's thought, he inquired, Brother, you must not compare me to the Japanese devils in your boasting. What have you boasted about them? Geng Bichong eagerly recounted, primarily helping the new chief boast about his achievements, culminating in earning a cherry blossom badge. Upon hearing that Xiao Bingyi was unwell, Zhu Daming personally came to check on him. Seeing the damp towel on his head, he was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Bingyi, are you truly ill? You should visit the infirmary. Alas, I intended for you to share your insights. What now, Director Zhu? I am merely suffering from a chill and have taken a leave of absence. I have asked Geng Bichong to attend the meeting in my place. He is well aware of my situation. Zhu Daming understood his intent and indeed allowed Geng Bichong to represent Xiao Bingyi in sharing insights. Geng Bichong spoke effusively about how Brother Zhao's mind was exceptionally clear, how he approached issues with depth and thoroughness. His investigative skills were solid, combining ancient wisdom with modern application. Old D. Renjia was his mentor, and he adhered to ancestral methods, discerning subtle traces and emphasizing observation to uncover clues. What others often overlooked became vital leads in his capable hands, rendering him an unparalleled detective, humble and uncontentious. I, Geng Bichong, have learned much from him and have greatly improved. In conclusion, Zhu Daming acknowledged the commendable performance of group leader Xiao, noting that comrade Geng Bichong demonstrated notable leadership during his absence. To strengthen the leadership of the first group, consideration would be given to appointing Geng Bichong as deputy leader. This move not only preserved Li Xiaoman's dignity, but also deftly mitigated potential crises. A true master of moderation. Although Geng Bichong had gained the title of deputy leader, he felt it superior to merely acting as leader. Brimming with enthusiasm, he reaffirmed his belief that Brother Xiao was magnanimous and open-minded. Following him would bear no detriment. Brother Xiao, I owe you much. I am not one to be oblivious. I understood your pretense of illness during this meeting. Thank you. Xiao Bingyi, disinterested in further discourse, had a pressing matter to attend to, settling accounts with Captain Shun of the prison transport team. In my misfortune, you, scoundrel, have kicked me when I was down. Analyzing the situation from his interactions with him in prison, it was clear he was a secret agent of the Bureau of Special Services. However, without evidence, he could not act against him. What to do? With a furrowed brow, he devised a plan. He told Geng Bichong, "Brother, please bring Pan Xing with me that I will reward you greatly." Shout out, we need to dress in plain clothes. Carrying listening devices and recording equipment, the trio arrived at a restaurant opposite the prison, where Geng Bichong and Pan Xing were already prepared. Approaching the construction site, he waved at Captain Chen from a distance. Calling out, "Captain Chen, it's Xiao Bingyi. I need to report something to you." Captain Chen extinguished his cigarette and approached with a puzzled expression. "Xiao Bingyi, are you all right? What do you want?" Xiao Bingyi, with a warm smile, offered a cigarette before sincerely inviting. "Captain Chen, I am perfectly fine. Since you have been so accommodating during my time with the transport team, I would like to treat you to a drink as a token of appreciation." Captain Chen scrutinized him with suspicion, asking, "What have I done to accommodate you?" "I am merely following policy," Xiao Bingyi replied with a smile. "Exactly. It is precisely because you adhere to policy that I wish to express my gratitude." He glanced around before lowering his voice, saying, "I wish to understand whether Director Zhu genuinely cares about me. One learns from experience. Although I have emerged, I must consider my future." Noticing Captain Chen's hesitation, he added, "We are both retained personnel. This experience has awakened me. What will happen when we are no longer retained? I seek your guidance, my elder brother." Captain Chen scrutinized him carefully, then nodded with a smile. "All right, since you are so sincere, I cannot disregard my younger brother's request. Let us go." The two entered the restaurant, where Captain Chen chose a table deep inside and sat down. Xiao Bingyi noted his selection and quickly called for dishes and drinks. After filling their glasses, he initiated the toast. Following several rounds, Xiao Bingyi broached the subject, quietly stating, "Captain Chen, that night I heeded your advice and refrained from expressing my thoughts. I feared it was a test from the prison staff." Captain Chen continued to drink, occasionally glancing at him. After 3 more drinks, he finally responded, "Xiao Bingyi, you have mistaken your target. Just based on this, I could have you return to shoveling dung. Goodbye." He stood to leave. But Xiao Bingyi did not stop him. Instead, he softly uttered a phrase that halted him in his tracks. Chapter 047. The feeling of accomplishment seeing Captain Chen prepare to depart, Xiao Bingyi gently remarked, "All right then, let us both return to shoveling dung together. That I have no qualms about it." Captain Chen was taken aback, glancing at him before suddenly laughing. "What a joke. Why would I have any reason to shovel dung?" Xiao Bingyi rose, smiling as he invited him back to his seat, whispering, "The hardest thing in this world is trust. If you do not trust me, that is of no consequence. To speak candidly, had it not been for an urgent matter, I would not have taken the liberty of seeking you out. That in truth, I have long been aware of your identity, merely wishing to leave myself a way out. That a harmonious relationship benefits us both. Does it not? Since you are unwilling to assist me, I suspect that even if I do not approach Director Zhu, he will inevitably come looking for me. At that juncture, I shall conveniently relay my grievances to you." Xiao Bingyi finished his drink, signaling the waiter to settle the bill. Captain Chen, observing his words and actions, found no evidence of a flaw. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled and refilled Xiao Bingyi's glass. Raising it in a toast, "Xiao Bingyi, I do not quite grasp the meaning of your earlier remarks. However, I do know a few acquaintances in our circles who might assist you in gathering information." Xiao Bingyi downed another drink and wiped his mouth. "I have no interest in your acquaintances. Let us consider today as though I have said nothing. To drinking." Captain Chen glanced around, leaned in closer, and whispered, "Xiao Bingyi, to be honest, that individual truly holds you in high regard. That it is said that upon learning of your plight, he was choked with emotion, and those surrounding him were moved to tears." Xiao Bingyi remained silent for a moment before nodding. "He previously urged me to ascend the mountain, taking into account my inability to care for my parents, but I did not respond. Now, after serving a term in prison, I have come to clarity. He once asked me whether I preferred to ascend the mountain or remain in hiding. That I can now provide a definite answer. I prefer to remain in hiding, where I can balance both personal and public responsibilities." Should any issues arise in the city, I will certainly fulfill my obligations. That is, however, Captain Chin studied him for a moment and inquired, "What is it? That is, could you kindly inquire if there might be some funding available? In my current situation, I am unable to support my family's expenses. Director Zhu is well aware that I am not motivated by greed. However, circumstances have changed. My parents require support." Captain Chin first offered praise, then queried, "It seems you truly are a devoted son. Your sentiment has touched me. Do you genuinely feel this way?" Xiao Bingyi sincerely nodded. "My father is unwell and urgently needs treatment. Some of my comrades are also facing financial difficulties and cannot voice their needs. Until now, I have felt too embarrassed to make such requests." Captain Chin finished his last drink, rose, and said, "I understand. Take care of yourself." Xiao Bingyi pondered, realizing that such a response was insufficient, and quickly grasped Captain Chin's arm, pressing for clarity. "Will it be possible or not? If not, I shall seek other means." "Very well. I must take my leave. That I will take responsibility for conveying your message." The next morning, Captain Chun arrived at the office to find Director Long of the Municipal Bureau waiting for him, leading to his immediate arrest. Through interrogation, Captain Chin admitted to his identity as ASPY.IN. A bid for merit. He disclosed his superiors and connections. The Bureau launched urgent operations, capturing one after another, leading to the apprehension of 6 accomplices. Xiao Bingyi avenged his grievances and naturally garnered merit, yet he felt no joy in his accomplishments. His heart was heavy, knowing he had unwittingly become embroiled in party struggles. Geng Bichong and Pan Xing also celebrated their successes, with Pan Xing fervently shaking Zhao's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, since I became a police officer, I have never achieved any merit that I feel fantastic. In the future, do not forget your brothers when good fortune arises." Geng Bichong, having also earned merit, expressed his gratitude towards Xiao. Reflecting on the past, he slapped himself hard across the face. Qiao Xiaoqiao listened to Brother Zhao's account, expressing confidence. "Brother Xiao, I have already drafted a plan in my mind and I will produce a preliminary draft for your review as soon as possible. That I have one more question. How did it feel to earn merit? Joyful or fearful?" Xiao Bingyi interjected, revealing his current emotional state. Why fear? Qiao Xiaoqiao inquired, puzzled. Xiao Bingyi sighed and explained, "Consider this. Captain Chin's arrest signifies that I have violated the principles of being a human. Moreover, having captured a spy, will they simply let it go?" Qiao Xiaoqiao could not bear to listen any longer. Closing his notebook, glancing at him, he shook his head. "Brother Xiao, it is getting late. You should return." In avenging Captain Chun, Xiao Bingyi neglected his promise to host a gathering the following day and was obliged to treat his comrades to a meal. The purpose was clear, to discern who had betrayed Chu Ying's whereabouts and who had fired in the classroom. This gathering was of utmost importance, as it pertained to the reputation of the individual in question. This time, he learned from his previous mistake, setting a strict budget of $1 for food and drink. His comrades were in high spirits, congratulating group leader Xiao and deputy leader Geng on their honorable achievements, frequently raising toasts. Xiao Bingyi feigned joy, lifting his glass and standing with utmost humility. "Brothers, without the information you provided, I would never have achieved this merit. Come, let me first toast to the brother who supplied the intelligence." Seeing him raise his glass, the brothers urged Geng Bichong to rise and accept Zhao's toast. To Zhao's surprise, the informant turned out to be the timid follower. Staring at him in disbelief, he awaited a confession. Geng Bichong wore a complex expression, downing his drink before evading Zhao's piercing gaze. Lowering his head, he indicated that they were all brothers, and there was no need for such formality. Xiao Bingyi believed that the gunfire in the classroom could only have originated from someone armed. He then raised a toast to those brothers who had fired in the classroom. The brothers maintained their previous demeanor, looking towards Geng Bichong, urging him to stand and drink. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback again. The brothers had tacitly accepted that someone had fired in the classroom, and that it was Geng Bichong. He watched as Geng Bichong, in a stupor, lay his head on the table, resembling a dead pig. Counting silently, he realized that since entering the police station, several unfortunate incidents had involved this very pig. Now he wished he could hurl a glass at the pig's head for having thwarted his grand plan to persuade Chu Ying and clear his name. Geng Bichong awoke in the dead of night, feeling exceptionally pleased. He leaned in and whispered, "Brother Xiao, do you know? If we kill Chu Ying, we will achieve merit. With Captain Chin's capture, we will surely be retained in the first batch. And soon we will wear military uniforms." Xiao Bingyi, still half asleep, thought, "You coward, you dare not admit to killing Chu Ying. I will find a way to make you confess." He had another matter to attend to, needing to promptly deal with the 2 gold bars given by Chu Ying. Early in the morning, he fled the city and buried the gold bars beneath a large tree. There, he had previously buried a gun, 2 magazines, and 2 grenades. He was adamant that he could not use anything other than the gun. With grenades, he could throw with precision. The gun hanging from his shoulder was useless for anything other than decoration. Upon returning, he discreetly sought out his comrades to inquire about Gung Bicheng's firing in the classroom. Pan Xing described that at the time, Gung Bicheng, like everyone else, had curled up on the ground. Covering his head, the hand that shielded his head had held a gun. That morning, Zhu Daming convened a meeting for all personnel, including the former police officers. During the meeting, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the performance of retained officers in combat. The officers outside the compound were hesitant to charge, and those inside, aside from Comrade Xiao Bingyi who had shot the bandit leader, were mingling among the hostages, unacceptable. He concluded by announcing that he had recommended Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bicheng for commendation, while the remaining personnel would have their probation extended and continue in training. The officers behind Xiao Bingyi whispered among themselves, "Little Pei has struck it rich this time. The follower has hit the jackpot." One voice sent chills down his spine. "Little Pei, do not celebrate too soon. Remember, his subordinates will not spare you." Upon hearing the warning, Xiao Bingyi's head buzzed. He immediately turned to seek the source of that jarring voice. Those behind him stood rigidly, eyes forward, faces solemn, as if no one had uttered a word. He was perplexed. Glancing at Gung Bicheng beside him, he inquired if he had heard the discussion. Chapter 048. Your class position is problematic. Gung Bicheng was lost in the joy of his achievement. His fish-like eyes fixated on Zhu Daming's military uniform. Imagining how splendid he would look in one. Upon hearing Brother Xiao's question, he instinctively glanced back and scoffed. "Brother Xiao, they are just envious. What does it matter what they say? We are both certain to be among the first to be confirmed and to don military uniforms." Xiao Bingyi felt no joy in the recognition. Only a creeping dread. It was as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. The sudden upheaval seemed to occur in the blink of an eye. Without time to react, it was already over. From that moment, his principles of being human had become worthless. His noble character had plummeted with the death of Chu Ying. This was not the most critical aspect. The voice that had chilled him earlier stirred a profound unease within him. He understood that carrying the blame for his superior's death would bring him scorn. With Captain Chin's arrest, the lurking spies would seek revenge. The lives of his family hung by a thread. And Zhu Daming and the Navi youth could not comprehend his struggles. Returning to his dormitory, he noticed the follower entering behind him. Recalling the earlier commendation, he asked him how many times he had actually earned merit. Gung Bicheng's response was vague. "We are like shoehorns and brushes. If Brother Xiao earns merit, how could I not?" Leaning against his bedpost, Xiao Bingyi gazed at the door, recalling the moment Chu Ying was shot. At that time, the individual had knelt, wrapping the gun in his clothing. The gun had never been aimed at Chu Ying, nor did he dare to. This scene was vividly clear in his memory. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he heard the gunshot, and in his surprise, his grip tightened, causing the gun to misfire. The bullet either hit the ground or soared into the sky. But it could not possibly have struck Chu Ying. How could he have killed him? Everything indicated that Chu Ying had died from a shot fired inside the classroom. That shot could only have come from Gung Bicheng or the old man. He was also puzzled. The deceased had been shot in the forehead, and with Gung Bicheng's skill, it was impossible. How had the old man shot so accurately at that moment? It was imperative to clarify the situation with Zhu Daming and request him to announce that he had not shot Chu Ying. What if Director Zhu did not believe him? Then he would have to provide a rationale in any endeavor. There must be a motive, right? Director Zhu had ordered not to kill him, so what reason would he have to do so? It made no sense. Gathering his courage, he prepared to find Zhu Daming to explain the situation. Hearing that Zhu Daming had gone to visit Li Xiaoman, he thought he should pay a visit as well. Despite his impetuousness and harsh demeanor towards the individual in question, he had, after all, once saved that person's life, sharing experiences of life and death. Zhu Daming leaned against the door of the sick room. While Xiao Bingyi approached him anxiously, "Director Zhu," he stammered. Zhu Daming was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Bingyi's visit to the hospital, aware of the tension between him and Li Xiaoman. The two had not shared a cordial relationship. Yet here he was, taking the initiative to visit her, which lifted Zhu's spirits. He flashed a smile at Xiao Bingyi and said, "Comrade Xiao Bingyi, have you come to visit Lieutenant Li as well? Your bravery in the recent operation has been commendable. The commendation report has been submitted and will be approved shortly." Xiao Bingyi quickly waved his hands, protesting, "Director Zhu, I did not achieve any merit. Nor did I take down Chu Ying. That shot was not fired by me. It was." Just then, the door to the sick room opened, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Lu Jie, having been reassigned from the position of director of the Military Management Committee to the city as police chief, exchanged a few quiet words with Zhu Daming before smiling and shaking hands with Xiao Bingyi. "Comrade Xiao Bingyi, you are remarkable. You distinguished yourself in your first mission. I've heard from Chief Long that you even devised a plan that led to the capture of 6 spies. Excellent. I will ensure that the heroic deeds of Comrade Xiao Bingyi are widely publicized to inspire the remaining police officers to abandon their illusions and firmly align themselves with the party. After Lu Jie departed, Zhu Daming pulled Xiao Bingyi into the sick room. The Li Xiaoman struggled to sit upright and nodded at both of them. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, thank you for your protection. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how I might have perished. I have reported the truth to the superiors. He then praised Zhu Daming, saying, Comrade Xiao Bingyi's performance in this battle initially infuriated me. I wished I could shoot him myself. Who would have thought it was his strategy? A single shot to the head, truly heroic. I just heard he has achieved new merits. Congratulations. Zhu Daming nodded in agreement. I have already called on everyone to learn from Comrade Xiao Bingyi and have submitted a request for commendation for him and Comrade Geng Bichou. It will be approved soon. Xiao Bingyi stood there, pale-faced and trembling that he sensed the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable for him, and quickly said, Director Zhu, please do not say such things that I did not kill Chu Ying. It was he could not continue. If he claimed it wasn't him, there must be someone else, but without naming that person, it would be futile. Geng Bichou was unwilling to admit anything. Who was the old man? It was still unclear. This was truly exasperating. Zhu Daming noticed his predicament and was astonished to hear him say, he and T killed Chu Ying. Xiao Bingyi, what are you saying? Just as Xiao Bingyi was about to clarify, Li Xiaoman interjected with a smile. Old Xiao, there's no need for modesty. I witnessed it firsthand and have the most authority to speak on this matter. Zhu Daming nodded in agreement, chuckling, do not be misled by Comrade Xiao Bingyi's penchant for petty advantages. He is not confused when it comes to significant matters. Xiao Bingyi, infuriated by Li Xiaoman's validation, retorted, Hey, I was just about to explain myself to Director Zhu. Why do you feel the need to testify? Who asked you to confirm anything? You were injured at the time. Could you see clearly? If you don't understand the situation, don't speak nonsense. Falsifying evidence has severe consequences. He prepared to reiterate his explanation to Zhu Daming. He was interrupted when Zhu Daming was called away to answer a phone call. Li Xiaoman observed him standing there, staring at her with an odd expression, anxious and uncomfortable, displaying a distressed countenance. Xiao Bingyi, with Director Zhu absent, I can speak frankly with you. Why did you kneel before the spies? You are no longer an old policeman. Do you understand? Xiao Bingyi turned pale and replied, Lieutenant Li, I am aware of Chu Ying's marksmanship. If I hadn't done so, you would have been endangered. I see. Then thank you. Li Xiaoman expressed her gratitude. Xiao Bingyi, growing impatient waiting for Zhu Daming, glanced at Li Xiaoman and took a step back. Lieutenant Li, I have a request and hope you can assist me, if possible. Regarding the death of Chu Ying, could it remain undisclosed? If it must be announced, could it be stated that he died at the hands of the People's Liberation Army? Li Xiaoman looked at him incredulously, puzzled. Old Xiao, what do you mean? To kill a bandit leader is an honorable deed. Others would covet such a feat. After a moment of contemplation, she mocked. Oh, I understand now. You fear retaliation from the enemy's spies, don't you? She then adopted a more serious expression. Xiao Bingyi, you have issues with your class stance. I advise you to remain steadfast in your beliefs. Xiao Bingyi found himself at a loss for words, thinking to himself, this impetuous youth, what is your true intention in validating my merits? Is this not placing me in a perilous position? Should the spies learn that Chu Ying perished by my hand, would they spare that individual? My parents would also be in jeopardy, facing potential calamity. He felt profoundly troubled, as this so-called intuition had been tormenting him. He was acutely aware that the lurking spies would resort to any means to exact revenge, warning the remaining personnel. In this world, misfortune often comes with forewarnings, be they overt or subtle. Xiao Bingyi referred to this as a sense of foreboding. He had sensed the ominous presence drawing closer, beginning to worry for his parents' safety. His parents had toiled throughout their lives and had never enjoyed any peace. How could he allow them to suffer unjustly? He needed to return home promptly to discuss escape plans with them. Upon arriving home, he sensed a somber atmosphere enveloping the household, causing his heart to skip a beat. His father, Xiao Yukai, who had always held high expectations of his son, surprisingly prepared tea for him and silently awaited his words. Remembering what Go Kaikai had mentioned at the Military Management Committee, Xiao Bingyi hesitated and asked his father, Dad, your former superior was named Mo Cohen, right? He is a secret police spy. Do you know about him? Ah, Xiao Yukai stood up in shock. After a brief silence, he nodded. It's possible. The East District Police Station holds significant importance. He could serve as the chief, but without a strong identity, it would be challenging to establish himself. Bingyi, why do you ask this? Do you suspect your father is also a spy? Xiao Bingyi shook his head and asked, Dad, do you still remember being imprisoned in the city jail in 46? Xiao Yukai nodded. The secret police tortured me mercilessly. They were like wolves. How could I forget? Xiao Bingyi inquired. Dad, What was the charge against you at the time? Xiao Yukai recalled. They accused me of working for the Japanese, labeling me a traitor. But during the interrogation, they also claimed I had sheltered the new Fourth Army, compounding the charges against me. I still don't understand. The new Fourth Army fought against the Japanese. If I sheltered them, how could I be a traitor? If I were a traitor, how could I possibly protect the new Fourth Army? Dad, during the interrogation, was there a particularly repulsive little man who struck you? Xiao Yukai nodded. That despicable wretch was ruthless. He nearly broke both my legs. I was lashed hundreds of times. All right, I understand. Did the new Fourth Army you saved provide you with any testimony? No, they were unable to come forward. He replied. The secret police's accusation of me being a traitor is false, but their resentment over my rescuing the new Fourth Army is genuine. Dad, do you know the identity of the person you saved? Xiao Yukai shook his head. I cannot ascertain, but I am certain of one thing. This person fought against the Japanese, and the Japanese sought to capture him. Xiao Bingyi finally asked, do you know where Imo-kun is now? I've heard he has gone to Taiwan. Xiao Yukai found it odd that his son would bring up such trivial matters and asked, Bingyi, is the military management committee digging up my past? Xiao Bingyi shook his head. Not long ago, I attended a case analysis meeting at the city's military management committee, where the remaining police officers from the former East District Police Station mentioned this matter to me. I was unsure, so I asked casually. It's good if nothing is amiss. Yongling interjected. Yukai, the boy is now grown. You should inform him about the family situation for his peace of mind. Xiao Yukai nodded silently, feeling a shadow cast over him as his son suddenly mentioned Imo-kun. Chapter 049. Escaping 2 rounds of pursuit. His father, Xiao Yukai, suddenly asked, Bingyi, why did he bring up this matter? Is there a problem? Xiao Bingyi shook his head, hesitated, and said, he claimed to have personally interrogated you, saying you were a traitor, or perhaps a mole planted by Imo-kun. Xiao Yukai, irritated, slammed his teacup and cursed. What nonsense! Look at my son. He then asked, how did you respond? Xiao Bingyi chuckled. He slandered my father. What else could I say? I wanted to slap him. Xiao Yukai sighed. Bingyi, you must refrain from using your strength indiscriminately. In this new society, hitting someone is against the law. Thank goodness I returned to the small town early. Otherwise, people would spread rumors, and it would be hard to explain. In retrospect, it was a blessing in disguise. I thought if I hadn't returned to town, Imo-kun would eventually try to recruit me into the secret police. If he truly opened his mouth, it would have been troublesome. His mother, Yongling, chimed in this world, things can't always be clarified. The saying goes, blessings lie hidden within misfortunes, and misfortunes depend on blessings, which is indeed true. At the time, I was quite displeased with your demotion back to your hometown. But now it seems that the fortunate have their destiny. Xiao Yukai chuckled. There's another saying. When the old man loses his horse, how can one know if it's a blessing or a misfortune? I know you were furious with me at the time. Who would have thought that this was heaven's way of reminding us through Bingyi? Yongling shot him a glance, then looked at their son, anxiously admonishing, let us not dwell on these old matters. Son, how could you engage in such immoral conduct? Your superior has treated our family well, though your father and I do not approve of your joining him in guerrilla warfare. You must not betray him or cause his demise. Xiao Bingyi stared blankly at his parents, his lips moving slightly as he began to tremble that he felt utterly incapable of defending himself. What could he say? The meeting had already publicly commended that individual, making it difficult to clarify matters in just a few words. That on the way back, he pondered extensively. Everything had originated from that person's dream of being a detective. If it were not for dreams, I would not have entered the police academy, would not have wandered the streets, nor would I have followed Chu Ying. I would not have endured such hardship. Nor would I have humbled myself and set aside my pride to seek employment. Without live fire drills, I would not have borne the stigma of having killed my benefactor and faced assassination by agents. I would not have placed my parents in perilous situations. He felt that no matter how he explained, it would all seem feeble, and so he could only offer reassurance. Father, mother, I have not committed any immoral acts. Please believe in your son. Yongling shook her head sorrowfully. It's best if you haven't. Alas, I truly did not expect that even after liberation, there would still be so many agents causing trouble. Xiao Yukai coughed lightly. Bingyi, I do not believe you would commit such acts. Remember, not everything can be clarified. Those who understand you require no explanation, while those who do not will find explanations futile. The failure of the chief investigator and the station master was also due to these convoluted matters. In situations where arguments are futile, do not rush to clear your name. Time is the best judge. Yongling scolded. Oh dear, what time is it? Are you still reciting scriptures? Speaking of inexplicable matters, who can comprehend them? The failure of the chief investigator and the station master cannot be compared to this matter. She pulled out 2 slips of paper and said, Son, your mother encountered something strange this morning. Usually you handle the vegetable sales, but seeing you busy, I went to buy vegetables. I did not notice someone handing me these notes. The contents are terrifying. What do you think we should do? Xiao Bingyi looked at the first note, which was over a foot long, written in brush strokes. The content read, Traitor Xiao Bingyi has betrayed his comrades. His entire family is sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. The second note was 3 inches long, written in pen.it stated, Someone wants to kill your family. You cannot linger in the city. Hurry back to your hometown. Xiao Bingyi understood that the agent's target was this person. It was a mere twist of fate that he had escaped. They had pinpointed the person as frequent visits to the vegetable market. Intending to strike there, taking advantage of an unguarded moment to stab from behind, unnoticed and untraceable. However, they discovered that his mother had gone to the market. Fearing early exposure, they refrained from attacking, allowing her to escape with her life. Yet, what did the content of the other note mean? He felt it was highly suspicious. Agents would not simultaneously deliver 2 contradictory notes. In terms of content, the small note seemed to be a kind reminder. Could it be that there are good people among the agents? Or perhaps an underground party that remains concealed? His mother, Yang Ling, while wiping her tears, scolded her husband. It's all your fault. Our son is so clever. Why must he engage in such a profession? If only he had heeded my advice to become a teacher, how much better it would have been. I am truly weary of this life filled with worry and fear. Father Xiao Yukai retorted angrily. You know nothing. Being a policeman can ensure the safety of the community. Upholding justice. What is wrong with that? When your son brings home money, why do you not mention it? In this world, anything can happen. When is there ever a time without danger? Bingyi, I recently attended a speech on the street that resonated with me. I intend to revise the family motto of the Xiao clan, particularly the principles of conduct. Previously, we emphasized acting with conscience, which remains valid. However, we now live in a new society. The environment has changed, and we must adapt to the circumstances. Wise individuals act in accordance with the times. Only the old government moves against the historical tide. How can they avoid failure? Other principles I will discuss with you later. For now, the most pressing matter is to ensure our safety. The agents are not human. This group can commit any atrocity. I was just thinking, your mother and I should return to our hometown of Hungnan for a while, waiting for the situation to stabilize before coming back. Xiao Bingyi shared this sentiment. However, his pressing concern was how to escape. With his professional instinct, he recognized the note as a death warrant issued by the secret police, although he had evaded the first wave of pursuit. The second wave would likely be even more ruthless. He quietly lifted the curtain to peer outside and asked his father, when did the cobbler from across the street arrive? His parents squeezed to the window and found not only the cobbler, but also a wonton vendor and a seller of foreign cigarettes, all of whom had only just appeared that day. He realized that the agent's retaliation had commenced, and the second wave of pursuit was about to begin. Seeing his parents grow anxious, he comforted them. Father, Mother, do not be afraid. I understand the agent's tactics well. It is currently difficult to escape. Please follow my lead. We must leave immediately and quickly pack our valuables. He feigned panic and knocked on the neighbor's door, claiming his parents had food poisoning and urgently needed an ambulance. With his parents loaded onto the ambulance, Xiao Bingyi followed, clutching a small suitcase wrapped in a blanket. Glancing back at the vehicle, he noticed a suspicious truck following closely. He instructed the driver to head directly to the People's Liberation Army Field Hospital. Chu Daming was shocked to receive Xiao Bingyi's call. He hurried to the hospital, listened to the situation report, and examined the notes. He supported Xiao Bingyi's decision to relocate his parents to the countryside and personally drove them away in his jeep after exiting the hospital. Xiao Bingyi noticed more suspicious figures lingering near the hospital entrance and contemplated his next move, opting to go to the medical office. When he emerged, he had a black cloth tied around his arm and was escorted by 2 soldiers. Wailing all the way to the office, he shared his thoughts with the leadership, then was escorted back home. Closing the door, he peeked outside and saw 2 more suspicious individuals, with his parents safely sent away. He felt a sense of relief and fell into a deep sleep. As night fell, the dim streetlights cast shadows, and pedestrians gradually dwindled. The door creaked open, and 2 figures slipped in, rushing to the bed and stabbing the occupant multiple times, only stopping when the blanket was stained with blood. As they exited, they were surrounded by the police. Under the streetlight, the accomplices were handcuffed and squatting together. The police were preparing to transport the 6 captured individuals when suddenly grenades flew in, killing 3 on the spot and injuring 2 officers. Gunfire erupted, and when a large contingent of police arrived, all 6 captured individuals had perished from the explosion. Xiao Bingyi lay on a stretcher with his face covered, creating the illusion that he had succumbed to the assassination attempt. He sought refuge in the precinct dormitory, daring not to venture outside again. Chapter 050. Amusing tales of a pair of clowns. Xiao Bingyi deeply regretted that while formulating his strategy, he had only considered how to evade this calamity, neglecting to ponder how he would live after surviving it. He could not ensure that there were no loyalists of Chu Ying lurking nearby. The longer this stalemate continued, the more likely he would either perish or become driven to madness. Li Xiaoman mocked him for being terrified by the agents, asserting that this was now the people's domain. With the streets filled with the People's Liberation Army, what agents would dare to act? When Yu Daming returned that evening, he reassured him not to be afraid. While vigilance was wise, one should not be overly paranoid. He suggested taking a few days to rest. Xiao Bingyi was preoccupied with concerns for his parents' safety, inquiring if Yu Daming had successfully sent them back to Hengnan. Yu Daming chuckled, saying, "These trivial matters need not trouble you. Your parents are safe, absolutely no issue. Our upcoming tasks are heavy. Focus on the current situation and our responsibilities." Xiao Bingyi was hardly in the mood to consider work. He was agitated. He propped his leg up and began to play a tune on the eru, the name of which he did not know. Fan Zheng entered silently and sat down. Noticing him, Xiao Bingyi ignored him. He shared the same view of Fan Zheng as Yu Daming, a street thug. To his surprise, Fan Zheng spoke up, catching him off guard. Observing Xiao Bingyi put away the eru, Fan Zheng expressed, "To speak the truth, I previously held biases against you, thinking you were still entangled with Chu Ying. Lacking a firm class stance, your act of eliminating the notorious agent Chu Ying has filled me with profound shame. I wish to learn from you, to align with you, and to reflect on my own class awareness. I have a suggestion for you. As a son, you should ensure the safety of your parents' lives. Some of your clever tricks may deceive a few, but I doubt they can fool the cunning agents. You must devise another plan to secure your parents' safety. After all, we toil for the sake of our family's better lives. Do you not agree?" Xiao Bingyi, taken aback, was astonished that Fan Zheng had seen through his strategy and knew that his parents were feigning death. He pondered, searching for flaws, but found none. His nerves were taut, and he instinctively grew wary of Fan Zheng. Noticing the strange expression on Fan Zheng's face, he could not be bothered to engage in lengthy discussions. He made tea as a polite gesture and engaged in idle chatter while refraining from divulging any plans or the whereabouts of his parents. Who could guarantee that he would not spread the information? That could be a matter of life and death. Xiao Bingyi's suspicions were not unfounded. The lurking agents soon discovered that Xiao Bingyi had ensnared Chu Ying and had personally dealt with him. The remnants of Chu Ying's faction, codenamed Pigeon, issued a death warrant for the ungrateful scoundrel and his entire family, intending to intimidate other loyalists. The directive was given to Swallow, whose real name was Zheng Shuang. Formerly of the 1st Traffic Division of the Traffic Department, directly under the Wannan Command. In the latter half of 1944, during an operation, Chu Ying recognized Zheng Shuang's intellect. With a pot of Biluakun tea and a lieutenant badge, he recruited him. Together, they assassinated Japanese spies and captured underground party members. Achieving numerous successes, he found it exhilarating and changed his name to Zheng Shuang. Chu Ying recognized that the political situation was deteriorating and began secretly arranging for undercover personnel. He sent Zheng Shuang and another female agent, codenamed Xiang, to a secret base for further training. Upon their return, they opened a trading company in the southern district. Chu Ying, wanting to play matchmaker, noticed Zheng Shuang's interest in Xiang. However, Xiang was already engaged and was reluctant. When this topic arose, her eyes brimmed with tears. Chu Ying earnestly advised her, "Xiang, remember, a handsome man may not be useful, although Lieutenant Zheng's appearance is unremarkable. He possesses remarkable talent and intellect. Together, you two would be a truly admirable couple." Seeing Xiang in tears, he mistakenly believed she was reluctant to part with him, further fueling his desire to play matchmaker. "Xiang, you have been by my side for more than 2 years now. You must see that the political situation is not looking good. As your superior, I must plan for your future, but I have never played matchmaker. So please do not dampen my spirits." Xiang has realized that the situation is beyond redemption. Continuing to resist would put her lover's life in jeopardy. She feels a profound sorrow, for countless tragic love stories throughout history are about to unfold in her own life. Reluctantly, she bites her lip and nods in agreement. However, she cannot allow the ugly Zheng Shuang to benefit from this. That very night, she confides in her lover, Lao Kong, and surrenders herself to him. Lao Kong, a notorious scoundrel and seasoned seducer, typically dresses flamboyantly and enjoys a life of luxury. The wedding between Zheng Shuang and Xiang was a modest affair, attended only by the three of them. Chu Ying served as both the matchmaker and the witness. They arranged a lavish banquet, yet none of the three touched their food. Naturally, their married life was far from harmonious. The bride grew increasingly displeased with the groom's appearance. Zheng Shuang soon experienced the bride's formidable nature. When alone, he would vent his frustrations over drinks, lamenting, "What a fierce tigress! Perhaps I should never have married." Before long, Chu Ying dispatched him to the outskirts of Hengnan town for a long-term covert operation. He was thrilled to escape the clutches of the tigress. He purchased a 3-room, 2-story building by the street and secretly excavated a basement, installing a hidden door that no one, not even his lover, knew about. Having previously worked with military supplies, he resumed his old trade as a cover. Upon arriving in town, he enacted a policy of neighborly goodwill. The locals regarded Boss Jing as an honest man, one who acted with integrity and was eager to assist the needy. His business flourished, allowing him to expand his organization from 2 to 6 members. One person handled procurement, while 3 served as apprentices. He referred to himself as the boss, while his mistress, Xiao Yu, called herself the bookkeeper. They affectionately addressed each other as Brother Shuang and Sister Yu, and in moments of joy, a Shuang and a Yu. Upon hearing that her husband had a female bookkeeper, Xiang promptly invited Lao Kong, the father of her child, to manage the warehouse. They too had their own titles. Publicly, they referred to him as Manager Kong and her as Boss Xiang. Privately, they called each other Lao Kong and Sister Xiang. This couple, while appearing united, lived apart in unspoken understanding, each leading their own lives. Interestingly, they occasionally engaged in playful games of infidelity, which they both found amusing and exhilarating, adding a spicy twist to their otherwise mundane existence. As the liberation of Nanjing approached, Chu Ying appointed Zheng Shuang as the leader of the first operational group of the South District Confidential Bureau, promoting him to captain, while Xiang was elevated to lieutenant. Xiang was overjoyed, hoping that Captain Zheng would return to the warehouse to celebrate. However, after several days of waiting, he did not appear. One day, struck by a sudden whim, she decided to investigate what the ugly man was up to in the small town and sent Lao Kong and others to Hongnan town. Late at night, they quietly entered the shop and took away her husband's and the bookkeeper's clothes, shining several bright flashlights. Alas, it was Zheng Shuang's misfortune. That evening, he was heavily intoxicated and utterly oblivious to his wife's scheme. Upon awakening, he discovered himself naked with the female bookkeeper. He ripped down the mosquito netting, wrapping them both together. What followed was a negotiation, during which they surrendered all their silver dollars. Xiang, filled with rage towards the bookkeeper, contemplated punitive measures against her. Lao Kong suggested that he handle the bookkeeper. Xiang, sensing his underlying motives, sneered, "You heartless wretch, I sacrificed my dignity for you. Yet you dare to covet what is in my bowl while eyeing what is in the pot. Do you think I'm less attractive than her?" Lao Kong, chuckling awkwardly, replied, "Xiang, where are your thoughts leading you? I simply believe we should leave ourselves a way out. Zheng is well aware of our affair. He has endured it. What more can be done? You have wounded his cherished possession, and nothing good will come of it. I fear this scene will replay in our lives. Let it go." Lao Kong, being a seasoned veteran of romantic entanglements, had indeed spoken wisely. Zheng Shuang, having suffered in silence, was not one to let it go. 10 days later, he returned the favor in kind. Armed, he confronted his wife and Manager Kong in bed. Lao Kong, understanding the gravity of the situation, surrendered all the silver dollars without resistance. Such encounters became routine every few months. When one party was in need of money, they would enact this charade. Both found it amusing and preferred to keep things discreet. Not wanting to embarrass their superior, Chu Ying, the two couples often dined together, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Chapter 051. Zheng Shuang's calculated scheme upon receiving the assassination order. Zheng Shuang was taken aback. He thought to himself, "How could you, Xiao Bingyi, be so ungrateful? They have treated you well, yet you turn against them, betraying your benefactor and defying the natural order." He resolved to carry out the orders to the letter. Targeting Xiao Bingyi along with his parents, a total of 3 individuals, intelligence indicated that they were still in the city, and he needed to act swiftly to prevent their escape from justice. He penned a letter, accompanied by the assassination order, to his wife, Xiang. "The superiors have issued strict orders. Please execute the instructions as stated. It is known that Xiao Bingyi often frequents the market. Striking there will spare us the trouble of exposure. Await good news." This predicament left Xiang in a quandary. Although she held the rank of lieutenant in the confidential bureau, she had always worked in an office and never envisioned personally committing murder. She believed that killing was a man's domain, one she could not infringe upon. Now, clutching the assassination order, she stood there, feeling both anger and resentment toward the ugly man, while her husband cherished her. This ugly creature had entrusted her with such a daunting task. Lao Kong, aware of her predicament, approached her and, upon glimpsing the order, chuckled, "Sister Xiang, are you troubled by the thought of becoming a murderer?" When she nodded, he leaned in and whispered a few words. Xiang, filled with delight, planted a kiss on him. "Of course. Why didn't I think of that? We'll proceed with your plan." Yang Ling, witnessing her son's frantic busyness, felt a pang of sympathy. She went to the market, haggling over prices. Although Xiang did not spot Xiao Bingyi, she noticed his mother. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped the first note into her pocket unnoticed. This note was intended for Xiao Bingyi, meant to be left at the murder scene, implicating the killer as a member of the confidential bureau. As Yang Ling passed by the warehouse, she was warmly greeted by Manager Kong, who invited her in. "Sister-in-law, "Come in and take a look. We have a new shipment, and everything is quite cheap." Unable to refuse the kind invitation, she entered the warehouse, glancing around but leaving empty-handed. Though she returned home with Lao Kong's second note, Lao Kong recommended a simpler approach, enlightening Ah Xiang. "Why can't you see? Every husband cherishes his wife. If he has assigned you to carry out a murder, his intentions are far from noble. He is using you as a pawn to exact his revenge. Since you do not wish to kill, why not help his family escape? By saving them, you ensure your own safety. The world is indeed strange. If we are not careful, we may find ourselves ensnared by him later on. He is a cunning detective, not just acting in disregard for us, but also thinking of his son." Lao Kong, a wise man, had accurately assessed the situation. Ah Xiang quickly grasped the idea, nodding in agreement. She composed a note advising Xiao Bingyi's family to flee, confident that the ugly man could do nothing to her. Unbeknownst to her, her husband Jing Shuang was indeed a man of significance, chosen by Chu Ying for a reason. He had long harbored a desire for revenge against Ah Xiang for her infidelity. Previously restrained by Chu Ying's authority from taking action, upon receiving the Pigeon S directive, he devised 4 plans regarding the task at hand. The first plan involved a knife attack at the market, followed by the swift disposal of his parents, which would be much simpler. Naturally, the executioner would be his wife, Ah Xiang, who had tarnished the Zheng family name with her infidelity. That wretched woman deserves to die. He instructed his subordinates that she must not succeed, as it would alert their target. Once she had completed her task, they would silence her. His calculations were precise. The new superior would undoubtedly feel compelled to pacify Captain Zheng following the tragedy befalling his family. Securing Zheng's promotion to major, when informed by his subordinates that Ah Xiang had failed to act, he realized he could not underestimate this cunning duo. He paced the second floor of the shop in Hegnan town. Deciding to activate the second plan immediately, they would surround the target's residence and monitor their movements. Once the family was gathered, they would spring into action. His subordinates executed their tasks efficiently, that very night bringing him the good news. The target family was likely on their way to the afterlife. Elated, he joined Xiaoyu on the second floor for drinks, pondering the implications of the word likely in his subordinates' report. After several days of gathering intelligence, he learned that the target family had indeed met their demise in Nanjing. Embracing his mistress, he celebrated with drinks daily. One day, he received a pigeon note. The target's parents were not dead but missing, while the target himself was hiding in a dormitory, leisurely playing the era. Zheng Shuang stood in disbelief, repeatedly examining the clipped newspaper and the letter, then called for his overseer to verify. The overseer, swearing an oath, insisted he had seen it with his own eyes. The target's parents had succumbed to food poisoning and were placed in the morgue. While the target had been carried away after being stabbed, upon inspection, he found bloodstains on the bed, indicating a fatal outcome. Zheng Shuang, irritated, tossed the pigeon letter aside, and the overseer fell silent after reading it. Zheng Shuang contemplated that it was time to implement the third plan. He aimed to seize the opportunity presented by the town's secretaries and acting mayor's abduction and disappearance, taking advantage of the power vacuum in the small town. If the target's parents were indeed alive, they might return to their hometown in Hengnan, potentially accompanied by the target himself. What a fortuitous opportunity! The third plan was straightforward. It was rumored that Xiao Bingyi often walked the small paths through Hengshan to attend school in Nanjing. Given his family's habits, they would not return ostentatiously but rather quietly via backroads. They would strike at the mountain pass, disposing of the body in the wilderness. Should that fail, the final plan would be activated. If the target were to accompany his parents in a vehicle or take a bus back to Hengnan, they would set an ambush at his home, lying in wait. The conditions were also favorable. As the shop faced south, directly across from the Xiao residence, the action plan was impeccably seamless. He cautioned himself that, under no circumstances, should he allow his family to return to Hengnan town. After deep contemplation, he concluded that the most pressing matter at hand was to manage his pawn and assign him tasks. His pawn, in this case, was the husband of the tea house proprietress on East Street. Zhang Yuqing, a gambler known by the moniker Old Loser, relying on his wife's successful tea house business, he spent his days immersed in the gambling den. Previously, Zheng Shuang had contemplated collaborating with the casino owner to ensnare Zhang's tea house, intending to use it as a base of operations. Unfortunately, the casino owner was uncooperative, and such a scheme could not be executed overtly. Thus, he laid out some bait, waiting for the end of the year to force Zhang's hand. Recently, he had heard that Zhang had suffered considerable losses and was now subserviently assisting his wife. Given that this matter could be resolved with money, he was confident he could buy Zhang's cooperation. Subsequently, Zhang would be tasked with rallying gamblers for an ambush, ensuring they would be silenced. It is often said that money can make even the most stubborn of spirits yield, and purchasing someone's head for a hefty price would surely lead to success. These past few days had been particularly grueling for Zhang Yuqing. His wife tightly controlled the family finances, leaving him with barely enough to scrape by. When he saw the generous young boss arriving for tea, he eagerly attended to him. After a brief exchange, Zhang broached the subject of borrowing money. Zhang boss, with a smile, inquired why, given the tea house's flourishing business, Zhang would need to borrow funds. Zhang explained that while the tea house appeared successful, the actual profits were meager, and they needed to expand their premises. Furthermore, the old furniture was in dire need of replacement. In this new society, change was imperative. He requested a loan of $100 silver to tide him over. Noticing Zhang boss's silence, he tentatively proposed, I can draft an IOU, with my wife as the guarantor for repayment. Zhang boss shook his head lightly and replied, Zhang, I toil for my earnings, them why remaining funds are tied up in materials. And I too am short on cash. If your wife can sign an IOU, I could assist you in finding a friend for a loan. Realizing the futility of his request, Zhang prepared to leave. But Zhang boss called him back, suggesting a potential solution that he mentioned a friend in trouble who would be willing to offer $200 silver as a reward for assistance. Zhang's interest piqued. He eagerly pressed for details. Zhang boss explained that a certain businessman was being extorted, and that if Zhang could help him resolve the issue, he would receive a 20% advance. Zhang calculated in his mind, realizing that he would only net $40 silver before deducting subcontracting fees, leaving him with a mere 20. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, stating that under the current circumstances, it was not worth the risk of killing 3 men for such a paltry sum. Zhang boss, unwilling to let him off the hook, threatened, fine, if you cannot repay your debts immediately, we shall sever ties. Zhang dismissed the threat lightly. What is a few silver dollars? I will repay you. I shall repay at once. Zhang boss, with a chilling smile, reminded him, Zhang, you are aware of the nature of the debt you owe. Correct? It has been months, and as of yesterday, you are required to repay $122 silver that I will not accept any less. Observing Zhang's shock, he threatened further, if you do not settle this debt promptly, I will come to collect the deed to your tea house by the year's end. Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, how can I settle this? I cannot produce such an amount at present. Zhang Shuang bluntly stated that the solution was to eliminate 3 individuals, after which the debt would be cleared, along with additional conditions. Zhang, feeling cornered, reluctantly acquiesced. Zhang Shuang, seeing his submission, revealed a triumphant smile. Thus, another vast net was cast. Awaiting the self-incrimination of Xiao Bingyi and his family. On May 27, 1949, Shanghai was liberated. A celebration and commendation event for the Nanjing public security system was held at the South District branch. The modest auditorium was filled to capacity with personnel from across the city, including the first batch of police officers who had been retained. The leaders of the Municipal Bureau and the South District sat at the head table, with Vice Minister Zhong Jingrong of the Municipal Social Department in attendance. Hearing of Xiao Bingyi's repeated accomplishments filled him with genuine delight, and he was eager to observe Zhao's current state of mind. Zhu Daming was racing against time, reviewing speech materials, while Geng Bichong and Pan Xing, adorned with red flowers, occupied the front row with the city's first batch of retained personnel. Geng Bichong scanned the room but did not see Xiao. A police officer hastily approached the head table to report, Xiao Bingyi is missing. The officer explained that he had not seen Xiao while wearing the red flower and had sent someone to check. Upon discovering Xiao was not in his dormitory and having searched the entire compound without finding him, Zhu Daming summoned Geng Bichong, inquiring if he knew Xiao's whereabouts. Geng Bichong scratched his head in confusion, saying, I called for him when I arrived. He said he would join me after using the restroom. Where he is now, I do not know. That he hasn't fallen into the toilet, has he? Zhu Daming, irritated, retorted, aren't you supposed to be his shadow? How could you not know his whereabouts? Quickly, split up and search for him. Li Xiaoman rushed to the main gate, where the guard informed him that aside from an old man taking out the trash, no one was allowed to leave. After a moment's thought, Li concluded that the old man was likely Xiao Bingyi and immediately led his team out the gate. He understood that Xiao's actions were motivated by a desire to evade further retaliation from the spies. He looked down on Xiao for being cowardly, unwilling to make a name for himself or attend the commendation ceremony. As the award recipients eagerly ascended the stage and shook hands with the leaders, a bullet suddenly flew in from outside, striking Geng Bichong, who collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. It was then that Li Xiaoman truly admired Xiao Bingyi's foresight. After inspecting the surrounding buildings, they found a shell casing from a sniper's rifle. The leaders were furious, ordering that they dig to the ground's depths to locate Xiao Bingyi. It was imperative to uncover why he had fled and why he had resorted to murder. Xiao Bingyi's decision to leave quietly was one born out of necessity. He was already feeling lost in his current situation, and Fan Zheng's words had struck at the softest part of his heart. Although he could not immediately discern whether the warning was born of genuine concern or ulterior motives, he acknowledged that there was merit in the advice. Indeed, as a son, if he could not ensure his parents' safety? How could he claim to protect the populace? Moreover, his parents were in peril precisely due to his actions. If anything were to befall them, how could he face the world? After Fanjung departed, he was left in profound anguish, realizing he was at another crossroads in life. On one side lay his deeply ingrained dream of becoming a detective, a dream that could bring beauty to the world. On the other, the comforting smiles and care of his parents, which served as his safe haven. He found himself unable to make a decision. He understood that this was the classic dilemma often spoken of in textbooks. Whichever path he chose would mean sacrificing the other. He stood there, staring blankly at the playground outside, reflecting on the hardships he had endured. Gripping his head in despair, he recalled the instructor's advice. When faced with such a dilemma, one should consider which option would cause the least harm. Though he had often imparted this wisdom to others, it was far less straightforward when it was his own predicament. What was of greater importance, the dream of a detective or the safety of his loved ones? Rising, he surveyed his dormitory anew. He dusted off the desk and meticulously organized the books, placing them into a suitcase. After a moment's thought, he returned the books to their original spot. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the clear blue sky, dotted with fluffy clouds and birds in flight. He wished for every day's sky to be as fresh and brilliant, with birds soaring freely. His desires were greedy. He wanted both the beauty of April in the world and the warmth of a familial sanctuary. Losing either aspect would render his existence unbearable. He resolved that he would pursue both realms. In truth, there was nothing inherently problematic. It was the foolishness of mortals that caused distress. Perhaps matters had not reached the point of no return, and he should consider his options further. The liberation of Shanghai had dispelled his final doubts. Gung Bichong's call for him to attend the gathering compelled him to make a decision. Observing Gung Bichong leave, he strode out with the trash, leaving behind his suitcase and books, the last vestiges of uncertainty. He understood that, although he had crafted the illusion of his family's demise, Fanjung would soon learn the truth, and the city would be abuzz with gossip. The spies of the Bureau of Confidentiality were omnipresent and omnipotent. His parents' return to Henan town had placed them in grave danger. Thinking of them ignited a restless urgency within him. He could not afford to delay any longer. He needed to arrange for their secret relocation immediately. This journey left him apprehensive, as he feared it might mean bidding farewell to his dream of becoming a detective. Alas, he decided to leave it to fate. He could not venture to the station, as it was swarming with spies and police. To do so would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. He busied himself at the vegetable stall before slipping into the restroom. Emerging with a headscarf and dressed as a woman, he carried an empty basket, masquerading as a farmer returning home from the market. Successfully exiting the city, to glance back at Nanjing filled him with bittersweet emotions. His gaze betraying deep nostalgia and reluctance. He stood upright, bidding a silent farewell to the city of his dreams. As he turned away, tears welled in his eyes. Wiping away the tears, he made his way to a large tree at the foot of a hill. Surveying his surroundings, he unearthed a pistol, 2 boxes of ammunition, and 2 hand grenades. There was another stash like this in Hashanko, containing a Tommy gun, 4 magazines, and 6 hand grenades. This weaponry had been purchased from a group of deserters for $15 silver when Chu Ying had taken him into the mountains to practice shooting. He had always been fond of firearms. He could dismantle and reassemble a pistol before he turned 10. He also had a fondness for the Tommy gun, as he could unleash a volley with his eyes closed and knock down several targets. With everything prepared, he was ready to hit the road. Remembering that Chu Ying's grave was nearby, he thought it appropriate to pay his respects before departing. As he approached the cemetery, he spotted a young woman standing by Chu Ying's tombstone. A brown suitcase lay at her feet, suggesting she had traveled a long distance. The woman was tall and clad in a black trench coat that clung to her curvaceous figure. Her slim silhouette was accentuated by high-heeled shoes, and her wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind. He stealthily moved closer, peering at her from behind the grass. Her skin was like porcelain, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Her nose was straight and high, while her lips curved into a beguiling smile, an enchanting allure emanating from her, especially those enchanting phoenix eyes, resembling a tranquil lake, profound and imbued with an alluring magic. One glance is enough to ensnare the soul. Standing there, she naturally exudes a refreshing and ethereal aura. He was utterly captivated by her exquisite beauty. In a certain sense, he was not merely stunned, but rather, he was conquered by her charm. After a moment of stillness, she performed a deep bow and picked up her suitcase. Casting a glance around, she vanished gracefully into the verdant thicket. He swallowed hard, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze fixed on her receding silhouette. As if spellbound, throughout the streets of Nanjing, he had encountered many women, yet none possessed the dazzling allure that she did, a sight that could illuminate the mundane. Such beauty existed in the world. Had it not been witnessed by his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. Alas, which fortunate man could claim her as his bride? He, however, felt bereft of such fortune. To marry a woman of her caliber would render a lifetime worthwhile. For a woman like her, he would brave any peril, even if it meant traversing mountains or plunging into fiery depths. Chu Ying spoke of his sister's beauty, claiming she stood out amongst the crowd. Surely, he could not have been exaggerating. If only his sister possessed such beauty, it would be splendid. Unbeknownst to him, this encounter would herald the commencement of an extraordinary saga of love and enmity. Chapter 053. Not a professional robber. Xiao Bingyi, burdened with infinite longing and regret, hurried along the path of exile. Though the plum rain season had not yet arrived, the rain began to fall. On one side, the sun shone brightly, while on the other, a gentle drizzle fell. His mood mirrored the weather, half somber, half sunny. It was impossible for the two halves to be perfectly balanced. He felt the bright sunshine prevailed slightly. Bathed in the golden light, he found a unique charm in the scene. The cool air accompanied him to the foot of Hengshan Mountain. Upon entering the village, he changed his attire. The dandy transformed into a scruffy man with a beard. He gathered 2 bundles of thatch and crossed the mountain, heading south. This mountain path was familiar, as he had traversed it countless times during his schooling. Drawing from past experiences, he believed he could reach Hengnan town before nightfall. As dusk approached, he sat on a rock where he had rested many times before. Gazing skyward, the slanting sun sank into a vibrant green landscape, appearing particularly fresh and enchanting. The moist evening breeze, like the tail of a cloud-laden rain, gently caressed and swayed. The pristine leaves danced in the wind, whispering softly, akin to a woman who had just emerged from a refreshing bath, brushing her luxurious hair while humming a soft tune. With a heart filled with confusion, he continued on his journey, needing to cross another mountain pass before reaching the main road. The clouds above arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Strands of white clouds laboriously swept away the lingering dark clouds. Moving from north to south, they swept over the lush mountain ridges and meandering paths, converging above Hengnan town. The dark clouds loomed low over the town nestled between green mountains and clear waters. Intensifying the sense of suffocation he felt. He was astonished to see the departing white clouds being devoured by the encroaching dark ones, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. It was as if he too would be swept away by this ominous cloud. The fog-shrouded ancient town appeared to be draped in a mysterious veil. At this moment, he felt an urge to vent his frustrations. Climbing onto a large stone by the roadside, facing the ancient town, he gazed at the swirling clouds and mist below, reminiscent of the vast sea depicted in Zhong Zhengrong's prose poem The Sea Swallow. He envisioned himself as the proud sea swallow soaring above the tumultuous ocean. Breaking through the dark clouds, he spread his arms wide and shouted with fervor, "Hey, on this vast ocean, where the winds gather dark clouds, let the storm come with greater ferocity." He felt this cry release the pent-up frustration, passion, and confidence within him. The beautiful scenery along the way lifted his spirits once more. The undulating mountains, fields, and forests gradually revealed their slightly haggard and desolate faces after the rain. The familiar earthy scent, the harmonious chorus of rural nature, gradually relaxed his state of mind. The wildflowers and miscellaneous trees on the hillside bloomed sporadically, presenting the unique, intricate, and somewhat melancholic colors of the wilderness. A gust of wind passed, causing the branches to sway, enhancing the beauty and vitality of his hometown. The season had transitioned past the minor fullness, and the summer crops began to swell with ripeness. This was indeed the perfect time for fishing. Upon returning home, he would persuade his parents to rent a straw hut in the countryside to fish in a pond. Not only would this provide an escape from the threats of spies, but it would also offer a tranquil joy. It was imperative to contemplate the path ahead carefully. Approaching home, a sense of trepidation arose within him. For some inexplicable reason, an instinct warned him of impending danger awaiting his return. He surveyed his surroundings, instinctively slowing his pace. Suddenly, 6 figures emerged from the trees, armed with machetes, blocking his path. The leader, known as Zhu Duwang, wore pants with a torn crotch, a remnant of his recent gambling losses. Noticing that none of the 6 possessed firearms, and their crude machetes were fashioned from branches, it was evident they were not professional robbers. He addressed them amicably. "Duwang, I am a local, and we see each other often. Why not become friends instead?" Zhu Duwang chuckled. From your accent, you sound like a local, but you don't seem quite human or ghostly. You wouldn't happen to be a spy, would you? I've had terrible luck lately. Every day has been a disaster. For the sake of a fellow townsman, drop some silver, and I'll let you go." Xiao Bingyi grew wary and asked how he knew of the spies. "Have you really seen them? How many?" Upon seeing Zhu Duwang nod and hold up 3 fingers, he assumed there were only 3. Zhu Duwang corrected him, not 3, but over 30. Each group has 5 or 6. "If you are a spy, I might as well take the opportunity to settle a score for my brothers." Xiao Bingyi was startled and inquired, "Did a spy kill your brother?" Zhu Duwang nodded and replied, "Damn, a few days ago, 2 men and a woman arrived. My 3 brothers approached them to inquire. Unexpectedly, all 3 lost their lives to the woman's swift blades. Who else could it be but spies? Xiao Bingyi nodded, then asked, Duwang, with so many spies in the mountains, doesn't the People's Liberation Army take action? Zhu Duwang scoffed. Of course they do. But they can't manage it all. Originally, there was a company stationed in Hengnan town, tasked with eradicating bandits. I heard they now only have a platoon left, less than 40 men to protect the town. Spare me the chatter and hurry up with the silver, or I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Xiao Bingyi pulled out a renminbi note to explain that the military commission had announced the cessation of silver currency, revealing he only had a few renminbi notes. Zhu Duwang counted the note and demanded another one. Claiming 5 was insufficient, Xiao Bingyi stifled a laugh and threatened to draw his weapon. He insisted that Zhu Duwang return the note or forfeit his life. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Duwang hastily tossed the note aside, repeatedly bowing and exclaiming, No need for that. I want to offend you spies again. Xiao Bingyi proudly declared, I am a public security officer of the People's Liberation Army, here to investigate a case. He then displayed his identification. Zhu Duwang, after glancing at the credentials, reacted swiftly, picking up the note, hiding behind a large stone, and chuckling, Fine. Let it be 5. Consider it the People's Liberation Army helping the needy. If you need assistance, feel free to ask. My surname is Zhu, as in Zhu Yuanzhang. According to my ancestors, I am likely a descendant of the Zhu family, a noble lineage. He forgot to mention that the 6 of them were not bandits. They were brothers from Shangquan village below the mountain, engaged in a bit of business while testing their luck. Xiao Bingyi hastily inquired, Be honest with me, are there really spies? The 6 paused, and Zhu Duwang, peering from behind a tree, responded, Absolutely true. They offered me 20 silver to wait here for a man and a woman heading to Hengnan town. If successful, they promised me 80 more. Those deceitful little devils. Xiao Bingyi pressed further. Do you know who you are waiting for? Who has time to ask for names? I only know there are 2 men, one old and one young, both with the surname Xiao. What were their names? Damn it, I forgot. Have you seen them? Do you know they are officers of the People's Liberation Army? Xiao Bingyi attempted to probe. Zhu Duwang shook his head. You're lying. They said the 2 young men with the surname Xiao were a menace. Killing them was a service to the people, and they even mentioned the 3 of them possessing gold bars. Can you tell me who sent you? Xiao Bingyi inquired with growing interest. Zhu Duwang shook his head vigorously. I can't tell you. Though I just started out, I must abide by the rules of the road. If you tell me, I will pay you. How about that? Xiao Bingyi coaxed. Zhu Duwang, with a greedy glint in his eyes, declared, Fine, 100 silver. You pay first, and I'll talk. Get lost. Don't let me catch you again, or I'll have you arrested. Xiao Bingyi retorted helplessly. He watched as the 6 men stumbled and fled into the woods. His heart not in the fight anymore. Worrying for his parents' safety, he quickened his pace, unaware that a calamity awaited him at home. Chapter 054. An unexpected encounter at the tea house. Xiao Bingyi arrived in Hengnan town at dusk. A sentry from the People's Liberation Army stood at the town's entrance, prompting him to take a detour into the town. Finding the door unlocked, he eagerly approached and knocked. The door opened to reveal a man with an indifferent expression, who asked, Beggar, are you here to beg and still knocking? Get lost. He stammered, wanting to assert that he was not a beggar and that this was his home. Realizing the absurdity, he shouted, Hey, this is our beggar gang's residence. Who are you to occupy our place? I have no time to waste on you. Get out. The man, displaying a fierce demeanor, slammed the door shut. Neighbor Zhang Dama did not recognize him either and urged him to leave, claiming she saw several men with menacing expressions who did not seem friendly. Xiao Bingyi, feeling disoriented, nodded in agreement and departed. He remained uncertain whether the people inside were spies. Perhaps they were bandits hiding from the government's crackdown. Of course, the possibility of spies lying in wait could not be discounted, so he opted for caution. Home is no longer a refuge, and the whereabouts of my parents remain a mystery. Might they be confined in the back room? I approached the rear door, yet it would not budge. I called softly, but there was no response from within. Hesitant to enter uninvited, I lingered for a moment. It has been some time since that person last returned. I should first venture into the streets to gather information before making any plans that I in my memory. On a sunny day in the ancient town, the cobblestone streets retained the warmth of the sun. The stone arch bridge added a sense of dimension to the town, creating a harmonious scene. Bathed in the morning sun and tinged with the golden hues of dusk, the imagery was striking. Standing at the bridge's apex, I gazed at the gently flowing waters of the river, which is affectionately known as the Mother River of Hengnan town, and I could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Hometown, the wandering child has returned. Mother River from my memories. We meet again. I knew that the river flows northward to Hengshan and southward to Shizhou Lake, before the ancient town established bus routes. Travel was conducted via the waterways. When the river is calm, it is gentle and inviting, as if yearning for an embrace. However, during a torrent, it rages like a wild stallion. The flood, laden with silt, surges forth, capable of engulfing the streets in a deluge. Mountain floods and tidal waters converge beneath the bridge, slowing their pace. Even more exhilarating, the water occasionally erupts with the leaps of white-striped fish, creating ripples upon the surface. The townsfolk use this river for their daily needs, from washing rice and vegetables to flushing toilets downstream. Fortunately, the river maintains a steady flow, not a sudden torrent that sweeps everything away. Rather, it merely rises with the tide. The houses lining the streets predominantly showcase Huizhou architectural styles, with similar layouts. The street-facing facades feature 3 rooms and 2 courtyards, with the more affluent boasting 2 or 3 stories. Passing through the front rooms leads to the courtyard, and beyond lies the back rooms, both equipped with back doors. 100 meters from the back door lies the riverbank. I strolled for a while and concluded that little had changed. If there were any changes, it was in the people, as familiar faces now wore smiles. As evening descended upon the ancient town, a gentle twilight enveloped the scene. Smoke curled up from cooking fires, creating a serene atmosphere. To truly understand the situation in the ancient town, one must visit the tea house. Leaving the central bridge, I made my way to the Eastern Street tea house. The tea house appeared somewhat desolate, with few patrons. Surveying the surroundings, I noted little alteration, save for a few promotional posters on the walls. Just as I settled in, I noticed a youth resembling a beggar emerging from the kitchen. I recognized him as Cheng Baobao, a classmate from my childhood with whom I had clashed. What had become of him? He seemed to be faring poorly. Recollections of the past flooded back, and I felt compelled to greet him. I waved him over, but he regarded me with indifference, seemingly not recognizing me. Before turning back into the kitchen, the tea house proprietress, Sister Yuqing, greeted me warmly. "Comrade, would you like some tea or dinner?" Observing the late hour, I decided to inquire about the prices, asking, "How much for a bowl of pork rib noodles?" Sister Yuqing frowned and replied, "Pork rib noodles are 50 cents, while plain noodles are 30. I followed up with a question. "Is there a charge for the soup?" Sister Yuqing, clearly displeased, responded, "If you order noodles, the soup is free." "Very well. I'll have a bowl of plain noodles and a bowl of pork rib soup," I declared. The soup arrived first. Seizing the opportunity, I remarked with satisfaction. Sister Yuqing paused, casting a disdainful glance my way before turning to leave. Soon, she returned with the pork rib soup. I peered into the bowl, which contained nothing but lukewarm water and a piece of rib, barely the thickness of a finger and about 3 inches long, from which no meat could be gleaned. I realized Sister Yuqing had caught on. Feigning surprise, I exclaimed, "Sister Yuqing, is this truly your pork rib soup?" In the town, everyone, young and old, referred to the tea house proprietress as Sister Yuqing, and I followed suit. She appeared quite pleased with her cleverness, responding, "Indeed, this is our complimentary pork rib soup." She scrutinized me further, her expression shifting to one of suspicion. "Do you know me?" "Ah, you are the son of Director Xiao, big front teeth. How did you end up in such a state? Did you not fare well in Nanjing? No wonder you seem downcast. Has something happened at home?" I had always found it distasteful to be called big front teeth, yet I bore no grievance when she addressed me so. I awkwardly replied, "Sister Yuqing, it is not as it seems. I am merely utilizing the policies you provided. My family as well. I just returned and am casually inquiring, so please do not overthink it. The ancient town has been liberated. Nothing untoward has occurred, has it?" Sister Yuqing turned to me with a serious expression. "Big front teeth, do you wish for something to happen in the streets?" "There have indeed been some incidents recently. I heard that the town secretary and deputy mayor, along with a few others, were abducted. Why do you ask? Could it possibly be related to you?" I chuckled lightly. "Sister Yuqing, who would dare to meddle in such affairs? Have you heard who is responsible? Oh, who could be bothered with such matters? It is rumored to be the work of spies. Those scoundrels insist on disrupting our peace." I recalled my earlier encounter with Cheng Baobao and inquired, "Sister Yuqing, I saw Cheng Baobao just now. He seems to be doing poorly. What is the story there?" Sister Yuqing took a seat and recounted Cheng Baobao's family situation. In the second year following the victory of the War of Resistance, his father lost heavily in gambling, even losing his wife in the process. In a fit of anger, she left home. After 2 years in Nanjing, he returned without achieving much. Faced with these troubles, he had no choice but to join his father in fishing. His father, having sworn off gambling in frustration, heard that the fish were plentiful in Shurjiu Lake and insisted on seeking his fortune there. Fishing was both thrilling and perilous. Only once a year could they fish in that manner. Strangely enough, despite the vast waters of the lake, the fish would vanish in an instant, with the tide receding rapidly. Dozens or even hundreds of pounds of white striped fish would leap in the lake's center, eliciting envy from onlookers. Experienced fishermen would watch for large fish, rushing over with wash basins to catch them. then returning to shore. However, Chang Baobao's father, lacking experience and driven by greed, had already filled a basin with fish. Onlookers shouted for him to return to shore, warning that the water was rising, but he ignored them. Fixated on a massive fish before him, and crawled over to grab it before attempting to return, but the mud was treacherous, making it difficult to move quickly. Those who returned warned him that if he discarded the fish, he could still escape. Yet he ignored their pleas, and with the weight of the fish, he became stuck in the mud and was ultimately swallowed by the flood. Chang Baobao, who had remained on the shore watching the fish, saw his father submerged and attempted to rescue him but was held back by others. After returning home, he spent several days without food or drink, and the neighboring residents, feeling pity for him, would offer him a bit of their meals at mealtime. Alas, he was not worthy of pity, as Miss Shou, the president's daughter, recalling their friendship, brought him supplies, but he only sought to kiss her. Upon hearing of this, President Zhou dispatched someone to give him a good beating. Despite this, they were kind-hearted and helped him recover. After being discharged from the hospital, he remained in a state of confusion, and from then on, he became aimless and reckless. Sister Yuqing wiped her eyes as she recounted this, and just then, a young and beautiful woman entered, calling out, "Yuqing, one bowl of pork rib noodles." When she received no response, she scolded, "Wastrel, where have you gone now? Come back and see how I deal with you." I felt a sense of recognition, as this woman resembled the teacher I had encountered while seeking a position at the middle school. I observed her closely. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, clad in a blue blouse. Upon closer inspection, her beauty was striking, embodying a kind of mature elegance that I marveled silently at how such a beautiful woman could find herself in Hongnan town. Surely, she must be here on business. What luck! I had an encounter with a lovely lady in the morning, and now another in the evening. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon me? The woman from the graveyard might elude my grasp, but to encounter this beauty was indeed a stroke of luck. It seemed that my mother's quest for a plump partner might soon come to an end. Chapter 055. It seems that destiny may be steering me towards matrimony. That I scrutinized her closely, sensing an air of melancholy upon her features, leading me to suspect that she was burdened by some sorrow. How strange! Was she not teaching at a certain middle school in the city? What brought her to this ancient town? Her stature was petite, accentuated by her high heels, which seemed familiar in my mind. "Excuse me, you are not from around here, are you?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. The woman paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at me as a form of acknowledgement. She then busied herself with her steaming bowl of pork rib noodles. Blowing on the hot broth before indulging in the noodles, I could already catch the savory aroma of the pork rib noodles, and I regretted not ordering a bowl for myself. The woman noticed the beggar-like figure I cut, staring at her as she ate, and she became somewhat uncomfortable. She shot me a glance before hastening her pace to finish her meal. Upon completing her dish, she noticed my continued gaze and, feeling flustered, hurriedly slipped on her high heels and left the tea house, leaving me behind. I watched her depart, straining on my toes to catch a final glimpse. Sister Yuqing, observing the scene, offered a sly smile before coming to sit down beside me. "Big front teeth, you've changed quite a bit. You were so shy as a child. Upon seeing a girl, you'd blush without uttering a word. What's this? You're still unmarried. Oh dear, many of your peers in town already have several children." Sister Yuqing continued, "From the way you looked at her, I suspect you have taken an interest in her. I indeed found her captivating. How delightful it would be to have such a stunning woman by my side. It seems that fate may be nudging me towards matrimony." Yet, as I pondered this, a twinge of melancholy washed over me, as the image of Zhou Xiaoyu flickered through my mind. She exuded such modern charm. But given the long-standing enmity between our families, it seemed unlikely that anything could come of it. After much contemplation, I resolved to focus on the present opportunity. Thus, I confessed, not at all. I merely noticed that she did not appear to be a local. Hence my lingering gaze and inquiries. Ultimately, I feigned ignorance and asked, "Sister Yuqing, do you know anything about her?" Sister Yuqing clapped her hands and laughed. "Don't deny it. I have seen countless faces in my time. Do you think I wouldn't recognize interest when I see it? This girl is indeed from out of town, teaching at the primary school. The parents have given her positive feedback. She has been here for several months now. And the young men in town visit the school frequently, but she pays them no mind. The school lacks a cafeteria, so she comes to the tea house for her meals 3 times a day. I suspect, being a single woman, she might be receiving discounts on her meals. You must show interest in her, shave your beard, change your appearance, and adopt a more spirited demeanor. Then, speak to your mother, mentioning that she and Teacher Yang are in the same class." After saying this, she hesitated, casting a sly glance at him, and added, "However, I don't mean to gossip. I fear Teacher Yang might not agree. It seems to me she is already taken." Xiao Bingyi felt assured as long as she remained in the classroom. His mother would certainly not let her slip away upon seeing her. The experienced matron would easily handle the young girl. With years of wisdom, she would never let her escape. At that moment, the girl would likely feign reluctance, hesitating before finally conceding. Humph, taken. It appears she enjoys competition. With a little embellishment, I have no doubt she would soon be smitten. He even regretted not having shed his disguise earlier, leaving behind a tale of instant attraction. Sister Yuqing, you wouldn't understand. Why mother would eagerly seize a woman with ample curves from the streets. Sister Yuqing admonished. You simply do not comprehend. You should inquire with your mother. By the way, I haven't seen her in quite some time. Where has she gone? I took my parents to Nanjing and just returned a couple of days ago. We haven't seen her yet. Sister Yuqing frowned in thought and asked, What? They don't live with you? Rest assured, your father is a regular at the tea house. When he returns, he will surely come for his beloved Biluakun tea. That is his preference. Xiao Bingyi glanced around and inquired, Where is Uncle Yuqing? I haven't seen him. And what about your son? Sister Yuqing tossed aside a rag in frustration, exclaiming, Don't mention him. It will only make you laugh. He is idle and has developed a gambling addiction, utterly unrepentant. Our home is nearly destitute because of him. I alone struggle to keep the tea house afloat, and even when he is home, he acts as if he is blind to my plight, doing nothing but mingling with his disreputable friends. He spends the entire year gambling, stealing cards, playing mahjong, and come autumn, betting on crickets. It drives me to despair. Your father should continue his work. He fears your father. My son is still at his uncle's in Shanghai. I heard he didn't graduate from university and enlisted instead. At this point, I lack the energy to manage him. Sister Yuqing, I recall you came to Hungnan town when I was very young, didn't you? Sister Yuqing lifted her head in reminiscence. Yes, I arrived in the autumn of the 18th year of the Republic, accompanied by an unworthy man. Sister Yuqing, I have never met your son. How old is he this year? Sister Yuqing's eyes reddened as she wiped her face, her voice wavering. He is 22 this year. He has no desire to return home, looks down on this small town, and is further infuriated by his father's gambling habits, which deter him from coming back. I can only manage a visit to Shanghai once a year, just to see him briefly. Xiao Bingyi, perplexed by his son's reluctance to return, advised, With your son absent, I see you are burdened. Could you not hire a young woman or man to assist you? Sister Yuqing sighed. Who doesn't wish for a life of ease? I cannot afford it. The little money I earn is squandered by him. Recently, some people have been eyeing my tea house, urging me to sell it and enjoy a leisurely life. I will not fall for their schemes. If it weren't for my request to President Zhou to intervene, he would be relentless. They don't wish for me to live comfortably. They want to use the tea house to settle gambling debts. These days, they are examining my property deeds, and I fear I have lost everything. The family estate, hundreds of acres of fertile land, has all been gambled away. Thankfully, I purchased this building with my dowry. Otherwise, our family would be left to fend for ourselves. I cannot comprehend what sins I committed to be married to such a scoundrel. Xiao Bingyi replied decisively, Do not worry. The government has prohibited gambling, and there are no gambling houses on the streets. Even if he desires to gamble, there is nowhere to do so. Sister Yuqing shook her head, her frustration evident. He is resourceful. If he cannot find a place on the streets, he will venture into the mountains, seeking out hidden dens that are nearly impossible to locate. If that fails, he will go to Shizhou Lake, where there is food and drink aboard the boats. It is all clandestine and hard to detect. Xiao Bingyi refrained from further inquiries, his thoughts drifting to Chang Baobao, who was nowhere to be seen, prompting him to ask, Sister Yuqing, I saw Chang Baobao just now. Why isn't he here? Sister Yuqing turned to search for Chang Baobao, letting out a sigh. Alas, he is in a pitiable state these days, often going without meals. Chang and his father are gambling companions, and seeing him like this evokes sympathy. He returned to discuss helping out at the tea house. I have a good relationship with his mother, so I agreed. Xiao Bingyi nodded in admiration and asked, What work does he do at the tea house? He is a fire steward. I watched him grow up. From the 3rd grade, he was selling fish with his father. Here, he behaves quite well. When it is busy, he knows how to lend a hand. Please, have a seat. I will go find him. Xiao Bingyi felt a sudden tension at the thought of finding him. Memories of childhood flooded back. He noticed Chang Baobao had changed into a new outfit, indicating Sister Yuqing had already informed him. Rising, he called out, Baobao, do you still remember me? It's Xiao Bingyi. Seeing Baobao's expression remain indifferent, he reminded him, It's amusing. Isn't it? Chang Baobao, unimpressed, sat across from him, squinting as he asked, What do you want? Xiao Bingyi found himself momentarily speechless, politely responding, Nothing much. It has been a long time since we last met. Just catching up. Chang Baobao scrutinized him before a cold smile emerged. You and I are in the same boat, are we not? Have you achieved anything? Xiao Bingyi paused and nodded, hastily pouring tea and asking, Are you doing well? Chang Baobao retorted with another cold laugh. We are hardly different, are we? You think that's good? How ridiculous. Xiao Bingyi felt a pang of embarrassment, managing a wry smile. Indeed, what is wrong with being like us? His intention was to offer comfort, even at his own expense. Unexpectedly, Baobao's demeanor shifted abruptly. What is good about it? Are you offering consolation or mockery? My well-being is none of your concern. With that, he stood, casting a disdainful glance back. Let me tell you. Do not feign sympathy like a cat mourning a mouse. I will not accept it. Xiao Bingyi stood there, feeling genuinely unsettled. What kind of person was he? Did he still hold a grudge from that slap in childhood? Sister Yuqing approached quietly, sitting down beside the dejected Xiao Bingyi, and sighed. Big Tooth, you are childhood friends. Do not take offense. He is simply like that, and I have to be very cautious when assigning him tasks. But I can understand him. He is nearly 30 and has accomplished nothing. Feeling both troubled and sensitive. If you treat him kindly, he thinks you pity him, that if you are brusque, he feels disrespected. That I in truth. He is not entirely bad. I heard him say that a mysterious person tried to coax him into mischief the other day, but he refused. Chapter 056. I am more wrong than Doi. Xiao Bingyi's alertness heightened as he asked Sister Yuqing. Oh, did he mention who tried to recruit him for wrongdoing? Not a word. I wish to understand too. If he were to engage in wrongdoing, I could not keep him around. Alas, such a tragedy. His family was once in the fish-selling business. But after his mother left, his father became addicted to gambling, losing their storefront and home, leaving them with only a shed. Since coming to the tea house, he seldom returns, claiming it stirs painful memories. He stays at the tea house, helping me out. She shifted the conversation. Hey, weren't you working in Nanjing? Now that you're back, will you return there? Xiao Bingyi was momentarily taken aback by Sister Yuqing's question. As she attended to a customer, he placed the meal payment down and prepared to leave. The encounter with women and childhood friends was merely a fleeting episode. His mind remained consumed with worry for his parents' safety. Standing on the middle bridge, he contemplated ways to rescue his parents. He had a gun and grenades on him. With the front and back doors secured, there might be guards present. He could only escape through a narrow alley on the west side. Scaling the wall and jumping into the courtyard. On the street, lights flickered on in every household, casting a soft glow outside. The familiar river and street scenery stirred memories of his childhood, intensifying his yearning to return home. Hoping to see the familiar figures of his family soon, he felt the weight of the gun and two grenade-shaped objects at his waist, and with a gentle leap, he scaled the wall. Just as he was about to rise, he was struck from behind and fell unconscious. When he awoke, he found himself at home, bound to a pillar. Under the dim light of a lampshade, a young and beautiful woman sat with her back to him. Her silhouette eerily familiar. Why did he feel as though he recognized every woman in the world? He noticed two burly men glaring at him. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. He felt as if he had been transported back to an interrogation room. One of the men noticed he had regained consciousness and reported, Sir, he is awake. Should we proceed with the punishment for this traitor? The woman turned, her face concealed, and spoke softly. Xiao Bingyi, you have been liberated and seem to be doing quite well. You wish to sever ties with us, do you not? You need to understand that we are fully aware of your daily movements. The timing of our reckoning will be determined by us. Let me inform you. Your mother is in our custody. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, his gaze fixed on her alluring eyes, clear as water. Those deep, enchanting eyes felt oddly familiar, yet he could not place them. Shaking his head, he still could not recall. Realizing his parents were in their hands filled him with despair, but he was also astonished by her disguise skills. Even Aunt Zhang, who had watched him grow up, had not recognized her. Chang Baobao had also failed to identify her at first. How could this woman see through his disguise? He longed to touch his face to check if his beard remained. But his hands were bound. What have you done to my parents? He asked, panic-stricken. You must answer my questions truthfully from this moment on. Otherwise, you will never see them again. Sir, could you loosen my bindings? I am anxious and fear I cannot think clearly. Did he hope to free himself before making any moves? Do not play tricks that I ask you. Is it you who leaked the whereabouts of Director Chu of the South District Police Station? Xiao Bingyi was so anxious about this that he closed his eyes in frustration, stamping his feet and exclaiming, Oh, I am more wrong than Doi. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe me. That day at noon, Director Chu summoned me to a restaurant. He wanted me to continue serving the party and country, to not go up the mountain, but to remain hidden. He even gave me 2 gold bars as operational funds. In my drunken haze, I was pulled into a car by my colleague. Only upon arrival did I realize that Director Chu was surrounded. If you don't believe me, you can verify it. The woman sneered coldly and whispered, although you didn't have time to report back. Did you have someone else report in secret? For instance, your brother Tail? The police at the station all know about this matter. Are you still trying to deceive me? Xiao Bingyi swore vehemently. Impossible. I didn't bring him that day. Director Chu asked me to take him along, but I considered that his presence would cause trouble, so I sent him away. You should trust me. The woman scoffed. On the contrary, my information is that Tail told the leadership that it was you who instructed him to rush back to report. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, unable to believe that his own brother had framed him. Anger surged to his head like a turbulent sea, and he could not help but roar. Tail, you dog. I've treated you so well, why would you betray me? A wave of bitterness surged in his throat, and he coughed violently. The woman paused for a moment. Do not be agitated. I only wish to clarify the situation. As long as you cooperate, we will not trouble your parents. Let me ask you again. Did you personally kill Chu Ying? Dazed, Xiao Bingyi shook his head and lamented. Madam, you seem very astute. If you knew how poor my shooting skills are, you would never believe such rumors. The woman remained silent for a moment, then stepped back and asked, then who could it have been? Just tell me, even a guess will suffice. I don't know. The window glass was shattered, so it must have been a shot fired from inside the classroom. I couldn't ascertain who it was. I have asked. But no one has admitted to it. I can swear on my mother and father. He felt overwhelmed, realizing he couldn't clarify the situation. So, you neither leaked information nor killed Chu Ying? The woman asked in astonishment. Xiao Bingyi immediately swore, vowing, yes, if I tell a lie, may lightning strike me that I would die and still be fed to the dogs. The woman stared at him coldly for a moment, her gaze pressing. Good. Now let us discuss the third question. You are an elite of the party and country, which has not treated you poorly. Now Shanghai has fallen. The party is in trouble and needs you to join us in turning the tide. Are you willing? Damn, it's the same old tune again. Without this person, would you not survive? Xiao Bingyi cursed inwardly. Speak quickly. The woman snapped impatiently. Xiao Bingyi raised his head in despair, observing the woman before him whose face was obscured. Yet her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled. He shook his head slightly. What I say is the truth. Director Chu indeed treated me well and even advised me during the retreat. I did not agree. I am not someone who changes my mind easily. I have learned a skill. I simply wish to avoid political matters and keep my family safe. The secret police are well informed. You should know why I have yet to receive my police academy diploma. I uphold the principle of not aligning with any faction. This is my bottom line. Pressing further will be of no use. The woman, unable to extract any further information, took a step back. Fine, I understand you. So, would you be willing to become our ally, in the future, both openly and covertly, assist us, for example, by providing any information you have about the communists, including allowing us to use your home as a liaison station? This, I cannot guarantee. I am unemployed and have no opportunity. Xiao Bingyi quickly shook his head, adding, Director Chu said that the communists do not trust police officers like us who have dirt on them. How could they let us know important information? As for the second question, there is no need for me to answer. You already have your answer. The woman sneered. Let me ask you again. You may not attend the award ceremony, but why did you have to kill your brother, Tail? What? Tail is dead. How could I have killed him? It wasn't me. It was the villain. Xiao Bingyi exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment's thought, he added, however, had I known he would stab me in the back, I would have truly dealt with that dog. The woman's demeanor turned fierce. Do you understand your crime? You provided the cause of death for the East District Police Station's director, exposing a female elite of the party. Since you cannot serve the party, keeping you is a danger. Send him on his way quietly. Two burly men immediately pinned Xiao Bingyi down on a long bench and covered his face with a piece of paper soaked in water. That a sudden wave of fear washed over him. With his parents' fate unknown, he felt utterly helpless. His family was truly at the mercy of others, with him as the prey. The burly men added another layer, making his breathing more labored, and he gradually felt he was about to suffocate. His body swelling with pain, his head feeling like it would explode. The burly man lifted the damp paper and asked, Last question. Are you willing to join our organization to resist communism and save the country? Xiao Bingyi gasped for breath, realizing he was at the brink of death, filled with regret. Regret for leaving Nanjing, regret for not saying a word when he left, regret for he imagined his impending execution. Feeling deeply unwilling and still remorseful, he thought about how he hadn't signed the application. Director Song had shamelessly withheld his diploma. From then on, he would find no work and be left to scavenge on the streets. His life felt truly pitiful. He couldn't let this painful experience be in vain, nor could he bring shame to his family. He must act to uphold his long-held principles and defend his dignity with his life. At this moment, he felt as calm as still water. Closing his eyes and saying nothing. In a daze, the wet paper on his face was removed. Chapter 057. Hungnan Town is a wonderful place. The next morning, Xiao Bingyi lay on a hospital bed. Glancing out the window, he saw the gray-white sky drizzling. A nurse exclaimed in surprise as a person entered. In his haze, Xiao Bingyi recognized Zhu Daming watching over him. Understanding that this new benefactor had saved him once more, warmth surged within him, and tears welled up in his throat. Zhu Daming sighed. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, you were startled, but I must scold you. You knew you were supposed to attend the awards ceremony, yet slipped away without a word. I was scolded by the leadership because of you. However, you were fortunate. Comrade Gung Bichon was ambushed while receiving his award. I suspect that shot was meant for you. Did you know someone intended to kill you at the ceremony? Xiao Bingyi grimaced and shook his head. This is obvious. You are well-meaning, publicly promoting and awarding. How could the secret police let a villain go unpunished? Director Zhu, I must clarify. Gung Bichong is talking nonsense. Where is Chu Ying? Even the villain does not know. To say I sent him to report is utterly unfounded. Moreover, my parents have still been captured by the secret police. Their lives are uncertain. I beg you, please save them. Zhu Daming offered vague comfort. Do not worry. I have it under control. Asa local. Could you provide me with a written introduction to the local situation? I need it by 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Bingyi was puzzled as to why he needed to understand the local situation and was about to ask when Zhu Daming had already left. In the afternoon, after a rain shower. The sky cleared. The earth, bathed in the fresh rain, was vibrant and alive, with clouds rising and the sun shining warmly. The sky was as blue as water, and the sunlight shone hotly on Zhu Daming and Xiao Bingyi as they stood on the stone bridge in Hingnan town. Looking in opposite directions, Zhu Daming leaned against the railing, peering through the bridge, gazing at the dark green Hengshan mountain. Xiao Bingyi leaned back against the railing, facing south, where the shimmering waters of Shijiu Lake sparkled at the horizon. After a moment of distant gazing, Zhu Daming remarked, Hengnan town is indeed a wonderful place. With mountains and water, the scenery is exquisite. I am beginning to like it here. Xiao Bingyi, as a local. Please introduce me to the situation in the town. Where are the materials? Xiao Bingyi pulled out the prepared documents and handed them over, saying, the history and overview of the ancient town are all in the materials. Zhu Daming unfolded the thick stack of papers, glancing at Xiao Bingyi, then lowering his head to read. The handwriting was neat and elegant. Hengshan serves as a green shield for Nanjing City, stretching for hundreds of miles with overlapping peaks. 35 summits standing in sequence. From the summit, one can gaze down and capture the essence of the Wu and Yu rivers. For millennia, Hengshan, with its unique cultural charm and natural wonders, has deeply attracted the attention of many. The cliff carvings represented by Shermin are scattered throughout the mountains, narrating their past and present. At the juncture of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, Taibo fled to Wu and built a city here. Thriving for generations. 500 years later, the struggles between Wu and Yu were set in motion. The Battle of Hengshan in 570 BC laid the foundation for the basic territorial pattern of Wu and Chu. Hengshan is often referred to as the head of Wu in the tale of Chu in the Jiadong region, hence frequently appearing in historical texts. In the jar, there are the sun and moon. In dreams, one often wanders to the immortal mountains. This was the praise bestowed upon it by Li Bai, the poet of the Blue Lotus. The town is approximately 4 kilometers from the northern Hengshan and about 7 kilometers from the southern Shijiu Lake. When gazing at Hengshan from the lake, the picturesque scenery is indeed captivating, and the eyes are filled with youthful vigor. The town has had its beginnings since the Han Dynasty, being a renowned ancient town in the Jiangnan area. A 3-mile-long, east-west oriented, J-shaped stone street is traversed by 3 rivers flowing from north to south. It channels the floodwaters from Hengshan and connects with the waters of Shijiu Lake. There are 3 stone bridges in the eastern, central, and western sections. The river running from east to west is referred to as the East Bridge, Central Bridge, and West Bridge, with the water surface resembling a chicken foot. Both the central and west bridges are arch-shaped, flanked by long stone embankments on either side. The residents along the banks are affluent families, capable of docking their boats directly. The East Bridge, however, is a flat bridge, serving as a flood diversion channel. Due to a nearby yellow mud pond upstream, it is also known as the Yellow Bridge. The waters flowing beneath the bridge connect the small town with the outside world. Prior to the War of Resistance, both large and small vessels could reach the riverside wharf directly. When the Japanese forces occupied the town, they constructed a cobblestone road to the south and built a single-arch stone bridge, allowing only small boats to dock. After observing the remaining materials, Zhu Daming decided to stop looking and stuff them into his trouser pockets. Perplexed, he asked, Xiao Bingyi, I can understand you, but when I listen to the townspeople, I cannot comprehend. What is the reason behind this? Xiao Bingyi chuckled and replied, the materials contain explanations. The local dialect belongs to the Wu dialect group, also referred to as the water dialect. Locals can converse in Mandarin with outsiders. But when discussing everyday matters among themselves, it becomes difficult for outsiders to understand. Zhu Daming nodded in acknowledgement and further inquired, when you speak the water dialect, does it specifically refer to the residents around Shijiu Lake? Do they also speak in that manner? Xiao Bingyi, uncertain about the nuances of his query, replied, it's somewhat similar. The dialect spoken in Gaosan across the lake and Linshui to the east is quite alike. Yet there are differences. For instance, in the ancient town, people say it's raining, while in Linshui, they say it's watering. All fall under the water dialect. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Daming asked, your father graduated from high school in this county. Why did you go to Nanjing for high school? Which year did you go? Xiao Bingyi's expression darkened with sorrow. He recounted. My father was originally the head of the police station in town. In the first half of 1943, to save someone, he was brutally beaten by the Japanese military officer stationed here. He was imprisoned for over a month and returned home barely alive, with restrictions placed on our family. Only allowed to leave the town for legitimate reasons. Fearing further trouble, my father feigned sending me to my grandmother's house in Nanjing, which was merely a cover. After the Japanese investigation, they did not approve. I saw an advertisement for high school entrance exams in Nanjing and used that as an excuse to participate, managing to pass by sheer luck, the year the War of Resistance ended. I secretly passed the entrance exam for the Central Police Academy. By the end of the semester, I excelled in all subjects except for shooting. My parents counted on their fingers at home, eagerly awaiting my graduation and the salary that would help repay our debts. Unexpectedly, the day before graduation, Director Song Zhongjin summoned me for a discussion, stating that I had failed the shooting test and, according to new regulations, could not receive my diploma. If I signed the application, I could immediately receive my diploma and be assigned to an important department. That I adhered to my father's principle of being unaffiliated with any party and relying solely on my abilities, thus refraining from a definitive response. Little did I know, he resorted to underhanded tactics, inciting his subordinates to falsely accuse me of harboring red literature. I was beaten and detained for several days. Eventually, when someone threatened to expose this incident, they had no choice but to release me. My diploma was withheld, and I was ordered to leave the academy that very day, confident in my skills. I believed there was no way I could not find a place in such a vast city. I left, unwilling to let my parents know the truth and disappoint them, so I sought work. All of which was secretly controlled by Director Song. Those familiar with me knew I had always been stubborn. In my dire straits, my friend Xiao encouraged me to scavenge in the streets. After several months, I was discovered by Chu Ying and joined the Southern District Police Station. He first made me a team leader and later promoted me to detective, even providing me with housing so I could bring my parents to Nanjing. I did not disappoint him. Cases of espionage, kidnapping, theft, and smuggling were swiftly resolved, thanks to the clues provided by my friends from scavenging. Zhu Daming listened with rapt attention, then posed a similar question regarding Zhongrong. Xiao Bingyi candidly expressed, I hold doubts about your reasons for refusing to join the Secret Service. Nanjing is under nationalist control, and you are at the Central Police Academy, exposed to plenty of subversive propaganda. You were waiting to graduate to earn a salary and support your family. An explanation of your nonpartisan stance is hardly convincing. Chapter 058. A single incident altered my fate. Xiao Bingyi felt a touch of embarrassment at Zhu Daming's forthrightness. After a moment of silence, he murmured, after the War of Resistance ended, the Secret Service arrested my father on charges of being a traitor. He told me that when they captured him, they claimed it was punishment for treason. Upon entering the interrogation room, they declared that he had saved members of the new Fourth Army, labeling it as a crime of communism. Our family could not fathom this, regardless of who my father had saved. He was at least a patriot fighting against the Japanese. Yet, he was beaten severely and left on the brink of death. I felt powerless, forced to bury my anger and hatred deep within. Observing his response, Zhu Daming realized it closely mirrored Zhongrong's conjecture. After a moment of reflection, he slowly nodded. This can be rationalized, yet there is one thing I do not understand. You excelled in all subjects. Why could you not pass the shooting test? Xiao Bingyi hesitated, his expression growing darker. I was enrolled in criminal investigation, focusing on solving cases, not wasting energy on shooting practice. Zhu Daming shook his head with a cryptic smile. Xiao Bingyi, our conversation should be a mutual exchange of hearts. I always feel you are not entirely candid. This reasoning is also hard to believe. What kind of place is the police academy? Could it allow you to skate by without proficiency? Is it logical for someone like Song to favor someone who cannot even shoot? Xiao Bingyi nodded respectfully, smiling as he replied, actually, before going to Nanjing, my father taught me how to shoot. The truth is, one incident changed everything for me. His demeanor darkened further, a surge of righteous indignation overtaking him, not long after I arrived at the police academy. They arrested a female teacher named Hu Jingrong, who taught Chinese political philosophy, accusing her of being a communist. That I heard she insisted on having student representatives present during the execution, and I was among 10 students selected. Before the execution, Director Song introduced her as someone who had infiltrated important departments of the party for years, stealing a wealth of intelligence for Yan'an. Had it not been for a tip-off, she would have continued her covert operations. The purpose of the police academy was to root out communists and eliminate them. I watched her being led to the execution ground, her body stained with blood. Her fingers stuck together in a gruesome sight. She could no longer stand, yet she struggled to rise, filled with righteous resolve. I still remember her last words. Students, the 8-year war of resistance has just ended. The people need to recuperate. The nationalists are about to ignite a civil war. While they proclaim collaboration between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, they secretly persecute dissenters. Students, open your eyes. The only force capable of saving China is communism, as she faced her demise. She recited 4 lines of poetry. At that moment, the new students shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. I, however, did not look away. For the first time, my spirit experienced a profound shock. I was left bewildered, pondering what power could inspire such fearlessness in a woman. It was the power of faith. Comrade Hu Jingrong was a noble daughter of the party. Zhu Daming replied gravely, his expression thoughtful. Why did she choose you and 9 others to witness the execution? Were you familiar with her beforehand? Xiao Bingyi considered for a moment and shook his head. Not really. We had only exchanged a few words, a routine matter. You had a conversation? What did you discuss? Zhu Daming asked in astonishment. Xiao Bingyi nodded and explained, at the start of the term, all instructors assess the new students. During her first class, she handed out a test paper. I struggled with her subject, failing to answer many simple questions. She called me to her office afterward. Zhu Daming reiterated his question. What did you discuss? Did anyone else know? Xiao Bingyi responded. Others knew. It wasn't just me. Both high and low scores were called in. She remarked that she was surprised by my self-study abilities after reviewing my records. She inquired about my family situation and advised me that since I had chosen the police academy, I must excel in Chinese political philosophy. A good officer should be well-rounded. Zhu Daming, still not satisfied, fixed his lantern-like eyes on him and asked, was that all? Did she say nothing else? I mean, during your conversation. Did she give you any hints or signals, even through her eyes? No. Xiao Bingyi shook his head. She was shot multiple times and fell. That night, I tossed and turned restlessly. I enrolled in the police academy to combat evil and promote justice, to ensure peace for the people and restore the beautiful days of spring. Yet, after this incident, I realized there was a requirement at the academy. Every student must pass the test of executing communists. I did not wish to be embroiled in party conflicts, so I lied to the doctor at the hospital, claiming that the sound of gunfire made me panic and dizzy when aiming. The doctor diagnosed it as a psychological disorder. The academy did not believe me and only relented after consulting the doctor. By the way, can I have my gun back? Zhu Daming handed over the gun and 2 clips of ammunition, saying, 2 grenades. I'll give them to you when you go to the office. Where did this gun come from? Xiao Bingyi took the gun, wiped it with his sleeve, and mumbled. Chu Ying gave it to me when he appointed me as a detective. Zhu Daming looked at him, shook his head, and smiled, saying, Xiao Bingyi, let me remind you, the distinctions between the Kuomintang and communist forces are vast and numerous. The most fundamental difference is exemplified in the relationship between officers and soldiers, particularly reflected in the terminology. I'll say it again. Do not refer to yourself as little man in the future. We are all comrades, brothers. Tell me, why did Chu Ying seek you out? Xiao Bingyi, with a complex mix of emotions, shook his head slightly and sighed deeply. Song Zhongjian had recommended a person of low character to him, and due to the latter's instinct for survival, he had unraveled the mystery of a Japanese spy case, leaving him in awe. Setting aside the factional disputes, the individual was genuinely grateful to him for lending a helping hand during difficult times. Upon discovering his true identity as a spy, he began to distance himself. Truth be told, despite being a spy, he was not without merit. He was passionate about talent and had a strong sense of justice, often standing up for the oppressed. He was unwaveringly loyal to his beliefs. While others fled to Taiwan, he chose to remain undercover, fantasizing about saving a collapsing edifice. You may call him foolish, for nothing could escape his notice, or you may deem him astute, yet he engaged in such seemingly foolish actions. After speaking, Xiao Bingyi hesitated momentarily before confessing, Director Zhu, one must be honest and act according to one's conscience. On the day of the encirclement of Chu Ying, he indeed had shared a drink with the individual. He had not given up hope on him, urging him to go undercover rather than retreating, even providing him with 2 gold bars. When they parted, the individual had drunk too much and was unaware of how he returned home. Nor did he know where he had gone. Let it be known, the individual did not commission anyone to report his whereabouts. Moreover, the one who shot him was not the individual. A gun misfiring could not lead to an instant death. Multiple shots had been fired simultaneously, and Li, the squad leader, mistakenly believed it was the individual who had shot him, but that was not the case. He released the burdens that had been suffocating him. Suddenly feeling considerably lighter, Director Zhu Daming, astonished, inquired, Oh, is this so? Why did he give you gold bars? Where are they? Xiao Bingyi explained that it was for evidence against Captain Chun of the prison, who was a spy. During their conversation, he had intentionally lamented his family's hardships. Little did he know that within a night, Captain Chin had informed Chu Ying of the situation when he met him that noon. It was with this pretext that he had given him the gold bars. Mentioning the gold bars reminded him of his parents' safety. Director Zhu, I have a question for you. Did you send my parents back to Hongnan Town that day? Zhu Daming shook his head and smiled. No. Do you seem to doubt my work? Let me assure you, your parents are currently very safe. But tell me, why did you leave without saying a word? Do you not care about your position? Why then, have you explained so much to me? Xiao Bingyi quickly shook his head. I returned home without permission solely out of concern for my parents' safety. I care greatly about my position. The thought of being able to suppress crime for the people fills me with pride. I long to don the uniform of the People's Liberation Army and bring honor to my parents. This is my heartfelt confession. When I borrowed your uniform that day, I felt an overwhelming sense of freedom. As for sharing those circumstances with you, my professional experience has taught me that the truth cannot remain hidden forever. It is better to confess than to be exposed by others. Zhu Daming felt a sense of fulfillment. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, I have gained a great deal today, and my understanding of you has deepened. I still have doubts, for you do not seem to be one who would take petty advantages. Why then have you earned the nickname Little Advantage? I heard that on your first day of work, you went to the market in uniform to buy vegetables. Is that true? Xiao Bingyi explained with a bitter smile. Little Advantage was coined by Chu Ying. He grew up in Shanghai and speaks with a Wu dialect. When he called my name, even I heard it as Little Advantage. When he called Gung Bichong, it sounded like tail-end bug. Furthermore, there were those who wanted to recruit you for significant matters. But you were not interested and could not refuse. What is the best way to evade such situations? There is another reason he cannot express. His mother, while shopping for vegetables, would follow curvaceous women, asking them questions. The young women he frequently encountered at the market all knew about Yang's only son, who was eager to marry a woman with a generous figure. Because of this, he was often notified that someone was looking for him outside the door. Only upon meeting did he realize they came to see what Officer Xiao looked like. After their parents saw him, they all disapproved for a remarkably consistent reason. He was handsome and worked at a good institution. At such an age, without a partner, he must have something wrong with his mind. Zhu Daming nodded slightly. So, you intended to cultivate an image of being unambitious, causing Chu Ying to lose confidence in you? Xiao Bingyi added his genuine thoughts. To speak candidly, I do appreciate a small gain, as long as it is not through theft or robbery. What is wrong with that? Who does not desire to benefit? If I can save a little when purchasing something, why not? I have become cautious due to past hardships. Economizing in life is also a family value. In modern terms, we call it frugality. About that director's song. Has he gone to Taiwan? Zhu Daming asked. Xiao Bingyi shook his head. I am not sure. I heard Chu Ying mention it once. He seemed to have gone to Shanghai just before the liberation of Nanjing. Zhu Daming scrutinized him for a moment before asking, to be honest, I also have hopes for you. You wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on me, would you? What sort of fast one? Xiao Bingyi asked, puzzled. Feigning ignorance, Zhu Daming replied straightforwardly. Xiao Bingyi silently shook his head. Director Zhu, now that we are liberated, there is no need to pretend any longer. When you say you have hopes for me, what do you mean? Zhu Daming did not directly answer his question. He gazed at the fiery sunset in the western sky, quietly watching the sun slowly sink. He recalled the conversation he had with his superiors the day before. After the commendation meeting, personnel from the military administration had sought him out for a discussion. The leaders had spoken with a serious demeanor, leaving him troubled and conflicted. The leader had solemnly stated that the current infiltration by enemy spies was rampant. Shifting their focus to the outskirts of Nanjing, they had been ambushing or burning food convoys destined for the city, attacking grain requisition teams. This gang of bandits had scattered into smaller groups, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the anti-bandit forces. More importantly, according to captured high-level spies from Shanghai, a senior agent codenamed Phantom might be hiding in Nanjing. Though their gender remained unknown, it was reported that he had once received a call from this entity, who claimed to be Phantom, seeking to speak with him. The voice had belonged to a woman. This person had rarely been seen since before the war, and even earlier, those who had encountered her were either deceased or had relocated to Taiwan. During the retreat, he had overheard superiors reveal that Phantom remained on the mainland. With a list in hand, she had consolidated various factions to serve as the commander of the infiltrating spies in the Nanjing area. It was said that she had experience in Shanghai, her accent tinged with Wu dialect and the intonations of those from the Shurjiao Lake region. The higher-ups speculated that she was likely from Hongnan Town. Specific details were still under investigation. Currently, that town had become a hotspot for numerous spies from the Bureau of Secret Service, with frequent sabotage activities resulting in multiple bloodshed incidents. The town secretary, who also served as acting mayor, came from an underground party background. Just a few days after taking office, he had been kidnapped by spies, along with 2 police officers retained in the town. Not sparing even the financial officer or the cook, their bodies had been discovered in the wilderness yesterday. The higher-ups decided to dispatch a group of capable officers from the military administration to that town to mobilize the masses and organize militia to capture spies. With the main focus on Guqing County, the decision was made for Comrade Zhu Daming to go to Hengnan Town at the southern foot of Hengshan to oversee government and military administration work. The primary task was to maintain public order while gathering intelligence on the enemy and identifying the overall leader, aiming to obtain the list and capture them all. Furthermore, it was noted that the city military administration had sealed off the mountain roads surrounding Nanjing, cutting off supplies to the spies in the mountains and forcing them down that if they broke through the blockade, they would inevitably resort to violence and theft. It was imperative to enhance security measures in Hengnan Town. Zhu Daming listened intently, though internally he was in turmoil. Ever since he entered the city, watching troops continuously depart for the front lines had left him anxious about the battlefield. Deep down, he was reluctant to accept this assignment. Faced with the serious expressions of the individuals discussing matters, he felt it inappropriate to decline. This officer, who was very conscious of organizational discipline, was deeply conflicted and finally asked, "Chief, will I be going alone?" The chief responded, "In principle, yes. A female officer named Lu Hui will accompany you, focusing on women's work in the government. She is from Nanjing and joined our party during her time at Shanghai University. Under the guise of a newspaper reporter, she engaged in underground work, risking her life to send information out of the city on the eve of Shanghai's liberation. She expressed a desire to develop her hometown and gain grassroots experience. You can also select 2 to 3 comrades from the Bureau, primarily those with experience in reconnaissance and case resolution. As Zhu Daming contemplated this, he glanced at Xiao Bingyi's eager eyes and sighed. "I have already been assigned here and reported for duty yesterday afternoon. You have also been formally approved for retention, and I would like to seek your opinion." As the ancient said, as the setting sun paints the evening clouds. "Where in life is there not splendor? Do you wish to stay and fight alongside me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Bingyi shook his head. "If you truly wish to assist me, let me return to the police bureau. I also want to build my hometown. However, I specialize in criminal investigation, and there is no space in this small town for me to utilize my expertise. Please do not mock me when I say this. But my greatest wish in this life is to solve a monumental case and become the foremost detective in the East." Zhu Daming nodded, then shook his head. "Let me ask you, in your opinion, where will the secret agents of the Bureau of Secret Service be now?" Xiao Bingyi was taken aback by the question, hesitating before stammering. "Well, I haven't given it serious thought." After a moment's reflection, he said, "They should still be around. Probably in the outskirts of Nanjing." That he had heard from bandits about 30 or so individuals arriving in Hengnan Town, though he was unsure of the truth. Zhu Daming nodded, taking a deep breath. "Indeed, that is the case. According to the confessions of captured agents, many spies infiltrated under various identities just before the liberation. In the hidden corners of Nanjing, there exists a disorganized assembly known as the People's Anti-Communist Salvation Army of Suzhou, Zhujiang, and Anhui, composed of desperate fugitives. Can they truly ensure stability for the populace? You, a skilled criminal investigator, seem to find no opportunity to apply your expertise." Xiao Bingyi has come to realize that his primary task in Hengnan Town is to apprehend spies, a mission that contradicts his principle of remaining apolitical. Reflecting on Qiu Shaoqiu's concerns regarding these individuals, he hesitates to voice his fears directly, opting instead to decline with alternative excuses. Director Zhu assures him, "I wish to take 2 elders with me to Nanjing. The nature of criminal investigation is relentless, making it challenging to care for the elderly. The town lacks electricity and has limited access to water. Moreover, with so many spies congregating in the ancient town, he fears repercussions from Chu Ying's subordinates against the old folks." Zhu Daming, eager to assuage his worries, replies, "Your concerns are valid, but they are not insurmountable. We will protect your family. Is there anything else troubling you?" Xiao Bingyi stammers, "I have one more question. Are you alone here? Did you not bring a large force?" Zhu Daming candidly informs him, due to the main force continuing southward. "We currently have only 1 reinforced platoon in the town." He then somberly adds, "Lieutenant Yuan was a combat hero, recently approved for the front lines. In his haste to handle the transition, he came to fetch me yesterday. Leading a squad to Hengshi, they were ambushed by spies and all valiantly perished. Li Xiaoman is bringing reinforcements this afternoon. He is eager to see combat, but has expressed considerable discontent about being transferred to the ancient town." Zhu Daming earnestly encourages him, "You are now officially a member of the People's Public Security. If you choose to stay. We currently have 5 armed personnel from the Military Management Committee. I plan to have Li Xiaoman command the troops and establish a militia, while Lu Hui mobilizes the community to form a women's rescue committee. I wish for you to oversee the elimination of spies, tasked with tracking their movements, while being publicly designated as a special police envoy, akin to the position held by Director Long at the Municipal Bureau. We will retain the local police officer Chen Minggao, Though I am not yet fully acquainted with him, he will maintain street security. I will oversee all operations and provide support to you." Upon hearing Zhu Daming's words, Xiao Bingyi's complexion turns pale, and he appears to tremble slightly. Zhu, puzzled, inquires, "Xiao Bingyi, what troubles you?" Chapter 060. When Mountains Do Not Move. Water flows listening to Zhu's words. Xiao Bingyi inwardly laments his predicament. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. He has no desire to become embroiled in party struggles, yet he is being assigned to spy elimination, an authentic political conflict. He attempts to emphasize the difficulties in hopes of swaying Zhu's decision, presenting the facts. The northern boundary of Hengnan town borders the complex terrain of Sansan County, where spies are likely to establish strongholds. To the south lies Shurjiu Lake, vast in expanse and another confluence of 3 counties, surrounded by extensive reed marshes where spies may be gathering significant forces. The current military presence is insufficient to counter this threat. He previously mentioned that Hengnan town might be a hub for spy infiltration, and he feels ill-equipped to handle such a responsibility. Ultimately, he proposes a strategic retreat by suggesting to Zhu Daming, "Director Zhu, may I request a reassignment? Allow me to maintain street security instead, if possible." This is his compromise, allowing him to serve as a police officer without engaging in partisan conflict. The task of dealing with spies would fall to Chen Minggao. Zhu Daming studies him for a moment, comprehending his intentions, and shakes his head, saying, "Xiao Bingyi, let me remind you, while I do not oppose your apolitical stance, being apolitical does not equate to lacking a position. What are we here to accomplish? The larger objective is to eliminate bandits. Our specific duty is to mobilize the masses and establish joint defenses, identify the hiding places of spies, and ultimately capture them all." Restoring clarity to the liberated region. Noticing Xiao Bingyi standing there, seemingly dazed, Zhu emphasizes, "As you put it, we must provide the people with a beautiful April day." He reflects on his previous efforts to win over Chu Ying. Realizing now that Xiao Bingyi possesses a sharp mind and numerous ideas. If he were to ascend the mountains or go into hiding, it would indeed be troublesome. Zhu concludes, "You claim to uphold an apolitical principle, but I see a lack of principle." Observing the rapid changes in Xiao Bingyi's expression, Zhu internally scolds him, "You sly rascal." He then smiles and patiently elaborates on the intentions of their superiors and his expectations of Xiao Bingyi. Xiao Bingyi understands he now stands at a crossroads in life. To remain in the town to apprehend spies or resign and return to Nanjing. Resigning would lead him down the same path as his father, forever abandoning the dream of becoming a detective. Altering his principles is not an option, yet neither is forsaking his dreams. What is he to do? Zhu Daming, sensing his turmoil, unceremoniously grasps his hand. "We welcome you to join us. Do not hesitate. You possess some insight into the inner workings of the Bureau of Secret Services. We operate in the open, while they lurk in the shadows. I seek your advice on how to deal with these infiltrating spies." Xiao Bingyi, roused by this inquiry, finds clarity and inspiration. He realizes that remaining in the town is feasible. He can contribute verbally without resorting to violence, offering suggestions that do not breach his principles. He contemplates for a moment before proposing 2 strategies. First, they must take the initiative to gather intelligence on the enemy. The Military Management Committee is understaffed, and the government personnel are merely retained workers. The committee finds itself in a predicament akin to a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, unable to take action. They should employ soldiers in civilian attire to gather intelligence under various identities and monitor enemy movements. Second, they should pursue a dual approach, undermining the morale of the spies. The infiltrating spies realize that there is no hope from the party state. With no route to Taiwan, they face either death or imprisonment. The Military Management Committee should amplify its propaganda efforts, publicly announcing policies of amnesty and rewards for meritorious service, acknowledging that some may fear retribution from the Bureau of Secret Services. The committee could establish a discreet avenue for them to confess their intentions without fear of consequences. This would serve to reduce the number of infiltrators while simultaneously gathering valuable intelligence. Zhu Daming nods repeatedly, finding both suggestions commendable, with Xiao Bingyi tasked with their implementation. Xiao Bingyi is taken aback, thinking, "How is it that after making suggestions, I am now expected to execute them?" Zhu Daming does not allow him further contemplation, assigning him a task to swiftly investigate the kidnapping and murder of the town secretary, deputy town mayor, and 3 others, as well as the ambush of Lieutenant Yuan. Having assigned the task, Zhu Daming leads him to the office of the Military Management Committee. The town government and Military Management Committee share a combined office, temporarily located to the south of the street at the home of the Zhao family, a local landlord. The courtyard, facing north, opens onto the street, surrounded by a row of single-story buildings serving as a wall. Xiao Bingyi, having never been inside as a child, enters the courtyard with curiosity. The courtyard spans over 20 acres, with 2 identical buildings standing at the eastern wall, oriented north to south. The small tiled white walls feature 3 large openings. The eastern wall of the buildings connects with the surrounding wall, separated from the riverside by a cart path. Upon entering the northern building, the two structures have a central passage between them. With 4 rooms divided on either side, a courtyard separates the two buildings, with side doors on the east and west. Above the second floor, wooden corridors encircle the courtyard. Behind the southern building lies a small courtyard enclosed by single-story buildings, housing over 10 rooms for the station troops. The ground floor of the two buildings, from north to south, houses the offices of the Military Management Committee and the town government. A temporary central granary has been established to the south of the courtyard, while the western wall is also lined with single-story buildings, home to several soldiers tasked with guarding the granary. Zhu Daming takes Xiao Bingyi into the northern building's western office, where Li Xiaoman is slumped over a desk, looking dejected. I have chosen the wrong side. The southern troops are nearing Fujian, yet I have been summoned here to guard this place. Zhu Daming responds sternly, Xiaoman, this is also a battlefield, an invisible front. Do not mistake the current calm for a lack of conflict. The struggles here are far more brutal than those on the front lines. With your promotion, your ideological awareness must also advance. Do not grumble the moment we meet. He sits down, smiling. Now that you are here, you must commit to your work. Since you are here, you might as well make yourself comfortable. Xiao Bingyi has expressed his willingness to stay, along with retained police officer Chun Minggao and Lu Hui, totaling 5 individuals. They plan to enjoy some drinks in the evening while discussing work. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls from outside. What about me? Why am I not included? The 3 turn to see a shadowy figure at the door. Upon entering, they recognize it as Gung Bichong, prompting varied reactions among them. Gung Bichong, why have you come? I did not summon you. Zhu Daming says, clearly surprised and bewildered. Xiao Bingyi scrutinizes him, feeling a pang of annoyance as memories of past grievances resurface. He contemplates confronting Gung but refrains from causing a scene in front of Director Zhu. Muttering under his breath, you wretched scoundrel, how do you manage to evade death so effortlessly? Li Xiaoman explains, the chief went to the hospital to visit the injured soldiers. Upon hearing that Brother Xie had returned to his hometown, he requested permission to come to Hengnan town, claiming that his arm injury would not hinder his work. Gung, unashamed, boasts, without me, nothing would get done. Xiao Bingyi observes the smug demeanor of Gung and thinks resentfully. You are a calamity, akin to a stubborn adhesive. Once attached, you cannot be rid of. Gung Bichong, now clad in military attire, appears overly jubilant. He spins around with his arm hanging, proclaiming, the world is about connections. I cannot part ways with Brother Xie. If you wish to rid yourself of me, it is simply impossible. This must be the will of heaven. I heed the divine teachings. I shall not be a red flower, but a green leaf. Brother Xie, do not wait for me, and do not doubt me. If you were to scavenge through garbage, it would be because you have yet to encounter me, since our paths crossed. Has everything not gone smoothly for you? I willingly step aside for you, enabling your rise to prominence. We are 2 peas in a pod, brothers in adversity. To celebrate Lieutenant Li's promotion to Deputy Company Commander. He has brought several pounds of pig's head meat, having heard that the wine in Hengnan town is exceptional, but he did not bring any. With a flourish, he places the pig's head meat on the table, provocatively glancing at Xiao Bingyi before steering the conversation toward topics of mutual interest. Xiao Ge, do you know where my parents are? If it weren't for you, would you still be able to see them? Xiao Bingyi, filled with excitement, eagerly inquired, what? You have seen my parents? He then asked Zhu Daming, where did you transfer my parents that day? The spies deceived me and captured my parents. Gung Bichong interjected, don't listen to their bluster. Your parents are at my home. Director Zhu asked me to take good care of the elders. What? You didn't know? Xiao Bingyi finally set aside his anxious heart, but was soon irritated by Gung Bichong's incessant following. How could he not shake off this pest? Even after retreating to the countryside, memories of the past year, filled with suffering due to this inept companion, flooded his mind, causing his frustration to deepen and a storm cloud to settle on his face. Chapter 61. Uncontrollable anger. Xiao Bingyi sat there with a grim expression, fixated on Gung Bichong, growing increasingly vexed. His mind was in turmoil, and his heart tumultuous. Damn it, this person escaped from Nanjing, yet harbored thoughts of staying 8 feet away from him. As the saying goes, if you can't provoke, you can at least avoid. Now, this person was still pursuing him, and his heart, which had yet to fully relax, tightened again. Watching Gung Bichong flail about, he couldn't help but reminisce about Journey to the West. Feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. As a child, he found it hard to understand why the disciples had to endure numerous trials when it was Guanyin Bodhisattva's mission to fetch the scriptures. Zhou Xiaoyu once posed a question. Since Sun Wukong could leap 10,000 miles with a single somersault, why not let him go alone? Why bring along such a motley crew, especially the gluttonous and lazy Zhu Beiji? Surely, such individuals would only hinder Sun Wukong's mission. At that time, he thought Zhou Xiaoyu's reasoning held merit, but he couldn't grasp it fully. Now, however, he understood. Life is a series of obstacles and tribulations. Without hardship, one must create it. The journey to the West is but a pretense, while the true test for the disciples is genuine. They must endure trials to attain the so-called true scriptures. He comprehended what hardship truly means. Having Gung Bichong tag along would prevent him from eating well or sleeping soundly, subjecting him to constant discomfort and anxiety. Perhaps having Gung Bichong follow him was heaven's test for him. It seems he could never rid himself of this burden in this lifetime, as he was lost in these bitter memories. A melodious female voice broke through his thoughts. Haha, I thought it was quiet here. Why is it so lively? Has Director Zhu received guests? A woman entered, exuding excitement. The crowd turned towards the entrance, their eyes brightening. A graceful, slender lady glided in. Zhu Daming hurriedly introduced, Come, let me introduce. This is Comrade Lu Hui. Before he could finish, Gung Bichong rushed forward to shake hands, his chubby lips trembling. Miss Lu, I am Comrade Gung Bichong. I'm so glad we are comrades. You look stunning in your military uniform. Lu Hui smiled warmly, but her gaze darted toward the stunned Xiao Bingyi. He was utterly entranced by her beauty, his eyes wide in disbelief. At around 23 or 24 years old, with long black hair braided and pinned under her military cap. Her uniform accentuated her feminine curves perfectly. Her face, resembling a ripe red apple, was captivating, making one yearn to reach out and touch it. With a slight smile, her lips curled upwards, her nose straight and elegant. Her dark phoenix eyes sparkled like a clear lake, deep and enchanting. Wait, wasn't she the beautiful woman at the tomb of Chu Ying? Yes, he recognized her, and his heart raced, leaving him flustered. Suddenly, he raised his hands. Fingers forming a circle, his lantern-like eyes fixated on her enchanting gaze. That he stared and stared until his hands began to tremble, and the world around him blurred. Zhu Daming, interrupted by Gung Bichong, frowned slightly before continuing with his introduction. This is Deputy Commander Li Xiaoman of the Reconnaissance Company. A combat hero from Baoding, a sharp and handsome young man. He looked to Xiao Bingyi and continued, This is Comrade Xiao Bingyi, an expert in criminal investigation. Noticing Xiao Bingyi's strange demeanor, he ceased his introduction. Confused, he asked, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, what are you looking at? Xiao Bingyi, hearing the question, seemed to snap back to reality. He first touched his waist, then reached for Li Xiaoman's gun holster. Li Xiaoman swiftly covered his weapon, annoyed. Xiao Bingyi, what is wrong with you? Xiao Bingyi broke free and stepped back suddenly, pointing at Lu Hui and exclaiming, You? She is a spy. He seized Zhu Daming's arm urgently. Quick, arrest her. She is the head of the spies. Everyone present was taken aback. Zhu Daming urged him to sit down and asked what was wrong. Xiao Bingyi plopped into a chair, pointing at Lu Hui, whose face had darkened, trembling with anger. I have seen those eyes before. Although beautiful, they are wicked. She captured me once and nearly killed me. Zhu Daming glanced at Lu Hui, who chuckled softly, and suddenly everything clicked into place for him. He smacked his forehead and said, Misunderstanding. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, do not be afraid. She was assigned last night to conduct a necessary test on you. Xiao Bingyi was stunned by this revelation, but he slowly raised his head, staring at Zhu Daming, then lifted a hand to point at him, his lips trembling. His expression reflected profound humiliation. Turning his gaze fiercely towards Lu Hui, he stomped his foot and scoffed, turning to leave. Gung Bichong shot a glance at everyone and dashed after him, calling out, Xiaoge, wait for me. If you leave, I want to have anyone to drink with tonight. How about we go out for a drink? Li Xiaoman, puzzled, asked Zhu Daming, what is wrong with him? Is he going mad? Zhu Daming was about to explain when Xiao Bingyi stormed back, pointing at him and shouting, Hearing you call me comrade makes me feel happy. As the saying goes, trust those you employ, do not employ those you doubt. How could I have known you were playing both sides? You speak well, yet your hands are on the dagger. For this, you are worse than Chu Ying. Li Xiaoman, unable to bear it, stepped forward and slapped his arm down, exclaiming, Xiao Bingyi, what is wrong with you? Do you even know what kind of person Director Zhu is? Do you still want to work here? Xiao Bingyi, filled with resentment, lashed out at anyone nearby, directing his anger towards the young officer. And you, a mere deputy commander of a small squad, what authority do you have? Just 22 or 23, and you think you're something special. You strut around, finding fault with everything. How much injustice have I endured because of you? He glared with wide eyes. Tell me, which I saw me kill Chu Ying. Who asked you to prove it? Lu Hui, somewhat apologetic, tried to explain, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, please let me clarify. You don't understand. Each of us comrades should be ready to accept organizational tests at any time. You, Xiao Bingyi shot her a glance, her radiant appearance causing his anger to recede slightly. Ultimately, he couldn't bear to offend her, but last night's ordeal left him infuriated. disregarding everything else. Get away from me. I want to argue with a woman. How could you be so ruthless? If I were to die at your hands, it would be a disgrace to the Xiao family. You appear sweet and beautiful, yet your heart is dark and vile. Geng Bichong, trembling in fear, realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have done. If this continued, he might be sent home. He had initially thought that associating with Xiaogu would lead to a bright future. But at this rate, how could that happen? Believing himself to be closest to Xiaogu, he felt compelled to step in to control the situation. Xiaogu, you've insulted everyone. What is going on? Didn't you tell me to respect the leaders? Xiao Bingyi's anger surged again, his expression one of fury that could strangle him. You think you can meddle in this? I haven't even had the chance to settle scores with you yet. If you keep talking, I'll flatten you. A tear escaped his eye. Ever since you followed me, I haven't had a moment of peace. If you want to earn merits, go ahead and do it. Why drag me along? You nearly caused my family to be destroyed. Let me tell you, a person needs face, and a tree needs its bark. Without skin and blood, how can you follow me? Aren't you ashamed? He gasped for breath, wiped his eyes, and his chest heaved violently. Glancing around at the others, he had vented his frustrations. He swayed slightly, dazed, and stumbled out, muttering to himself, I'm done playing with you all. He tripped on the threshold and fell heavily, lying on the bed in a daze. Yet he could hear the voices of several people outside, so he quietly leaned against the door to eavesdrop. I don't know what Xiaogu has been through. Having been close to him for nearly a year, I've never seen him so angry. He has always been low-key. When people called him little cheap, he was still pleased. I can't understand it. Despite the injustices he faced in the old society, he never complained. The People's Liberation Army treats him so well, yet he grumbles. Xiao Bingyi recognized the voices of his followers and felt a surge of resentment. Chapter 62. The Joy of Secret Affection. He discerned Zhu Daming's voice. Comrade Lu Hui, I'm truly sorry to have dragged you into this. This guy, I don't know what's wrong with him. He can shamelessly scavenge in the streets but can't bear this little grievance. He then heard Lu Hui's voice. Director Zhu, I can understand him. When someone has faced setbacks, their pride becomes tightly wrapped. We may have gone a bit too far last night, hurting his self-esteem. I analyzed that he has a background as an old policeman, which likely contributes to his sense of inferiority. He said he was immensely pleased to hear you call him comrade, which should be a genuine emotion. Upon learning of the test, he felt a sense of grievance and distrust. He believed you had desecrated his feelings, which incited his anger. I think it is necessary to inform him that there were agents lying in ambush at his home last night. Had they not acted first, he would undoubtedly have suffered. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, realizing that there were indeed agents out to harm him. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged the validity of her analysis. Li Xiaoman seized the opportunity to undermine the situation, advising, Director Zhu, no, I mean Chief Zhu. I believe it would be better for your team to disband and reorganize. Let me go to the front lines instead. Xiao Bingyi heard the sound of the teacup being placed heavily on the table. Comrade Li Xiaoman, I must sternly criticize you. Who doesn't he want to go to the front lines? I yearn for it more than you might think. After all, we are party members. If everyone goes to the front lines, what will happen to the rear? We are here because of the party's needs. I don't want to hear you say such things again. The safety of the people is at stake, and we have no reason to retreat. Xiao Bingyi was about to open the door when he heard him speak again. Comrade Lu Hui has a point in her analysis. However, if he cannot pass this test, he will not be able to fulfill this role. Each of us must be mentally prepared. Dealing with enemy agents is complex, and sometimes we must delve into the lion's den. What means might the agents employ? If the organization lacks confidence in us, how can they trust us? I have spoken with him. He is trustworthy. Of course, my confidence comes from this very test that we all come from different places, united for a noble cause. If we do not understand each other, how can we entrust our lives to our comrades? Xiao Bingyi nodded slightly, recognizing the merit in his words. He then heard Zhu Daming's voice and hastily lay back down. Geng Bichong, go check if he has woken up. The drinking mission remains unchanged tonight. I brought a few bottles of wine and some pig's head meat. Please, Comrade Lu Hui, go buy some vegetables from the street. With the expenses covered by Xiao Bingyi, once we reach his hometown, he should extend his hospitality. We cannot allow him to insult us without recompense. That will suffice for his spiritual compensation. Xiao Bingyi, aware that a sycophant was about to enter, pretended to be asleep. Geng Bichong opened the door quietly, approached his bedside without speaking, and stared at him for a moment. Stop pretending. You can close your eyelids. But your eyes are moving quite a lot. Having lost his mind and vented his frustrations, he was now at a loss. Get up, he commanded loudly, startling Xiao Bingyi. At that moment, Xiao Bingyi felt exceedingly awkward. He had vented indiscriminately, yet felt much better inside. However, he was too embarrassed to face anyone. He pondered whether to go home directly or to let things be, acting as if nothing had happened. As usual, After a few blinks, he quietly took out some money and handed it to Gung Bichong, mumbling, "If it's not enough, I will compensate." He intended to convey through his actions that he wished to stay and drink. As for whether they had reached an understanding, it no longer mattered. Upon returning home, he checked around before preparing a pot of tea, drinking a few gulps. He tucked a bottle under his pillow and lay on his bed. The effects of the alcohol clouded his mind yet kept him alert. With his hands behind his head, he reminisced about the dinner scene. 6 people sat around the table. It was impossible for everyone to have their own side. Gung Bichong pulled Qin Ming to sit together, while Lu Hui voluntarily moved closer. Seeing her sit right next to him, he felt somewhat uneasy, avoiding eye contact. His expression remained indifferent, yet he secretly savored the faint aroma of femininity that wafted toward him. He had to admit that she had expressed her remorse quite thoroughly. She proactively toasted him repeatedly. He understood why he could maintain a nonchalant demeanor in the face of her advances. He feared being scorched by her fiery gaze. Melting away, and was even more concerned about inciting jealousy among those at the table. He wanted to convey that accepting her toast was merely a matter of courtesy, as he was still angry with her. Suddenly, he felt a pang of guilt, realizing he should not have lashed out at her. What was the point of saying nonsensical things to her? After all, she was merely carrying out Director Zhu's orders. Why should he hold a grudge against her? He felt a certain satisfaction in the atmosphere, amidst the adoring crowd, managing to present a facade of graciousness, accepting toasts without reciprocating, especially not offering her one in return. Now, reflecting on it, he regretted the cautious wrapping he had maintained for so many days, which had been laid bare in an instant. Where had the petty Xiao Bingyi gone? Fortunately, there was still some gain. His disgruntled emotions had been expressed adequately, subtly harvesting the apologies and comfort from those around him. He sat there contemplating, noting her beauty, which, combined with her self-assured demeanor, made her even more striking and unique. He felt that each time she raised her glass, it was filled with sincerity. Her gaze held an intoxicating depth that was irresistible. It seemed to hint at something deeper. Where was his mind wandering? He felt a bit dazed, unable to reconcile the beautiful flower at the table with the cold, sinister female agent from last night. Of course, he firmly believed that someone of her noble birth and stunning beauty would never look twice at a humble scholar like him. Yet, that did not deter him from admiring her. It mattered not if she did not notice him. As long as he appreciated her, that was sufficient. He relished the secret joy of his unrequited affection. How delightful, he chuckled to himself, glancing outside at the crescent moon hanging at the horizon, the stars shining brighter than ever. After rubbing his temples, he stared at the moon for a while, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The moon lacked the beauty of Chang'e's face and had lost its luster. Only the star closest to her shone brilliantly, as if to convey that the moon was devoid of light without Chang'e's presence. That star, desperately trying to shine near her, was surely trying to send warmth her way. He found it baffling that the moon in the sky had dimmed, yet the moon in his heart began to shine. Why did he feel a stirring in his heart? Could it be because of her? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and he reluctantly went to open it. Seeing Chang Baobao, he was both surprised and delighted. "Why are you here? Military administration." Chang Baobao stood at the door, looking ready to confront him. Xiao Bingyi invited him in, brewed tea, and handed it to him while smiling. "Baobao, what brings you here?" "I was just thinking of looking for you." Chang Baobao, with suspicion in his eyes, asked, "What do you want from me? Are you going to make fun of me again?" Although Xiao Bingyi felt a twinge of annoyance, the alcohol had him particularly exhilarated. And he was also pleased that Chang Baobao had taken the initiative to visit. "Baobao, why do you think that? We are old classmates. It's only natural to show concern. I came to warn you." "Someone wants to harm you," Chang Baobao said flatly. Xiao Bingyi was startled yet warmed by this revelation. He nodded slightly. "Thank you, Baobao. How can I help you? Please don't overthink it." Chang Baobao's eyes brightened but quickly dimmed again. "I don't want to work at the tea house anymore. If you are willing to help me, I want to enlist." Xiao Bingyi was momentarily speechless, chuckling. "You might be a bit too old. How about joining the militia instead?" Chang Baobao fell silent for a moment before wryly smiling. "I want to join the army just for the food and shelter. I don't mind how tough it gets." Xiao Bingyi recalled his earlier warning and inquired about his previous experiences and skills. "To be honest, I also went to Nanjing for high school. I have no education and did some rough jobs. Later, I returned to my old line of work selling fish, not long after the Japanese surrendered. There was an incident in Nanjing, and I came back to continue selling fish. You might know about my family situation. Right now, I just want a job that provides food and shelter, which only the army can offer." Seeing Chang Baobao's determination, Xiao Bingyi nodded. "All right, I will do my utmost to help. However," Chang Baobao quickly interjected, "However, what?" Chapter 063. The foiled night attack. Xiao Bingyi worried that his background might not pass scrutiny. Considering Chang Baobao's sour mood, he hesitated to voice his concerns directly, yet not addressing it was also not an option. Finally, he cautiously stated, "However, joining the army will require a background check. As long as you haven't done anything wrong, there shouldn't be much of a problem." Chang Baobao paused for a moment, sighed, and appeared somewhat dejected. He rose to open the door but hesitated. I understand. You are busy now. Let us discuss this later. I want to disturb you. After sending him off, Xiao Bingyi sat quietly, reflecting. Chang Baobao was currently all alone. Joining the army was indeed the best option. But what had he actually done? The thought made him somewhat anxious. Late into the night, he lingered in uncertainty. Suddenly, he heard a couple of thumps from the courtyard, as if someone had jumped in, followed by the sound of a knife scraping against the door latch. A chill ran down his neck, and he immediately recalled Chang Baobao's warning. Could it be that someone was truly out to harm him? He instinctively touched his cold neck, slumped back in his chair. Holding his breath, feeling a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow, hope and fear enveloped him like the night, scorching and consuming him. He could not wait to die or be slaughtered by others. Realizing this, he tucked his gun into his waistband, feigned a disguise on the bed, and hid behind the door. The back door creaked open slowly, and two shadows slipped in stealthily, heading straight for the bed. Xiao Bingyi gripped the rolling pin, gently pushed the door closed, preparing to catch them off guard. The two men stabbed the quilt on the bed with ferocity, then struck a match. Upon closer inspection, they found no one in the bed. This is strange. Bosher said he saw him enter. Where is he? One asked. The other replied, I told you he's still in the hospital. You didn't believe me. We should leave quickly. As the two turned to exit, one reached for the door and was struck on the arm with a club, crouching down and whimpering. Ouch. Big brother, why did you hit my arm? I was in immense pain. The elder brother stood there, suddenly feeling a gust of wind by his ear, sensing danger. Just as he was about to shout, a heavy blow landed on his head, and he collapsed. In the darkness, Xiao Bingyi found two short knives and securely bound the two assailants. Lighting a lamp, he realized he did not recognize them. The one referred to as the elder brother was unconscious, and he quietly admonished the younger one. Speak, what do you want with me? While carrying a knife, trembling, the younger one confessed that they had come to settle a score with him. Since they had failed, he could kill them or do as he pleased. Xiao Bingyi, puzzled, asked, What score do you have with me? Speak quickly. Suddenly, he flipped the man's collar to examine it. Not finding cyanide, he deduced they were not genuine spies. If you remain silent, I shall first remove your manhood and ensure you are incapable of fathering descendants for 8 generations. No, I will speak. The younger one panicked. What were you sneaking around my house for? We wanted to steal something. Life at home is hard, and we had no choice. It was evident the younger one was lying. Without further ado, Xiao Bingyi began to pull down his trousers. I will speak. You won't kill us, right? Xiao Bingyi paused, returned to his seat, and said, Speak that if you deceive me again, I will no longer entertain your lies. My brother and I lost money gambling, and someone offered to pay for your head. This is our first time doing this. Now, this is your chance. If you do not tell the truth, I will take action without hesitation. Xiao Bingyi threatened. I will speak. There is a boss who told us you owe him money and haven't paid. He asked us to take care of you for $200. The younger one spoke with a Nanjing accent, appearing to be a businessman. What is the boss's name? Xiao Bingyi inquired. His surname is Sure. The character for history that we call him Boss Sure. Where did you meet him? Xiao Bingyi asked, growing wary that we met at the Wanfeng building in Nanjing. At that time, we lost money and were afraid to go home. My brother suggested putting his wife up as collateral. Later, Boss Sure took us aside and discussed this business. Please have mercy. We were just foolish from gambling and won't do it again. I will ask you again. And you must answer truthfully. On which floor is the Wanfeng building casino located? Xiao Bingyi, having never been to the Wanfeng building, sought to gather information. The younger one replied, On the bottom floor. It should be in the basement. Without a familiar face, you cannot enter. Then how did you two get in? Xiao Bingyi questioned. The younger one explained that they were regulars, and the doorman recognized them. In the hall, there is a mirror against the wall, and those behind it can see everyone entering clearly. Where are you from? Your accents do not sound local, do they? Xiao Bingyi had already detected their mixed accents and asked, We are from the north of Hongshan. Both surnamed Zhu, like Zhu Yuanzhang. Xiao Bingyi recalled the 6 robbers earlier and inquired, So, are you under King Zhu? No, we are from the same village. Boss Sure said King Zhu refused to do it, which is why he found my brother and me. It seemed this deceitful woman had tricked them, claiming they were notorious ruffians, and that killing them would rid the community of a menace. Brother, we won't do anything unethical again. Can I carry him back? Get lost. Xiao Bingyi believed his words, not wanting to harm anyone or escalate the situation. Wasn't King Zhu also trying to kill my family? He had failed last time and sent people to attack at night this time. It was entirely possible. Sharing the same surname Zhu, swearing it was all a ruse, he believed the claim that they were from the same village. Now, he contemplated that his parents could not return yet. If one day they were not home and such an incident occurred again, it would be too dangerous. Bosher said upon seeing him enter, He must be near his house. Who could it be? He peered through the door crack of the front room, eavesdropping on the commotion in the alley. The street was quiet. The opposite house had turned off its lights, and only the diagonally opposite house was still illuminated. When he first returned home, he had cast a glance at the diagonally opposite house, which belonged to a foreign iron shop. After the earlier chaos, he was sober now, and sleep eluded him as he sat. Recalling the dinner scene, he felt somewhat satisfied with Zhu Daming's explanations at the table, and his anger had subsided considerably. What irked him most was the sycophant, who constantly represented him. He even claimed that testing was necessary. And that chapter had turned. Damn it. Who told you to turn it? You wretched creature, covering your face with damp paper. How does it feel? And you said you drank the wine meant for me. What nonsense. People offered him drinks out of respect. Why should he drink on his behalf? He resented himself for being too agreeable, enduring such humiliation. How could a few drinks and words make everything dissipate like smoke? Now, he faced a pressing question. How did Gung Bichong know about Chu Ying's whereabouts? Did he follow me? This thought ignited a deep-seated hatred for Gung Bichong. You may follow, but why involve me when you discover Chu Ying? I truly cannot comprehend you. Your desire for merit is more urgent than mine. Reporting his whereabouts would bring you great acclaim. It seems you dare to act without facing the consequences. You want to earn credit, yet fear taking responsibility. You coward are not a true man. Have you considered the serious repercussions of pinning the label of informant on someone else? Now, so many believe this person informed and caused Chu Ying's death. Even my mother blames him. His life was once pristine, now utterly ruined. The secret police are pursuing him with intent to kill, and they surely won't let him go in the future. Lost in these thoughts, his hatred for Gung Bichong intensified. Gung Bichong, you have achieved your goal. Accolades have been awarded, and the leaders must be warm towards you. Congratulations on receiving a bullet from the secret police. You deserve it. You brought this upon yourself. Why didn't they shoot you dead? It appears your situation isn't much better than mine. We are both living on borrowed time. As his thoughts drifted, he felt all these matters could be set aside for now. The urgent task was to visit his parents and seek their opinions. Should the son stay in the small town to solve cases, especially since Zhu Daming had already clarified everything? He was clearly about to be drawn into party struggles, so he needed to consult his father's thoughts. Additionally, after bringing his parents back, he wished to fulfill his last wish, to find Chu Ying's sister in Shanghai. She was alone there, and it was pitiful. Regardless of her consent, he felt obliged to take responsibility and see if Chu Ying had deceived him. He estimated that no matter how beautiful his sister was, she could not surpass Lu Hui. Chapter 64. What could be more noteworthy than working in public security? When Xiao Bingyi awoke, dawn had just broken. He brushed his stubbly beard, donned the clothes he had worn when returning home, and descended Hungshan. Passing by a small hill, he relieved himself on the straight roots of a small tree, glancing up to see it was only as thick as an arm but much taller than the other trees. After walking several miles, he turned back to look at the hills he had passed, a lush emerald landscape. Particularly, that straight little tree stood out on the undulating hills, exuding an air of grace. He pondered how, during his school days, he had never noticed this small tree. Perhaps it hadn't been this tall back then. The picturesque scenery along the way gradually eased the burdens in his heart. Unable to contain himself, he softly recited Lin Huin's April Day. I say you are the April day of the human world. Your laughter lights up the winds all around. Light and elegance dance in the brilliance of spring. Stop. A sharp command interrupted his poetic reverie. 5 sturdy men stood by the roadside, one brandishing a chopping knife, asserting, this road is mine, this tree is mine, this grass. Damn it, I forgot. If you wish to pass, toss some dollars my way. Xiao Bingyi was taken aback by their demeanor. Realizing he was unarmed, he stood there frozen. As the group approached, he recognized the familiar face of King Zhu, who scolded, you can't even finish your sentences. Why act so tough? If you're going to be a robber, at least be professional. Zhu's face turned from red to pale as he slapped himself. Damn it, I've encountered a ghost this early. How could it be you again? He awkwardly continued. Oh, isn't this a comrade from the People's Liberation Army? Heh, the leader has a good memory. Care to come over for a cup of tea? Seeing Xiao Bingyi reach for his waist, he waved his hands. Hey, don't move too fast. If a gun goes off, the secret police will come running. You alone can't handle it. We'll all be in trouble. Let us part ways amicably. No need for trouble. Stop, come back. Xiao Bingyi commanded. My ancestor. I spent the $5 already. It's early in the day. What can I use to repay you? Xiao Bingyi glared at him and asked. Is it true that if a gun goes off, the secret police will come? Leader, I'm not lying. Fortunately, I have kept to myself, and we've lived in peace. If you fire a shot, our lives will become miserable. The People's Liberation Army is a bodhisattva for the people. They cannot ignore a life at risk. Can they? Xiao Bingyi pressed on. How many secret police did you actually see? Zhu pointed eastward. Cross over the next hill to the east. There's an inconspicuous cave halfway up that I'm not sure how many secret police are there. Xiao Bingyi pressed further. I ask again, why did you send someone to assassinate me last night? I didn't send anyone to kill you. Who said that? Zhu asked, bewildered. Don't deny it. As a man, you should own up to your actions. Xiao Bingyi challenged. He had sensed Zhu's earlier hesitance, suspecting the assailants from the night before had lied. Zhu, panicking, closed his eyes. I truly didn't send anyone to kill you. Killing a member of the People's Liberation Army means losing one's head. I know that very well. Now it was Xiao Bingyi's turn to be confused. Do you know, boss? Sure. I don't know. Is it a man or a woman? What do they look like? The other party asked. I'm asking you. Doesn't everyone in your village share the surname Zhu? Most of the village has the surname Zhu. So what? Last night, 2 individuals claiming to be from your village attempted to assassinate me. They both bore the surname Zhu, though I neglected to inquire about their given names. Are you familiar with them? Zhu Duwang scratched his head and glanced at the other 5, suddenly realizing, you might be referring to the Zhang brothers. I saw Zhang Lauer carrying Zhang Lao to home in the early hours. Was that you who attacked them? Huh. They had it coming. I won't waste my breath on them. The brothers play the good guys. Cultivating a vegetable garden in the mountains. Their prices are low. Some require only a simple registration. Lastly, they boast that they share a wife. If it weren't for my father's leniency, I would have driven them away long ago. They intend to kill you? Those 2 scoundrels are audacious indeed. Rest assured, I shall return to warn them. However, I suspect they are unaware of your identity. Had they known, they would never dare to pursue you. Before he could finish, the remaining 5 swiftly vanished into the woods. Xiao Bingyi, filled with doubt, gazed toward the eastern mountain peak, estimating it to be over 30 miles away, within the boundaries of Linshui County. He inwardly cursed, I am preoccupied at present, allowing you scoundrels to live a few more days. With his mind occupied, he hastened on his journey. Determined to forget this matter entirely. He had never visited Gung Bichong's home and only knew the general direction. Coincidentally, he encountered his parents sitting under a tree, enjoying the shade, accompanied by a familiar elderly man. It was then he realized that his father originally intended to return to Hengnan town. But Zhu Daming had unexpectedly changed their hiding place. He informed his parents about his work in the small town, and they both supported his decision to stay and apprehend spies. His father remarked that the neighbors would surely envy the Xiao family for having a son in the Public Security Bureau. What could be more prestigious than serving in law enforcement? Taking advantage of the old man's departure, his parents broached a subject that filled him with immense embarrassment. Xiao Yukai asked, Bingyi, what have you been doing in Nanjing this past year? Xiao Bingyi was startled, sensing trouble, and mustered the courage to respond. Dad, why do you ask? I'm doing well. Yangling wiped her tears and spoke softly. Son, we are aware of the hardships you have endured. It has been tough on you. If we had known you would suffer so, it would have been better for you not to attend that dreadful school. It's all your father's fault. Xiao Bingyi suspected his parents had discovered his scavenging activities, feeling ashamed but putting on a brave front. It's nothing. I am still young. Experiencing more will be beneficial for my future. One cannot buy these lessons. Xiao Yukai never ceased to guide his son, nodding in agreement. Bingyi, if you can think this way, we can rest easy. Life cannot always be smooth sailing. Even emperors face adversity. When you came to Nanjing, I was most worried that you might not understand society, fearing you would suffer losses. Perhaps enduring some hardship early on will help you recognize the difficulties of life, which will serve you well throughout your life. Xiao Bingyi felt that his parents had forgiven him, and his mood lightened. Dad, there is a dilemma. If I remain in the town, it might violate the principle of being nonpartisan. What should I do? Xiao Yukai replied without hesitation. In the new society, the key issue is class stance. The loudspeakers proclaim that one must view matters from the perspective of the proletariat and the people. Infiltrating spies disrupt the stability of people's lives and directly oppose the people's government. As a public security officer, capturing them is your duty. It is to rid the populace of harm. Go ahead. Xiao Bingyi felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the afternoon, he visited Qiu Xiaoqiu. Upon seeing Xiao Gu, Qiu Xiaoqi was particularly surprised. Xiao Gu, I've been searching everywhere for you. Where have you been? Xiao Bingyi explained the context and inquired about his current situation. Qiu Xiaoqiu, somewhat troubled, informed him that the brothers had gradually departed. Some had returned to their hometowns, while others had found relatives. Currently, the remaining few were without family and at their wits' end. Fortunately, they still had a bit of money to get by for now. He further inquired about joining the military, mentioning that these brothers were eager to enlist. But the government deemed them too young to apply. He concluded, I was hoping to find Xiao Gu to help the brothers out a bit. Xiao Bingyi knew that among the remaining group, Qiu Xiaoqiu was the oldest, hardly 17 years old. He pondered what jobs could be found for them. Noticing the anxious glimmer in Qiu Xiaoqiu's eyes, he scratched his head in frustration. Qiu Xiaoqiu sensed his hesitation and asked, Xiao Gu, If you return to your hometown, what will happen to your career? Will you abandon your dream of being a detective? Xiao Bingyi shook his head. Heaven rewards the diligent. I returned to the small town only a few days ago, and I have already taken on 2 cases involving spies. Xiao's interest peaked instantly. Oh, are there spies in the small town? How will you handle it? Can you share your investigative approach with me? I'd love to hear it. Xiao Bingyi frowned slightly and shook his head. Currently, my thoughts are muddled. I have no feasible plan to break the deadlock. However, Xiao gazed at him intently, awaiting his continuation. Chapter 65. On the journey, ambushed. Xiao Bingyi hesitated. The small town appears calm on the surface, yet there are undercurrents at play. My most pressing challenge is the lack of intelligence. You may find it hard to believe, but I often reminisce about our Paris Commune intelligence network. Regrettably, the small town lacks such conditions. Xiao pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Xiao, are you saying you urgently need intelligence? Xiao Bingyi nodded, muttering. A mouse remains still, and so does the cat. I must wait. However, waiting indefinitely is not a viable solution. My concern is that they are not mere mice, but venomous snakes, lurking in their holes and striking unexpectedly. Xiao sighed and shared his thoughts. Xiao, you are aware that the remaining brothers have some experience in gathering information. They currently have nothing to do. They eat and sleep. How about I take them to the small town to assist you? Xiao Bingyi fell silent. While he had considered Xiao's brothers, he knew that dealing with spies was far more complex than ordinary civil cases. If they became involved, their lives would be at risk. He also reflected on the suggestion he had given to Zhu Daming the other day, which seemed inappropriate. The soldiers were mostly from other regions, primarily the north. Their mere presence would reveal their identities, making it difficult to gather intelligence. Xiao's proactive offer pleased him, but he remained concerned for their safety. He checked the time and said, Xiao, it's still early. Call them over immediately. I will first inquire about the situation and give them some advice. Xiao summoned 6 or 7 younger brothers, who gathered around eagerly awaiting Xiao Ji's instructions. Upon seeing them, Xiao Bingyi felt all his worries dissipate. After some light-hearted banter, he finally broached the subject. Xiao has returned to Hengnan town, where spies abound. I am currently serving as a special public security officer responsible for apprehending spies. Knowing that you all possess some reconnaissance experience, I wonder if you would be interested. The younger brothers immediately perked up. Oh, are you asking us to scout the enemy? Excellent. We have nothing to do. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Xiao Bingyi continued. I must candidly inform you that this task is fraught with danger. Infiltrating spies are cunning and vicious. A moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. Do you understand? Noticing the younger brothers nodding in agreement, he cautioned. Xiao means that it is preferable to gather no intelligence than to take unnecessary risks. The overall requirement is to approach this matter with caution. When you go to the small town, do your utmost to avoid drawing attention. You must have a plausible reason for being there. As for observation, you all have experience, so I want to elaborate. Just a reminder, the small town is quite small. If something seems amiss, I trust you will notice. Let me give you an example. When entering tea houses or restaurants, note how many patrons there are. Are they locals or outsiders? Are their attire and demeanor normal? How much produce do they buy in one go? If they purchase excessive amounts, especially expensive goods, you should follow them home to see if their place of residence matches their consumption. There are many other details we can discuss after dinner. After dinner, Xiao Bingyi spoke with them until dawn. Noticing that it was getting late, they agreed to wait for Xiao Ji's instructions before taking action. Xiao Bingyi, feeling dazed, arrived at Beizuan in Hengshan and, upon finding horses for rent, headed straight to Tsuaping Mountain Primary School. He aimed to locate the elderly man who had fired a gun in the classroom. He searched the office and classrooms but found no sign of the old man. He approached Principal Chi Bingyi, presented his credentials, and requested to speak with an older teacher to understand the hostage situation from that day. Chi Bingyi stated that there was no elderly man and called over a man in his 40s. He introduced himself as Zhang Dongjing, a renowned painter in the city and the primary school as disciplinary director. The oldest teacher at the school, Xiao Bingyi, inquired if Zhang Dongjing remembered the day of the hostage incident. Upon seeing him nod, he asked if he knew who had fired the gun in the classroom. Zhang Dongjing recalled that the teachers had been terrified, huddling together, unsure of who had fired. He speculated it was the police's gun that had gone off. Xiao Bingyi further asked where the teachers had gathered in the classroom. Was it at the eastern end or the western end? Zhang Dongjing confirmed that both the hostages and the police were huddled at the eastern end, with the police crouching behind the hostages. Xiao Bingyi thought to himself that if the information provided was accurate, the shooter would align directly with Chu Ying as he exited the pillar. Among the 5 policemen in the classroom, 4 were armed with rifles, while only Gung Bicheng had a revolver. It could be inferred that the hostages in front of the police could have attempted to seize their firearms. However, the issue arose from the absence of the elderly man. To verify the authenticity of Zhang Dongjing's claims, He requested to speak with a few more involved parties for confirmation. Principal Chi Bingyi was very supportive and called the hostages to convene a meeting, where the conclusions matched exactly with what Zhang Dongjing had provided. Moreover, it was noted that there were no elderly individuals at the school, not even those who might appear elderly. Xiao Bingyi felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed impossible for Pan Xing to have made a mistake. However, the school insisted there were no old men present. Recalling the day of the incident, Xiao Bingyi realized he had not seen anyone fitting that description. Could it be that both Pai Chong and Pan Xing were mistaken? As he stepped outside, the sound of the school bell rang, and upon looking towards the source, he saw an elderly man ringing it. Excitedly, he rushed to find the principal to inquire about this bell-ringing elder. Chi Bingyi confirmed that the old man had only been hired the day before and had no connection to the events of that day. With nothing to show for his efforts, Xiao Bingyi returned home. Feeling dejected. On his way, he noticed that the tree he had propped up the previous day had been inexplicably uprooted. He set the tree upright again, placing stones around its roots for support. Just as he prepared to leave, a gunshot rang out, and he collapsed. In his blurred vision, he saw two figures emerge from the bushes, approaching slowly. Gunshots echoed from a distance, followed by shouts to halt. One figure rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Xiao Bingyi, are you hurt? Is it serious?" Recognizing it was Fan Zhang from the precinct, he asked in confusion, "Just a scratch. What are you doing here?" Fan Zhang sat down, holstering his weapon. "I had some free time and wanted to check on you and Gung Bichong. Who's trying to kill you?" Xiao Bingyi speculated it could be spies seeking revenge for Chu Ying. What other suspects could there be? They are all under Chu Ying's command, and they think I killed him. It's unjust. Fan Zhang, who had previously worked under Chu Ying, understood the situation. "You really think you would kill him?" Fan Zhang paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Oh, it wasn't you who did it. Why then did Director Zhu commend you?" Though Xiao Bingyi held no fondness for him, he felt gratitude for his intervention and replied, "It's a misunderstanding, just a rumor." Fan Zhang's demeanor softened, diverging from his earlier brusqueness. Such things are unpredictable. Whether it's a misunderstanding or rumor, we must accept it. Xiao Bingyi nodded with a sigh. "What can I do but endure silently? You saved my life. Stay at my place tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you around town to savor the local delicacies as a gesture of thanks. By the time they returned to town, it was dusk. He led Fan Zhang directly to the office, where Zhu Daming and a few others were in a meeting, discussing his whereabouts. Upon their entrance, surprise flickered across their faces. Li Xiaomin shot him a sidelong glance. "Venting, where have you been without a word? We searched for you all day." Noticing Fan Zhang, he exclaimed, "Deputy Director Fan, what brings you here?" Seeing Xiao Bingyi silent, Fan Zhang replied, "I came to visit the old leader." "Is that unwelcome?" Zhu Daming smiled slightly, acknowledging the visit. "Have you vented enough? Are you still not satisfied? Where have you been these past couple of days? Why the silence? Are you injured?" It was only then that they noticed Xiao Bingyi's arm was bandaged. After he tended to his wound, he explained that he had gone to the city to visit his parents and was ambushed on the way back, saved by Fan Zhang. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing other details. Zhu Daming turned to Fan Zhang with a smile, asking, "Deputy Director Fan, is there a specific reason for your visit?" Fan Zhang reiterated, "Director Zhu, I came to visit the old leader. Is that unwelcome?" He glanced at Lu Hui and remarked, "I didn't expect this place to have such a beautiful female officer. I might just request a transfer back." Zhu Daming chuckled, "We already have 6 here. How could you leave your position as deputy?" Chen Minggao went out to buy some vegetables to express thanks to Deputy Director Fan. After dinner, Zhu Daming instructed Chen Minggao to take Fan Zhang for a stroll through the town while the rest remained for a meeting. However, the meeting that evening was not merely a social gathering. Zhu Daming held a low opinion of Fan Zhang, and since he wasn't a member of the town's military management committee, he dismissed him and proceeded to relay the latest directives from higher authorities. He reported that on this very day, a grain transport convoy passing through Hengshi had been ambushed by spies. All 4 soldiers guarding the convoy had perished, with only the driver managing to return in an empty vehicle. In light of the incident involving Yuan platoon leader, he requested that Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bichong investigate immediately and resolve the case without delay, ensuring that spies would not act with impunity. Lu Hui analyzed that the grain convoy schedule to Nanjing was irregular. The only way spies could anticipate it would be if they were always lying in wait for a robbery. Given that militia patrolled around Hengshan, it was impossible for spies to remain undetected. The crux of the matter was how they knew about the convoy schedule today. In essence, there must be an insider in the town signaling the spies outside. Xiao Bingyi concurred with her analysis, yet his mind could not conjure any actionable leads. The following day, he accompanied Fan Zhang to the bus stop, and together with Gung Bichong, they visited the crime scene, but found no clues. Feeling disheartened, he leaned against a stone by the mountainside to rest his eyes. Gung Bichong climbed a small hill and called out excitedly, "Xiaoge, the view from up here is fantastic. Come up and feast your eyes." Reluctantly, Xiao Bingyi ascended the hill and took in the splendid scenery. To the east, He could even see the small tree he had propped up. After gazing for a while, he instructed Gung Bichong to head back home. Xiao Bingyi invited Zhu Daming to the bridge to share his thoughts. Director Zhu, I believe the ambush on a platoon of soldiers and the grain truck robbery are not mere coincidences. After studying the map and visiting the site, I find Lu's insights compelling. The location of the incident is not conducive to concealment. The chance of a random encounter is minimal. It takes half an hour to reach the town's grain depot from there. Clearly, once the grain truck leaves the town, the lurking spies receive a signal. The spies in the mountains would have sufficient time to prepare upon receiving the signal that I suspect they might have used a Didi-da. Zhu Daming nodded slightly, agreeing with his perspective. It was evident that the spies were not using radio communication. Otherwise, they would not have such intimate knowledge of their operations. The question remained, how to locate the radio station? Xiao Bingyi sighed. Director Zhu, to be frank, the secret police possess many advanced technology sourced from the United States. Our city's monitoring equipment is outdated, which emboldens them to act without fear. I have a method to identify the radio station. Upon hearing Xiao Bingyi's confident assertion, Zhu Daming perked up and urged him to elaborate. Leaning in close, Xiao Bingyi whispered his plan to him. Zhu Daming questioned, what do you mean by everyone? Does that include Director Lu and Comrade Gung Bichong as well? He shook his head. That's inappropriate. Trust must be extended to comrades. I do not wish to be criticized again. Xiao Bingyi, feeling awkward, replied, Director Zhu, please don't dwell on past grievances. What I propose is covert surveillance, which is entirely different from the harsh scrutiny you have subjected me to. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, your plan is quite risky. Are you suggesting we repeat the previous grain truck incident if something goes awry and comrades are sacrificed? The responsibility would be immense, Zhu Daming expressed with concern. Xiao Bingyi remained silent for a moment before asserting, Director Zhu, please trust me. I will personally oversee the truck this time. What do you say? The following early morning, Zhu Daming announced that the city urgently required grain, and it was imperative to dispatch a truck at once. They would employ the same driver as before, but only 2 soldiers would accompany the truck. The difference this time was that the previous open truck would now be fitted with a canvas cover. The truck rattled as it approached the crime scene, accelerating forward. Unexpectedly, a large rock obstructed the road. 7 or 8 soldiers from the People's Liberation Army were busily clearing the blockade. The driver had no time to brake, swerving left and positioning the truck's rear towards the mountainside. Among the soldiers clearing the road, one officer with a short firearm approached with a smile, intending to shake hands with Xiao Bingyi. As he exited the vehicle, ready to greet him, he was suddenly seized by the neck. I am from the anti-communist Salvation Army. The soldiers guarding the truck must surrender. Xiao Bingyi had anticipated spies would charge down from the mountains, which is why he had parked the truck to face upwards. To his dismay, the spies had employed this tactic, with no time for regret. He commanded, driver, turn the truck around to facilitate the commander's transport. 2 soldiers disembarked. As they revealed the canvas cover and jumped down, Xiao Bingyi shouted, swiftly twisting the arm of his captor and throwing him aside with a single arm throw. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat. Gunfire erupted from 2 machine guns mounted on the truck's rear. Several spies disguised as soldiers fell, while the remaining ones frantically hurled a grenade and fled into the mountains. Xiao Bingyi, witnessing the 2 fallen soldiers, 1 dead and 1 wounded, choked back tears. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Hurry, get them to the hospital. Seeing Xiao Bingyi emerge from the truck with a sorrowful expression, Zhu Daming sensed trouble. Spotting the soldiers on the stretcher, he angrily exclaimed, Xiao Bingyi, is this your capability? 2 of my soldiers are injured. How will you take responsibility? Xiao Bingyi hung his head in shame. Li Xiaomin tugged at Zhu Daming's sleeve, softly suggesting, the injured soldiers stated that he shouldn't be blamed. The spies were too cunning. They managed to take out 5 or 6 of them. Zhu Daming's anger shifted to relief. Oh, the 2 soldiers managed to injure 5 or 6 of them. That is commendable. I will recommend them for commendation. Li Xiaomin remained silent for a moment, reflecting. There is something I didn't consult you about. He borrowed 20 soldiers privately. During the operation, several soldiers were distracted by the unloading grain. There were 2 machine guns and 6 soldiers in the vehicle, so I share responsibility for this loss. Zhu Daming sighed. This fellow is quite cunning. I am furious at his reminders, yet he seems unfazed. Just thinking of his self-satisfied demeanor makes me angry. Director Zhu, do not underestimate him. The injured soldiers said he was taken hostage by a tall spy, but in the blink of an eye, he threw him far away. Now I understand. Despite his thin frame, he possesses strength within. In the realm of grappling and combat, he is unparalleled. Zhu Daming remarked, this fellow feigns modesty and weakness. Just observe how he refers to us as little people, in a manner so abject that it is hard to believe. I genuinely suspect this little southern fellow is concealing quite a bit from us. Li Xiaomin nodded in agreement, stating, Director Zhu, I surmise that his marksmanship might also be a ruse. Zhu Daming paused, chuckling in disbelief. He claims he can shoot. but I wonder how true that is. He hasn't even received his diploma yet. Regardless of his skills, he wouldn't jeopardize his future. Should we put him to the test? Li Xiaoman inquired. Zhu Daming hesitated, shaking his head. We cannot be overt about it. The last time Lu Hui conducted an interview. Just look at his attitude. It could lead to disappointment for us. Here's what we'll do. Take a few individuals to the shooting range and say there's an urgent case that requires accurate marksmanship. Let us see how he performs. Xiao Bingyi's core suggestion revolved around reenacting a logistics operation while keeping a close watch on the town's radioactivity. At that moment, his sole hope was that this endeavor would help uncover the hidden radio within the town. He joined the others in the conference room, awaiting reports from their covert surveillance. The city bureau informed them that no suspicious signals had been detected during the designated time frame. The possibility of enemy radio contact had been ruled out. Geng Bichong reported that the porters had completed their tasks and were now focused on training. Only one had collected his pay, citing a sick family member as the reason for his early departure. Surveillance had already been dispatched to monitor that porter, while the others complied with orders. Lu Hui reported that the logistics vehicle had departed, and all staff in the courtyard remained inside without making any calls. The tracking team reported that after receiving their wages, the porter went to the pharmacy for medicine before returning home. His mother was indeed gravely ill. Zhu Daming feigned a stern expression, glancing at Xiao Bingyi, clearly signaling that everything was proceeding as he wished. Now, you should provide me with some answers, he remarked. Noticing Xiao Bingyi's silence, he exchanged a few words with Li Xiaoman before departing. Xiao Bingyi, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame as Zhu Daming shot him a glance, realized that their plan to uncover the radio had failed. He rushed after Zhu Daming, calling out, Director Zhu, regarding my previous suggestion about the dual approach, can we implement it? Zhu Daming maintained his serious demeanor, contemplating before replying, let us discuss it when I return. With that, he turned and left. Don't forget to bring along some loudspeakers and promotional materials from the city. Xiao Bingyi shouted after him. Li Xiaoman gathered Lu Hui, Xiao Bingyi, Geng Bichong, Chen Minggao, and 2 target practice soldiers, making a total of 7 individuals headed to the shooting range. He sought to ascertain whether Xiao Bingyi was indeed capable of shooting, eager to indulge in a few rounds first. He announced the task afterward. Each participant would fire 10 shots to assess their performance. 4 individuals took their turns, but their results were underwhelming. Li Xiaoman turned to Xiao Bingyi. It's your turn now. Let us see if you can qualify. Chapter 067. The first operation fails as Xiao Bingyi rose. He remarked, Deputy Team Leader Li, why must you press me so? Are you attempting to humiliate me? He had already communicated his shortcomings in marksmanship to Director Zhu. There is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill over shooting a few rounds. Let us just give it a try. In the future, we must all stand on our own. Not being able to shoot is perilous. Chen Minggao interjected with a chuckle. Officer Xiao, I refuse to believe you cannot shoot. You're merely pretending. Geng Bichong shot Xiao Bingyi a sidelong glance, then offered him an out. It's not that Xiao can't shoot. It's just that he struggles with precision. The police academy couldn't help him. And neither could Chu Ying. Let us not push him too hard. Lu Hui had been observing Xiao Bingyi for a while. Since their previous conflict during the assessment, she felt uneasy and was curious about him. It was indeed astonishing that someone aspiring to be a detective couldn't shoot. Thus, she encouraged him. Xiao Bingyi, we are comrades. When faced with enemies, even if you are not afraid of sacrifice, you should practice for the sake of your fellow soldiers. Let me ask you, if an enemy were to shoot at me, could you just stand by and watch me fall? Xiao Bingyi shot a glance at the group, exasperated. Please, do not pressure me further. I refuse to do something I do not wish to. He looked at Lu Hui. That scenario you mentioned will not come to pass. Even if it did, I would shield you from the bullets. Are you speaking truthfully? Lu Hui inquired, both surprised and touched. Geng Bichong quickly responded, what Xiao said is undoubtedly true. I would do the same. If it meant saving a beautiful lady, I wouldn't mind perishing. Director Lu, when my time comes, I hope you will hold me in your arms. Xiao Bingyi, unable to provide Zhu Daming with an answer, was consumed by anxiety. Back in the office, he found himself restless and began pacing in the yard. The rectangular yard spanned over 30 square meters, ample space for him to walk back and forth. After several laps, his mind remained muddled. He opened the east door and stood at the entrance, contemplating the swirling flood of muddy water, his thoughts as turbulent as the river. A beggar in tattered clothing stood at the east door, and upon recognizing Xiao Bingyi was taken aback. He quickly realized that Xiao had taken action prematurely. For the sake of secrecy, he could not inquire further. Returning to the office, he unfolded a note bearing Xiao's handwriting. Brother Xiao, the younger brothers cannot wait any longer. Following your lead, I brought Lanyan along to deliver information to you. Old Dongguo went to the tea house on East Street. Xiao Niu to the Zhou's restaurant on West Street. Xiao Zhu and the Weasel are keeping an eye on the vegetable market. They are new faces you do not recognize, but rest assured, they are trustworthy. Botzi and Stalin have gone to the fishing village by the lake. Currently, counting myself, only 8 of us are ready. The information gathering and handover have been clearly communicated to them. Although Xiao Zhu and the Weasel are newcomers, they are quite capable. They just arrived at the vegetable market and discovered what you mentioned. They reported that an old man was buying vegetables with silver dollars. According to the fishmonger, the old man's son brought back 2 business partners who will be staying at his house for a few months. The old man has an arrangement with him to deliver fish every 2 days, and he has already made 5 or 6 deliveries. The butcher noted that he is a big spender, purchasing enough meat for 7 or 8 people for several days. They observed that the old man lives in 3 straw huts behind the military control office, right by the river. Based on your teachings, I find this unusual. As the weather warms, vegetables are hard to preserve. I suspect that fewer than 7 or 8 people cannot consume that much produce. Am I analyzing this correctly? Xiao Bingyi took out his notebook. Jotting down the names of the newcomers, Xiao Zhu and the Weasel. He burned the note and sat there, increasingly convinced that Xiao's analysis held merit. He sighed, recognizing the child's intelligence and growing experience. He was undoubtedly cut out for detective work. Upon Zhu Daming's return, he learned of the situation and instructed Geng Bichong and Qin Minggao to investigate the straw huts under the pretext of checking household registrations. Xiao Bingyi opposed this, arguing that the enemy had become alarmed. If there were indeed enemies in that household, they would be on high alert. If you check their household registrations, they will suspect their identities have been exposed and flee faster than rabbits. Qin Minggao examined the household registration records and confirmed that the old man had a son who had been away for years. He reasoned that it was normal for someone who had made money in business to bring back a few partners. We cannot conclude that there is a problem solely based on this. Geng Bichong, ever timely, remarked, "We are under the people's government now. Everything must be done according to regulations, not haphazardly. It would be best to first meet with them to ascertain their situation." Zhu Daming found Geng Bichong's reasoning sound, affirming that the people's government must act justly and transparently. Xiao Bingyi shot an irritated glance at Zhu Baji, silently cursing, "You thick-headed fool, would it kill you to keep quiet?" He vehemently opposed alarming the enemy and advocated for a strategy of feigned ignorance. He firmly believed the situation was evident. The elderly couple lived in a straw hut without a visible source of income, and their economic condition appeared dire. After over half a month of lavish spending, their daily food expenses must have cost several silver dollars. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Zhu Daming was eager to glean intelligence and was increasingly impatient with Xiao Bingyi's incessant complaints. He retorted, "What alternative do you propose?" Xiao Bingyi suggested, "Even if their son has made money in business, why wouldn't the elderly couple have him exchange their currency for the people's notes? Using that as a pretext, we could invite the couple to the military control office for a discussion. Even if there are enemies in their home, they wouldn't suspect a thing. By taking control of the elderly couple, we could compel them to provide information while closely monitoring the straw hut's activities." Unbeknownst to him, the term compel, embedded in his suggestion, infuriated Zhu Daming. He waved his hand, questioning, "Xiao Bingyi, what do you mean? Are you attempting to lead me astray? The people's government cannot resort to coercion. Do you understand?" He decisively ordered, "Qin Minggao, Geng Bichong, you two put on military uniforms. Under the guise of checking household registrations, go to their home and inquire about the situation, but maintain a friendly demeanor." Xiao Bingyi, who usually felt optimistic, sulked in silence as he watched Qin Minggao and Geng Bichong don their military uniforms with enthusiasm. He had not anticipated that Zhu Daming would dismiss his suggestions while assigning him the responsibility of solving the case. It wounded his pride, prompting him to sulk back to his office. Upon their return from checking household registrations, Zhu Daming convened a meeting of the military control office to hear their reports. Geng Bichong reported that the household comprised 5 individuals, one son accompanied 2 partners, and the partners had temporary registrations. Qin Minggao sensed that the elderly couple had not been truthful and asked which of the 3 was their son. The couple hesitated, and he observed that none of the 3 resembled their son, nor did anyone step forward to claim that title. Seeing Xiao Bingyi with his head down, looking utterly dejected, Zhu Daming asked how they should proceed next. Xiao Bingyi turned to Qin Minggao. "Since we're checking household registrations, how many families did we investigate? Did we check the neighbors of the old man?" Qin Minggao admitted that due to time constraints, they had only checked that one family directly. Xiao Bingyi clicked his tongue, shaking his head and offering a bitter smile to Zhu Daming. "Director Zhu, they've already fled. What more can we do? Only checking that one family essentially tells them that the government has raised suspicions about their household. Even a simpleton could figure that out." Zhu Daming, unconvinced and irritated by his pessimism, instructed Li Xiaoman to take a team to apprehend the 3 individuals. Xiao Bingyi returned to the office, feeling disheartened. The valuable lead that Xiao had painstakingly uncovered was squandered just like that. He began to develop a resistance to Zhu Daming's methods of handling matters, to the point where he later tried to avoid him whenever possible, as expected. Li Xiaoman ended up empty-handed, with only the elderly couple slumped over the table in a stupor upon receiving the report. Zhu Daming realized that the military administration's first operation had failed. He slapped his forehead in frustration, thinking to himself, alas, this little rascal, what a disaster. Without further ado, he made his way to Xiao Bingyi's office. Sincerely reflecting on his actions, he admitted his lack of consideration for Zhao's opinions. Lamenting the lost opportunity to solve the case, he took full responsibility for the failure and concluded by stating that he would no longer intervene in the kidnapping and ambush cases. Leaving the matter entirely in Xiao Bingyi's capable hands, he emphasized that this was the first major case since the establishment of the military administration, and it needed to be handled with utmost finesse. Chapter 068. Carrier Pigeon Messages. Xiao Bingyi, seeing Zhu Daming's pleading gaze, felt a sense of helplessness. Given the current situation, how could it be resolved elegantly? After lunch, he sat by the river, deep in thought. Suddenly, he heard someone begging behind him and realized it was his younger brother, Lan Yin. Upon unfolding the note he received, he recognized it was still in Qiao Xiao's handwriting. Brother Xiao. Xiao Niu reported that 3 outsiders arrived at the Zhou's restaurant at noon and, after drinking, went to the tea house on East Street. The old melon at the tea house overheard a phrase. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I wonder if there's any issue with this. Xiao Bingyi lit a cigarette, resting his legs on the table as he exhaled clouds of smoke. The ashtray on the table was already filled to the brim, signaling the end of his contemplation. He surmised that the 3 individuals from the restaurant were likely the ones who had gone missing from the straw hut and, due to their hurried departure, might return to the straw hut. Without alerting anyone, he took his binoculars and quietly made his way to the grass by the river opposite the straw hut, patiently waiting. The sun beat down on him for the entire afternoon. And as night fell, mosquitoes came to visit. His body was covered in itchy welts. At the hour of the dog, he spotted the 3 individuals entering the straw hut with their bags, and they did not emerge again. By the time the 3rd watch passed, there was still no light from the hut. He prepared to keep watch until dawn. As the rooster crowed for the first time, he noticed a light flickering inside the straw hut. Someone had opened the door and another had gone to the toilet. Peering through the door, he saw dim light inside, with smoke swirling about. Looking outside, he suspected there was a lookout hidden in the corner of the wall. After pondering for a moment, he decided to bypass Zhu Daming and directly approach Li Xiaoman. As the rooster crowed 3 times, Li Xiaoman charged into the straw hut with over a dozen soldiers. Swiftly subduing 3 young men, the trio fought desperately. One was injured and attempted to flee but was shot down, while the other 2 committed suicide by poison. Xiao Bingyi finally exhaled a long-held breath. Noticing the elderly couple cowering in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, which struck him as peculiar. Remembering Qin Minggao's earlier analysis, he observed the couple closely. Their lantern-like eyes darting back and forth. He sensed that they were indeed hiding something. Having lost their son, one would expect the elderly couple to be in utter despair, yet they displayed no signs of grief. Their eyes were unfocused, avoiding direct contact, with only fear evident on their faces. Li Xiaoman gathered the troops, preparing to sound the retreat. Xiao Bingyi urged him to wait a moment. Remembering Xiao's analysis regarding the quantity of vegetables purchased, he estimated that there were more than just 3 individuals involved. He re-entered the hut to search once more. Finally, beneath a pile of straw in the kitchen, he discovered an entrance. Under intense pressure, he captured 9 individuals along with firearms, grenades, and foreign currency. That night, they interrogated the captives. Revealing that they were members of the first group of the anti-communist army from the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Anhui regions, they admitted to being responsible for the kidnapping of the town's secretary, who also served as the acting mayor. They further disclosed that there were 2 additional groups in the town, numbering over 20 individuals, primarily targeting kidnappings, assassinations, poisonings, and intelligence gathering, aiming to incite panic and undermine the nascent regime. However, they had no connection to the attacks on the grain transport vehicles or the ambush on Lieutenant Yuan. As the interrogation concluded, dawn broke. Upon learning the outcome, Zhu Daming was surprisingly unperturbed. He was elated by the successful resolution of the case, treating the night operation team to fried dough sticks and buns as a reward. He then greeted Li Xiaoman cheerfully before heading to the city bureau to report. Geng Bichong felt resentment for not being included in such a significant event. Brother Xiao, you and I are allies. How could you forget your brother in such a momentous occasion? Xiao Bingyi shot him a glance, annoyed by his showboating in front of Zhu Daming, and chose to ignore him. He was preoccupied with guilt. Reflecting on how the brothers, particularly Xiao, who played a crucial role in the case, did not get to enjoy the fried dough sticks and buns, the case of the acting mayor's kidnapping and murder had been solved. Zhu Daming, akin to a doting parent, encouraged Xiao Bingyi to continue his efforts and secure another impressive victory. Xiao Bingyi did not require coaxing. He aimed to prove through his actions that Zhu's decision to entrust him with full responsibility was indeed sagacious. He was contemplating how to showcase his prowess to everyone. Reviewing the interrogation records of the captives, he discovered that the spy organization had numerous branches, each with different objectives and tasks. It became evident that the captured spies were not affiliated with those responsible for the attacks on the grain transport vehicles or the ambush on Lieutenant Yuan. Therefore, where could this group of spies be hiding? More perplexing was how they seemed to have precise knowledge of the military administration's operations, especially since Lieutenant Yuan's trip to the mountain pass to pick someone up had been a spontaneous decision. How did the spies become aware of that? Was it merely coincidence? With over 10 spies still lurking in the town, it was anyone's guess where they would strike next that he racked his brain, but could devise no solutions. Taking a stroll in the courtyard to clear his mind, Gung Bichong, still harboring resentment, sarcastically remarked from the door, "I told you, without me, things won't go smoothly. Didn't the grain transport operation fail because I wasn't included?" Xiao Bingyi had no time to engage in banter, but internally scoffed. If you were there, things would only be worse. This was a lesson learned from numerous past misfortunes that he continued to ponder, repeatedly asking himself, if I were a spy, how would I deal with a grain transport vehicle? Naturally, the first step would be to gather intelligence. As soon as the vehicle was in motion, I would be informed and then ambush it. However, the military administration kept its information confidential. How could I acquire intelligence? He recalled Liu Hui's analysis and nodded slightly. Of course, it requires collaboration from within and outside. He then faced a grave concern. There might be an undercover agent within the military administration or the town. They could swiftly communicate via radio as soon as the grain vehicle was in motion. This was the only explanation that made sense. However, the last test of this theory had yielded no results. What other methods could they employ to relay information? He paced restlessly in the courtyard when something suddenly struck him on the head. Reaching up, he realized it was pigeon droppings. Shaking his hand, he looked up to see a flock of pigeons swirling in the sky. Angered, he muttered to himself, "What bad luck. Even the pigeons are mocking me." Returning to the office to wash his hair, he dampened it and immediately turned back towards the courtyard. He focused on the flying pigeons, his eyes darting back and forth. With water dripping from his head, he sought out Li Xiaoman. "Li, I finally discovered the spy's method of communication," he exclaimed excitedly, still wiping water from his hair. Li Xiaoman frowned. Scolding, "Xiao Bingyi, how many times have I told you to add deputy before my title?" Xiao Bingyi quickly nodded. Right, Deputy Li. "Do you know how the spies coordinate from within and outside?" Li Xiaoman, intrigued, asked. "Oh, I was just racking my brain over this. I didn't expect you to be so sharp. What's the method?" "Carrier pigeons," Xiao Bingyi declared, exhilarated. Who would have thought they would resort to such an ancient method? Indeed, how did I overlook that? Li Xiaoman lamented, smacking his forehead. "Deputy Li, let us proceed according to my plan. Please cooperate." Li Xiaoman's frown eased as he nodded in agreement. "All right. Director Zhu has gone to the city to handle household registrations for his family. We'll wait for his return before we act." Deputy Li, waiting for him to return may be too late. Director Zhu prefers to hear results and will report back after our success. His voice, filled with excitement, slightly cracked. Li Xiaoman frowned again, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. The following morning, Li Xiaoman oversaw the loading of grain. Soon after, he personally accompanied 2 soldiers to escort the vehicle. The grain transport vehicle wobbled out of the town, still some distance from the site of the previous incident. Li Xiaoman disembarked to observe discreetly. Through his binoculars, he spotted 4 to 5 individuals hiding among the trees along the roadside, seemingly armed with short firearms. Scanning the mountain, he noticed movement behind the bushes. He lowered his binoculars, puzzled. With Xiao Bingyi in charge of the town and 4 soldiers renowned for their marksmanship, the use of carrier pigeons should have been impossible. Why then did the spies still have a grasp on the situation? He instructed the driver to return to the town, unaware that Gung Bichong had already caused trouble at home. Chapter 069, Conflicts Among the Masses. As the vehicle entered the courtyard, Li Xiaoman noticed a crowd gathering around Gung Bichong. Uncertain of what had transpired, a dozen individuals encircled Gung Bichong, with a young man gripping his collar and shaking him, while a girl nearby attempted to mediate. The young man shouted, "You owe me. You can't afford to pay me back." Seeing Li Xiaoman approaching, Gung Bichong appeared to have found a savior. "Please let me go. Li is my superior. You should speak to him." The crowd momentarily quieted, turning to face Li Xiaoman. Considering that Zhu Daming was not present, and that disputes had arisen between military administration personnel and the public, it was his duty to intervene. He stepped forward and inquired about the situation. Before Gung Bichong could respond, the young man thrust him toward Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman steadied Gung Bichong and pressed for clarity. The young man shot a glance at Li Xiaoman, pointing at Gung Bichong and scoffing. "They say the People's Liberation Army never harms the people. Yet this scoundrel led people to kill my carrier pigeons when I asked him for an explanation. He dismissed it, saying that the army killing a few wild pigeons was nothing to be alarmed about. He even asked if I could prove they were my pigeons before he would compensate me. Sir, listen to this nonsense. You are his superior. Please help me settle this. The crowd erupted in shouts once more, a cacophony of voices rising. Li Xiaoman, unable to spot Xiao Bingyi among the crowd, furrowed his brow. He raised his hand, requesting silence. Dear villagers, it is undoubtedly wrong to harm the pigeons. This comrade has spoken in error, and I have asked him to reflect and offer his apologies to everyone. The young woman, mediating the situation, tossed her waist-length braid behind her and spoke with righteous authority that it is not merely a matter of apology and compensation. We must ensure that such incidents do not recur in the future. A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. Yes, apologies, compensation, guarantees. Amidst the cacophony, Li Xiaoman noticed that Geng Beatsong had slipped away again. Cursing silently under his breath, he waved his hand in resignation. Everyone, please quiet down. I agree with your request, and first, on behalf of the comrade who erred, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies. After straightening up, he bowed deeply and raised his head to say, I assure you that similar incidents will not occur in the future. I will cover the losses. How does that sound? The crowd murmured for a moment, with most nodding in agreement. The young man scrutinized him. Snorting, are you truly willing to compensate me? Seeing the other party solemnly nod, he smiled and asked, do you know how much my pigeon is worth? Li Xiaoman felt a pang of discomfort. He had only 30 yuan in savings. Faced with such a situation, he decided he must take out some money to manage the crisis. Young man, for the 5 pigeons, how about I offer you 30 yuan? Please don't consider it too much. It's a token of my sincerity. The young man let out a cold laugh. You claim you will only compensate 30 yuan. Let me tell you, the pigeon in my possession is named General. Not even 300 yuan could buy it. Li Xiaoman suspected the young man was attempting to extort him and frowned in discontent. Young man, 30 yuan can buy several hens. Is that not sufficient? Let us each take a step back, shall we? The young man remained obstinate. No way. The People's Liberation Army has discipline. You have killed my general, and without acknowledgement or compensation, I will report this upward. The mediating young woman pulled the young man aside, and then turned to Li Xiaoman. Comrade of the People's Liberation Army, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu, and this is my younger brother. Zhou Xiaofeng. The pigeon he holds is a military breed imported from America by our father. It is indeed precious and not available in the market. Li Xiaoman cast an awkward glance at Zhou Xiaoyu, his face burning with embarrassment. Miss Zhou, I was unaware that your brother's pigeon was so valuable. Might we sit down and discuss this calmly? Zhou Xiaofeng pulled his sister behind him, shouting, what is there to discuss? Since you are a member of the People's Liberation Army, I shall give you a discount. 200 yuan. Li Xiaoman was astonished and embarrassed, noticing Xiao Bingyi peering around, looking to slip away through the side door. Causing his anger to flare. You wish to flee after causing such a problem? He pointed at him and said to the siblings, such a significant sum is beyond my authority. You should consult a leader. That tall one about to leave. The siblings turned to look, and the tall soldier was indeed preparing to exit. Zhou Xiaofeng shouted, Leader of the People's Liberation Army, do not leave. We have matters to report to you. Upon hearing the call, Xiao Bingyi turned to see the crowd gathering towards him. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he quickly walked a few steps and then halted, realizing that if he ran away now, he would lose face and could potentially face repercussions. As the siblings approached, they were taken aback. Zhou Xiaofeng exclaimed, Sister, is that not our old classmate, Big Front Tooth? When did he become a member of the People's Liberation Army? Let alone a leader? Zhou Xiaoyu, puzzled, replied, I had no idea. It seems he has made quite a name for himself. Xiaofeng, you should go and have a proper talk with him. Zhou Xiaofeng waved the dead pigeon, calling out, Big Front Tooth, your soldier has killed my pigeon. Your men cannot handle this. What do you propose we do? Xiao Bingyi, recalling Zhou Xiaofeng as a snot-nosed little kid, felt his annoyance grow as he was addressed by his childhood nickname. Have you finished causing trouble? Is this the place for your antics? Zhou Xiaoyu, previously shy, felt a surge of indignation at Xiao Bingyi's impatient reprimand and retorted, What do you mean by that? The People's Liberation Army has discipline. When they damage property, they must compensate. The People's Liberation Army has killed a civilian's pigeon, and they should apologize and provide restitution. We have already approached 2 individuals, escalating the matter. As a leader, you must bear responsibility. If this matter remains unresolved, do not blame us for being unyielding. Oh, is that you, Xiaoyu? You've grown into quite the young lady, and this is the snot-nosed kid, right? I remember he used to eat little, only feasting on his own snot. Xiao Bingyi intended to retaliate against the siblings for their rude remarks. Zhou Xiaoyu quickly interjected, This is my brother Xiaofeng, and he has grown up. Why do you still call him by his childhood nickname? You are quite adept at holding on to the past. Suddenly realizing his intention, she remarked, "Oh, you seek revenge. He does not know your name, so you must resort to calling him by his childhood name." Xiao Bingyi then asked, "He is also my classmate. If you can remember him, why can't he remember you? I am now the head of the Xiao family, upholding justice." "Fine, fine. May I ask, head of the family, do you understand the issue we just raised? How do you plan to resolve it? What is so difficult about this? Compensate at market price. Is it not just a matter of a few coins? Your family is not lacking in money. Why be so stingy? Since you have approached me, in the spirit of camaraderie, let us handle this together. Come, follow me to my home to get the money." He understood that given the situation's gravity, compensation was inevitable. The burden would naturally fall on Gung Beatsong. After all, he was the one who harmed the pigeon. The sister, seeing her brother about to follow, tugged at him and whispered, "Xiao Feng, you must not go to his house. Remember how the old black-headed ghost used to be fierce with us. He bears the responsibility of leadership, as long as he states his position." That should suffice. She noted that Xiao Bingyi, now in uniform, exuded a certain charm that stirred a complex emotion within her, fleeting yet profound. "Head of the family, all we require is your acknowledgement. We await your visit to apologize and deliver the compensation." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Bingyi nodded and turned to leave, only to be halted by her call. "Head of the family, last summer, I believe I saw someone resembling you in Nanjing. Was that you?" Chapter 070. Picking up trash is a mission. Xiao Bingyi felt somewhat embarrassed by her inquiry. He recalled being chased by her through several streets in Nanjing. He had not intended to admit it, yet understood that she had recognized him. Her gaze had lingered on him for quite some time. If Tio deny, it would only make him seem cowardly, not a true man. With that thought, he puffed out his chest. Adopting the attitude of bring on the storm, he nodded. Zhou Xiaoyu gasped in surprise. "Oh my, you weren't doing well in Nanjing. Why didn't you seek out my father? Regardless, we are still classmates. Hey, let me ask you, when I chased you on the street that day, why did you hide? Were you afraid I would mock you?" Xiao Bingyi prepared to explain that he was busy with an internship. But upon seeing her sympathetic expression, he felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, he switched his reason. "Little girl, where are your thoughts wandering? Picking up trash is a part of my mission. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, I did not wish to place you in danger. What, you were part of the underground party last year? No wonder." Zhou Xiaoyu found his explanation reasonable and politely bade farewell. "Hey, Xiaoyu, do you know what is happening with Chang Baobao?" Xiao Bingyi called out as she turned to leave. Zhou Xiaoyu paused, sizing him up anew. "Wow, you have quite the heart. Have you seen him?" Seeing him nod, she scoffed. "Hard to say. I want to see him out of goodwill. But he kept pestering me. My father gave him a beating. People on the street say he was beaten badly by my father. In reality, his injuries were superficial. My father felt sorry for him and even treated him. Yet he expected my father to support him, refusing to leave our home. I see him as nothing more than a mangy dog. Xiaoyu, it is indeed a fortunate event that we have reunited as old classmates. How about we arrange to meet him and have a talk? I have no interest in that. You can handle it." Zhou Xiaoyu replied, tauntingly. "Now that you are doing well, do not provoke him." Xiao Bingyi stood there, feeling as if she had changed. She was no longer the Zhou Xiaoyu who used to play around with her little braids. Back then, she was innocent and mischievous, a tomboy at heart. He felt a pang of nostalgia for the lost innocence of childhood. "Xiao Bingyi, I have a question for you. When you were at the police academy in Nanjing, I stood across from your house to watch you. Why did you ignore me?" Xiao Bingyi chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I was overwhelmed at the time. When I later sought you out, you had already left," Zhou Xiaoyu said, with a hint of sadness. "At the time, I thought, after all, we were classmates. I should extend my best wishes. But if you ignore me, what am I to do?" With that, she turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance. Xiao Bingyi felt her departure was resolute. Remembering the lingering feelings she had for him, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Though disheartened, he felt a flicker of joy within. He was pleased with his clever reply earlier. Otherwise, within an hour, the entire town would know he had been picking up trash in Nanjing. How would his parents face the world? Upon returning home and reflecting on the matter, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had always believed that a gentleman does not take sides, claiming he was on a mission. Who would believe that? He could not comprehend why he had answered her in such a manner. Was it defiance, vanity, perhaps a combination of both? He never anticipated that his evasive response would lead her to further distress. That is a story for another time. On the way, Zhou Xiaofeng remarked, "Sister, you were right. The old black-headed ghost is a bit off. I fear his two lantern-like eyes. Sister, you might not know, but last year in Nanjing, before Big Front Tooth's mother went to Nanjing, she sent a matchmaker to our house. She wanted to discuss you becoming Big Front Tooth's wife. She even mentioned that you and Big Front Tooth had been close since you were around 10 years old." Zhou Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Is this true? How come I was unaware? What do our parents think?" Zhou Xiaofeng smiled mysteriously. Mom thinks Big Front Tooth is clever and tall. You two would make a fine pair, the father vehemently opposed, stating that he would rather see her drown in a latrine than allow her to marry a black-headed foreigner. I suspect that if the old man were to learn that his son had become a member of the People's Liberation Army's police force, he would surely regret his stance. Zhou Xiaoyu, visibly agitated, lamented, "Oh dear, Dad could have been more tactful. Why say such harsh words? Just because he is a black-headed foreigner, he was once the president of the Japanese Merchants Association. Wasn't he? They live on the same street. It would be quite awkward to encounter each other in the future." Suddenly, Zhou Xiaofeng whispered mysteriously, "Sister, I actually missed the days spent with Big Tooth when we were young. Do you remember the scene when the mute uncle chased us? It's still vivid in my memory, especially when he carried you out of the mulberry garden. I was utterly astonished. He was only 10 then. How could he possess such strength? To be honest, I think you and Big Tooth are quite suited for each other. I just don't understand why Father is so adamantly opposed." Zhou Xiaoyu paused, gazing at the clouds in the sky, her emotions surging. How could she forget? The image of being hoisted onto Xiao Bingyi's shoulder, panting as they escaped the mulberry garden, had appeared in her dreams countless times. The memories of her youth, though colorful and hazy, once recalled, became indelibly etched in her mind. As she entered her teenage years, she learned that Xiao Bingyi had been accepted into Nanjing High School, which surprised her. She recalled only sharing a semester with him before he dropped out. How could he possibly qualify for high school without even graduating from elementary school within a couple of years? She was astonished to hear that he had been accepted into the Central Police Academy. She was completely captivated by him. Standing across the street from the school, she watched him come and go, impulsively wanting to inquire about his situation and extend her best wishes. That night, she contemplated finding an excuse to meet him privately to gauge his feelings towards her, especially since she had learned he would report to the police academy the next day. Despite her heart brimming with affection, she found herself unable to express it. Just as she resolved to take the plunge at dawn, her mother approached her bedside, discussing the grievances of their forebears. She was taken aback and left in a state of confusion. No wonder his father had inquired about her family. No wonder he had been so harsh towards the siblings. She spent the entire night sleepless, her pillow soaked with tears. Zhou Xiaofeng, noticing her silence, asked, "Sister, did I say something wrong?" She regained her composure and diverted the topic. "Xiaofeng, don't pry into the affairs of the older generation. I just had a thought. Our parents are aging and still carry the label of being national capitalists. I've heard that in the new society, family background is crucial. The Shou family will rely on us to uphold our reputation. We need to strive to join the People's Liberation Army. This way, our family will be considered a revolutionary one. I believe it's easier for boys to enlist, but girls may face challenges. I've already decided that if I can't join the army, I will marry a soldier." Zhou Xiaofeng expressed concern. "Sister, but what if I become a soldier and have to go to war?" Zhou Xiaoyu playfully patted his head. "What is there to fear? Most of China has been liberated. How many more battles could there possibly be? If you fear death, does that mean others should die instead? A man is the pillar of the family. It would be best if you came back as an officer, bringing glory to our family, and it all rests on you." "Hey, sister, when you mention marrying a soldier, isn't it Big Tooth you're referring to?" "I support that." Zhou Xiaofeng teased cautiously. "Don't be ridiculous. The army isn't comprised solely of him. I find him a bit arrogant, even if there is mutual interest. It is unlikely to happen. Our families have a long-standing grudge, and father has made his position clear. Knowing it's an impossible endeavor, it would be better to cut ties cleanly." She bit her lip, swallowing her tears, releasing a deep sigh. Gazing at the horizon, she focused for a moment before suddenly blushing. "Oh, I think that Lee Company commander, who blushes when he speaks, is quite a decent fellow. I just don't know much about him." "Xiaofeng, you must listen to your sister. Forget the pigeon money and leave a good impression on the army." "All right, I don't care about the money. It's just that the short, stout fellow speaks in an infuriating manner." Zhou Xiaofeng replied with resolve. Then, with a mysterious tone, he added, "Sister, I overheard a secret from father, but I'm unsure of its truth and dare not speak." Zhou Xiaoyu was taken aback and retorted, "What could you possibly overhear? If you tell me, I can determine its veracity." Zhou Xiaofeng glanced around and whispered the secret. Zhou Xiaoyu slapped his hand away, warning, "Don't speak nonsense. That is impossible." Zhou Xiaofeng protested. "It is true. I eavesdropped on 2 old men at father's company the other day. They were quietly discussing that the chairman has a daughter in Shanghai. I calculated the timing. It should be our eldest sister." When he tried to approach the old man for clarification, he heard that both men had been in a car accident and died. Zhou Xiaoyu was clearly surprised. If her brother's words were true, it would pertain to events prior to her parents' marriage. She admonished her brother once more not to speak carelessly, yet questions lingered in her mind. Xiao Bingyi, through his interactions with Zhou Xiaoyu, sensed her apparent forgetfulness regarding the past. which pained him subtly. He sought out Li Xiaoman, inquiring if there had been any spies intercepting supplies on the way. Upon receiving a nod, he found himself lost in thought. Muttering, "This is strange. If it's not carrier pigeons, then what could it be?" Li Xiaoman was worried about the repercussions of killing the pigeons and did not want Zhu Daming to find out. He asked anxiously, "Old Xiao, if the pigeons are killed and Zhu Director finds out, what should we do?" "Li Company Commander, what can a mere subordinate do? We can only compensate at the market rate. When will Zhu Director return?" Xiao Bingyi recalled his promise to Zhou Xiaoyu regarding compensation and realized he could not go back on his word that I've told you countless times. Please add deputy before your title when addressing the commander. He added, "He'll be back tomorrow afternoon." "All right. I've already settled things with the siblings. They want to come back to us. If you have time, please take me along to handle the matter. Don't worry. I estimate that the Zhou family will be more lenient if we approach them with respect." Xiao Bingyi said with confidence that Li Xiaoman was concerned that this incident might reach Zhu Daming, leading him to criticize them for failing to report such a significant issue. He asked apprehensively, "Old Xiao, have you thought about how to handle the funding issue if we ask for public funds?" Zhu Director will definitely inquire. Li Company Commander, the matter of compensation can only be resolved privately. I'll borrow money to cover it first, and in the end, it will be borne by Geng Bichong. Li Xiaoman shook his head, worried. "Old Xiao, is it really appropriate to place the burden entirely on him? What if he can't come up with the money?" "Li Deputy Commander, do not fret. Geng Bichong has his own savings set aside for his future wife. At worst, we can persuade him to delay his wedding by a year. Please make an effort to discuss it with him. If he has to part with such a significant sum, he will surely be reluctant. He must realize that he is responsible for the trouble he caused, and receiving funds is merely a means to support his growth. Apply some pressure before discussing the financial aspect. I'll step back for now." Li Xiaoman also wanted to gauge Geng Bichong's attitude. Upon his arrival, he sternly questioned him about why he had slipped away midway. Geng Bichong feigned surprise, saying, "Li Company Commander, Li Deputy Commander, you've wronged me. I was trying to find Xiao Bingyi to take responsibility. He came up with the idea, yet when things went awry, he didn't step forward, leaving you to deal with the mess. If it weren't for your selfless rescue, I would surely be in the hospital right now. I understand that we must keep this matter contained. The relationship between the military and civilians is crucial. When the common folk strike at me, I do not retaliate. I still possess some class consciousness." Li Xiaoman found merit in his words and patted him on the shoulder. "Comrade Geng Bichong, I am now interested in your opinion. The incident with the pigeons has created a negative impact. With Zhu Director away, I must step forward to apologize. Regarding the compensation, how do you propose we proceed?" Without hesitation, Geng Bichong replied, "Li Deputy Commander, what is there to consider? The root of this issue lies with Xiao Bingyi. You have already taken care of the preceding matters. Thus, the remaining financial responsibility should fall entirely on him." Li Xiaoman found this exchange intriguing. Their relationship resembled that of a mentor and apprentice. Yet they were in stark contrast on such a trivial matter, each pulling in their own direction. After contemplating for a moment, he asked seriously, "Comrade Geng Bichong, I truly did not expect you to have shot so many pigeons. Speak honestly, were you hoping to gather more for an improved meal?" Geng Bichong replied gleefully, "Li Deputy Commander, you have no idea. Each of the 4 soldiers shot one. I haven't practiced with a slingshot in years. I just closed my eyes and aimed at the sky. To my surprise, I hit a little white pigeon. Alas, I, Geng Bichong, have finally taken a life. Who would have thought I could do it so accurately with a slingshot?" Li Xiaoman, sensing his enthusiasm, continued his inquiry. "So you claim that you shot the white pigeon? How splendid. That pigeon was used by the spies to send messages. You didn't misidentify it, did you?" Seeing him nod in affirmation, Li Xiaoman felt a surge of joy and added, "I didn't realize your aim with the slingshot was so precise. It far surpasses Xiao Bingyi's. Who would have thought there were so many talents among us?" Geng Bichong, utterly exhilarated, seized the opportunity to express his admiration. That he glanced toward the courtyard and noticed Big Brother Xiao dispatching a little beggar. Returning with a serious demeanor, he said, "Li Deputy Commander, you truly have a discerning eye. I firmly believe that gold will shine in time. Xiao Bingyi may not understand much. He is like a woman. One flaw can be concealed by beauty, aside from his skills in solving cases. I far surpass him in other areas. Comrade Geng Bichong, how did you become so skilled with the slingshot? When did you start practicing?" "Before I became a policeman, I specifically used a slingshot to hunt sparrows. I could hit them without fail. Why didn't you hide after shooting the pigeons? Why wait for them to come looking for you? Isn't that intentionally creating trouble for me, Li Deputy Commander? There's no escaping this. Only the army has guns. As the gunshot rang out, the townsfolk gathered to witness the spectacle. The 4 soldiers felt immense joy after successfully capturing a pigeon, promptly plucking its feathers to send to the mess hall. The brother and sister duo? Upon noticing the white dove in my hand, seized me without hesitation, tugging at my hair. I instinctively touched my head, lamenting, I hardly have any hair as it is. How could I not get angry? How was I to know it was not a wild pigeon? Xiao Bingyi emerged from the room, clapping his hands in approval. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed. Gung Bichong finally admitted that he had shot the homing pigeon with a slingshot. Deputy Company Commander Li, regarding the matter of compensation, pondered, in my humble opinion, Gung Bichong is financially constrained. He can only compensate for one white pigeon. The remaining 4 were casualties of soldiers following orders. And I am willing to shoulder the responsibility for the suggestion and offer the compensation myself. Xiaoman produced 30 yuan and handed it over, suggesting, let us settle on 31. You confront it for now. And I will repay you once I gather enough. We must be clear in our minds that this is not solely a matter of compensation, but also a political issue. If mishandled, it could adversely affect the relationship between the party and the masses, tarnishing the reputation of the People's Liberation Army, and all comrades involved in this action would face dire consequences. Gung Bichong, with a rueful expression, produced $6 silver. I suppose I am unfortunate. This is all I had set aside for my wedding. The rest should be covered by Xiaogu, considering he suggested the idea to the leadership. Xiao Bingyi, secretly pleased, seized the opportunity to reprimand him. Comrade Gung Bichong, I must criticize you. The Military Management Committee has called on government staff to lead by example in exchanging people's tickets. How do you still possess silver dollars? You have erred. Forget it, $6 will suffice. I will help you exchange them. Do not fret. Every setback is a lesson learned, and investing money can buy wisdom. He felt a sense of satisfaction, finally avenging the unspoken grievances against Zhu Baj, Li Xiaoman. Observing Gung Bichong with his head hung low, couldn't he help but feel a mix of amusement and concern. He cautioned, I must emphasize that this matter must remain private. If Director Zhu learns of it, not only will there be financial consequences, but you will also face criticism. Xiao Bingyi continued. That girl from the family claims her pigeons are quite valuable. One pigeon could be worth 10 silver dollars. At the current market rate, that amounts to a substantial sum. What should we do? Xiao Bingyi sneered. She is asking for too much. Why should we acquiesce to her demands? Just because she says it's worth that much doesn't he make it so. Did I say compensating Gung Bichong $6 silver is already generous? If she dares to protest, we should hold her family accountable for using her pigeons to spy on military affairs. Li Xiaoman shook his head and chuckled. Old Xiao, you are quite the debater. Her pigeons are soaring in the sky. How could they possibly spy on our military secrets? And didn't you also support the idea of using pigeons for messages? Her homing pigeon is merely circling the military management office. Li Xiaoman laughed heartily. Old Xiao, your arguments are quite far-fetched. Alas, I have a nagging feeling that we are due for some misfortune. Deputy Company Commander Li reassured him. Do not fear. As long as we can quickly achieve a merit, even if Director Zhu finds out, the merits will outweigh the demerits. Xiao Bingyi comforted him, whispering further. Li Xiaoman, suspicious, replied, Old Xiao, do not go off on tangents. Can you be certain that spies will come tonight? What are the odds? Where did you hear this information? Deputy Company Commander Li continued. Zhou Xiaofeng had a discussion with Gung Bichong while I observed from above. I noticed suspicious individuals sneaking around the warehouse. What could they want? It is certainly something related to grain. You must listen to me. There will be a reward. He would not disclose that his younger brother had secretly delivered intelligence. He initially intended to capture a minor spy and unravel the mystery of the leak, but unexpectedly, it led to an intense battle. Chapter 072. An unexpected battle. In the afternoon, Li Xiaoman gathered the troops. Claiming it was for enhanced training and implemented a shift system. He led over 20 soldiers into town for a rigorous training exercise. That night, the moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the stars twinkled under the western wind. The third floor of the office building was shrouded in darkness as Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bichong stood by the window, vigilantly watching the surroundings of the warehouse. To salvage their reputation. He aimed to lure out the spies nearby and unveil the mystery of enemy communications, providing an explanation to Director Zhu. As the clock struck 3, no spies had yet appeared. Gung Bichong, growing impatient, muttered, Xiao Gu, ever since your outburst last time, your mind seems a bit off. You make all these claims, yet none have come to fruition. The detective reputation you painstakingly built is being squandered little by little. Now, you expect us to stand here and feed the mosquitoes without retaliating. It's strange. Why aren't the mosquitoes biting you? Xiao Bingyi found himself thoroughly annoyed by his companion. He was reluctant to express his discontent, but equally vexed by his incessant complaints. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to tease him. You are utterly ignorant. Which mosquito would bite you? My body is all bones. A mosquito would need a drill to penetrate. You, however, are all flesh and oil. If they don't bite you, who else would they bite? Do you think mosquitoes are as dim-witted as you? The streets were deserted, and the lights in every household began to extinguish. Xiao Bingyi started to doubt the accuracy of the intelligence. Yet his younger brother had assured him that what he overheard in the tea house was unmistakably true. All he could do was silently pray, let a few spies come. Just one will suffice. Otherwise, I will be left with nothing but shame. Geng Bichong urgently whispered, Xiaogu, someone is coming. They are sneaking around. Definitely spies. Saying this, he raised his gun to aim. Xiao Bingyi kicked him. Don't alert them. Let the hot-headed ones catch the live ones. The first person entering appeared to be carrying a gasoline barrel, stealthily approaching the warehouse. A sentry shouted, Halt. Who goes there? The intruder fired a shot, crouching low as he advanced toward the warehouse. The sentry retaliated with a shot, and the intruder dropped to the ground, crawling toward the main entrance of the warehouse. Another volley of gunfire erupted, and the intruder lay still, the gasoline barrel igniting into a fierce blaze, illuminating the entire courtyard as bright as day. With the light, Xiao Bingyi's heart sank. In the firelight, he could see that at least 40 to 50 armed individuals had stormed through the entrance, each wielding Tommy guns. Half of this group surged toward the granary, while the other half rushed toward the office building. Gunfire erupted, and he could already hear Li Xiaoman shouting amidst the chaos. Along with the curses of the bandits, caught off guard, Xiao Bingyi immediately recognized the dire situation. He had to secure the doors of the office building, but he instructed Geng Bichong and Chun Minggao to guard the east and west doors of the courtyard while he rushed to the front door. Lu Hui was already positioned at the office front, and he lunged forward, tackling her to the ground. His face pressed against her chest. Lu Hui pushed him away, exclaiming, Xiao Bingyi, do you truly intend to shield me from bullets? You can't shoot. Move aside. Xiao Bingyi, irked by her words, drew his gun and shouted, You go check the safety of the two side doors in the courtyard and see if the back courtyard is secure. Outside, a voice with a quacking tone yelled, Listen inside, you have been surrounded by the anti-communist Salvation Army, surrender your weapons and you may live. A barrage of bullets followed, striking the stone floor and sending sparks flying. Xiao Bingyi, seeing shadowy figures outside, stood his ground, gun in hand, and fired back. Lu Hui, who would never have believed that Xiao Bingyi, who claimed he couldn't shoot, would act so decisively, tackled him again. Xiao Bingyi, you can shoot. Why did you hide it? Before she could finish her sentence, another volley of bullets rang out. Xiao Bingyi realized that if she hadn't tackled him, he would have met his end. Gratefully, he embraced her, saying, Thank you. You saved my life. Let go of me. Quit with the chatter. The bandits are coming. She retorted, You guard the west door. I'll guard the east. The bandits assaulting the granary were being suppressed by Li Xiaoman's firepower. But the office side was under heavy fire from the bandits. The attacking bandits surged forward, machine guns and submachine guns leading the charge, their battle cries echoing. Brothers, there are women inside. Whoever gets in first can have her. Xiao Bingyi and Lu Hui found themselves pinned down by the whistling bullets. Chun Minggao rushed in to provide cover, but a bullet struck him in the chest, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Bingyi sprang into action, dragging Chun Minggao to the door, shouting for a medic. Lu Hui covered him with a few shots as she rushed to the office to grab a first aid kit. Xiao Bingyi also considered returning to the office to retrieve ammunition, but found himself unable to break free. His bullets were spent. He hastily picked up Chun Minggao's rifle to retaliate, firing several shots. Yet not a single enemy was struck. The enemy was closing in, and in the firelight, Xiao Bingyi could see their faces clearly. Turning his head, he saw Lu Hui dragging the unconscious Chun Minggao into the office. Looking back outside, 6 or 7 bandits were cautiously approaching, eyes trained on their targets. Xiao Bingyi quickly turned to the office to grab ammunition, stuffing a grenade into his pocket. As the enemy approached the door, he hurled the grenade. If you value your lives, come on in. I'll send you straight to hell. The enemy was undeterred, hastening their advance. Xiao Bingyi weighed the grenade in his hand before tossing it. The explosion was deafening, and 2 more enemies fell. One of the assailants shouted fiercely, Brothers, do not be afraid. He has no more grenades. There are only a few left inside. Let us finish them off. Just as the situation turned dire, the charge sounded, and the shouts rose to a crescendo. Seeing the tide turn against them, the bandits whistled and vanished in an instant. Li Xiaoman approached Lu Hui, inquiring about Chun Minggao's injury. Lu Hui replied, The bullet passed through his chest. It's very serious. He must be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Li Xiaoman arranged for the quick transport of Chun Minggao and other injured personnel to the hospital, angrily questioning the disheveled Xiao Bingyi, who lay on the ground, covered in grime. Xiao Bingyi, I told you to practice shooting, yet you refused. If you could shoot, Chun Minggao wouldn't have been injured. Lu Hui attempted to explain but was silenced by Xiao Bingyi, who lowered his head in self-reproach. I am sorry. Tonight's incident is my fault. It was I who led the bandits here, and I accept the consequences. Who would have thought that in such a tiny town there would be so many spies, appearing and disappearing without a trace? Lu Hui asked Li Xiaoman, What was the outcome of the battle tonight? Li Xiaoman paused for a moment before responding, It could have been worse. We lost 1 man and had 7 injured, while we killed 15 of the enemy. I also made a mistake. I failed to assign anyone to protect the office side. Thankfully, you two held your ground. And we have 4 corpses to show for it.as for the enemy's casualties. I do not know. They ran away faster than rabbits, and we failed to capture a single one. Gung Bichong approached with complaints. Brother Xiao, having eaten his fill, insists on attracting spies. Thankfully, Deputy Company Commander Li's adept leadership and extensive combat experience saved us from a grim fate. Otherwise, we would have met our end. Upon seeing Li Xiaoman leave, Xiao Bingyi kicked the ground in frustration. How was I to know so many would come? Chen Mingyao was supposed to reinforce us. Where were you? Gung Bichong retorted. Chen Mingyao was meant to assist you while I guarded the east and west gates. I deserve commendation for that. After returning home and washing up, Xiao Bingyi found himself unable to sleep, staring at the sky through the back door. The cold, stern moon seemed to gaze back at him, morphing unexpectedly into a soft, smiling visage reminiscent of Lu Hui's face. Memories of that thrilling night flooded his mind, 2 instances of physical contact with her, once resting his head on her bosom, and another time embracing her while she pinned him down. The sensation of holding a woman was indescribably delightful. Had she already established a stronghold in the depths of his heart? It seemed so. Passion began to swell within him. Lu Hui, the one whom the moon, a symbol of purity, had been associated with, illuminating his heart. Your brilliance was so clear, so warm and fragrant, so gently radiant. Lu girl, you must understand. I am the star nearest to you, and I shall always accompany you. With your presence, I shine as the brightest star amidst the vast universe. That a new discovery is hereby proclaimed. Chang'e bears the surname Lu. With the name Lu Hui, the star closest to you is surnamed Xiao, and that is Xiao Bingyi. Tomorrow, we shall ascend Purple Mountain, and irrespective of the names bestowed by astronomers, we shall rename them. Chapter 073. I might be from Jiangnenju Daming. Upon hearing Li Xiaoman's report, was drenched in cold sweat. He instructed him to heighten vigilance, as he would return the following afternoon. Simultaneously, he mentioned that the city was urging the swift dispatch of grain, so preparations must be made. He inquired whether Xiao Bingyi had devised a plan. Xiao Bingyi, having exhausted all options, could not fathom the advanced methods employed by the so-called anti-communist National Salvation Army to establish contact. He followed his shadow to the site of the grain transport robbery, yet found no leads. Climbing a small hill and peering eastward through binoculars, he realized the small trees he had previously observed were not from that day's journey, but rather several others, arranged in a row. He marveled at nature's ingenuity. 18 noon, Li Xiaoman arrived with a bottle of liquor to find Xiao Bingyi, restless from the previous night's battle. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to return to the battlefield. Frustration mounted within him, prompting him to seek solace in alcohol. After a couple of drinks, Li Xiaoman, noticing his despondency, offered words of encouragement. Old Xiao, do not lose heart. I am certain you will find a way to uncover the enemy's communication methods. It's merely a matter of time. Sighing, Xiao Bingyi lamented, fighting this kind of war is truly disheartening. It leaves one feeling powerless. Li Xiaoman nodded sympathetically and raised his glass. Deputy Commander Li, I wish to apologize for my previous demeanor. I underestimated the enemy and request your forgiveness. Li Xiaoman, feeling slightly awkward, interjected. Old Xiao, do not refer to yourself in such a manner. We are comrades, and our worth is equal. There is no need for such humility between us. In fact, I believe this time you should be commended. Without your prior warning, the outcome could have been far worse. Xiao Bingyi shook his head, insisting, I am accustomed to humility. In tumultuous times, life is fragile, and one must remain modest. Forget the accolades. Let us consider it a wash. Li Xiaoman replied, his demeanor dull. I am quite troubled. While I watch our brothers achieve victory, I can only drown my sorrows in drink. It leaves a bitter taste in my heart. He reminisced about when he was 12, joining the Children's Corps, standing guard, checking passes, and capturing traitors. At 15, he joined the work team, engaging the enemy with real swords and guns. An exhilarating experience. Xiao Bingyi nodded thoughtfully, refilling Li Xiaoman's glass. I see it differently. Your current role is indeed fascinating. A man must not only demonstrate valor on the battlefield, but also display wisdom in covert operations. You are a reconnaissance hero. The art of investigation and solving cases is akin, ultimately leading to the same destination. By the way, where is your hometown? Li Xiaoman's earlier excitement faded at the question, replaced by a somber expression. He sighed deeply and recounted his background. I am an orphan. My adoptive father once mentioned I might be from Jiangnan. My father was a high-ranking government official who perished in a car accident while traveling north. My adoptive father happened upon the scene, rescuing 4 individuals. 3 men died, while a woman clung to life, revealing that she was from Nanjing, accompanying her husband to Beiping for work and pleading for my adoptive father's help. She offered a fortune in silver as gratitude for saving her life. When my adoptive father opened the trunk, he discovered me inside. Before he could ask further, the woman succumbed, and he took me home. I was 12 when my adoptive father sacrificed himself. I lived with the family of Aunt Jean, the head of the village women's rescue committee, and took up my adoptive father's gun at 15. As Li Xiaoman spoke, he withdrew a jade guanyin from his chest, tears welling in his eyes. That I miss my biological parents dearly. Seeing him choke on his words, Xiao Bingyi took the jade guanyin to examine it closely. Noticing the inscription dog air on the back, imagining the blessings and hopes his parents must have bestowed while adorning him with the jade, he attempted to lighten the mood. S. Oh, your childhood nickname is Dog Air. I think Li Xiaogo sounds quite charming. From now on, I shall call you Li Xiaogo. Cheers. Li Xiaoman, lost in childhood recollections, did not mind the jest and wiped his face, continuing his narrative. I have been fortunate to encounter many good people. Although my childhood was arduous, it was filled with joy. My 3 years in the Children's Corps were quite engaging. The most vivid memory was during the Japanese sweep. Their communication systems were highly advanced, allowing them to maintain contact wherever they went. The 8th Route Army, lacking resources, suffered significant losses. The work team captured a radio, but had no one to operate it in the face of such bloody lessons. The 8th Route Army pooled their ideas, reviving ancestral methods such as signal trees and beacon fires. While these methods may seem rudimentary, they proved effective in defeating the enemy. Xiao Bingyi, holding his glass, asked in confusion, I am aware of the ancient tale of King Yu of Zhou using beacon fires to deceive the feudal lords. What do you mean by signal trees? Li Xiaoman enthusiastically explained. Most bases are situated in the mountains. When enemy activity is detected, there isn't enough time to report. Initially, they used beacon fires. However, the Japanese soon learned to interpret the smoke signals as warnings and adjusted their tactics. Consequently, the bases invented signal trees, easily identifiable trees erected on hilltops, monitored by the elderly, women, and children. When the Japanese moved, they would knock down the first tree, and each subsequent tree would fall in succession. Upon witnessing the trees topple, the base would be alerted to enemy movement. During my time in the work team, I was specifically responsible for this. Xiao Bingyi nodded in admiration, acknowledging the ingenuity of the Chinese spirit and the wealth of wisdom found in the populace. Li Xiaoman finished his last drink and sincerely stated, Old Xiao, to be honest, I initially underestimated you. I perceived you as stubborn and resistant to change. Your role as a detective, with links to major spies, made me suspicious. You know, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for both the Japanese and the Kuomintang. My approach towards you was somewhat rough around the edges. Let me raise a glass to apologize and seek your understanding. Honestly, I now hold a degree of respect for you. How are you so astute? Do you understand why I sought you out? I wish to learn from you, even if I might seem a foolish apprentice. Li Xiaoman said. Xiao Bingyi, taken aback, found all resentment dissipated. Witnessing Li Xiaoman's humility, he nodded, responding, Deputy Commander Li, I dare not accept such praise. It is not that I am particularly clever, but I have simply read more books on investigation. You are no simpleton. You possess rich reconnaissance experience and bravery in battle. Indeed, I once harbored resentment towards you, but now. Li Xiaoman interjected. Now, what is it? Xiao Bingyi replied. Now, I admire you and place my utmost trust in you. I should learn from you. After exchanging compliments, Li Xiaoman staggered out the door, while Xiao Bingyi remained deep in thought. For some reason, the mention of signal trees reminded him of the tree he had urinated on and the row of trees he had observed. Pouring another drink, he savored it slowly. Gung Bichong entered, noticing the remaining liquor and hastily gulped it down. Brother Xiao, why do you forget about your comrades while drinking? Suddenly standing, Xiao Bingyi called out, Brother, grab your gear. Change into plain clothes. We are going out. The two arrived at the tree, where Xiao Bingyi noticed the stone that had been pressing against the roots was now gone. He surveyed the surroundings. The mountain's summit was buffeted by the wind, the sky a brilliant blue, and sunlight radiant. As they sat amidst the grass, vigilant and alert, not far off, a young man, dressed like a local villager, was busily cutting grass. Xiao Bingyi surmised that this individual was likely not a genuine mountain dweller, as his posture while cutting was quite awkward. As they descended the mountain, the lush greenery surrounded them, with vast fields stretching endlessly under the scorching sun and blue skies. Xiao Bingyi unfastened his coat, removing his straw hat to fan himself. A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Chapter 074. Achieving merit to marry a wife. On that morning, Zhu Daming urgently announced a state of emergency in the city, urging everyone to expedite the transportation of grain. After a flurry of activity, the grain transport vehicle finally set off. Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bichong had already concealed themselves among the small trees at Hengshan Pass before dawn, searching for the mountain dweller they had encountered the previous day. The June sun was beginning to show its fierce nature. The two men, hidden in the grass, felt both hot and stifled. Gung Bichong Sweating profusely, whispered, Xiao, at this rate, if we don't catch the spies, my life will be in jeopardy. I need to relieve myself. Can I move? Noticing the stillness around them, Xiao Bingyi decided to sneak away into the woods to urinate. A gust of wind sent a chill through him. Looking down the mountain, he could see the village and town below. It was breakfast time, with wisps of smoke curling up slowly into the air. He recalled an ancient poem. A wisp of cooking smoke drifts endlessly, only to scatter into clouds high above. As he recited the verse, he silently wished for such peaceful days to continue. Returning to their hiding spot, they lay low for over an hour again. Gung Bichong soon needed to relieve himself once more. Xiao Bingyi scolded, lazy cows and horses make a lot of mess. If you scare off the spies, you can take off your uniform and roll back home. Gung Bichong, his face flushed, pleaded quietly, Xiao, I can't hold it any longer. Can I crawl over to do it? Xiao Bingyi, still cautious, retorted, crawling will expose you. The spies will think you are a wild boar. Point one shot, and it's over for you. Brother, today's reconnaissance is crucial. A moment's carelessness could ruin all our efforts. Just handle it right here. Just as Gung Bichong managed to relieve himself, he exclaimed in delight, Xiao, look at the smoke rising. It's like a black dragon soaring into the sky. How beautiful. Xiao Bingyi observed the thick smoke and deduced its source was near the western bridge of the town. Suddenly nudging Gung Bichong, he cautioned, brother, be quiet. Business is coming. A few minutes later, a seemingly local mountain dweller hurried along the mountain path. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Bingyi recognized him as the young man who had been cutting grass before. The young man approached the small tree, glanced around, and abruptly toppled it, sitting on the trunk to smoke. Xiao Bingyi realized the small tree had vanished and was astonished, thinking, could this be the news tree that Li Xiaomin mentioned? He was perplexed. In this day and age, why did the spies resort to such primitive methods instead of using a radio? Realizing this, he scolded himself for only considering the radio. Damn it. No wonder we found nothing. Who would have thought the spies would use such a foolish tactic? After finishing his smoke, the young mountain dweller dusted himself off. Whistling a tune as he descended the mountain, Gung Bichong pulled out his slingshot and prepared to take a shot at him, but Xiao Bingyi stopped him, teasing, Gung Bichong, how old are you this year? Is the slingshot really that entertaining? Gao Gu, I think being in public security in the new society is quite challenging. This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed, and my marksmanship isn't up to par either. The only way to deal with those we can't shoot or capture is with this toy. A slingshot for a little revenge. Xiao Bingyi slapped him on the back of the head. You fool, doing that will alert the snake in the grass. What's the difference from shooting a gun? Follow my orders. Gung Bichong grew agitated. Are you trying to let the tiger return to the mountain? Not capturing spies is a crime. I will report it. As they bickered, Xiao Bingyi needed to urinate again and hurried toward the cliff. Gung Bichong wanted to follow, to which Xiao Bingyi turned and rolled his eyes, asking, what? You're following me to relieve yourself. Gung Bichong held his breath and replied, I'm worried you won't catch the spies and will be disheartened. He grumbled back to the mountain path. Spotting two men below carrying baskets up the mountain, he shouted, stop. What are you doing? The two men halted, and a thin monkey-like man set down his basket and scowled. Who are you? And what authority do you have to question us? I am from public security. Answer my questions, Xiao Bingyi replied. Gung Bichong produced his credentials and asked, do we have the authority? The other, a plump man, laughed and replied, we have the authority. We are villagers from the northern mountain village. We are buying vegetables for a family celebration. Gung Bichong examined their basket, which contained several whole pigs, dozens of slaughtered chickens, geese, ducks, fish, and a few winter melons. He looked at the two men, kicked the basket, saw nothing suspicious, and waved them off. You may go. Worrying that Xiao Bingyi had not returned yet, he called out, Xiao, you haven't fallen off the cliff, have you? A voice echoed from the trees. Damn it, I'm too thin. The wind blew me down. The wind blew me back up. I said a tornado. If you don't come back, I won't wait for you, Gung Bichong said, preparing to leave. Xiao Bingyi returned along the mountain path, chasing after him and asking, fool, who were you talking to? I was just chatting with the fat and thin guys, Gung Bichong replied as he walked. Xiao Bingyi thought he was being self-deprecating and paid it no mind. Stumbling down the mountain, he returned to the town and sought out Zhu Daming. Noticing Gung Bichong closely following, he paused to greet him. Brother, go check the granary and see how much food still needs to be transported. Xiao, discovering the spies' communication methods was a joint effort. Can we report this to Director Zhu together? Xiao Bingyi glanced at him and replied, rest assured, this time the credit is all yours. My actions today were based on your suggestion. And you were the one who discovered the spies. That should suffice, right? Thank you. Xiao, don't forget, I'm nearly 30 and still haven't achieved anything. You don't know, the two old folks are pushing me to marry. I want to achieve something first, then settle down. Brother, do you have a beloved in Nanjing? I don't know anything about it. Xiao Bingyi asked curiously. My future wife is not in the city of Nanjing but in the suburbs. To be precise, in your hometown. I don't understand. There are very few beauties in my hometown. I haven't resolved my own situation. Why would you compete with me? Xiao, I've thought it over. Given our status, I can only find prostitutes or ugly women in Nanjing. I've discovered that the town is full of beautiful women. I'll scout first and definitely leave the best for you. Xiao Bingyi teased, let me tell you, beautiful girls in the town won't marry outsiders. If you want to settle down here, it's impossible. Geng Bichong blinked his big eyes in confusion. Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Bingyi exaggeratedly scrutinized him, grunting through his nose. Beautiful women are the face of the town. Just look at you. You're older, and to top it off, you're a bit rough around the edges. With only a few hairs on your head. To put it nicely, you have the image of a thug. As a local, I would feel embarrassed to have a son-in-law like you. What if I'm ugly? Geng Bichong asked, his face darkening. Xiao Bingyi waved his hand. Don't ask. I really can't say it out loud. I don't want to crush your optimistic spirit. Seeing Xiao Bingyi being so blunt. Geng Bichong retorted, I understand you're too scared to say it. Tell me, how will people see us if we walk down the street? Xiao Bingyi rolled his eyes. How else? They think a comedy duo has arrived. The tall one is handsome and dashing, while the short one is the punchline. Geng Bichong, hands behind his back, took a few steps and said, people will see my healthy appearance and surely think I'm a high-ranking official. And you, just a skinny monkey carrying a bag. Let me tell you, even the goddess of the Military Control Committee, Lu Hui, praised me. Xiao Bingyi paused, his expression darkening. Oh, she praised you. What did she say? Geng Bichong gleefully boasted. She said from a distance I look like a general, very imposing. Up close, I resemble Maitreya Buddha, with a very kind demeanor. Xiao Bingyi couldn't help but chuckle and quickly turned away. Observing this, Geng Bichong grew even prouder. She also said I look affluent. Xiao Bingyi nodded. Right. With your prosperous look, you should go find someone like Lu Shaofeng from the Wanfeng Tower in Nanjing. She is as beautiful as a celestial being. You two would be a perfect match. A couple of talents. Isn't it just a matter of redeeming yourself? You'll definitely succeed this time. I suggest Director Zhu reward you generously. Geng Bichong shook his head. Xiao, you don't understand. The brothel madam is cruel. Lu Feng told me her sister was sold into Wanfeng Tower by her uncle for $2 big silver. Now to redeem her, she wants 5,000 silver, which I could never gather in my lifetime. Xiao Bingyi encouraged, leave this to me. I'll find Lu Feng to discuss it. The madam wouldn't dare to act up. Who do you think Geng Bichong is? Let us see if she is afraid. Hurry, your task is to figure out how to earn a reward, achieve merit, and marry a wife. Geng Bichong, slightly shaking his head, fell silent for a moment and said, Xiao, don't bother. People look down on me. Even the maidservants don't see me as worthy. She certainly wouldn't either. She knows I can't produce 5,000 silver. She'd be playing a trick on me with the madam. Damn it, as the saying goes, actors have no loyalty and whores have no feelings. It's true, not a word of it is false. I refuse to believe that in my lifetime, I can't find a wife more beautiful than Xiao Zui. Xiao Bingyi grew a bit annoyed. You fool, can you compare people like that? Why get married? Isn't it just to carry on the family line? Lu Feng is tall and slim. You are short and stout. Marrying her, you two would balance each other out. Your son would definitely be more handsome than you, and it would be worth it. If you truly want to hang yourself on a tree. Xiao Go 1T save you. I'll just watch how you end up. Chapter 075. It turns out he was the one who reported upon seeing Zhu Daming enter the office. Xiao Bingyi eagerly inquired about the loudspeaker. Zhu Daming pulled out the loudspeaker and placed it on the table, looking at him and asking, Xiao Bingyi, how do you plan to arrange this? Xiao Bingyi had already thought it through. I'll invite Director Lu to the street to promote the government's policy regarding spies voluntarily surrendering. First in the open, then in the shadows. He then reported the new findings and presented his plan. Zhu Daming listened intently to the report, his excitement evident. Clearly, he was only concerned with the outcome and disregarded the process. He immediately contacted the municipal bureau. The next day, Zhu Daming convened all personnel for a meeting, stating that there was a severe shortage of grain in Nanjing, and that he had made a solemn pledge to the municipal bureau. 5 trucks would soon arrive to transport grain, and he urged everyone to remain vigilant and cooperate with the city to accomplish this task. Xiao Bingyi and another individual stealthily entered the mountains before dawn. Keeping a close watch on a particular tree. As the agreed time approached, they gazed down the mountain. The same villager as the previous day ascended, his movements identical to those of the day prior. Xiao Bingyi led Geng Bichong to an ambush along the only path back down. As the villager hummed a tune while descending, they sprang into action. The villager was tackled but quickly regained his footing. Drawing a dagger to strike, Xiao Bingyi, aware of the villager's combat skills, dared not be complacent. In the ensuing struggle, he was caught off guard, and the villager leaped atop him, poised to stab. Geng Bichong, hidden nearby, watched in terror as the villager brandished the knife, covering his head with both hands and trembling. Xiao Bingyi struggled to breathe beneath the weight of the villager, his hands pressed against the villager's arm that clutched the dagger. Gradually feeling his strength wane, a quick glance around revealed no sign of his companion, leaving him with no choice but to save himself. Taking a deep breath, he clamped his legs around the villager's head like a giant vice. Exerting all his strength to fling the man several feet away, Gung Bichong looked up to see the adversary sprawled motionless before him and hastily mounted his back. Although Gung was shorter in stature, he was heavy-set. The villager, pinned beneath him, flailed desperately. Gung produced handcuffs and struck the already unconscious villager multiple times, securing the cuffs on him. He then patted his hands together, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Casting a sideways glance at Xiao, his eyes clearly saying, "How about that? You can't do without me, can you?" Xiao Bingyi assessed the villager's breathing. He was still alive. He checked the collar, pried open the mouth, and retrieved the false teeth laced with cyanide. Noticing Xiao's lack of response, Gung Bichong declared, "Xiao, I've dealt with the adversary. It's your turn now." His meaning was clear. "Xiao, you carry the adversary down the mountain." However, Xiao Bingyi inquired about his injuries. Gung scoffed, "With my skills, handling a small adversary is child's play. Why would I be injured?" Xiao gave a thumbs up, rubbed his waist, and exclaimed in pain as he continued down the mountain. Gung, filled with trepidation, called out, "Hey, Xiao, what about him?" Without turning back, Xiao replied, "Damn it, I just got hurt in the waist. If you can carry him, do so. If not, keep an eye on him. I'll go down and call for help. Don't be afraid. There are no adversaries left in the mountains. If you get killed by an adversary, I will petition for you as a martyr." Gung glanced around, feeling as though the woods were howling and the grass was rustling with unseen movement. He watched Xiao Bingyi's retreating figure and sighed. "This damn guy is as big as a pig. How could I possibly carry him?" He kicked the captive, commanding, "Stop playing dead and come with me." When the captive remained still, fear gripped him, and he cursed as he hoisted the man up, struggling down the mountain. Halfway down, he stumbled, tumbling down the slope along with the captive. Zhu Daming summarized their efforts. The city police had mobilized, killing over 20 but capturing no prisoners. Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bichong had managed to secure a live captive, though he remained unconscious. Upon hearing from the doctor that the captive had sustained a head injury and would likely not regain consciousness anytime soon, Xiao glared at the foolish man, whose head was bandaged and arm in a sling. "What can you do now? You can't even carry a dead weight without causing trouble. I wanted you to carry him down, not roll down the mountain. If the captive died, any chance of you earning merit would be lost. If you can't find a wife, don't blame me." Gung Bichong shot him an annoyed look. "Xiao, I risked my life to save you. How could capturing the adversary not count as a merit? Go seek justice from Director Zhu. When you come back, don't embarrass yourself. Director Zhu wants someone who can speak. You bring me a half-dead person and still have the audacity to talk. That's not right." Xiao, by the time you handed him over to me, he was already unconscious. Xiao Bingyi seemed to recall something, nodding slowly. "Yes, who knocked him out? I was ready to interrogate him on the spot. But you messed it up. My brother. Who do you think I knocked out the adversary for? I saved you, and I should get credit. If I hadn't acted in time, where would you be now? I know, with your skills, you'd probably be drinking with the king of hell, right?" Xiao Bingyi shot him a sideways glance, feeling a sense of despair. The series of blunders had stemmed from this foolish man's actions. And he recalled the death of Chu Ying. "All right, enough said. Let me ask you, did you betray Chu Ying out of a desire for revenge?" Gung Bichong stared blankly at him, his eyes wide with confusion. "Xiao, when did I ever admit to betraying Chu Ying?" Xiao Bingyi, aware of his tendency to speak freely when intoxicated and forget afterwards, deceived him, saying, "Oh, you're denying it again. You drank too much that day and boasted to me. You don't remember?" Gung Bichong slapped his forehead, embarrassment washing over him. Seizing the opportunity while he was still dazed, Xiao pressed on. "Stop dodging. The leadership has already told me to learn from you." Gung Bichong awkwardly grinned and nodded. "Actually, I detected him at a restaurant. I only called Director Zhu. I had no idea he was at Suaping Mountain." Xiao Bingyi nodded and asked, "Since you were the one investigating, why did you claim I instructed you to report it?" "Exactly. You did tell me to report it. What, have you forgotten?" Xiao Bingyi, perplexed by his straightforward response, grew increasingly confused. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't even know where Chu Ying was. How could I have sent you to report?" "Xiao, do you remember that morning when you gave me instructions?" "Of course I remember. I told you to check the other street and not to look for me if anything happened, but to report directly to Director Zhu." "See, that's exactly right. I was just following your orders." "Right about what?" "I told you to check the other street. Why did you come to mine?" Xiao Bingyi asked, his frustration mounting. "I went to that street and discovered Chu Ying. I followed him back to your street. That's when I understood your good intentions for your brother." "What good intentions?" Xiao Bingyi was becoming more and more bewildered. "Xiao, you knew Chu Ying was going to that restaurant on that street, purposely giving the opportunity for merit to your brother. I thought Xiao was exceptionally benevolent to his brother. I couldn't take all the credit for myself. I, Gung Bichong, am not that kind of petty person. Xiao Bingyi felt tears of frustration welling up. It turned out he was indeed the one who betrayed Chu Ying. Anger surged within him, and he kicked Geng. Cursing, "I'll kick you, pighead. Chu Ying wanted me to take you with him into the mountains. I didn't want you to get involved, so I sent you away. And you went ahead and attached yourself to him, pushing me out instead. Xiao, regardless of whether my brother was right or wrong, I acted out of goodwill. If Chu Ying hadn't died, would he have let us go?" Xiao Bingyi looked at him, utterly helpless. What could he say about such a bumbling comrade? "Brother, can you please eat less fatty meat, so your brain isn't filled with lard? If he dies, our lives won't improve. If you get shot, I'll be on the run. Will his dead comrades let us off the hook? We still won't have a good life ahead." Chapter 076. The captive died. Upon hearing this, Geng Bichong puffed out his chest, hands on his hips, indignantly asserting, "Now, I'm afraid of nothing. I, Geng Bichong, used to be a nobody in the old society. I was at the bottom of the ranks. Now in this new society, I will climb higher. But now I'm like a short man on a horse, caught in a bind. Being a squad leader isn't an official position, but a sub-district squad leader is considered a mid-level cadre. If you don't want to be a squad leader, give it back to me. Once I become a cadre, I'll surely find a beautiful wife." Xiao Bingyi looked at him, nodding. "Yes, you're quite self-aware. But tell me, did you earn the position of squad leader on your own? Do you have no shame? If I hadn't pleaded for you, you would have been beaten to a pulp by Chu Ying. Let me ask you something. During the operation to capture Chu Ying, you mentioned an old man snatching your gun in the classroom. Do you know him?" Geng Bichong grew tense, puzzled by how Xiao knew about the old man stealing his gun since he had not entered the classroom. "Xiao, don't listen to their nonsense. When did I ever tell you an old man snatched my gun?" Xiao Bingyi persisted in his line of questioning. "Stop stalling. It's the same incident. You told me yourself that an old man stole your gun. You even said that next time you saw him, you'd skin him alive." Geng Bichong was taken aback, realizing he had once again spoken out of turn while intoxicated. Under Zhao's scrutiny, he reluctantly nodded. "Yes, there was an old man with a long beard who tried to take my gun, but I didn't let him. Then I heard a gunshot above me. I thought my gun had misfired. When I returned to check, the bullets were all intact." Xiao Bingyi pressed further. "So, according to you, that gunshot in the classroom was fired by the old man using your gun?" "Xiao, my gun had all its bullets, so it definitely was mine. I never said the old man fired it. I just said he tried to take my gun." Xiao Bingyi silently nodded, realizing that someone had fired a gun in the classroom, likely facing Chu Ying through the glass, which explained the accuracy of the shot. "Geng Bichong, let me ask you again. When I asked if you heard a gunshot in the classroom, why didn't you admit it?" "I was afraid I couldn't explain it clearly. The old man had already put down his gun. If I shot him, wouldn't that be against the rules? At that moment, I didn't have a clear view. And if I couldn't clarify, would I still have a chance to stay?" Xiao Bingyi found his reasoning acceptable. Now that the doubts had been resolved, he finally felt a sense of relief. "Enough of this inconsequential chatter. Let us proceed to the hospital to ascertain the condition of that individual. The resolution of this case hinges entirely upon him." Zhu Daming entered with a sullen expression and plopped down onto a chair. "Stop looking," he said. "The person has already succumbed. I made an introduction, but for now, it must remain confidential. Perhaps it will aid you in your investigation." With that, he cast a disheartened glance at the two lively souls before him and scolded. "What is wrong with you two? Are you not aware of the significance of a living witness? With the captive deceased, our leads have vanished." Geng Bichong shifted behind Xiao Bingyi, avoiding Zhu Daming's gaze. While Xiao Bingyi awaited an explanation from his brother, after a brief silence, noticing Geng Bichong's absence, he reluctantly accepted responsibility. "Director Zhu, I apologize. I assumed that the agents from the confidential bureau were adequately trained. But it appears he was quite fragile." Zhu Daming retorted. "Please refrain from referring to yourself in such a diminutive manner. It is quite vexing. The captive is dead. Let us discuss our next course of action." "Report, Director Zhu," the subordinate stammered. "I still have one matter that remains unclear, and for the time being, we can only remain stagnant. What is it that you do not understand? Speak up. Perhaps I can assist you." Zhu Daming urged. Xiao Bingyi analyzed. The supply truck departed at 8 o'clock, yet this individual toppled the small tree at 8:10. Who informed him? Riding from the town to the foot of the mountain takes at least 20 minutes. And ascending the mountain requires at least 10 more. How could he time it so perfectly? Zhu Daming, not waiting for him to finish, instructed Li Xiaoman to immediately search the captive's home for a radio. Upon Li Xiaoman's return, he reported, "The captive is not a local. He bribed a widow and her child. He posed as a cousin. He does nothing but go up the mountain daily. On the day of the incident, he even gave the mother and child $10. There is no radio in the house, only a high-powered telescope." Xiao Bingyi stared at the telescope, puzzled. What information could a telescope provide to an agent without a radio? Can it possibly reveal the movement of trucks in town? This route is frequented by trucks. How could he distinguish which one is the supply truck? The following morning, Xiao Bingyi, with the telescope in tow, rode up the mountain with Geng Bichong. They could see neither the road nor any vehicles. only the wisps of smoke rising from the small town. Glancing at his watch, it was not yet 7 o'clock. Gung Bichong, filled with trepidation, remarked, "Brother Xiao, the small tree has been propped up again. Could it be that the spies are returning?" Xiao Bingyi, deep in thought, shook his head at him. They descended the mountain and sought out the village chief. Inquiring if there were any outsiders remaining, the village chief shook his head, stating that after the incident yesterday, vigilance had increased, and they had inquired from house to house, finding no outsiders. Xiao Bingyi then reported his suspicions to Zhu Daming and took Gung Bichong to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cook, Lao Ding, shot an irritated glance at Xiao Bingyi. "Where have you been this morning? It's already past 8. I can only prepare you some crispy rice. That's fine. Crispy rice is delightful. We shall eat that." Xiao Bingyi replied. As Lao Ding brought the crispy rice, Xiao Bingyi casually inquired, "Master Ding, does the cafeteria extinguish the fire after breakfast time?" "No. After breakfast, we still need to boil a large pot of water to fill the water bottles for the various offices before extinguishing the fire." Lao Ding replied, "Master Ding, could you tell me approximately when the cafeteria usually extinguishes the fire each day?" Xiao Bingyi asked. Lao Ding pondered for a moment, then replied, "It varies. It depends on when breakfast ends." "Why do you ask?" "I need to know the timing to manage things. Otherwise, we will be stuck with crispy rice every day, and it will be quite troublesome," Xiao Bingyi answered. He approached Zhu Daming directly, stating, "Director Zhu, I am ready to proceed to the next step. I have a small request. If it is inappropriate, feel free to criticize me." Zhu Daming set down his pen, saying, "Do not hesitate, as long as it serves the investigation. Feel free to speak." Xiao Bingyi feigned hesitation. "I wish to understand the situation regarding the personnel retained in the town prior to your arrival. The case suggests a slight connection to the retained personnel." Zhu Daming pondered for a moment before responding. "The individuals responsible in the town, including the cafeteria cook, have all met with unfortunate fates. Comrade Lu Hui, the women's director, arrived the same day as I did. Aside from a few newcomers, they are all retained personnel." He then recalled, "Oh, by the way, Comrade Lu Hui mentioned to me that the cafeteria was short on cooks, so she invited the husband of a wet nurse, Lao Ding, to help temporarily. How does this relate to your next steps involving the retained personnel?" Xiao Bingyi answered vaguely, indicating he had a suspect in mind but had yet to gather evidence. "I wish to request your authorization for me to take full responsibility for this case, without your involvement. Would that be permissible?" Zhu Daming contemplated for a moment and cautioned, "Without evidence, you cannot act recklessly. We, as a party, emphasize the importance of evidence. We must ensure that the enemy is convinced by the evidence, while also preventing any wrongful accusations. Furthermore, do not underestimate the enemy. They are aware that you lack evidence and will deny everything. You cannot resort to the outdated methods of coercion used by former police, for if you violate policy, no one will be able to protect you." Xiao Bingyi confidently asserted, "I will not violate policy. I merely wish to alleviate you of certain trivial matters. I understand how these spies think and wish to address the issue accordingly." Zhu Daming considered for a moment before nodding. "As long as you do not violate policy, you may proceed as you see fit. I await your good news." Xiao Bingyi invited Li Xiaoman for a drink, discussing his plans as they enjoyed their beverages. After listening to his ideas, Li Xiaoman, with a serious expression, downed his final drink and slammed his hand on the table. "All right, let's loosen up and go for it." The next morning, as Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bichong were having breakfast in the cafeteria, Li Xiaoman rushed in, calling from outside, "Xiao Bingyi, you two hurry and eat. Director Zhu is looking for you both urgently." Xiao Bingyi feigned surprise, asking, "Deputy Commander Li, what is the urgent matter? Can you give us a hint so we can prepare?" "No time for questions. The city is awaiting the grain. My soldiers have a mission and cannot leave. I suspect you two will be escorting the truck. Hurry." The two dropped their chopsticks and hurried away. The truck was already loaded with sacks, and as they jumped aboard, they checked the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. The supply truck traveled 3 kilometers before stopping on a hillside. Xiao Bingyi glanced back at the town, where a thick plume of smoke was rising into the sky. He immediately ordered the truck to return quietly to the town, approaching the cafeteria stealthily, where Lao Ding was busily adding more wood to the fire. Xiao Bingyi instructed Gung Bichong to return to the office to check if the water bottles contained hot water. Shortly thereafter, Gung Bichong returned, nodding in confirmation. Lao Ding was pulling out damp branches from the stove and pouring water over them. Noticing Xiao Bingyi and Gung Bichong standing behind him, he looked somewhat surprised. "Weren't you supposed to be escorting grain to the city? Why are you back?" Xiao Bingyi replied coldly, "I want to ask you why you were starting a fire again." "Oh, the branches were damp, so I'm just drying them out. You two go about your business. I need to head to the market to buy vegetables," he said. "You need not worry about that. Come with me to the office immediately. I have matters to discuss with you," Xiao Bingyi insisted. Lao Ding appeared conflicted. The truth was gradually surfacing, yet he had to consider Lu Hui's situation and prepare to assist her. He aimed to encourage Lao Ding to confess voluntarily, hoping for a lenient outcome. In the meeting room, A soldier was taking notes as Xiao Bingyi and Geng Bichong sat at the same table. Lao Ding, witnessing the scene, questioned in confusion. Xiao Bingyi, what just are you playing with my old man? Xiao Bingyi, addressing what might be his future relative, politely urged, please, do share your story. What do you want me to say? This is all quite baffling. Just share your tale. It must be intriguing, and the younger generation is eager to listen. I am just an old man. What stories do I have? I must go to the market to buy vegetables. He insisted, attempting to leave. However, a soldier behind him restrained him. Lao Ding, we share the same street. Out of mutual respect, let us grant each other some favor. Xiao Bingyi smiled. As Lao Ding hesitated, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of despair in his eyes. He sighed deeply, awaiting the moment to confess. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence, the only sounds being the ticking of the clock and the rhythmic beating of hearts. A soldier entered, announcing that the captive had awakened and provided information. Li squad leader requested it be relayed to Xiao Bingyi. Xiao Bingyi feigned interest as he unsealed the materials, casting a glance at Lao Ding. Adopting an air of control, Geng Bichong leaned in to examine the materials and quietly asked, Brother Xiao, since the captive has confessed and is willing to confront him directly, why are we wasting time? Xiao Bingyi waved his hand. Brother, the case appears straightforward, yet the handling is quite intricate. Seeing him reminds me of our own experiences that we surrendered and faced no consequences. Instead, we were given important roles that I wish to afford him the same opportunity to confess. If I present the evidence, the nature of the case will change. Should the recorder document it, we will no longer be able to assist when the time comes. Brother Xiao, a gentle heart does not serve justice. Your intentions may be noble, but look at his attitude. If we prolong this, when will the case be resolved? I intend to give him a night to contemplate. If he remains silent by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will proceed with due process. Director Liu will not be held accountable for our actions. He glanced at Lao Ding, inquiring if he had anything to add, seeing him shake his head slightly. He instructed the soldiers to escort him to a secure holding room, emphasizing the need for vigilance against potential threats from the confidential bureau agents. As he left, he cast a final glance at Lao Ding, who remained calm and collected, leaving Xiao Bingyi puzzled. Had he apprehended the wrong person? That night, at the hour of the pig, Lao Ding, reclining in his chair, heard a soft sound from outside, followed by someone attempting to pick the lock. In a panic, he scrambled for a hiding spot, trembling in the corner. Two masked figures in black clothing dragged a bloodied soldier into the room before quietly closing the door. One of them peered through the crack to watch, while the other approached Lao Ding and whispered menacingly, Lao Ding, you traitor, we have come to enact justice upon you. Lao Ding trembled as he stammered, Sir. I have not betrayed. I have said nothing. Do not feign innocence. Internal report, the grain theft attempt has failed, and it is rumored that you colluded with the People's Liberation Army. Commander, this insider is spouting nonsense. I have said nothing. He is framing me. If you do not believe it, let him produce evidence of my betrayal. If he cannot, it is merely an attempt to shift the blame for failure. Alas, old Ding, in our line of work, we either face execution by the Communist Party or suffer the consequences of family regulations. This is our fate. My brothers sympathize with you but can do nothing. The new superior has made it clear that you must sacrifice yourself for the party and the nation. I have been loyal to the party, only to meet such a tragic end. I regret it deeply. Had I known, I would have sought leniency from the government. In the darkness, a familiar voice commanded, Ding Songhai, it is not too late to confess now. Consider this your surrender. Turning on the lamp, old Ding saw Xiao Bingyi and others standing at the door, speechless. Comrade Xiao, you say this counts as my surrender. Will you keep your word? Of course. I stand by my word. If you perform commendably, you may even receive a reward. Very well, I will speak. I shall say it now. Zhu Daming was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Bingyi declare old Ding a spy. His mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He found the case exceedingly complex and opted to hear Xiao Bingyi's account in private. Xiao Bingyi began by clarifying that after interrogating old Ding, he consulted his wife to gather more information, which implicated Lu Hui. Old Ding, named Ding Songhai, hails from Wujin, Jiangsu, and is currently 48 years old. He previously worked as a kitchen helper in a restaurant in Nanjing, where he met Wang Lady, a girl who delivered vegetables, and they married and had children. On the 100th day of their son's birth, he gifted the child a jade guanyin. He intended to serve a dish at the restaurant, but was seized by a warlord passing by and thus embarked on a military journey. He was captured several times and switched warlords multiple times, spending half his life as a soldier. Following the victory in the War of Resistance, he attained the rank of major during the Chongqing negotiations. His unit was scattered in the Shandong campaign. Due to his longing for his wife and son, he disguised himself as a refugee to escape back to Nanjing. After much inquiry, he finally discovered that after leaving home, his wife had to become a wet nurse for a wealthy family to make ends meet. Their son disappeared at the age of 3 and has been missing ever since, with the help of an informant. He eventually found his steadfast wife in Hengnan town. The couple wept upon their reunion. When asked about their son, his wife lamented that on the day her employer's brother was to leave for work in the north, she had gone to the kitchen to help. After sending off the esteemed guest, she discovered their son was missing from the yard. The housekeeper vaguely mentioned seeing him playing near a moving vehicle. Could he have crawled into it? The employer repeatedly attempted to contact his brother afterward, but never succeeded. Years later, it was confirmed that the brother had left Nanjing for Beiping and died in a car accident along the way. After many years in the army, Ding Songhai had accumulated some savings, and the elderly couple relied on each other. As the small town faced liberation, regulations regarding individuals with historical issues came into play. His wife urged him to confess to the government, but he, feeling prideful for his military service and having never contacted home, clung to the hope of evading scrutiny. Xiao Bingyi paused at this juncture, observing Zhu Daming's demeanor before continuing with the details about Lu Hui. Lu Hui's mother passed away 6 months after giving birth, leaving her to be raised by the wet nurse Wang Lady. The bond between them was profound. The wet nurse regarded her as her own, and Lu Hui reciprocated this affection, deeply sympathetic to her wet nurse's misfortunes. Lu Hui understood the hardships faced by those at the bottom of society and harbored a strong disdain for social injustices. Before heading to university in Shanghai, the wet nurse insisted on returning to her hometown of Hengnan town, which Lu Hui facilitated. Her desire to work in the town also stemmed from a wish to care for her wet nurse. Delighted to see the wet nurse reunited with her husband, she learned that he was restless at home and wished to seek employment. Recalling that the military administration was in need of a cook, she suggested he assist there while she would address the remaining matters with the new leadership. Xiao Bingyi concluded his report here, noticing Zhu Daming scratching his head, cautiously inquiring, "Director Zhu, shall I continue?" Chapter 078. The case involves Lu Hui. Zhu Daming stared at him, scratched his head again, and nodded. "Go on, continue." Xiao Bingyi elaborated on how old Ding was coerced by spies. On Ding Songhai's first day at work, he encountered uninvited guests on his way home, who forcibly dragged him to a secluded area. It was then that he realized the identity of his captors from the Secret Service, when they insisted that he continue to serve the party and the nation. He resolutely refused. They threatened him, stating that the higher-ups were already aware of the major's desertion and had shown him leniency out of sympathy. If he concealed his past, the communists would not spare him either. The former cook of the military administration had left, and Ding was to take his place. With the liberation of Nanjing, the communists aimed to maintain social stability, with food supply being paramount. This area was a grain-producing region, and the local military administration's primary task was to supply food to Nanjing and other cities. As long as the grain trucks departed, smoke signals could be used to communicate. Each report would yield 10 silver dollars. Those who played tricks would first send their families away and then punish the traitors. Ding Songhai, left with no choice, figured that reporting would be relatively safe and reluctantly agreed. After several successful deliveries, the silver dollars arrived on time, and he prepared to continue. Little did he expect that such a covert operation would still be uncovered by the military administration. Upon hearing this, Zhu Daming congratulated Xiao Bingyi on his successful case resolution on behalf of the military administration. "Ah, tell me, what was your thought process in solving this case? Did you resort to the old police tactics?" Xiao Bingyi quickly distanced himself from that notion. "Director Zhu, how dare I violate policy? It was merely a small stratagem to gather evidence. Through inquiries, I learned he was from Jiangnan and had returned to the town for a few years, yet his speech bore traces of northern dialect, suggesting he had spent time in the north. Amidst the chaos of warlords and subsequent Japanese occupation, what business could he have conducted up north? Moreover, business people differ from soldiers. Observing his posture while walking and sitting, he displayed a soldier's demeanor that he likely served in the military. He is either a traitor or a soldier of the nationalist army. Your failure to disclose the news of the captured soldiers has been tremendously helpful. I intentionally reviewed the materials provided by the captives to hint at this. We have gathered sufficient information regarding his situation. When Gung Bichong spoke with me, it was to prompt him to recognize the gravity of his situation and confess voluntarily. However, he remained silent, leading me to stage this performance. Surely, this does not constitute a breach of policy. Zhu Daming did not respond, as he was contemplating whether to engage with Lu Hui, the introducer. Yet, Lu Hui entered uninvited. Her face flushed and her demeanor listless as she stood there saying, "Director Zhu, I have come to bid farewell. I am greatly shocked and deeply remorseful regarding this significant spy case. I can only blame my lack of vigilance, which allowed the enemy to exploit our weaknesses. After much contemplation, I have decided to leave. I have submitted a request for disciplinary action and transfer to the leadership. I am here to take my leave. Though our time together was brief, you have left an indelible impression on my heart." Zhu Daming felt an internal struggle. He was reluctant to see her go but could not pinpoint the reason. It was simply that having a beautiful woman nearby made work more invigorating. After a moment of reflection, he urged her to stay. Director Liu, please do not rush to leave. I am aware of the case details. Although the individual was introduced by you, you communicated the matter to me in a timely manner. I also bear some responsibility for not investigating and verifying promptly, from the overall perspective of the case. While Old Ding is guilty, he is not irredeemably so. His participation in the spy organization involved elements of coercion. I will return to the city shortly to report this clearly to Director Liu. If Old Ding had no prior blood debts, we should not be excessively harsh in our judgment. It would be best to persuade him to perform a commendable act to mitigate his punishment. Please do not carry any burdens of conscience. Such an event is unpredictable, merely indicating that the enemy's spies have reached a frenzied level of ruthlessness. Lu Hui was somewhat moved, contemplating before nodding. Director Zhu, you have reminded me. I will prioritize assisting the wet nurse. Then we will jointly work on Old Ding to strive for his commendable act. Li Xiaoman, having arrived at the doorway, overheard the conversation within and disapproved. He did not agree with Zhu Daming's stance towards Old Ding. The sacrifice of comrades ignited an immense hatred within him, wishing for nothing less than severe retribution. After Lu Hui departed, he sat down with a stern expression. Director Zhu, I do not support your stance. It is indeed true that Old Ding is a spy, is it not? His reports led to the grain trucks being ambushed, resulting in the sacrifice of many comrades. And such a person deserves severe punishment. Zhu Daming, observing his anger, smiled. I understand your feelings, but do not forget the party's policy on captives. Xiaoman, we are both northerners, consider this. At the onset of the Liberation War, which unit of ours did not have liberated soldiers, our party has always advocated that the principal offenders must be punished, while those coerced should be treated leniently and rewarded for meritorious acts. This not only saves many misguided nationalist officers and soldiers, but also strengthens our ranks. We must trust that the higher-ups will handle this matter appropriately. After Li Xiaoman left, Zhu Daming sought to hear the opinions of Xiao Bingyi and Geng Bichong, directly asking, you two are the case handlers. What recommendations do you have for dealing with Old Ding? Geng Bichong spoke first. These spies are utterly detestable. They should be eradicated completely to restore peace to the people. Xiao Bingyi shot him a glance and clapped. I agree. Geng Bichong was involved in corruption and harassment of women before liberation, guilty of numerous crimes. At the very least, he should be dismissed. Geng Bichong shot him an annoyed look, muttering, Brother Xiao, why do you say that? I have already clarified my actions before liberation. What is more important is that I have also performed commendable acts. Why be so harsh on a brother? Xiao Bingyi regarded him with disdain. I am merely applying your logic to discredit you. This is called punishing the innocent indiscriminately. One must act with integrity. In our line of work, psychological tactics are paramount. In the first half of the night, one must think for oneself, and in the latter half, one must consider others. Zhu Daming, moved by their discussion, decided to report to the city that evening and hastily closed the case. Xiao Bingyi, concerned that spies might still find other means to communicate, urgently intervened, suggesting that the case should not be closed yet, considering that the culprits behind the grain theft had not yet been apprehended. Especially given the rampant activities of the anti-communist rescuers in the Su, Jia, and Wan regions. Lao Ding is currently the only lead available. We must urgently persuade him to expose the truth before the spies realize what is happening and seize the opportunity for a significant operation. Zhu Daming found this reasoning sound and inquired about the next steps. Xiao Bingyi told Zhu Daming to wait a moment, and he would return shortly. He proceeded to the isolation room to interrogate Ding Songhai once more. Noticing the indifference in Ding's demeanor, he chose to speak firmly. Old Ding, your chance to achieve merit has arrived. Lao Ding fell silent for a moment, casting an irritated glance at him. I've been captured by you. What chance do I have left? Xiao Bingyi did not take offense at his attitude. I ask you, is there a difference between reporting a single vehicle and 10 vehicles? Indeed, Lao Ding replied, with 3 vehicles or fewer. They emit white smoke. With more than 3, they emit black smoke. The movement of the news tree indicates a larger number of vehicles. Where do the spies usually hide, and how many are there? Do you know? Xiao Bingyi asked. Lao Ding paused again before responding, I'm not certain. Once, one of them let slip that they gather in groups of no more than 30. Most are scattered in nearby villages. When there is black smoke rising from the hills, it means there are more people. Upon Lao Ding's return, Zhu Daming eagerly inquired about the situation. Xiao Bingyi shared the well-considered plan he had named the net operation. Whispering the details into Zhu Daming's ear, Zhu Daming nodded repeatedly and, after reporting the plan to the city bureau, lit a cigarette, standing by the window in contemplation that a great battle was about to commence. Chapter 79, The Net Operation. That night, everything proceeded quietly. 6 covered trucks from the city, under the cover of night, extinguished their headlights as a contingent of the People's Liberation Army arrived silently. 2 companies lay in ambush at the foot of Hengnan and Hengxi mountains, positioning along the roadway. Troops stationed in Hengdong and Hongbei secured all entrances for a coordinated action the following morning. Under surveillance, Lao Ding went to the dining hall to prepare breakfast. As usual, at 8 o'clock, thick black smoke billowed from the dining hall chimney for a full 5 minutes. Xiao Bingyi, seated in the passenger seat of the first vehicle, waved his hand, signaling the convoy to move out. Approaching the incident site, he saw the black smoke rising from the mountaintop and began to feel anxious. As they passed a treacherous area, he ordered a reduction in speed and heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 people surged forward, shouting. More were still pouring in. Ahead, the road was obstructed by boulders and scattered trees. Surveying the surroundings, he estimated there were about 40 to 50 people, feeling a mix of fear and excitement. Zhu Daming issued orders, and the 6 trucks stealthily deployed machine guns. Ready for action, the bandits, seeing so many supply trucks, could hardly contain their excitement, running and shouting, "Stop the vehicles! Soldiers dismount! Ha ha! We struck gold. This time we can't burn it. Let us convert it into cash for the brothers." Right. My mistress's family is already out of supplies. Stop the chatter. Leave 1 truck of grain. Burn the rest. N01 is to be spared. A red signal flare shot into the sky, followed by thunderous shouts echoing across the mountains. Surrender, and you will not be harmed. You are surrounded. Anyone who dares to resist will be annihilated on the spot. Some bandits stood frozen, witnessing the encirclement by the PLA, reluctantly raising their hands. Some, taking advantage of the terrain, retaliated. Zhu Daming shouted, "Comrades, dismount. If the enemy does not surrender, we will eliminate them decisively." Li Xiaoman charged into the fray, leading the assault against the enemy crowd. Various weapons opened fire simultaneously, pinning over 30 bandits in a hollow of the mount. "Surrender. No one is coming to save you. Lay down your arms and you will be treated well as prisoners," he shouted. The resounding charge call echoed through the valley, the battle cries rising higher and higher. Zhu Daming instructed Li Xiaoman to escort the prisoners to the city prison and prepared to return to the town, but he could not find Xiao Bingyi. Geng Bichong reported, "Brother Xiao chased an officer into the mountains. We couldn't stop him." Zhu Daming was taken aback, admonishing, "You should have followed him. If he misses his shots, he is bound to suffer. Quickly take people and pursue him." Report, "Xiao Bingyi has returned." Someone shouted in surprise. Xiao Bingyi appeared very dejected. Amidst the chaos, he had seen an officer who bore a striking resemblance to Xin Fuzhong, the police department's torturer. When old foes meet, animosity intensifies. He fired several shots, but missed. In a fit of desperation, he pursued. Upon seeing Xiao Bingyi, the officer hid behind a tree and shouted angrily, "Why are you pressing me so hard? Is it because of the previous case involving communists that you still hold a grudge?" Seeing him come recklessly forward, the officer fired several shots and fled into the woods. Xiao Bingyi looked up and found him already gone. He sat down on a stone, sighing deeply. "Damn it, it seems I must seek revenge on that scoundrel. I need to practice my shooting more. Otherwise, if I encounter him again, I will be at a loss. If it goes poorly, I might fall into his trap and die before achieving my goal. It's not worth it." The next day, the city bureau held a commendation meeting, where the town's military management committee collectively received recognition. Additionally, Li Xiaoman, Xiao Bingyi, and others were awarded third-class merits. It was Xiao Bingyi's first time wearing a bright red flower, and he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he caught a glance at Lu Hui below. She was quietly gazing at him, filling his heart with indescribable joy. However, he noticed a hint of disdain in Lu Hui's expression, leading him to think, "Damn it, this woman surely finds my merit too trivial." Upon returning to the military management committee, Lu Hui asked him about his thoughts. He grinned and mumbled, "The feeling of achieving merit is wonderful. But the merit is too small. I must secure a greater accomplishment." His words were intended to gauge her feelings, and indeed, Lu Hui shot him a glance and remarked, "It seems you are quite perceptive. In my eyes, you should at least earn a second-class merit before you can be pleased." Xiao Bingyi was taken aback, watching her depart, muttering, "Just wait. Next time, I shall earn a second-class merit." Lu Hui abruptly turned around, discovering he had removed the red flower, and smiled. "All right, I shall wait for you to achieve great merit." As he settled back into his office, Geng Bichong approached with a pout, reproaching him. "Brother Xiao, aren't we supposed to rise together? Why didn't you include me in the proposal? You show no brotherly loyalty." Xiao Bingyi was puzzled and asked, Didn't you also achieve merit? Collective recognition doesn't count for anything." Geng Bichong grumbled. Xiao Bingyi retorted, "You know nothing. The proposal is a fire that burns the body. If you truly want it, I can announce it publicly tomorrow." Geng Bichong shot him a glance and scoffed. "Forget it. You can play with fire and burn yourself. If you die, I want to even burn paper money for you." Xiao Bingyi was taken aback by his harsh words, reflecting on his tumultuous life with a bitter feeling. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Crossing paths with you feels like the worst luck. Director Liu Jie briefed Zhu Daming, who had come to share good news about Jiangnan's largest grain and cotton production area. The freshly harvested wheat had piled up like mountains. Previously, the region relied heavily on the Yangtze River, highways, and railways to transport goods to major cities. However, the enemy's sabotage activities along the Yangtze were rampant. And water banditry was rampant. This time, Hugnan Town had dealt a heavy blow to the bandits' arrogance. Higher authorities were preparing to temporarily abandon the Yangtze and railway routes for transporting grain, opting instead to detour through Hugnan Town for overland transport to Nanjing. The city bureau would also bolster Hugnan Town with an additional company. Simultaneously, 2 core members would be assigned to the town's military management committee. They could be dispatched immediately. One was Fan Zheng, the deputy director of the office from the Southern District Bureau, specifically appointed to gain experience in Hugnan Town. The other was a woman named Lu Ping, who had engaged in underground work in Nanjing. Notably, she also had a special task that required support when needed. Upon returning, Zhu Daming convened a meeting for everyone to become acquainted. To be candid, aside from the company commander Deng Zhongfang, he did not have high hopes for the other 2. Especially Fan Zhang, who, besides his luggage, had brought several pigeons that cooed incessantly. He bragged about his wartime contributions, claiming to have been slashed by a Japanese katana, since the wound had not healed well. He had to eat pigeons for nourishment. In the bureau, he was lackadaisical and had numerous faults. He even demanded to stay in the first room on the east side of the 3rd floor. Citing quieter surroundings and better air, he was rather vain. Zhu Daming thought to himself that the farther he stayed, the better. If it weren't for Director Lu's request, he wouldn't have accepted him even if he were to die. The other woman, Lu Ping, was plain-looking and wore a perpetual frown. It seemed like she came to Hugnan Town to supervise the work. Sure enough, when she spoke at the meeting, her words stirred quite a ripple. Lu Ping, who appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, had been a librarian at Nanjing Women's College before the liberation and had been engaged in underground work for 2 years. She had voluntarily requested to work in Hugnan Town for another purpose. Fan Zheng was the last to speak, introducing his reason for coming to the town as discovering it to be a new frontier and expressing his desire to continue learning from his former leaders, especially requesting the assistance of everyone, particularly Director Lu Hui. After the mutual pleasantries, Zhu Daming announced the new mission, concluding with a request for everyone to share their thoughts. Liu Ping was the first to speak again, advocating for the swift elimination of enemy spies, particularly those infiltrating the revolutionary ranks. At today's small meeting, there were already enemy spies among them. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of her meaning. Suddenly, Liu Ping stood up, pointing at Lu Hui, and declared, "I'm talking about her. Her brother was just executed, the director of the Nanjing Police Department's Southern District, Colonel Chu Ying of the Secret Service. My colleagues in Shanghai witnessed her visiting the Shanghai Secret Service office multiple times." Everyone was taken aback, staring at Lu Hui in unison. Li Xiaomin's expression had already shifted to one of anger. Lu Hui, upon hearing this, gazed out the window, casting a complex glance at everyone before offering a faint smile. Xiao Bingyi, observing her demeanor, felt a jolt of alarm. Damn it, could she really be a spy from the Secret Service? Chapter 80. The moon in my heart has dimmed. Lu Hui's expression remained calm, but her tone was sharp. Indeed, I am the sister of Chu Ying, and the organization is well aware of this. Comrade Lu Ping, you accuse me of being an enemy spy. Where is your evidence? Just because I am Chu Ying's sister and have been to the Secret Service office, you presume I am a spy. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Director Zhu, I request that she provide evidence and let the organization investigate for verification that Liu Ping was equally unyielding. I concur with your opinion. Director Zhu should first isolate and examine her, and we shall await the organization's conclusion. There is another individual who must also be isolated for scrutiny. He was present at the meeting, Xiao Bingyi. The restaurant staff informed me that he clandestinely met with Chu Ying and accepted funding from him. If Director Zhu fails to address this, I shall report to the city. Zhu Daming found himself caught off guard. Although he was somewhat aware of the matter Lu Ping mentioned, there were still aspects he did not fully comprehend. Recalling the director's admonition, he called to consult the city bureau leadership. He learned that Director Lu Jie had just departed for Shanghai with the city military management committee leaders and would not return until the following afternoon. Thus, he had no choice but to request that comrades Lu Hui and Xiao Bingyi formally cooperate with the investigation. Liu Ping's words led Lu Hui and Xiao Bingyi into the isolation room, and they had not anticipated that this would mark the commencement of their passionate love affair. When Xiao Bingyi heard Lu Hui confess to being Chu Ying's sister during the meeting, his emotions surged tumultuously. Initially, he was astonished, then elated. So, she is indeed Chu Ying's sister. It seems Director Chu did not deceive me. When Lu Ping proposed isolating him, he paid it no heed, even thinking it might be best for them to be confined together. Despite feeling that Lu Ping had wronged him, he found some merit in her allegation that Lu Hui was an undercover agent, especially in light of her cold and callous behavior that night, which bore a striking resemblance to the demeanor of a secret police operative. Moreover, with a brother in the intelligence service, it was implausible for the sister to remain uninvolved. As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion becomes red, while one who stays close to ink turns black. However, he soon found himself engulfed in a vague sense of confusion, reflecting on every interaction he had with Lu Hui. He felt convinced she could not possibly be an undercover agent. He observed her engrossed in a chemistry textbook upon entering, her demeanor so natural and relaxed, suggesting a psychological resilience that was exceptional. He speculated that she must have undergone specialized training in the intelligence agency. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became, and sorrow began to seep into his heart. After experiencing the old Ding espionage case, he had once harbored doubts about her, but the truth had since been revealed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, however, Lu Ping's immediate accusation compelled him to entertain doubts once more. Alas, after much contemplation, he never imagined that the moon in his heart would turn out to be a spy. He found himself curious about Chu Ying's claim that he had written to his sister, intending to unite them and ensure she was treated well for life. He pondered why, if she acquiesced to her brother's arrangement, she should not greet him with warmth or perhaps shyness. Conversely, if she disagreed, she ought to avoid him or even harbor disdain. Yet, throughout these many days, why could he discern no hint of either sentiment on her visage? Human nature is indeed peculiar. Once suspicion takes root in the heart, the moonlight dims upon her countenance. Alas, I never imagined that such beauty could belong to a spy. Heaven, I implore you, let her not be one. Let her remain the enchanting Chang'e of my heart. The moonlight illuminating my soul. He gazed at her quietly, contemplating that their histories might be equally murky. If they were to come together, it could be said they were well matched. Now that they were alone, why not seize the opportunity to dispel the doubts in their hearts? It was high time to pierce the veil of uncertainty. He decided to test her impression of him as a person. The entry point lay in that letter. Director Lu, your brother reached out to you over a month ago, did he not? He inquired. Lu Hui glanced up from her book, puzzled. How do you know that? After a moment of contemplation, she closed her book with a smile. My brother seldom writes to me. He sent me a letter a month ago, urging me to return to Nanjing quickly to assist him in his work as a subordinate. He is unaware that I have already joined the revolution, or that I am preoccupied with preparations for the liberation of Shanghai. With that final remark, she returned her gaze to her book. Hearing that she already had someone in her heart, Xiao Bingyi felt a pang of surprise and sorrow. Yet, unwilling to yield, he sought to verify whether Chu Ying's claim of having promised his sister to him was true. Your brother's letter did not mention anything else, did it? He asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Lu Hui rolled her eyes and shook her head. My brother is quite single-minded, focused solely on his party and country. Showing no interest in other matters, he inwardly cursed Chu Ying. Realizing he had nearly fallen into his trap, he reflected that it was fortunate he had not pressed the issue, for otherwise, he would have exposed himself and lost face. Suddenly, Lu Hui slapped her forehead. Oh, right? I could sense from the letter that he holds this subordinate in high regard. He referred to him as a dragon among men. That I understand that he wishes for me to marry this so-called dragon among men. Did he truly say that? What is your stance on it? He asked, somewhat agitated, raising his voice. Lu Hui, taken aback by his sudden intensity, mumbled, to be honest, I was quite curious at the time that my brother generally looks down on others. For him to praise someone so greatly, I suspect he must be extraordinary. That I'd like to meet this so-called dragon among men, and that in fact, if he is indeed as my brother describes, I should find a way to persuade him to support our cause. After finishing her statement, she suddenly asked, oh, by the way, I was just thinking about getting to know this person better. You should know who he is, right? Xiao Bingyi felt a mix of emotions. After a moment of sorrow, he dismissed his aspirations regarding her. What dragon among men? I see him as just an ordinary person. It's better not to mention him. Lu Hui shot him a suspicious glance and retorted, you must be envious of him. Perhaps even jealous? I suspect that even if my brother exaggerates, this person is at least impressive. Xiao Bingyi countered, what clever means do you propose to persuade him to switch sides? Surely you wouldn't use your charms on him, would you? That would be unfair to your beloved. Lu Hui shot him a disdainful look, saying, I find you rather vulgar. My party does not engage in such underhanded tactics. That I merely entertain the thought. The likelihood is slim. Anyone my brother favors must be equally obstinate. Such a person is an enemy of the people, and I would not regard him with any respect. Xiao Bingyi felt a chill run through him. What if, hypothetically, that person were to switch sides? He ventured. Lu Hui set down her book, her expression serious. If he were truly to switch sides, it would indicate that he still harbors a sense of justice. To abandon the dark for the light requires courage, and that would make him a man. Hypothetically speaking, if I had no one in my heart, and if he had no significant historical issues, and if he actively sought improvement, and if we shared common aspirations, such a scenario is not entirely impossible. Xiao Bingyi felt a twinge of irritation. You are a mess yourself, yet your standards remain so high. Compared to the conditions you just outlined, I feel like a mere star orbiting the moon. I simply cannot comprehend what you deem a significant historical issue. Curiously, he asked, in your eyes, what constitutes a significant historical issue? Do you consider me to have one? Chapter 081. What constitutes a significant historical issue? Lu Hui smiled at him and explained, this is quite simple to understand that a significant historical issue refers to whether one has blood on their hands. I am not fully aware of your past, so I shall refrain from making rash judgments. In my view, you should not have serious historical issues. Noticing his apparent agitation, she asked with a smile, by the way, was your compliment about me being sweet and beautiful sincere? Xiao Bingyi let out a sigh of relief, speaking from the heart. In that situation, could my words have been insincere? Your beauty is unlike that of any other woman. You resemble the moon, the Chang'e of the lunar palace. In essence, no matter how I describe it, it cannot be overstated. Lu Hui appeared equally excited, gazing at his prominent front teeth, teasing, you certainly know how to charm a woman. If I had no one in my heart, I would undoubtedly fall prey to your sweet nothings. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to ask, have you deceived many beautiful women? Xiao Bingyi self-deprecatingly replied. Some have likened me to a mere electric pole, just a figure without any intent. To this day, I have never even touched a woman's hand. You still have not answered my question. Lu Hui contemplated for a moment and said, are you asking whether your identity constitutes a significant historical issue? You have no blood on your hands and seem to be a decent person, as long as you genuinely serve the people and achieve great contributions. Your history should not be considered problematic. She added a compliment. You look quite handsome and dashing in your military uniform, reminiscent of a male star from a film that I suspect even the most beautiful girl would find it hard to resist you. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Bingyi felt a mix of excitement and bitterness. You already have someone in your heart, so what use is this to me? Moreover, is it so easy to achieve great deeds? That requires relentless effort. Unless you are willing to marry me and ensure that you are not a spy, only then might I strive to achieve greatness for you. As he observed her gaze upon him, his agitated heart gradually calmed. With no more expectations, he felt a lightness of spirit and teased, as the saying goes, a good man has no good wife. A scoundrel marries a fairy. I have no hopes in this life. With no affection from my grandmother and no love from my uncle, I can only admire a beauty like you in secret, under the cover of night. He continued, when I first reported to the police station, my parents introduced me to someone. When we met, I couldn't even bear to look her in the eye. Seeing her smile, he felt emboldened. The matchmaker advised me, although she may not be the most attractive, she is sturdy and capable of bearing 7 or 8 children. Your mother was quite fond of her. It was already a blessing that she did not mind your prominent teeth. He watched her cover her mouth with laughter. Continuing, honestly, which young man does not desire a beautiful woman? If she were as stunning as you, I would not even blink. I would willingly give my life for you. By the way, when I called you beautiful earlier, I forgot one term, natural beauty, also known as innate beauty, the kind of breathtaking beauty that leaves men awestruck, causing their hearts to race. Alas, Lu Hui bent over with a smile, thoroughly pleased by his unique praise. Her eyes sparkled with light. What is there to lament? Xiao Bingyi cast a sorrowful glance at her, lowering his head to murmur, one mountain cannot approach another, and stars and the moon seldom unite. I lack the fortune to marry a stunning beauty like you, my Chang'e. It seems your Wu Gang is merely your companion. As he spoke, emotions stirred within him. It's a pity that I encountered you only today on my life's journey. A step too late. Otherwise, we could both reside on the moon, perhaps with hope, right? After saying this, he raised his head to gaze at her with regret. His glance startled him. Lu Hui's eyes were already misty with tears. Staring out the window, he was astonished at how his heartfelt words could evoke such a powerful reaction. Seeing her bow her head, choking back sobs, he realized he must have inadvertently hurt her with his words. Just as he was about to reflect on his remarks, he noticed her wipe away her tears, her demeanor suddenly solemn. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, we have strayed from the topic. Please focus on writing the materials. Xiao Bingyi was perplexed by her swift change in attitude. He pondered repeatedly whether it was something he had said that had caused her distress. Lu Hui watched him sitting there, seemingly with a hint of guilt on his face. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, your mention of Wu Gang has stirred painful memories within me. Your beloved truly named Wu Gang. What happened to him? He asked, Bewildered, Lu Hui nodded, saying he was shot multiple times while protecting me from being exposed to the enemy when I was delivering intelligence outside the city, collapsing before my eyes. Xiao Bingyi's lantern-like eyes widened in shock. Lu Hui turned her gaze back to the window, her voice tinged with sorrow. Comrade Wu Gang was my guide in the revolution and my most esteemed mentor. The night before we left the city, we agreed to hold our wedding in Nanjing. Little did I know he would fall just before dawn. Xiao Bingyi felt a wave of guilt wash over him, his heart racing and his hands trembling. Director Lu, I am truly sorry that I had no idea about your situation. It is all my fault for speaking so thoughtlessly. Lu Hui sighed deeply, gazing at him for a moment before reminding him. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, I must speak frankly. When you call yourself a little person, it sends shivers down my spine. A young man of your stature, with such spirit, why demean yourself? This is not humility, it is servility. How can you, a person of such aspirations, refer to yourself in such a way? You possess rich emotions and lofty ambitions. Such titles do not align with your aspirations. If you continue to refer to yourself as a little person, I shall lose respect for you. Seeing him still wallowing in self-pity, she teased. Oh, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, you are also a subordinate of my brother, the dragon among men he speaks of cannot possibly be you. Can it? Xiao Bingyi felt himself in a dilemma. To admit it would seem opportunistic given the recent tragedy her beloved had endured, yet to deny it risked losing a valuable chance. He gazed into her clear phoenix-like eyes, which shone like burning torches in the dark, his heart racing with excitement. He thought to himself that he could not allow her to belittle him, that one must act with integrity. He resolved to wait until she had moved past her sorrow to broach the topic again. It would be a perfect opportunity to achieve something great and enhance his reputation, though it would take time. Despite the challenge, he found it worthwhile to strive for her. Director Lu, do I truly seem like a little person? If I were a dragon among men, I would have fled to Taiwan long ago. Lu Hui regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, recalling the description of her brother's acquaintance that matched him closely. Her suspicions beginning to form. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, you are an expert in solving cases and have encountered countless individuals. I resemble a spy. Her mood had begun to brighten. Seizing the moment, Xiao Bingyi boldly admired her again. Shaking his head slightly, I only gaze at the moon above, unable to discern the essence of individuals. I sense that behind your eyes lies another pair, making you seem two-faced. That night, your attitude towards me was typical of a female spy from the Intelligence Bureau. Yet afterward, your warmth and that smile could melt the ice in my heart, making me feel you are not quite so. I in my heart, I pray you are not a spy. You should still be Chang'e. The moon of my heart. Lu Hui chuckled lightly. In truth, every person possesses duality. I suspect you do as well. In front of my brother, you humble yourself, yet once out of his sight, you reveal a different face. You must have oppressed the common people, taken advantage of others, and harassed women, haven't you? Xiao Bingyi's face turned from red to green in an instant. Noticing his displeasure, Lu Hui sighed. I wonder how long it will be until I face isolation again. Xiao Bingyi paused, asking, from your words, it seems you often face isolation and scrutiny. Lu Hui nodded with a bitter smile. Every time I change locations, I am isolated once. What can I say? I was born into such a family. With a spy for a brother. Seizing the opportunity to clarify, Xiao Bingyi inquired, Director Lu, your family is in Nanjing. Why did your brother grow up in Shanghai? Also, why do you not share his surname? Lu Hui remained silent for a moment before countering. Did my brother not tell you? Upon seeing his nod, she asked, would you like to hear? Without waiting for his response, she continued, my brother and I share the same mother, who later passed away. My father entrusted me to a wet nurse and remarried. My stepmother was petty and often clashed with my brother. My father had no choice but to send him to our grandmother's house in Shanghai. I grew up with the wet nurse, and my decision to study in Shanghai was to escape that unwelcoming cage, while also adopting my wet nurse's surname. I embraced progressive ideas in Shanghai. And from that point on, I resolutely committed to the revolution. She was lost in her reminiscences, unaware of the transformation on Xiao Bingyi's face. Chapter 082. In my heart, there exists a world of April days. Xiao Bingyi's expression, once dark, gradually illuminated with excitement. Through their dialogue, he had concluded. She was not a spy. He then asked, perplexed, if that is the case, why do they still suspect you? Why would you willingly serve them? Lu Hui frowned, shooting him a glance. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, you truly need to study more and refresh your mindset. Your questioning feels quite awkward. I never expected someone so young to hold such outdated views. Engaging in revolution is not about serving anyone. It is about liberating the impoverished and serving the people wholeheartedly. Xiao Bingyi hastily clarified, Director Lu, what I meant to ask was, if they do not trust you, why do you willingly work with them? Lu Hui sensed his questioning revealed a flaw in his understanding. She stared at him for a moment, then enlightened him. You have misunderstood. Isolation and scrutiny are not about trust. They are not a punishment for the isolated. For me, having a brother who is a spy inevitably casts suspicion on me. Furthermore, you have been with spies for over half a year, even after liberation. You continued to meet with them and accepted funding without reporting it. Should they not be suspicious of you? The best course of action is to trust the organization and rely on it to help clarify matters. Do you truly believe your participation in the revolution is about serving anyone? Such thoughts are quite dangerous. She paused, adding, you must rectify your motivations for participating in the revolution. Xiao Bingyi found her final remark difficult to respond to. Or rather, he had not seriously considered for whom he was fighting. After a moment of reflection, he said, I have been influenced by my father since childhood, developing a passion for criminal investigation, often pondering over the works of Sherlock Holmes at school. I aspire to be China's Holmes, the first detective of the East. Yet, fate has not favored me. If I do not pursue this now, what can I do? In the new society, private detective agencies are not permitted. Lu Hui regarded him earnestly, remaining silent for a moment before saying, your level of outdated thinking surprises me. One must have ideals. You are only a year or two older than me. How can you be so despondent? You should leverage your strengths to become a detective in the new China, contributing your youth to the nation's construction. Currently, your task should be to dismantle spy organizations and maintain social stability. That would truly honor the land that bore and raised you. Xiao Bingyi retorted, are you suggesting I have outdated thoughts? Let me tell you, in my heart, there exists a world of April days. In that realm, vibrant sunrises illuminate the skies like poetic verses written in clouds. In the dawn's light, unique charms blossom. The fiery glow of the setting sun slowly descends in the west, casting a splendid hue over everything. Enchanting all who behold it. Summary. When the nation thrives and its people live in peace, punishing the wicked and uplifting the virtuous. That is my April day. Noticing her absorbed in the imagery he had painted, he shifted the subject. I cannot fathom why you would sing high praises while confined here. Even if you are not a spy, they may still accuse you of being one. That they could even execute you. What then can you contribute to construction? After saying this, he shook his head, perceiving that the woman before him, though appearing experienced, was quite pure and somewhat naive. Upon closer inspection, he distinctly saw a genuine emotion and passion burning in her eyes. Xiao Bingyi, let me tell you, from the day I joined the party, I voluntarily dedicated my life to it. That I live by my faith, since I set foot on the path of pursuing truth. My unwavering belief has pierced through my chest. Like my mentor, my faith has become my foremost existence, my body a mere shadow of that faith. I am willing to disregard life and death in fulfilling the glorious tasks assigned to me. To overlook personal honor and disgrace as a party member. Individual gain and loss are trivial matters. I have faith in the organization to provide me with a fair evaluation. She shifted her tone. By the way, I heard from Director Zhu that you adhere to the principle of a gentleman not taking sides and wish to abstain from the special operations. Is that correct? Xiao Bingyi was intrigued to discuss his principles. Since they would be working together in the future, it was prudent to clarify his stance. Indeed, the petty man advocates for the gentleman's neutrality. As a detective, one must uphold justice. It is only through remaining unaffiliated that one can ensure impartial law enforcement. Lu Hui remarked, your advocacy for the gentleman's neutrality is your prerogative, and it is not without merit. But have you considered that the police are a crucial part of the state apparatus and a vital tool of class dictatorship? You are a police officer in this new society. Your mission is to protect the nascent state, maintain stability in the new China, and ensure a prosperous life for the people. There is no room for traitors. They seek to undermine. Yet, you seem to quibble and avoid responsibility. Does that line of thought hold any validity? She continued, seemingly unsatisfied. I believe the principle is sound, but you may have misunderstood. Moreover, did you truly accept funding from my brother? Xiao Bingyi was perplexed. Xiao had mentioned something similar, and even his father had changed his tune. What was happening? He was further baffled by the existence of such eloquent women in the world. Reminiscent of the late teacher Hu Jingrong from the police academy, struggling to articulate his thoughts, he defended himself vigorously. Yes, that incident did occur. The petty man did not accept the funds, but your brother insisted that I do so. Even leveraging my parents as a threat. I had already prepared to return it. I think you are exceedingly confused. Even if you cherish a bargain, such money should not be touched. I advise you to hand it over promptly upon your exit. Director Zhu is already aware of this matter. What do I have to fear? You should consider your own situation. I noticed Lu Ping's gaze towards you. It was quite fearful, as if you had harmed her family. And she might even seek to end your life. That he spoke with genuine intent to caution her, but did not anticipate that his own predicament was far graver than hers. Zhu Daming came to escort Lu Hui. Entering and saying, Comrade Lu Hui, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please return to your work. Lu Hui cast a profound glance at Xiao Bingyi, nodded, and exited. Xiao Bingyi hurriedly put away his papers and pen, awaiting Zhu Daming's instructions to leave, only to find him turning and departing that he noticed the gatekeeper preparing to lock the door and called out, "Director Zhu, I am still here." "Hey, Director Zhu, what are you shouting for?" "Reflect properly," the gatekeeper retorted, followed by the sound of the door locking. Xiao Bingyi leaned against the door, slowly collapsing, muttering, "What further issue does this person need to reflect upon? It truly seems endless." Though he felt sorrowful and perplexed, he recalled his gains and restored his confidence. Through the dialogue between the stars and the moon, Chang'e returned to her heart, still transmitting light to the stars. I say, how could Chang'e possibly be a traitor? Thank heaven. Lu Ping articulated her suspicions regarding Lu Hui and Xiao Bingyi to the city bureau and received encouragement from her superiors. They informed her that the organization had already grasped the issue she raised, but her vigilance was commendable. Upon returning, she wished to confront Xiao Bingyi directly to clarify her doubts, entering with a stern expression. "Xiao Bingyi, I have not wronged you, have I? Now that we are liberated, what benefit is there in associating with traitors?" Xiao Bingyi, displeased by her omission of comrade after his name, responded curtly, ignoring her. "Comrade Lu. A beautiful woman should wear a smile that if you continue to frown, you might find it hard to return to your former self." Liu Ping sensed a tone of opposition in his words, pondered for a moment, and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Xiao Bingyi, I have a request for you to help analyze a case. Of course, I have questions for you as well. May I proceed?" Xiao Bingyi lazily cast a glance at her and replied, "Comrade Lu, do not hesitate. Whether I can be of assistance is uncertain, but feel free to share your thoughts." Chapter 083, Lu Ping discusses the case. Lu Ping's demeanor darkened, and after a moment of silence, she recounted the case. On the evening of March 17th this year, I attended a meeting at the old residence of Comrade Shi Benkai in the suburbs. Accompanied by him, there were 13 attendees. The meeting was convened by Comrade Xiao Chongjing, the action team leader from the Southern District, who had just returned from Jiaobei, to convey the directives from higher-ups. The task was to immediately organize personnel for a covert withdrawal to Jiaobei to join the Jinling detachment and subsequently advance with the army to liberate Nanjing. He concluded with fervor, emphasizing that we must greet the dawn with concrete actions and present a substantial gift to the liberated city of Nanjing. My comrades and I were exhilarated at the prospect of Nanjing's impending liberation, eagerly preparing for action. None of us anticipated that a disaster was quietly approaching. Liu Ping covered her face with her hands for a moment, crying as she introduced the events. Suddenly, someone outside the room shouted, "There are traitors outside, and the smell of gasoline is in the air." Shi Benkai immediately slammed the table, accusing Xiao Chongjing of betraying everyone and labeling him a traitor. Xiao Chongjing, without time to argue, ordered everyone to break through. However, the doors and windows were sealed tight, and the building was engulfed in flames. He noticed my fear and pulled me aside, whispering that he had a way for me to escape. He cautioned me that this meeting was solely his initiative to inform, and the enemy's encirclement of the venue seemed suspicious. He suspected that either there was a traitor among us or the organization had an undercover agent. After pushing me into the bathtub in the restroom, he covered it with a few long benches and turned on the faucet. After the fire, I was unconscious in the bathtub, and Shi Benkai carried me out. He explained that he had intended to hide in the bathtub himself, but upon discovering I was already there, he had to crouch beside it to evade death. The next day, the Nanjing Daily published photographs from the accident scene, depicting 10 charred bodies. The report quoted the words of Detective Xiao Bingyi from the Southern District Police Station, stating that all the deceased were beggars. Following the event, I verified the identities of the attendees based on their characteristics and compiled a list of the casualties, yet Xiao Chongjing was notably absent. I inquired multiple times with the cleanup workers and surrounding residents, all of whom claimed to have seen only 10 bodies. In such a conflagration, no one could have escaped. I pondered why, in that scenario, Xiao Chongjing, who seemed unlikely to survive, did not have his remains among the deceased. Linking this to Shi Benkai's prior accusations of him being a traitor, I began to suspect Xiao Chongjing of potential betrayal. After Comrade Zhang Qiming, the deputy district head of the Southern District, learned of the situation, he also deemed him highly suspicious and requested that I find a way to locate him. Soon after, with the liberation, Deputy District Head Zhang approached me, stating he had reported the fire incident to the Military Management Committee leaders. He asked me to compile written materials detailing the events before and after the fire, advocating for a joint request to the Municipal Military Management Committee for investigation. Upon receiving the tip-off, the Military Management Committee took it seriously, classifying it as a major case and forming a special task force, including my participation. Subsequently, the case was transferred to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, becoming the Bureau's first priority. Despite the Special Task Force's extensive efforts, progress was slow. Recently, the Military Management Committee received an anonymous letter suggesting that the fire incident had underlying causes, likely involving traitors or undercover agents within the organization. I noted that the postmark was from Hengnan Town, considering it the sole lead. Thus, I requested to come to Hengnan Town to work while investigating the case. Lu Ping sighed deeply before suddenly questioning. Xiao Bingyi, the fire incident clearly indicates a traitor's intention to murder and silence witnesses. By what basis do you assert that the 10 who perished were beggars? When did I ever claim such a thing? Is that mere hearsay? Xiao Bingyi asked, a hint of guilt creeping in. You still refuse to acknowledge it? Lu Ping retrieved a newspaper from her bag and tossed it in front of him. This is the Nanjing Daily Post fire, and your name is prominently featured. Xiao Bingyi found himself at a loss for words. The suburban fire case was indeed one he personally investigated. He had surveyed the scene and recognized it as a heinous arson and murder case. The accelerant used was gasoline, in significant quantities, a resource only available to traders. The conclusion was self-evident. He submitted a written report to Chu Ying, yet the newspaper's reporting was disjointed and riddled with errors. Geng Bichong informed him that the citizens on the streets were cursing in the background. The detective's reputation suffered a severe blow. Upon hearing this, he sought out the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. The editor-in-chief, reluctant to offend him, produced the original manuscript. It turned out that someone had altered the report, and the editor-in-chief hinted that it had been personally revised by the director. This led to a rather unpleasant confrontation with Chu Ying over the matter. Now, with Lu Ping bringing this issue back up, he found himself unable to clarify. Weakly, he responded, You ought to check the newspaper's original manuscript. They used my name to sell their own story. Lu Ping calmed her fury and inquired further. So, you are not aligned with the newspaper's stance. Then what is your true judgment? Xiao Bingyi was displeased with her frequent accusations and did not wish to engage in further discussion. Adopting an indifferent demeanor as he muttered, You suspect me of being a traitor, yet you still seek my judgment? Can a traitor provide you with an honest assessment? Lu Ping was evidently taken aback. Managing a bitter smile as she replied, I too am conflicted. Before the liberation, the organization had conducted an investigation into you and found you to be relatively upright, harboring a deep disdain for malevolent forces. The Paris Commune was conducted with great success. They did not have the opportunity to work on you before the liberation. However, the fact that you accepted the gold bars remains. This compels me to question whether my prior understanding of you is comprehensive. Xiao Bingyi, intrigued by the mixture of praise and reproach in her words, asked, I am curious, given my contact with Chu Ying was exceedingly discreet. How did you come to know? Lu Ping candidly explained, The restaurant staff is one of ours. When you were drinking with Chu Ying, the staff intended to send a warning. Unfortunately, the restaurant is covertly controlled by traitors, allowing entry but denying exit. Now, can you reveal your true judgment? Xiao Bingyi, noticing the anticipation in her eyes, felt a slight reduction in his resentment towards her and replied, A meticulously orchestrated murder plot. Chu Ying's concern is that the deceased were certainly underground party members. The scene was inundated with water, suggesting some survived. The 10 bodies were not burned simultaneously. There was a secondary crime committed. Lu Ping appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this. You suggest that there was a secondary crime? What do you mean? When I arrived at the scene, it was flooded. The victims suffocated and fell into the water. At least one side should have remained unburned. Lu Ping nodded slightly, acknowledging, I concur with your assessment. The facts indeed support it. I earnestly seek your assistance in uncovering the true culprit. Isn't it obvious that the perpetrator is Chu Ying? What more is there to investigate? Xiao Bingyi asked dismissively. Lu Ping, now adopting a more courteous tone, corrected him, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, I would like to request your help in analyzing the intricacies of this case and identifying any discrepancies. Comrade Lu, my capabilities are limited. I fear I cannot assist you with your request. Perhaps you should seek someone more adept, Xiao Bingyi replied, harboring resentment towards her for her suspicions the previous night. While he initially brushed off her doubts, he now felt trapped and began to harbor animosity against her. He realized that the case had made him a scapegoat, and he needed to find an opportunity to restore the truth, to show those who criticized him what kind of person he truly was. Lu Ping continued her rambling, seemingly oblivious to the tension. As Xiao Bingyi observed her tear-filled eyes, he noted how she was no longer the furious individual who had sought isolation the night before. He was taken aback, a wave of emotion washing over him, and he asked, Do you suspect someone named Shadudi's disappearance? Upon seeing her nod, he continued, Anyone who has survived is worth questioning. Including yourself. You must provide a convincing reason for your survival before you can suspect others. Did that comrade truly survive by lying beside the bathtub? Is that something you witnessed? Or did he recount it himself? I was unconscious at the time. It was his account, Lu Ping replied. Was he injured? Is he male or female? Where is he now? Xiao Bingyi inquired. He is male, like myself, and there are no visible signs of burns. He is the principal of a primary school. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingyi leapt to his feet, wide-eyed with urgency. Which primary school? What is his name? His name is Qi Bingyi. He is my uncle, the principal of Suaping Mountain Primary School. Lu Ping responded. Xiao Bingyi paused for a moment before casually saying, Comrade Lu, I understand now. I can assist you in gathering information. If you wish to solve this case, you must find Xiao Changjing. Lu Ping felt disheartened by his indifferent attitude and left in silence. Xiao Bingyi fell into deep contemplation, his mind replaying the inferno he had deduced countless times. The ferocity of a gasoline-fueled fire is unimaginable to the ordinary person. The flames roared, and anyone who was caught in their embrace would either perish or sustain injuries. The air was depleted, leading to suffocation for the unfortunate, even if they tried to shield their faces with damp cloths. The notion that Lu Ping could have survived by hiding in the bathtub was plausible, but surviving outside of it seemed highly improbable. Even if he had survived, he should have suffered severe burns on any exposed skin. Yet Qi Bingyi, who claimed to have been beside the bathtub, bore no such injuries. The reasoning behind this was flimsy at best. He still had one question unanswered. During his investigation of the scene and discussions with nearby neighbors, they all asserted that escaping from the fire was unlikely. He too acknowledged this assertion. If survival beside the bathtub was impossible, how then did Qi Bingyi manage to survive? His mind wandered back to the gunshot incident in the classroom, where Qi Bingyi had also been present. Thus, his investigative focus inevitably shifted towards Qi Bingyi. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, yearning to unravel this mystery at once. Damn it. Why hasn't Director Zhu released anyone yet? Zhu Daming contemplated the need to expedite the self-reporting initiative. That evening at a meeting, he lifted the isolation on Xiao Bingyi. During the meeting, Zhu Daming commended Xiao Bingyi's intelligence work. He urged the agents to follow suit with self-reporting, particularly the covert aspects. Finally, he inquired about Xiao Bingyi's plans. Xiao Bingyi suggested, we should post notices everywhere, at every shop entrance, and announce it via loudspeakers. Zhu Daming nodded. I have brought back an advanced device approved by Director Lu. As long as someone reads into the iron box, it can repeat the message multiple times. This task will be overseen by Comrade Xiao Bingyi. Xiao Bingyi accepted enthusiastically. No problem. Please have Comrade Lu Hui read it out first. Then we can broadcast it.by dismantling the psychological defenses of the agents. The process would naturally unfold without deviation. Comrade Xiao Bingyi, do you have any objections to this isolation review? Zhu Daming asked with lingering concern. None at all. My 1,000 mouths cannot compare to the voice of the organization. I am quite pleased, Xiao Bingyi replied. Zhu Daming regarded him with trust, expressing, your understanding brings me great relief. Will you now concentrate your efforts on the covert self-reporting initiative for the agents? Fan Zheng interjected, noting that he had been at the Military Management Committee for some time without any tasks. He inquired if the covert self-reporting work could be assigned to him. Zhu Daming, aware that Fan Zheng was merely seeking to embellish his credentials and would soon leave, dismissed his suggestion. Deputy Director Fan, the self-reporting work should not be separated. How about this? You handle logistics and ensure the dining hall operates smoothly? Xiao Bingyi, harboring concerns that the initiation of work could jeopardize confidentiality and endanger lives, suggested that Fan Zheng manage the logistics instead. Unexpectedly, Zhu Daming's gaze sharpened, causing Xiao Bingyi's heart to skip a beat, prompting him to lower his head and fall silent. The following day, he approached Lu Hui, requesting her to promptly read the announcement into the iron box. Lu Hui asked, Comrade Xiao Bingyi, do you truly believe that this method will compel the agents to self-report? Xiao Bingyi shook his head. Those who engage in wrongdoing often carry a sense of invulnerability, believing others are oblivious. Only the minor players are likely to come forward voluntarily, since you hold that view. Why are you so keen on proceeding? Lu Hui questioned. Xiao Bingyi explained, it is akin to a theatrical performance. The show must begin with the beating of drums. Physical activities require a warm-up. We will first ensnare a few minor players, creating a sense of urgency among the agents. I also have a few lines for the loudspeaker. Please assist me with that, Xiao Bingyi added. Lu Hui hesitated, stating, I will read the announcement, which bears the government seal. As per the regulations. If your speech does not align with policy, it will not be permitted. We are like two misfortunate siblings. Can't we cooperate on this trivial matter? Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can always retract it, Xiao Bingyi urged. Fine, you prepare, and when I signal, you speak. Lu Hui agreed. As Xiao Bingyi adjusted his attire and prepared, Lu Hui observed his peculiar actions. Teasing, what is this? Are you preparing for a performance? Hurry up and start. Clearing his throat, Xiao Bingyi raised his voice. Let me tell you, the government announcement is clear. Do not remain passive. We have a comprehensive grasp of your activities. We haven't exposed you because we wish to salvage your situation. Once this opportunity passes, there will be no more chances. Time is running out, imprisonment and execution await. Your family will suffer too. Think carefully. After delivering his message, he asked Lu Hui to replay it for him. Lu Hui frowned, shaking her head. No, you cannot say that. If I release it, it will be a mistake on my part. Your final remark contradicts our party's consistent policy. What do you mean by execution and implicating family members? Remove the last part and redo it. In truth, she had long feared his indiscretion, worried he would speak recklessly, and had not even turned on the device. Xiao Bingyi had no choice but to repeat the message, listening to it again before sighing and nodding in approval. He then requested to join Lu Hui at the tea house entrance for an hour. Why the tea house? Lu Hui inquired, puzzled. The tea house attracts a diverse crowd. The patrons come from all walks of life, ensuring better effectiveness, Xiao Bingyi explained. As Lu Hui adjusted the volume, Xiao Bingyi leaned against the railing, spotting a barbershop across the street with a considerable number of patrons, all seemingly pleased with themselves. A young man named Lao Dongwu brushed past him, slipping a note into his hand. He casually glanced at the note. Xiao Ge. The husband of Yu Cheng has been repeatedly checking the announcement, appearing uneasy. He might be involved. Xiao Bingyi chewed on the note as if it were gum, savoring it. Zhang Yuqing returned to view the announcement and displayed a noticeably abnormal expression upon hearing the last few lines. Sensing he might have something to hide, Xiao Bingyi approached him. Upon seeing Xiao Bingyi advance, Zhang Yuqing hurried back to the tea house, rushing upstairs into a private room. Xiao Bingyi noted his panic and felt increasingly certain he was hiding something, though he speculated it was merely related to gambling, harboring little hope for more. Who is it? Zhang Yuqing called out, annoyed by the knocking. It's Xiao. You know me, Xiao Bingyi replied from outside the door. So what if you're Xiao? Do you think that makes you special? I have no time for you. Go away, Zhang Yuqing retorted angrily. Well then, I have ample patience. I can wait. Why Yuqing? Bring me some tea? Xiao Bingyi calmly stated as he found a table and settled in. Why Yuqing, busy with her tasks, called out, Yuqing, we have a guest upstairs. Could you please attend to him? Zhang Yuqing cautiously opened the door, saw Xiao Bingyi lounging with his legs crossed, and quickly shut the door again. Why Yuqing? Why has the tea arrived yet? Xiao Bingyi called out loudly. Old Zhang, where have you been? Can't you see I'm busy? Hurry and attend to the guest. Yu Cheng snapped. Seeing that Zhang Yuqing was reluctant to emerge, Xiao Bingyi stealthily approached the door. Noticing a crack, he pushed the door open, feigning a smile as he chided. Haven't you heard? Is business still on? It seems you're not interested in continuing. Zhang Yuqing trembled in fear, thinking that the plan to take him down was exposed, and began to shake. I haven't done anything. Don't wrongfully accuse me, he stammered. If you haven't done anything, what do you fear? I'm just here for tea and to have a chat with you. Xiao Bingyi replied, oblivious to Zhang Yuqing's actual issues. He merely wished to converse in the bustling tea house, hoping to glean some information or discover a clue. Zhang Yuqing, shaking, prepared the tea but turned to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiao Bingyi reaching for something at his waist. Raising his hands, he fell to his knees, pleading softly. Chapter 085. A stack of reports. Xiao Bingyi fixed his gaze upon him, deceivingly stating, you are indeed a perceptive individual. I have long been aware of it. Do you understand why the loudspeakers are directed at the tea house? It serves as a reminder. Do not entertain any false hopes of salvaging yourself. Speak, Zhang Yuqing, in a dazed manner, inquired, if I speak, can you guarantee that I won't be apprehended? With a benevolent facade, Xiao Bingyi nodded. You are friends with my father, and we are all from the same hometown. Why would I wish to capture you? Speak, I am listening. Zhang Yuqing stealthily approached the door to listen, then peered outside before quietly recounting what Boss Zheng had said during their tea session. Alongside his admission of colluding with Zhu Duwang in highway robbery, he concluded with a plea. Can you keep this confidential? If my family learns of this, they will undoubtedly argue with me, and I shall find no peace. Xiao Bingyi, taken aback, never anticipated that on the very first day of their propaganda efforts, he would gain clarity. After conversing for a while, he reassured, rest assured, our discussion today remains confidential. Consider it your secret admission. Fortunately, you have not committed any blood debts. The issue is manageable. However, if you divulge even a hint, they will not spare you. At that point, I will be powerless to assist you. Understand? He concluded that Boss Zheng was undoubtedly a spy and resolved to bide his time, aiming to catch a bigger fish, executing a significant operation that would leave Lu Chang'e with nothing further to say, compelling her to bow in submission. On his return, he assisted Lu Hui with the propaganda materials. Noticing her lackluster demeanor, what's wrong? Are you lacking in confidence? I am brimming with confidence. Lu Hui responded with a wry smile. You may be overflowing with confidence, but I have none. Have you considered which spy would dare to confess? The Bureau of Confidentiality has a saying, understanding, leave lying down. Even if someone were to confess, it would only bring harm to them. Xiao Bingyi posed a question. What if we mobilized spies to secretly confess and assured their confidentiality? Wouldn't that alleviate their worries? You are too naive, she retorted. Once a spy enters the Military Control Committee, even without confessing, their superiors would not let them off the hook. The atmosphere is tense and fraught with peril. Lu Hui wanted to caution him against his arrogance. Director Lu, your reminder is apartment. Would it be more prudent to write letters to contact them and arrange a meeting place? He asked. Lu Hui pondered for a moment, then nodded. Perhaps that might yield some results. But who would they address the letters to? There must be a recipient, after all. Xiao Bingyi halted, glaring with intensity. Then what do you propose? We cannot leave the spies to seek out this person. That is precisely the point. If you do not inform the spies whom to seek, how can they confess? Lu Hui countered. She continued, if no one confesses, how will you proceed with your work? Are you still clinging to the notion of gentlemen not forming factions? You, my friend, are a walking contradiction. If gentlemen do not form factions, then why pursue vengeance against the spy Shinfuzhou? Xiao Bingyi found himself momentarily speechless, defending. This is a personal vendetta against a scoundrel. It has nothing to do with the gentleman code. Who said it was unrelated? What personal enmity does he have with you? If he did not suspect you of colluding with the enemy, would he torment you? Xiao Bingyi was left without a retort, diverting the topic. If I were to take charge of the secret confessions of spies, the responsibility would be immense, not to mention the constant troubles it would bring. Placing my parents in jeopardy. He finally revealed his inner conflict. I see you have made no progress until today. Look at how proactive Fan Zheng is. He actively volunteers to handle the secret confessions of spies. What about you? Are you implying that this person is inferior to Fan Zheng? Is it a slight against this person for being timid? Lu Hui was about to explain when someone chimed in from behind, startling them both. Fan Zheng had been trailing them for some time and felt elated upon hearing Lu Hui mention him. Director Lu, thank you for your praise. I am delighted. In revolution, one must disregard life and death. I see he is afraid of dying. Please speak on my behalf. Let me take on this task of secret confessions. Lu Hui smiled amicably. Deputy Director Fan, I am not in a position to commend you. I merely wish to remind Comrade Xiao Bingyi. Xiao Bingyi shot Fan Zheng a glance filled with resentment. Since the day he reported, he had harbored doubts about this individual, suspecting him of having ulterior motives towards Lu Hui. Fan Zheng, merely grateful for his life being saved, had not expressed his frustrations. Director Lu, I have invited you for tea many times. Allow me once more. Please grant me this favor, Fan Zheng implored. Lu Hui, considering they were comrades, could not refuse his warm invitation. She handed her belongings to Xiao Bingyi and returned to the tea house with Fan Zheng. Xiao Bingyi observed them leave, angrily throwing the loudspeaker to the ground. Watching their retreating figures with fury, muttering to himself, I see your intentions are far from noble. Lu Hui, truly, will you accept tea invitations from anyone? Passing by Boss Zhang's shop, he cast a glance at the broom shop, where several workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Upon returning to the office, he paced back and forth, still fuming over Lu Hui's acceptance of Fan Zheng's invitation. After several rounds, he let out a heavy sigh. Feeling disheartened and devoid of motivation, heading home in a dispirited state, regret washed over him. He should have accompanied Lu Hui to Fan Zheng's invitation. It would have been prudent to keep an eye on him. Glancing around, he noticed the furniture was coated in dust. He promptly rolled up his sleeves and began cleaning. He had already decided to bring his parents back home the following day, to live a normal life. Sweaty and exhausted, he took a shower, brewed a pot of tea, and gradually savored it while gazing at the moon. As he admired the luminous moonlit sky, a shadow stealthily slipped into his office, rummaging through the filing cabinet and inspecting each drawer. Finally, they picked up a notebook, paused on a page, muttered it to themselves several times, returned it to its original place, erased all traces, and exited quietly. Zhu Daming was informed by the city bureau that they sought him out, wishing to propose the confiscation of Xiao Bingyi's gold bars. Following their conversation at the bridge, he promptly reported his recommendation for confiscation. The leadership had initially disagreed, opting to wait until Xiao Bingyi came to his senses and voluntarily submitted. When Lu Ping raised the issue again, it sparked concern within him. It needed to be addressed swiftly and appropriately. Little did he know that Director Lu Jia, with a solemn expression, would show him a stack of denunciation letters. Initially calm, Zhu Daming's demeanor shifted as he read through the letters, his anger escalating. He could hardly believe that Xiao Bingyi was indeed a butcher of the underground party, his hands dripping with the blood of martyrs. A quick calculation revealed that he alone had executed over 10 members of the underground party. This was unacceptable. He had to settle this score. In his current state, he felt an overwhelming urge to shoot him on the spot. Setting aside the letters in a fit of rage, he hastily picked up the phone to Lu Jia, instructing, continue isolating Xiao Bingyi. Director Lu advised him to first calm his emotions before discussing his feelings about Xiao Bingyi. As Zhu Daming regained his composure and reflected on his interactions with Xiao Bingyi, he began to question the authenticity of the denunciation letters. The 7 or 8 letters contained specific details, naming individuals who had been executed, alongside times and locations, explaining why Xiao Bingyi had acted as he did. The information was compelling enough to instill doubt. However, being from an investigative background, he noticed a common point of suspicion. The facts listed in the denunciation letters, along with the witnesses, were either dead or had fled. making verification impossible. He believed that clarifying the matter would not be difficult. He merely needed to consult with the police officers retained by the sub-bureau to gather the general outline, especially since Comrade Gung Bichong was a shadow inseparable from him. There was no way Gung Bichong could be unaware of Xiao Bingyi's heinous crimes. However, there was one case that would likely prove challenging to clarify: the accusation that during his time at the police academy, he had informed on and killed a female underground party member named Hu Jingrong. The only witness was his former classmate, Yu Desui, who had since moved to Taiwan. Zhu Daming recalled Xiao Bingyi mentioning this individual. Director Lu Jie had reminded him that Gung Bichong had recently traveled to Shanghai with the leadership and had learned about Lu Hui's situation, which the organization had already reached a conclusion on. His former leader praised her as a heroine, intelligent and courageous, who had repeatedly infiltrated enemy territory to gather intelligence, particularly during a visit to her brother. She overheard important information being disclosed during a conversation between a confidential bureau official and her brother, promptly alerting the authorities had saved dozens of comrades. Her identity remained a high-level secret, and any future matters involving her must be reported for approval before any actions were taken against her. This was an order. Chapter 86. The Hengshan murder case. Lu Jie filled Zhu Daming's teacup, reminding him, Xiao Bingyi is under your supervision. You must be objective in your assessment. I find him to be a typical case. We cannot rush his reformation. He is different from other retained police officers. Noticing Zhu Daming's silence, Lu Jie continued. The old society has left its scars on him. He has not adopted many of the vices associated with police work. However, his understanding remains murky. The Military Control Committee must enhance education, strengthen ideological guidance, and specifically address his issues. What does it mean to earn a living based on one's abilities, without a sound social system? No matter how skilled an individual may be, it becomes difficult for them to fully realize their potential. In the old society, he had the capabilities but was reduced to scavenging on the streets, which speaks volumes. Casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Daming, he advised, you must help him recognize the fundamental differences between the old and new societies, guiding him to consciously serve the people. I suspect that this wave of denunciations may very well be an attempt by enemy agents to frame him. We must be cautious. If this is indeed the case, it indicates that he poses a threat to the enemy, who wishes to eliminate him swiftly. Daming, Lu Jie continued, we are all confronting an unfamiliar domain, a new battlefield shrouded in invisible smoke. Our experiences may not keep pace with the changing circumstances. We must adapt while learning, ensuring we fulfill our duties and provide satisfactory answers to the party and the people. Upon returning to his office, Zhu Daming felt that Lu Jie was overreacting. He could not comprehend why. Wasn't it merely a matter of isolating Lu Hui and Xiao Bingyi for a short while? What was the big deal? Recalling the leader's reminder and echoing in his ears was Xiao Bingyi's desperate cries from behind the iron door that day. After much contemplation, he realized the urgency of addressing the denunciation issue. He planned to consult a few individuals regarding the accusations. However, an unexpected event disrupted his preparations. A villager at the foot of Mount Hung reported to the authorities, claiming he had discovered 6 corpses at the mountain's entrance, all belonging to members of his village. The village chief, upon recognizing his own son among the deceased, was initially reluctant to file a report. It was only after persistent urging that he reluctantly agreed. Zhu Daming instructed Li Xiaoman to secure the scene and gather evidence while he proceeded to the isolation room. Xiao Bingyi, who found himself once again in isolation, remained perplexed by the ongoing circumstances. However, he had grown accustomed to such situations and was relatively unfazed as he lounged with his legs crossed, humming a tune on his eru and swaying rhythmically. He noticed Zhu Daming entering and felt compelled to inquire about the reason for his isolation. Observing Zhu's grim demeanor, he stood up, awaiting an explanation. Zhu cast a glance at him and remarked, Xiao Bingyi, you seem rather at ease. Please, have a seat. I need to discuss something with you. 6 villagers have died at the mountain's entrance. How do you propose we investigate this? Zhu inquired. Xiao Bingyi, puzzled, asked, how did they die? Was it gunshot wounds or knife wounds? Zhu shook his head. Li Xiaoman has just arrived. The details are still unclear. Do you suspect it was the work of spies? Without hesitation, Xiao replied, if it were spies, who would dare to kill so many? Wait, did they take the mountain path to Nanjing? Upon Zhu's nod, a chill ran through Xiao as he surmised that it could be related to the 6 individuals who had perished under Zhu's command. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him, recalling Zhu's previous warnings about spies in the eastern hills. He had dismissed those warnings at the time, only to forget them later. Cursed, he thought, their deaths are partly my responsibility. Yet, Zhu had stated that those individuals did not cross paths with the spies, and the latter would not act unless absolutely necessary. They knew that the government would undoubtedly pursue an investigation into the deaths of 6 villagers, which contradicted their need for secrecy. It was likely, he concluded, that this was the doing of Zhang Yuqing, who had possibly colluded with Zhu to carry out the killings. Fearing exposure, he might have resorted to silencing witnesses. However, Xiao realized that Zhang Yuqing had already secretly surrendered and had no reason to commit such acts again. The true puppet master was likely Boss Zhang behind the scenes. Alas, Zhang Yuqing is also in danger. He lamented, if only we had apprehended Boss Zhang sooner, instead of being preoccupied with other matters and facing continuous isolation. In a state of urgency, he urged Zhu, Director Zhu. We must swiftly apprehend Boss Zhang from the West Street who has been causing disturbances. His accomplices may also pose a threat. Zhu Daming, skeptical, questioned, you want us to arrest on your word alone? What if we make a mistake? Are you hiding something from me? Xiao, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, Director Zhu, there's no time to explain. Lives are at stake. We must act quickly before another tragedy occurs. Zhu, still doubtful yet feeling the weight of urgency, retorted, you must clarify your reasoning. How can I act on mere speculation? Policies must be adhered to. Reluctantly, Xiao summarized the situation involving Boss Zhang's possible collusion with Zhang Yuqing and relayed the two encounters with Zhu Duwang, detailing everything he had learned. Zhu's anger grew as he stood up. Xiao Bingyi, why did you not report such crucial intelligence in a timely manner? I will hold you accountable for this. Xiao sat in silence, unable to defend himself, his mind racing with concern over whether they would succeed in capturing Boss Zhang. Just then, Lu Hui knocked on the window, inquiring about Zhu's earlier outburst. Xiao, still upset over her agreement to drink tea with Fan Zhang, turned his back to her. Lu knocked louder, and he, impatient, opened the window. Feigning surprise, isn't this Director Lu? How's the Biluacun tea? Delightful, I presume. Lu, frowning, shot back. What do I care about your tea? What are you to me? In a moment of impulsiveness, Xiao blurted out. I have been tasked by your brother to keep an eye on you. My brother would never entrust you with anything. What nonsense is this? What do you intend to do? She demanded, raising her voice. Regretting his hasty words, Xiao corrected himself. Your brother merely wants me to remind you to be wary of men with ill intentions. Lu chuckled softly before resuming a serious tone. I doubt my brother would say such things to you. It seems you are the one with ulterior motives. If you don't speak plainly, I shall take my leave. Defeated, Xiao revealed the truth, adding, regarding Boss Zhang, I only speculated at the time and intended to observe further before reporting. Director Zhu reprimanded me for my delay. Lu sighed. Xiao Bingyi, I must advise you against personal heroics. Had you promptly reported the intelligence concerning the spies on the Eastern Hills, we could have apprehended them, and these 6 lives could have been spared. According to your claims, Boss Zhang is undoubtedly a spy. Whether we arrest him should be decided by the organization. Even if we choose not to arrest him, the organization would closely monitor him. Your procrastination has jeopardized everything. Xiao, feeling discontented, mumbled, everything must be reported. What's the point of even working? Investigations must remain confidential. Can you guarantee that the government and military control have no spies infiltrating? If a report is made without certainty, who will be held accountable? Lu waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Both sides have their arguments. I want to debate with you further. If we manage to capture the spies in the East and Boss Zhang, it will be a blessing. I suspect Director Zhu will only offer a few words of reprimand. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Prepare yourself mentally. Xiao felt an increasing sense of dread. This world is treacherous. What one fears often materializes. He silently prayed for the capture of all spies in the Eastern Hills, the arrest of Boss Zhang and his accomplices, and for Zhang Yuqing's safety. By the way, Director Zhu is preparing to install a reporting hotline for you. You must ensure that the spies are caught before they can surrender. Xiao, feeling defeated, lowered his head, likening himself to a cattle being forced to drink water by Zhu Daming. As the raid concluded, night had fallen. Zhu Daming arrived with Li Xiaoman to seek out Xiao Bingyi. Noticing Li Xiaoman's grim expression, Zhao's heart raced, and he cautiously inquired about the outcome. Li Xiaoman, with a face like a sour melon, appeared distressed and remained silent. Chapter 087. Misfortunes come in droves. Xiao Bingyi felt a knot tighten in his throat. Something terrible was about to unfold. Suddenly, Li Xiaoman's demeanor shifted, and he smiled broadly, exuding an air of triumph. Xiao Bingyi, there are indeed spies on the Eastern Hills, not merely 7 or 8, but 15 have been killed, with 5 still at large. Strangely, we found nothing in the cave. And the spies had no idea who was responsible for the deaths of the 6. He then fixed Xiao with a penetrating gaze before delivering the grim news. Boss Zhang from the broom shop is indeed implicated. He entered the premises as soon as we arrived, but despite our thorough search, we found no trace of him. Zhang Yuqing has also vanished. His wife, upon hearing inquiries about her husband, approached the government instead. Directors, you suspect she may create a scene. Xiao stood there, his mind racing and ears ringing. If Zhu Duwang was not killed by the spies, could it have been Boss Zhang? That didn't seem right. The reason he sought out Zhang Yuqing was to avoid revealing his identity. He likely did not even know the deceased. Zhang Yuqing was fighting for his own survival and would not have the means to commit such an act. Who could it be? Seeing Zhao's distressed state, Zhu Daming abandoned his initial intent to reprimand him. With a sigh, he prepared to leave. Xiao, filled with regret, knew he could not afford to make another mistake. He hastily added, Director Zhu, there are 2 more individuals we must apprehend. They are crucial suspects, brothers with the surname Zhang, who hail from the same village as the deceased. He speculated that Zhu Duang might seek them out for retribution. And the Zhang brothers, harboring resentment, could have resorted to murder. Li Xiaoman set out under the cover of night, claiming to visit the families of the deceased, while secretly laying a trap. However, they came up empty. Only a woman remained in the house, claiming to know nothing. Li Xiaoman reassured Xiao, stating that he had already spoken with the village chief. The brothers would report back upon their return to the village. Hearing that the Zhang brothers had already fled, Xiao was filled with regret. Zhu Duang had once mentioned that the Zhang brothers shared a woman. She could not possibly be unaware of anything. They should have been monitoring her. With urgency mounting, he felt a heavy weight on his heart. Suppressing his fatigue, he requested to speak with Deputy Company Commander Li to gain further insight into the woman's situation. Li Xiaoman, appearing less than pleased, replied, Xiao Bingyi, what is it? I'm quite busy. If it's a trivial matter, we can discuss it later. Xiao, sensing his reluctance, stammered, it's nothing serious. I'm just worried the Zhang brothers might have quietly returned to the village. Xiao Bingyi, you must trust the people in the organization. I've already informed the village chief. They will report back upon their return. With that, he walked away without looking back. Xiao felt disheartened. Could the village chief truly know if the Zhang brothers returned quietly? If they posed no threat, why would they flee? Even if the village chief was aware, being from the same village, he might downplay the situation. He would surely consider the consequences. If the Zhang brothers were apprehended, the woman would demand their release, and would he risk inciting trouble for himself? Alas, with such grave events unfolding, why were they not releasing the woman? Misfortunes truly come in droves. The next morning, a beggar appeared at the gate, demanding to see Officer Xiao for a debt owed to his boss. The gatekeeper denied him entry, leading to a heated argument. Fanjing intervened to mediate, but to no avail. Ultimately, they sought out Xiao Bingyi. Fanjing scrutinized him for a moment before asking, Xiao Bingyi, what is going on? Have you borrowed money from someone and not repaid it? They VE come to collect. What will you do? Xiao, bewildered, replied, I owe money? I am completely unaware of this. Fanjing looked at him with disdain and said, Xiao Bingyi, stop pretending. Since time immemorial, it has been understood that debts must be repaid. Do not assume that merely being a public security officer makes you exceptional. You must be mindful of maintaining the image of the People's Liberation Army's public security. If you refuse to acknowledge this, I shall promptly report to Director Zhu and ensure your continued confinement. Xiao Bingyi, upon hearing this, felt a pang of confusion. I haven't wronged anyone financially, so why has someone come to confront me? Stop the nonsense and bring the person over. I wish to see who it is, he said irritably. Fanjung arranged for the two to meet and turned to the visitor, saying, Little brother, are you certain this is the one? Do not worry. If he does not repay his debts, I will report to the organization. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Xiao Bingyi finally recognized Xiao, his heart sinking. He knew that if there were no urgent matters, Xiao would not seek him out directly. Frowning, he regarded him with concern, fearing his identity might be revealed. Xiao, in his account, alleviated his doubts. Excuse me, are you Officer Xiao? I am a relative of the owner of a small restaurant in Nanjing. The owner's family is ill and urgently needs money, so I was sent to request a credit. I must clarify that this debt was incurred by your group before liberation, after several unsuccessful attempts to collect the money. The owner mentioned you as their leader, someone known for his righteousness and often repaying debts on behalf of your brothers. If it weren't for the urgent need for funds, I would not have come to you. Fanjung sighed, relishing in Xiao Bingyi's predicament. Xiao Bingyi, I never expected you to be so honorable. In this world, being a good person is not advisable. What now? When they cannot obtain money, they come to you, ha ha ha. Foolish child, take your time with him. He is a living Buddha. If he does not get the money, he won't leave. I have no time to waste with you. As Xiao watched Fanjung walk away. He looked at brother Xiao with a sorrowful expression, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing him cry startled Xiao Bingyi, who quickly inquired about his troubles. Xiao wiped his tears and softly replied, Brother Xiao, I cannot find Xiaozhu and the weasel. Something may have happened. Xiao Bingyi, taken aback, asked if the two had returned to Nanjing. Xiao shook his head, explaining that they had previously agreed to notify each other before leaving the town. He had gone to patrol but could not find them, suspecting that their situation was dire. Brother Xiao, who knows about our presence in this small town, did you burn the note I gave you? Xiao Bingyi questioned why he asked such things. After a moment of thought, he answered, I burned it. Do not worry. Only Brother Xiao knows about the military administration. Our communications are discreet, and there should be no issues on that front. I have inquired, Xiao continued. A street vendor informed me that this morning, a man was asking about my little brother along the street. After answering, they were taken away. Xiao Bingyi murmured in thought and then cautioned. Could it be that the family of your little brother is looking for them? Impossible, Xiao countered. Both are orphans. They have no family. At this, Xiao Bingyi became vigilant. If they had no family, then who would know their names? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he felt. He instructed Xiao urgently, little Xiao, regardless of the situation, something is amiss. Quickly inform the brothers. If anyone inquires about names, do not answer. Wait for me to clarify the situation before seeking you out. You performed well today. Do not make your presence known again. Brother Xiao, why are you always confined? Is there something wrong with you? If necessary, I will speak to your superior to clarify things. Absolutely not. If you explain, it would expose my identity and be counterproductive. I am fine. It's just a misunderstanding. You should leave quickly. If that person asks again, tell them I have promised to personally repay the money after I go out. As Xiao exited, he was indeed halted by Fan Zheng at the door, who inquired whether he had managed to secure the funds. With a pained expression, Xiao nodded, stating that Officer Xiao had promised to address the matter personally. Xiao Bingyi reflected on Xiao's report, continually questioning where the problem lay. Only that individual knew of this matter. Could Xiao Zhu and the weasel be in danger, anxious like a caged rabbit? He was restless. Just then, Geng Baichong brought dreadful news. Chapter 088. Lu Hui, this matter must remain confidential. Geng Baichong, unaware of Xiao Bingyi's current emotional turmoil, said perplexedly, Brother Xiao. 5 miles from the town at the grave mound. 2 bodies have been discovered. I believe they were beggars, both killed instantly. What puzzles me is who would have a vendetta against beggars. Brother Xiao, please help me analyze this. Xiao Bingyi felt darkness enveloping him and leaned against the wall. Slowly sinking down, tears streamed down his face, and internally he cried out, Xiao weasel, it is I who has brought you harm. Although we have not met, you have already made sacrifices. I was planning to treat you to buns and fried dough sticks as a reward. Overwhelmed with grief, he envisioned the 2 underage children perishing at the hands of secret agents due to his actions. His heart wrenched in agony. He sat on the ground, sobbing, arms resting on his knees. Forehead pressed against them, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, he ceased his weeping, slowly lifting his head to gaze out the window, lost in sorrowful contemplation. Having failed to achieve significant deeds or merits, he had instead committed a grave mistake. Revenge. I must avenge you. I will ensure you are recognized as martyrs. Xiao weasel, I promise. Until every lurking agent is apprehended, I shall not rest. At this moment, his heart burned with fury and righteous indignation. He could no longer think of the gentlemanly restraint of not taking sides. How could he face the 2 young brothers? How could he confront Xiao? What puzzled him most was that, despite knowing he had erred gravely, he could not comprehend where he had gone wrong. Geng Baichong, noticing Xiao Bingyi's sorrowful demeanor, was astonished. As Zhu Daming called him, he shook his head and departed. Xiao Bingyi, unable to fathom the situation, pondered how the assailant could know the identities of the 2 whom he had never even met. He could not help but worry for Xiao and the other brother's safety. Lu Hui arrived at the door of the isolation room, but before she could speak, Fan Jing followed closely behind. Director Lu, may I invite you for some Biluakan tea? He inquired. Lu Hui replied coolly. I already had tea last time. Thank you. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Bingyi, so please excuse yourself. Fan Jing shot a glare at Xiao Bingyi before reluctantly leaving. Lu Hui regarded Xiao Bingyi with surprise, asking, oh dear, you seem to have been crying. What troubles you? Is there something you wish to share? Xiao Bingyi wiped his reddened eyes, attempting to force a smile, but his eyes betrayed him, tears welling up once again. Lu Hui, you were right, he said, wiping away the tears. From now on, I shall no longer speak of being apolitical. I will expose every last agent. For he intended to say he sought revenge for the fallen brothers but reconsidered to avoid revealing secrets. Instead, he changed his words. For your refusal of Fan Zheng's invitation, I am overwhelmed with joy. With a heavy sigh, he concluded his statement. Lu Hui, bewildered, questioned, is it really that exaggerated? You are so happy just because I declined an invitation? Why? Xiao Bingyi, wishing to conceal his true feelings, diverted the conversation. Are you aware that Deputy Company Commander Li acted last night? Is it regarding the capture of the Zhang brothers? I know about that. Are you still worried about not capturing them? She asked. Xiao Bingyi proceeded to explain the sequence of events and his concerns regarding Li Xiaoman's trust in the village chief. Finally, he said, I am currently not in control of my situation, or else I would personally monitor it. The woman has not left. The 2 brothers will certainly return. Currently, you are the only one I can trust, and I worry for your safety, but I cannot speak freely. What is there to worry about? It is merely an investigation. I shall go. You need not fret about safety, she replied confidently. Director Lu, I do not trust the village chief. 3 people died in this village previously. He cannot possibly be unaware. He did not report it, and now 6 have died, yet he hesitates to report. This is highly irregular. Lu Hui responded casually, do not be so suspicious. He joined the party during the war. His awareness is high. Well, Understood. Still unconvinced, Xiao Bingyi urged, Lu Hui, this matter must remain confidential. No one else can know. Lu Hui, growing impatient, retorted, Oh, why are you being so fussy? Everyone has their own way of doing things. I understand your point. As Lu Hui hurried away, Xiao Bingyi remained anxious. Zhu Daming was infuriated by the suspected agent Zhang's escape, but even more so by Geng Baicheng's ambiguous handling of the murder case. After much contemplation, he decided to expedite the resolution of the report. Summoning Geng Baicheng, he inquired about the issues raised in the report. Unaware that the questions pertained to Xiao Bingyi, Geng Baicheng thought for a moment and shook his head. Leader, the matters you inquired about, I have heard of, but I do not know the details. Zhu Daming followed up with, You do not know. Then does Xiao Bingyi know? He knows nothing. I am notorious in the police station for being the all-knowing. If I do not know, how could he? Zhu Daming nodded slightly, pondering, then asked, Since you are all-knowing, why are you unaware? Do your colleagues know? Geng Baicheng considered for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Leader, I suspect others are not well informed either. These matters do not pertain to us lowly officers. The Bureau of Confidentiality would not assign important matters to us. All of this is confidential. Only a few of Chu Ying's close aides are aware. We, the lower-ranking officers, are merely assigned to guard, keep watch, and patrol. As for the murders, yes, others have committed them, but only after court rulings and public executions. Most are bandits, robbers, and those guilty of murder. Zhu Daming asked in confusion. So, no one in the entire South District Police Station has participated in the massacre of the underground party? Geng Baicheng promptly replied, There are indeed many who, while posing as police officers, are in fact undercover agents of the Bureau of Confidentiality. They are specifically tasked with eliminating the underground party. Chu Ying publicly identifies as the chief of the Southern District Police Department. While secretly holding the rank of colonel in the Bureau of Secrecy, his trusted confidant was killed during the last operation, leaving him uncertain about who remains. Their identities are classified, and I can only surmise from their usual conduct. Zhu Daming fell silent, letting out a sigh before posing one final inquiry. You are inseparable from Xiao Bingyi. Has he ever mentioned any connections with the Bureau of Secrecy during his time at the police academy? Geng Baicheng hesitated momentarily, stammering, Leader, I cannot speak on matters I am unaware of, but I see him in such dire straits, it seems impossible for him to have any ties to the Bureau. Unless he is feigning it. What if he is indeed pretending? Zhu pressed. Do you think that is a possibility? Geng's heart raced. With Xiao being isolated again, he deemed it inconsequential. Now, however, he sensed Zhu's roundabout questioning regarding Xiao Bingyi hinted at something significant. Could it be that Xiao was an undercover agent during his time at the academy? It seemed plausible yet implausible. Chu treated him so well, which made it more likely. But his scavenging through garbage for months and his behavior after joining the police did not align with that image. It was inconceivable for an undercover operative to be rummaging through trash. Resolutely shaking his head, Geng sensed Zhu's awareness of his hesitation and deliberately reminded him of his responsibility. Deputy Geng, this conversation is a testament to the organization's trust in you. You must be accountable to the organization, and to me, N01 is flawless. Could he truly be without any issues? Geng Baicheng murmured hesitantly that I know he has his flaws, but without evidence, I cannot speak recklessly. If I did, you would not believe me. Zhu Daming perked up immediately. Oh, then what issues do you suggest he has? Lack of evidence is inconsequential. We can discuss it openly. Geng lowered his head in sorrow. As if lamenting, Director Zhu, I may have made a mistake. Zhu was taken aback. The issues surrounding Xiao Bingyi remained unresolved, and now another individual claimed to have erred, intensifying his anxiety. Deputy Geng, please share what error you have made. Geng appeared deeply pained, hesitating to respond. Zhu, growing impatient, tapped the table. What is it? Speak up. You're making me anxious. In Chapter 89, Geng Baicheng met Zhu's penetrating gaze, glanced at the door, and whispered. He confided in me that his ancestors hail from an island nation, and he has a brother named Peanut. I had dismissed this as trivial when he first mentioned it in the old society. A few days ago, he brought it up again, and I pondered his class stance. Not daring to report it promptly, Zhu nodded appreciatively. It's commendable that you recognize this. Can you confirm he indeed said that? As Geng nodded firmly, Zhu exclaimed, Why didn't you tell me sooner? This raises significant concerns. Geng, startled, widened his eyes. Director Zhu, I understand I made a grave error, but I didn't believe his outlandish claims. Foreigners typically have red hair and cat-like eyes. He doesn't match any of those traits. Zhu reprimanded. Which nation is an island? After all these years of conflict, have you forgotten so quickly? When that person stands beside you, others might even mistake you for one of them. Geng suddenly enlightened. Right? ISNT that the short people s country that s about my height. How did I not realize that? Director Zhu, you often remind us that we cannot choose our birthplace, but we can choose our path. His numerous solved cases demonstrate his unwavering commitment to the party that he loves, the new society. I can vouch for that. He nervously glanced at the door again. Director Zhu, please don't reveal that I told you this. Thank goodness I didn't agree to him. Zhu inquired, what did he ask you to promise? Director Zhu, you know I, Gung Bichong, am quite earnest and possess a strong sense of camaraderie. When he made excessive demands, I stood firm and resolutely refused. Zhu grew increasingly anxious. Quickly, tell me what he requested. Is he trying to recruit you into the Bureau of Secrecy? Gung avoided Zhu's gaze. Something like that. I suspect he is unwell. Wanting me to be his little ancestor peanut. After Gung's departure, Zhu Daming was deeply troubled. Tugging at his hair and pounding the table, he resolved to verify Xiao Bingyi's nationality and ancestry once the whistleblowing case yielded some clarity. Lu Hui entered, noticing Zhu's distress, and asked what was wrong. Why is Xiao Bingyi still detained? This is becoming a hindrance. Zhu, unable to deceive the charming woman before him, revealed the truth and shared his suspicions. Asking for her opinion. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hui responded, Director Zhu, while I agree he exhibits outdated thinking and lacks ambition, I cannot believe he participated in the massacre of the underground party. Clarifying this is not difficult. We can find the whistleblower and discern the truth. If they remain anonymous, it's likely a frame-up. I recall several instances that were covered by major newspapers. By cross-referencing, we can determine authenticity. After a brief pause, she continued, regarding the individual mentioned in the whistleblower letter, I can visit him in the Shanghai prison to gather insights. I suspect the whistleblower aims to disrupt our focus and undermine his willingness to align with us. Gung Bichong, having joined the police department earlier, had also received recognition from the precinct. Why was there no one to report on him? Currently, our work is quite reactive. We should conclude the internal investigation soon. Perhaps this is the very goal of the whistleblower. I have no objections to the questions concerning my involvement raised by Comrade Lu Ping, but I disagree with her suggestion to first reorganize internally. After so many days of restructuring, what have we achieved? I even suspect ulterior motives on her part. Everyone knows that exposing the enemy is a protracted process. The adversaries we face are all seasoned. Cunning operatives, adept in deception, the military management cannot be led by their whims. Zhu Daming, enlightened by Lu Hui's succinct remarks, regarded her with admiration. Feeling bashful under his gaze, Lu Hui cautiously inquired, Director Zhu, did I say something incorrect? Zhu chuckled awkwardly. No, your insights were excellent. However, your accusation against Comrade Lu Ping for ulterior motives is somewhat inappropriate. I merely wanted to remind you. Earlier, you mentioned finding Xiao Bingyi's classmates from the Bureau of Secrecy. Do you know them, and do you truly frequent the Bureau of Secrecy office in Shanghai? Lu Hui hesitated. I am uncertain how much I should disclose regarding my situation, as my identity is confidential per organizational regulations. Zhu's confusion deepened. Recalling directives he had received about her, suspecting she harbored a story. He swallowed his curiosity and requested her to discreetly visit Shanghai to ascertain the veracity of the whistleblowing situation. After bidding farewell to Lu Hui, Zhu summoned Li Xiaoman, no longer concealing the issue concerning the whistleblower, and Xiao Bingyi. Li Xiaoman listened quietly, not uttering a word for a long time. Xiaoman, stop pretending to be oblivious. Did you grasp what I just said? What are your thoughts? Only then did Li Xiaoman speak. Old squad leader, I find it hard to articulate. Being immersed in these chaotic so-called cases daily is utterly exhausting. Regarding the matters you mentioned about Xiao Bingyi, prior to this, I was unwavering in my faith. However, through our conversations, particularly his perspective on the espionage cases, I have grown to admire him. Take, for instance, the incident of the spies burning the granary. I was skeptical, yet he was indeed correct. After a moment of silence, he spoke earnestly. In retrospect, I realize I should learn from him in this regard, perhaps even take him as my mentor. Moreover, concerning his personally escorting the vehicle, I was astonished by the accounts relayed by the injured. Setting aside his identity, if any other soldier displayed such conduct, I believe you would be overjoyed and eager to commend him, wouldn't you? Noticing Zhu Daming's flush, his smile appeared awkward, prompting him to continue. There are numerous such instances. I cite these two merely to remind you. Old squad leader, Director Lu is correct. We are seasoned veterans on the battlefield rife with smoke. Yet we are still novices in the smoke-free arena. Perhaps in public, you refer to him as a comrade, but you have not fully accepted him as one of your own. Xiao Bingyi's persistent self-reference as a little person indicates his lingering distrust towards us. Unconsciously, he assumes a compliant role, exhibiting a lack of initiative in his work. You pose a question, he answers one. You ask two, he responds with two. His compliance resembles a toothpaste tube, undoubtedly indicating his wariness towards us. Regarding the recent events, his silence suggests he has his reasons. Should we confront him, he may become more cautious, yet his initiative will wane, though his tenure at the police station has been brief. Given his intelligence, he must be aware of numerous inside matters. We have never proactively inquired about these. The local military management consists of just a few of us. We need each individual to stand independently. bringing forth capabilities that exceed our own, rather than treating him as a mere puppet. If I have overstepped, I welcome your critique, old squad leader. Zhu Daming was secretly astonished, realizing that within the span of less than a month, Li Xiaoman's perspective had shifted a full 180 degrees. Such rapid transformation seemed extraordinary, and his insights were remarkably sharp and profound. He gazed at his subordinate, who claimed to be inept, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Xiaoman, I perceive that you have genuinely matured. Could you elaborate on the handling of the report against him? The old company commander is perceptive, and I suspect you have already formulated a plan. I shall not further intrude upon your thoughts. However, I suggest that the old commander personally engage him in conversation to gauge his reaction. With the old commander's experience, he will discern the truth at a glance. Haha, when did Xiaoman become so adept at flattery? Let's go find him right away. During these 2 days of his isolation, I have not shown him any kindness. Li Xiaoman added. Old commander, I see you have consulted a few individuals regarding Xiao Bingyi's matter. Should we also seek the opinion of Comrade Lu Ping? Zhu Daming was indeed considering this, as Lu Ping is the informant. It would be remiss not to provide her with an explanation. Let us approach Lu Ping first. Comrade Lu Ping, the organization is already aware of your report regarding Xiao Bingyi's contacts with Chu Ying and the acceptance of gold bars. He has also provided me with his explanation. Do you have anything further to add? Lu Ping pondered for a moment and shook her head. I have already exchanged views with him. Since directors, you can vouch for my account. I have no further comments. I was about to suggest an immediate end to his isolation, allowing him to assist me wholeheartedly. I have already discussed the specifics with him. Zhu Daming let out a sigh of relief. Lu Ping's stance on lifting Xiao Bingyi's isolation eased the apprehension in his heart. Next, he prepared to confront Xiao Bingyi and observe his demeanor and reactions. Chapter 090. The mysterious disappearance. Xiao Bingyi was initially taken aback by the letters, and as he continued reading, he became increasingly bewildered. Some of the enumerated facts were familiar to him, while others were entirely new. It was as though they were fabrications, existing only in the air. He could not comprehend why the agents would expend such effort to frame a mere police officer. It was understandable for a naive youth to fall for such trickery, but how could someone as astute as Zhu Daming be deceived? The only explanation was that the agents perceived him as a threat to their covert operations and sought to eliminate him. He indignantly declared, Director Zhu, allow me to clarify my stance. I will earnestly cooperate with the leadership in the investigation and verification. I have a hypothesis. If these 7 or 8 letters of accusation were directed at Deputy Company Commander Li, how would you react? I surmise you would harbor similar doubts. I am curious to know how Deputy Company Commander Li would justify himself to gain your trust. He cast a sorrowful glance at the 2 leaders, observing their silence and indecision, and continued, I cannot fathom why, among so many personnel retained at the sub-bureau, I alone am troubled. Have I inadvertently disturbed someone else's interests, or have I unknowingly posed a threat to certain individuals? Regarding the accusations, I prefer not to elaborate. I believe that the innocent will clear their name. As for the failure to report enemy activity in a timely manner, I consider that Boss Zheng might be an agent. But that remains speculation, lacking solid evidence. If an arrest were to occur, Zhang Yuchen would have to testify, thus violating the promise of surrender and placing him in jeopardy. There are agents on the Eastern Hills. I did contemplate reporting this, but eventually forgot. I acknowledge this as my fault. No one is perfect. Regardless of my minor transgressions, I should not be held accountable. Many events have transpired in recent days. Yet I find myself confined by my own comrades, causing a sense of suffocation. Li Xiaoman reflected on his heartfelt words, moved by their sincerity. She observed Zhu Daming's response, curious about how he would handle the situation. Zhu Daming was also contemplative and sought opinions from several comrades, akin to inviting a few scholars for a lesson. Although he did not fully agree with everyone's views, the majority served to remind him and enhance his understanding. He instructed Li Xiaoman to see if Lu Hui and a few others were available for dinner, to enrich their ideological comprehension. Lu Hui, preparing to depart for Shanghai, hesitated upon receiving word of Director Zhu's invitation for dinner, but ultimately decided to stay. Lu Ping, hearing of the dinner invitation, speculated that it was likely in response to the questions she had raised, and she readily agreed. Geng Bichong felt uneasy as Zhu Daming had inquired about some past matters concerning Xiaogu, fearing that he might be associating with the wrong crowd, jeopardizing his future. Having distanced himself from Xiaogu, he felt incapable of achieving anything. At this moment, he leaned against the west bridge railings, gazing at the northern hills. When he noticed Zhou Xiaoyu approaching the bridge, causing his heart to race, he stood tall, hands on his waist, exuding an air of ambition, convinced that she would be captivated by his imposing figure and would soon come to engage him in conversation. After waiting for over a minute without response, he turned to see that she had already crossed to the middle bridge. Regret washed over him, recalling that he had missed the opportunity for a private conversation during his last visit to her home. Aren't you interested in joining the army? I could help you with that, he thought. rushing after her, but hesitant to approach directly. Standing on the middle bridge, he glanced southward, his peripheral vision fixed on Zhou Xiaoyu's residence. It was the season of peach blossoms, with the river flowing just above the stone banks. He maintained his poised demeanor on the west bridge, but noticed the beautiful women washing clothes on both sides. Each more enchanting than the last. He marveled inwardly, my goodness, could this be the fabled land of daughters? It seems I have indeed chosen the right path in coming to this town. As he became entranced, he heard a woman's voice behind him. Are you Comrade Gung? She asked. What do you think of the scenery in the town? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoyu's melodious voice, Gung Bichong felt his composure crumble. The carefully crafted image he had built disintegrated in an instant. He exclaimed, Oh, isn't this Comrade Zhou Xiaoyu? Zhou Xiaoyu smiled. Comrade Gung, what is your first impression of the town? Gung Bichong nodded with poise. Quite nice, indeed. I have fought my entire life, traversing the north and south, yet this is my first encounter with such a uniquely picturesque ancient town. What astonishes me further is the abundance of beautiful women like you in this town. Zhou Xiaoyu chuckled. Are you implying that I look rather ordinary? You have quite the wit to be so refined while dismissing others. She continued with a nonchalant demeanor. I am curious, with your high education, how did you come to have such a name? It sounds like a humorous nickname. Gung Bichong realized he had misspoken and regretted his choice of words. Watching her smile, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Comrade Zhou Xiaoyu, my name is Gung Bichong. Gung as in straightforward, Bai as in graduated, and Chong as in admiration. To be honest, I often align with the leadership's views, and my comrades tease me as the tail. I am unbothered. It merely signifies my high ideological awareness. By the way, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Gratitude for what? She inquired. Is it regarding the pigeons? Please, let us not discuss that anymore. Zhou Xiaoyu replied with a laugh. With an air of casual curiosity, she asked, by the way, where is Deputy Company Commander Li from? Gung Bichong casually answered, the Deputy Commander is a brash youth from the north. I believe he hails from Baoding. Hebei, suddenly alert, he asked, Comrade Zhou Xiaoyu, why do you want to know? That is classified information. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled charmingly, just asking out of curiosity. How old is he this year? Gung Bichong now understood her intentions behind inquiring about the brash youth and replied, I believe he is around 22 or 23 years old. Comrade Gung, you have been through many battles. I truly admire you. Please come to my home sometime, she said. Not at all. In revolution, one must not fear sacrifice and should bravely forge ahead for the people. He replied, I would be delighted to accept your invitation, but I have tasks to complete. Farewell. He extended his pudgy hand with grace. In truth, he was unaware of what he had just said, only knowing that a small rabbit was racing wildly in his heart. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Xiaoyu extended her hand. Thank you. Please bring Deputy Company Commander Li along. I would be very pleased to welcome him. Gung Bichong once again recognized the implication of Zhou Xiaoyu's words. Feeling awkward as he bid farewell, his exhilarated heart suddenly froze. With his head hung low, he turned to leave, but upon hearing that there would be free drinks that evening, he regained his spirits. In the evening, the drinking gathering was set in the conference room, with 6 out of 7 attendees present. The dishes were served, and the bottles of wine had been uncorked, awaiting Xiao Bingyi's arrival. After over half an hour of waiting, he still had not shown up. Li Xiaomin glanced at the clock, unable to bear it any longer, and decided to call for him. Another half hour passed, and Li Xiaomin hurried back with an astonishing report. Xiao Bingyi had departed in a small jeep with 2 soldiers to the city bureau to assist with an investigation. Zhu Daming was taken aback, pondering that Director Lu of the city bureau had already issued clear directives regarding Xiao Bingyi. Even if there were matters requiring his attention, Lu should have notified me. Zhu Daming, right? He suspected that Lu Ping had been scheming behind the scenes again and cast a stern glance at her. Could this be your doing again? Lu Ping shook her head in response. Impossible. Director Lu has clarified everything with me. His visit to the city is unrelated to my actions. Li Xiaomin grumbled. The city bureau too. Director Zhu has been dispatched to the town by the organization, bearing numerous responsibilities. If the city bureau has matters to discuss, a word with the local leadership would be appropriate. How can they simply whisk someone away without a word? Xiao Bingyi should have requested leave from Director Zhu. Showing disregard for leadership and organization, upon his return, he should receive a serious reprimand. Lu Hui, having overheard, nodded slightly and remarked, let us not speculate. Why not call Director Lu and inquire directly? That would clarify things. Zhu Daming promptly called Lu, only to learn that he was unaware of any such request for Xiao Bingyi to visit the city bureau, nor had he sent a vehicle for his transport.